trying to compete for not a playoff berth, but probably the number 1 overall pick, you have to consider. I don't think they want to move Lauri Markkanen, but if the Golden State Warriors put in a Brandon Podziemski, and from what I'm told, 3 first-round picks, 3-4 unprotected pick swaps, 3-4 second-round picks.
Is that a name?
Kuminga's a name, but I think the Jazz, from everything I've been told, the Jazz are more focused on Brandon Podziemski and his inclusion in the deal, all the picks being in the deal. And I think from the Warriors' perspective, it's Podziemski, but then there's not all the picks. And if it's all the picks, then there's not going to be a Podziemski. And so this could be a back and forth, but both sides are kind of entrenched right now at where they're at, saying nothing is going to change. So only time will tell, but I think the Jazz are very comfortable with extending Lauri Markkanen, and at that point, you'll see more suitors potentially as well in him, not just teams that feel like, okay, we'll be able to re-sign him.
I just can't.
It's a struggle.
I can't get by the funny part of, so is Kuminga a name? Yes, Kuminga is a name. Is Podziemski a name? No, actually it's not. It's not, Champs. It's not a name. That's not someone's name. His name, and he's on their all-rookie team, is Brandon Podziemski.
Right.
Podziemski.
He's been doing it. He's been doing it the whole year.
Yep.
Somebody call Shams and tell him what the guy's name is. But anyway, that's not the point. The point is I'm listening to this, and maybe it's because it's really early in the morning, Dibs. I don't know. But I'm driving across the bridge, and I'm like, BS.
BS.
This is all a bunch of BS. This is all a bunch of BS. I don't buy it. The shoulders went up. I'm like, hold on a second. Did you hear what he just said? In addition to Podziemski, when he starts going through the draft capital that he is suggesting that the Warriors would have to give up to get Markkanen, he goes, 3 or 4 unprotected first-round picks.
Yep.
And 3 or 4 first-round pick swaps.
Sounds about right.
And 3 or 4 second-round. What are you talking about?
He's talking about a big package.
What?
That's a damn good package.
What on earth are you talking about? You sound like a little kid telling you how he wrestled a dinosaur last night. What on earth are you saying? 12 picks? What are you talking about? No.
He's doing Danny's bidding is what he's doing.
Thank you.
He's doing Danny Ainge's bidding, and somebody's going whisper, hey, let's put this out there. We want 17 first-round picks. The Warriors will have to give up their pick through 2052.
What are we doing?
I mean,
what is this? And then secondarily, then as I started to think about it, I'm like, well, that just makes me laugh. What are you talking about? And then let's go to the next step. Why does Shams Charania,
thank you,
Shams Charania, why is he being apparently deployed to take America on this step-by-step journey through exactly what the Warriors are telling the Jazz and exactly what the Jazz are telling the Warriors, almost on a daily basis, where here's the update. Podziemski's name now has a D in it, and we're like, why is that a thing? Because let me tell you, that's not a thing. In other words, if the Jazz and the Warriors are calling Shams, and as he says, well, what I'm being told, what you're being told is what they want you to be told.
Of course.
When Mikal Bridges was traded, I didn't get a daily digest of exactly what the Knicks and the Nets were doing.
That thing came out of nowhere.
Out of nowhere. When DeJounte Murray went to the Pelicans, we did not get a daily Shams. The Pelicans are doing this, and the Hawks, we didn't get that. And even when DeRozan went to the Kings, I'd argue we got about 6 hours of like, whoa, hey, something's cooking between the Kings and the Bulls. And then bang, it was done.
Even the Klay Thompson 6-team sign and trade, Dallas emerged late as a possible destination, but the diverse package that everybody got, the 6-team factor, nobody saw that coming, to your point. And so here we have one that it seems like they're laying out the breadcrumbs for all this, for it to go down in this fashion seems unlikely based on the way trades normally happen. I agree with you.
Well, again, if you are arguing in the NBA, and by the way, I can let everybody know this, you know this, we have heard in a number of areas that most insiders believe the Jazz are on a fishing expedition. And in this particular case, if you don't kind of get what that is or what I'm saying, it is that the Jazz are putting out the mere idea that Markkanen is available, even though he's not, in the curiosity to see if a team would do something as ridiculous as what Shams is suggesting. And if they would do it, well, then maybe we would trade Markkanen. Yes, if you will give us 27 draft picks, we'll give you Lauri Markkanen. But, obviously no one's going to do that. This is obviously ridiculous stuff. It doesn't even mesh with what Shams wrote yesterday. What he wrote yesterday was something that was much less on the picks, but the Warriors would have to give up all the young players.
Right.
They'd have to give up Podziemski and Podziemski and Moody and
Pajowski.
Yes, and Pajowski and Kaiminga and Kuminga and Kuiminga. They have to give them all up. And I don't even think, in this
Moses Modi too.
Then he speaks an hour later and they're like, what about Kuminga? He's like, yeah, that's a name, but they don't really care about that.
Yeah.
So it's like they don't even want that. This whole thing, it smells. The whole thing to me just smells. I don't buy it.
It feels a lot like a telegraphed pass in football where the quarterback steps back and he stares down a receiver and he locks in on him. He stares him down, he stares him down, he stares him down, and he throws it anyway.
That's called a Jimmy now.
It's the Jimmy G. See ya.
The difference is Jimmy still overthrows it. But anyway,
usually it results in a pick, or you throw it into triple coverage and the ball's knocked down. Usually it doesn't result in a positive outcome for that team. And so you look at this, it does feel a little bit too on the nose. This is what the Jazz want. This is what the Warriors are countering. Shams, back and forth. It doesn't feel like this is going to culminate in an actual deal. I will say this, though, and you and I were running through this in the green room, the Knicks trade with Brooklyn, the Nets did get 3 players, 4 unprotected firsts, a pick swap, a top 4 protected pick via the Bucks, and a second-round pick.
Yeah, it's a lot of picks.
It's a lot of picks. It's a gigantic package for Bridges. Is Markkanen better? Maybe. Is he about the same? Would the Jazz want a similar kind of deal? I think so, and that maybe is the blueprint for what the Jazz are trying to get.
Here's the thing. Different teams are in different spots. If we go there for a second, I'd actually argue that maybe it was the Bridges trade that made the Jazz do this, because you'll agree with me on this. The arc of the Markkanen discussion has kind of been like 4 months ago. People were like, Markkanen, that might be a trade guy.
Yeah.
And then something happened about 2 months ago where people were like, they're not trading him. The Jazz are not trading Lauri Markkanen. Then the Bridges deal happened, and all of the sudden, the Jazz are like, might trade Markkanen. It's like, I don't buy it. I don't buy it. Of course you now want to put him back on the market because you were you fished 4 months ago. You didn't really find anything. Plus, it's too early. The playoffs are still just getting started. And then they unfold. And then the word comes out that you are going to extend Lauri Markkanen. And that's it. And everybody moves on to their Paul Georges and their whatever they're going to do. And then the Bridges trade happens. And Danny Ainge goes,
They got what?
Whoa, what? For Mikal Bridges? Lauri Markkanen's better than Mikal Bridges. Now, you could argue that, whatever. They're different players.
Sure.
But if he's looking at, well, wait a minute. Did you just tell me that they essentially got 5 first-rounders?
Right.
For Mikal Bridges? Boy, I wonder what the hell we could get for Lauri Markkanen. Hey, Bob, call Shams. Tell him that Lauri is potentially back on the market, but we still love him. We love him and we want to keep him. So, we don't have to get rid of him, but, stir that pot up again. See what happens. See if we can get 27 picks from the Warriors.
Might as well try. Might as well.
What are we doing?
My wife has about 10 framed Fish posters from the band Fish.
Oh.
And so she's had these forever.
Fish with a P.
Exactly, PH. And one day she went on the internet just to see what one of these might go for. And people will spend hundreds, if not thousands of dollars for these posters. So much like the Utah Jazz, at that point, she's like, oh, I might as well post a couple of these. We're not putting them in the baby room. They're just sitting in the garage. So you throw one up there for $750 and you see what you might get in return. And that is I'm with you about Utah. You have a chance to sign him on August 6th. So between now and then, what are you doing with your Fish poster? It's just sitting in the garage. Marketing's not playing. You're not going to sign him. You might as well throw them up on the internet and see what you might be able to get for them.
Here's the part I really hate.
I like the analogy.
Yeah, I thought it was good.
Thanks.
Yeah, I got one for you too.
I can't wait.
Try this one on for size.
I will.
And I don't like saying this because this is not how I want to feel about my favorite team, the Golden State Warriors. But Danny Ainge right now is a lion. And when a lion comes up, you ever watch that Animal Planet stuff? The lion comes up on the group of gazelles.
Oh, no.
What's the lion look for? What's the first thing that the lion looks for?
Because, Mike Dunleavy Jr.
Well,
I think I skipped ahead in the analogy.
Maybe. Right?
You're looking for the weakest gazelle.
There you go.
Sorry about that, Mike.
I'm looking for weakness. And do you believe that the rest of the NBA may well smell a broken leg with the Golden State Warriors if they truly are about to do what many of us advocate, but at the same time could be taken as a sign of weakness by the rest of the league, which is building around short-term, one last ride around a 36-year-old star. Danny Ainge is going to look at that and go,
That's some good gazelle there.
I smell weakness. We can take advantage of that because that is somebody who is acting out of emotion rather than acting out of intelligence. And again, many of us do advocate that because I don't know necessarily what the better option for the Warriors is. You know, you and I have talked about this a lot. I hear all the time from Warrior fans and in my own brain, these two things that really, they don't mesh. They don't mesh. And these two things are, I hear from a lot of Warriors fans, my God, I like Kuminga and Podziemski and Moody for that matter. And we like to be smart. And so don't dump the future. Oh, by the way, next thought, Steph Curry must retire a Warrior. I'm sorry. You gotta pick one.
Potentially.
It's not in ink.
Right.
But y'all can at least admit how those two things very well might not match up.
Yeah, especially if they don't, those young players don't do what Grandy was talking about, which is take a gigantic leap forward.
Gigantor leap, and they're all 21. They just got beer last year for the first time.
Kuminga took a big leap last year, so you're asking for a second big leap. You're asking for Podziemski, I think that's how you say it, to get, and he looks like he's getting better, but he would need to get a lot better. And Moody would actually have to play basketball and have a chance to get a lot better.
And fast.
Exactly.
Fast.
Well, all this would have to happen between now and February.
Correct.
Because I do think the trade deadline, if the marketing thing doesn't happen, I don't think that there's another target that they would go out there and try to mortgage the future for.
Not break the bank. Yeah, I agree with you.
So now you're going to probably stick and stay until February and hope that you're 30 and 23 at the break, and then you make a bold move and try to maybe make something happen at that point.
I think most Warrior fans, and we were just talking about this in here too, would almost rather and maybe the answer is just no from everybody, but instead of offering up 27 first-round picks, offer up one and attach it to Andrew Wiggins and see if you can go get something else that's on a much smaller scale. Does that move the needle? Probably not. You know what I mean? While you were gone last week, Larry came in and he was talking more about names like Kyle Kuzma and Lucas Alexander, director of sports, 95.7 The Game, keeps talking about Cam Johnson with the Brooklyn Nets. You can throw these names out there and they feel better, but would they feel better to Steph? You know what I mean? Like that, and that is the rub. When you really want to get down to why the Warriors are not in the best spot, is I do think they've got all these options on the table. And a lot of them just don't line up. Maybe this is actually the meaning of two timelines. You know, for a while it was like, one timeline and then it'll end and then the second. No, actually it's just two completely separate timelines. And they don't line up. And they don't even butt up against one another. The truth of the matter is, you know, Dave Matthews Band, the space between.
Nice.
There is probably space between the Steph Curry timeline and whatever the hell else you got going.
Well, there always is.
And I'm far from convinced that you even have anything else going. Like, in other words, okay, Pods, Moody, Kuminga, and all of your picks.
And TJD,
that leads to what?
Right.
In 3 years?
Yeah.
Championship contention? Or just like, I don't know, we got some pieces.
It might lead you to the optionality that you would need to go out and get a free agent. Because Joe Lacob is passionate about that and never being in the lottery, although they've been in the lottery once since he said that. If those four guys can be a part of your 8-man core and you can draft a couple and go out and get a couple of free agents, you can be good again, but you need to have a star or 6 really good players and a star in this modern NBA to go out there and be champion. The one thing that kind of gives you hope is it feels like there's more parity now than there used to be. You can be a 5 or a 6 seed and make it to the NBA Finals. You can be a okay team in the regular year and then make a run in the playoffs and kind of get it done.
Yep, I'm with you on that. That's a good point with regard to the parity. All right, our jacked up lineup is here all week and this week only. So let's have some fun with it, okay? Willard and Dibbs here with you in the morning. 888-957-9570 is the number. We are brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. And oh, by the way, the autographed Klay Thompson jersey that we've been talking about, we're going to give that away on Friday. We're going to qualify 3 people, 1 per show. Those 3 qualifiers will win a 3-pack of Klay Thompson bobbleheads and have a 1 in 3 chance of winning the grand prize, the autographed Klay Thompson jersey. In case that was confusing, because it probably was. 3 winners, including 1 grand prize winner. Okay, this is all on Friday. 2 people get the set of baubles, 1 gets the set of baubles and the jersey. And it'll be a call-to-win contest at 3 different times all week long. 8 a.m. with us, 1 p.m. with The Roast, and 5 p.m. with Steiny and Goose. Stay tuned all week long for more of those details. Good morning, everybody. It's Willard and Dibbs.
Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle.
to the morning roast on 95.7 The Game. Filling in for Bonte and Shasky, here's Mark Willard and Dan Dibley.
Take two. Now back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game as part of our Jacked Up lineup sponsored by Jack's Restaurant and Bar. Willard and Dibs got the morning. Bonte and Joe will be here later. Steiny and Goo even later than that. I'll be your liner guy. Also, shout out to our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. Before we go to the phones, which we're going to do very, very shortly, if you're going to call into the show, you're going to have to, add something. That's the point. We're not going to you just because we're nice people. We are nice people, but this is not a charity thing.
No.
It's not what we're doing. So, have something to say, because if you don't, then you're going to hear this.
Man. It's enough to make a guy have to take a little time out here.
There's a kind of a psychosomatic thing that happens every time.
Pavlov's dog.
But anyway.
Pavlov's log, though, in this case.
Thanks for the TMI.
Whatever, it's a 2. I'll take it. Literally, it's a number 2.
It is.
Sorry.
I always thought Kaká should have worn the number 2.
Exactly.
Don't you think that? I always thought that. Is that too, do you know who that is, Crandy?
2 on the nose. Yeah,
of course I know who that is.
I know, but sometimes we age ourselves. Was it Lucas? You had never seen Star Wars or something like that?
That's false.
Yeah, well, anyway, every now and again we'll have a reference, and I just expect everybody in the room to get it.
Yeah.
And these two are looking at us like, the hell are you talking about?
Yeah.
And Kaká, that's been a minute. I know you're a huge soccer fan.
He played for Orlando FC 3 years ago.
Okay, but I don't know that part. I just know that he used to be one of the greatest players in the world.
True.
Now,
League Pass Luke checking in.
Now he's old. Yeah, now he's old. And so now he's old Kaká. Anyway, it is all brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. Sorry. I'm just trying to get through this.
I like it.
Yeah.
It's my fault for the derail.
No, I like your derails. I wish you would have derailed last night. I hate the Dodgers so much.
I know.
I don't know how to put it into words. I can't even see good things happen to people in Dodger uniforms on off days. I now don't want the Giants to trade for Vlad Jr. just because he's running around in a Dodger jersey. Don't do that. I don't even like him because he likes Teoscar Hernandez.
I get the hatred of the Dodgers just on principle, but Teoscar Hernandez to me is one of the least hateable Dodgers of memory.
He's been a Dodger for 14 seconds.
Exactly.
But I don't care. He's wearing the jersey. Good things happened. I'm triggered.
I get that. And to me, it triggers me a little bit, but the way I'm kind of annoyed is the fact that that's the exact kind of player that the Giants need to go out and target and get, but they don't have, I think, a number of things in place that would help them get that. One, they're not a good enough team. And 2, I don't think that their clubhouse culture is as welcoming to a Teoscar Hernandez. And I think it's...
What do you mean by that?
Not enough Latin players. Not enough Latin players? I don't think they have enough of that fun swagger. The Giants are kind of just a boring team. The Dodgers are fun.
Well, sure. Right.
I mean,
but
winning is fun, but...
I'd have to go through the roster. I mean, with it's certainly. Ramos and Matos.
It's changing.
And Doval and Soler and I mean, it's even the Dodgers. I know that is traditionally a big piece, but I'm looking at their players, and we got Betts and Freeman and Ohtani and Will Smith and what's the stupid guy, Max Muncy.
Sure,
all those guys. So. I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
I think that's traditionally how it's been. I would hope that that's not a thing. And
well, the Ramos and Matos piece, I think, is big as far as not only changing the youth movement, but also the culture in the clubhouse. Because for me, and I'm not in the clubhouse very often with the Giants, but it doesn't have a vibe of excitement.
I agree with that.
It's just kind of,
I never know with the chicken or the egg on that, though. You know what I mean? Does the excitement follow the winning, or does the winning follow the excitement? Teoscar did a 1-year deal with the Dodgers.
Yeah.
Free agent.
Exactly. And,
go get him, Farhan, or whoever your successor is.
Oh, there you go. And, I mean, that might be a part of it as well.
Yeah. Anyway, we were talking about the Warriors and Lauri Markkanen and what just to me feels like a big old fishing expedition. The whole thing, I don't know, man. I just sort of like that's not a new idea, by the way, that the Jazz are just putting out unrealistic thoughts and expectations to see if somebody will bite. And maybe the Warriors are the team that would bite because they are so enamored with Steph Curry and so beholden to him and feel like they owe him and all these things. And they're so desperate to do something with the remainder of his career that maybe they'll be that stupid. And by the way, I don't think they will be. I don't think they'll be that stupid. But I also just... I don't think Lauri Markkanen is actually that available. I just don't think he's that available.
I'm sure he's that available if the price is befitting what they think that he's worth. And you look at the Bridges deal and everything that, New York had to give up to get a player. And I think New York is more desperate than the Warriors. I wouldn't say that they're desperate yet. You look at what they did this year in free agency. They certainly added around the periphery. You knew you were going to lose Klay Thompson internally. And so you try to add some pieces. I don't think that they're yet desperate, quote unquote. The Steph comments from a couple of weeks ago did raise some eyebrows about, at least putting out the idea that he may wind up going elsewhere. You never know, but I think the desperation would come more at the deadline in February. If Steph is having another year where he's running around doing everything, right now I don't think they're as desperate as they might be in February.
Let's go to Cameron in Antioch. Hey, Cameron, what are you doing? You're with Willard and Dibs.
Cameron?
We can't hear Cameron, boys. There he is. Hi, Cameron.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. How y'all doing?
Yeah, good morning.
Cameron.
For sure. Yeah, I think Markkanen will be a good addition, but I would not trade all the young guys for him. But I definitely would trade Pods and them picks, because if we keep Pods, Kerr going to run out with them 3 to 4 guard lineups, and we're going to get cooked every time. So I think we should go get Markkanen. We need a center. We got TJD. We got that new rookie, but Markkanen is going to come in and do what he needs to do. Curry is still in his prime. Curry still could get championships. If they put the right teams around him, the right lineups and rotations, I got all the faith in Curry to go get us another ring.
Yeah, but it's going to be a hell of a lot more than just Podziemski, Cameron. Like, how many picks are you willing to put in there?
Whatever it takes for Curry to get his 5th ring. That's how I feel.
Yeah, Cameron, I get it.
Yeah.
I get it, but I mean, the smart answer for whatever it takes is there might not be an answer to that. You know what I mean? Whatever it takes, it's like I don't know if there is a mathematical equation that leads to Steph Curry winning another one. You can try, but you gotta. That's the equation they got to figure out. How hard do you try until you get to the point where you're trying too hard?
And then you wind up wasting the next 10 years. And if you're Joe Lacob, you are concerned about life after Steph. Yeah, you want to get one more and you're always competitive in the rest of it, but you do have to at least have one eye toward the future of your franchise, because at some point Steph is going to retire. He's going to be too old to play, or he's not going to want to play. That day is coming sooner rather than later. Steph Curry is not only in the back 9 of his career, he might be on the 15th tee box.
I mean, I look at it this way, and Grandy, this is kind of what you were saying this morning. Like, instead of, I think sometimes we try to bite off more than we can chew, and we're all worried about 2028 when it's 2024. Like, I'm not that worried about 2028. I think you have to keep it in mind, but like, that can't be the centerpiece of the way you're thinking. But you also can't be 100% all about 2024. So you ride that line, and this is where you end up. Without cratering anything, just try to be as good as you can be. So it's not just like championship, Steph, remainder of his career. Just be a really good basketball team. How can you get better this year without tumbling off the edge of a cliff for whatever, 2 years from now, 3 years from now, and 4 years from now?
And that's what they tried to do with their 3 fringe signings in the free agency. They did I don't think they got worse. They might have gotten a little bit better, so I don't think that they're going to, quote, crater. But you do also have to remember Steph Curry and his desire to not just be a plucky little 7 or 8 seed. He wants to be one of the real ones again. So you do have to keep that in mind in every move you make.
All right, we're streaming live on Twitch and YouTube, twitch.tv/957 the game, youtube.com/957 the game. It's all powered by First NorCal Credit Union. You should check it out and see how much better looking we are than Bonte and Joe. You should.
Yeah.
Log on and just see for yourselves. And we'll go to the phones next. 888-957-9570 is the number. A lot of you want to weigh in on all of this. And a Dodgers fan that wants to rub it in. Let's take that call. That'll be fun. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Lineup all jacked up, sponsored by Jack's Restaurant and Bar. This, for this week only, is Willard and Dibbs.
And, Mark, I'm glad you mentioned Fremont Bank.
Now back to the morning roast on 95.7 The Game. Filling in for Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. Here's Willard and Dibbs.
Fillard and Dibbs.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is that us?
That's you.
Okay. I'm sorry. What are we doing?
Mark Fillard.
Okay. Yeah, we're doing our show. And it's in the morning this week. Glad you're with us. Willard and Dibbs. If you're new to our show, hang out for a second. Pour yourself a cup of coffee or do what I do, get it iced and hang out and check it out and then do the same. If you're moving around your way, your drive time, whatever, check it out later in the day too. Maybe you don't know Bonte and Joe as well. Maybe you don't know Steiny and Goo as well. Check it out. We're moving things around. It's All-Star break. We're having a good time. Thanks for the hang here on Willard and Dibbs, and it's all brought to you by Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
And I look forward to informally polling our brothers here on air on the station to see how they liked it or did not like it. I know I can speak only for myself and say, boss, if you're listening, I'm loving this. I'm loving the morning.
You're trying to steal the morning show. Look at you.
Been there, done that.
That's true.
However, if you want to mix it up from time to time, I'm all about it. I'm all about that 4 a.m. life.
I have no issue with it whatsoever. And I think that, look, there's pluses and minuses. I keep telling everyone, how do you like the morning show? I like it for one day. Talk to me in a month when I haven't slept or whatever. So I get it. There's pluses and minuses to all of it. If we were to do this during the school year, I would be, I'm sorry, what's the word? Effed. That's what it is.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I would be.
You haven't swore yet today, unlike yesterday.
That's
you came
right.
out cussing.
Gosh, man, I think you guys won that battle, at least in the school of public opinion.
Oh, you heard from other people?
Well, a buddy of mine was like, I think it's so funny that you cussed and you didn't know it. And I'm like, but I didn't.
Right.
But apparently you all agree that I did, so we'll go with it.
Yeah, check swing. You went. Punch him out.
Whatever.
It's over.
We're brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. Hey, a lot of you want to talk Warriors and marketing, so we will, but we got to get Ron in Fairfield out of the way first. He wants to scream about the Dodgers or something. Ron, why are you a mean person early in the morning? Why do you wake up like this? Did you have a bad dream? What's your problem, Ron? What's the problem?
Hey, it ain't no problem. And I'm coming through Fairfield. I drive 18-wheelers. I'm on my way back to Oakland. Hey, I normally talk to Bonte and them in the morning. I'm known as Jackie Robinson, Dodger Blue. I talked to you the first part of the year when you was talking that smack about what you was going to get the Dodgers. I said, we don't want you to give us nothing because we're going to take it. But now, since you got me stirred up, you was right on time because now I ain't got to worry about falling asleep at the wheel. As soon as you start hating on my Dodgers, that woke me up. And I'm driving in all this back-to-back traffic, too. That's right. So, but you know what? You woke me up. You got me woke.
Good morning.
And I'm glad.
Yep.
And, like I say, you guys are always looking up at us, which I love. Just like I'm a Laker fan too. Just like the Warriors are always looking up at us. That's right.
Why are the Phillies so much better than you, Ron? What's happening there? With this payroll, I would imagine that you would have higher goals than the 5th best record in Major League Baseball. What's wrong this year?
Let me finish.
Okay.
Be careful who you stir up in the morning. You won't call us. Be careful who you stir up in the morning.
Oh, Ron, I don't know how well you know me. I ain't careful.
He's reckless.
I ain't careful when it comes to the Dodgers. There's never going to be a day where I wake up and I don't hate the Dodgers, and I don't like the word hate. I don't use it in any other facet of my life. It's reserved solely, Ron, for your baseball team.
That's right. Because you know how we do you. You know how we do you. You know how we do you over the years. You followed us out here from New York.
Over which years? Over which years, Ron? How do you do us?
We were the first one. Wait, listen to me. We was the first ones out here. You followed us out here.
Oh, I don't care about 1,000 years ago. Who cares about 1,000 years ago, Ron? You know what's sad is that Dodger fans have been relegated to talking about 1,000 years ago so much. What happens in all seasons that house a 63rd game, since 1988. In all seasons that have a 63rd game, what happens in those seasons, Ron?
We whoop y'all butts every year. That's
No,
what happens.
no, you don't.
We got a better record than you right now.
Of course you do. Of course you do. You got a better regular season record all the time. A third of a championship. Ron, good morning. Thank you for calling.
Thank you, Ron.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. I think you meant 163rd game, right?
No. No, in all seasons.
Other than like a
that have
shortened
a
season.
63rd game, the Dodgers don't finish in first. In all of them. Since I was 13 years old.
13, yeah.
In all of them. So.
That was 1988, right?
1988.
Yeah. Gibson.
That was a wee little thing. I couldn't even drive down the street to tell my friends about how the A's just got beat.
Yeah, all right.
Couldn't even drive.
Yeah.
13.
I was 20.
It's probably the worst year of everybody's life, isn't it? 13.
That depends.
I mean, I didn't know it then. You're having fun, you think, when you're 13, at least if you're a boy. Poor girls with what they're going through, their bodies changing, and it's just, especially now, the anxiety, all of that stuff. I wouldn't want to be a teen today, and I think everybody in their 40s looks back and feels that way. But I thought I was having a good time, but then Mickey Hatcher and all that crap happened. I'm like, I'm not having a good time anymore.
Gibson, the Bulldog, forever giant, Oral Hershiser.
Attaboy, Bulldog. Attaboy. Ugh, yuck.
Yeah.
Anyway, we can move back on to the Warriors and Laurie.
We probably should.
Yeah. Let's do
I don't
that.
like to see you in a hateful place. It makes me uncomfortable.
Well, I'm not in a hateful place. It is very targeted. It is singular, and it will never change. And there is no hate in my heart.
Well,
you know that.
There's a little corner right there in the blue part of your heart.
I don't have a blue part of my heart. That's the point.
That's where the hate comes from.
I painted it orange.
Yep.
I reached in there, and I'm like, no. We're not doing blue.
City Connect Tuesdays. Turns out that's not a thing anymore.
Well, not tonight. It's not. Although, wait a minute. The last City Connect Tuesday, last Tuesday, kind of magical.
Yep.
Walk off, wild pitch.
Because that's what the offense is these days.
Yeah, whatever. It works. It's okay. It's okay, Dodgers. Hopefully, you'll catch the Phillies and the Guardians and the Orioles and the Yankees, hopefully. Let's go to Dev in an Uber on Willard and Dibbs. Hi, Dev. What are you doing?
Hey, guys, man. It's been a minute since I've called. How you doing?
Good, Dev. We're doing great.
We're hanging, man.
Man, right for it. So I wanted to talk Warriors, man. As always, man, I'm a diehard, been forever. And I don't know if these trades push the needle, like kind of what you guys are saying. Like maybe somebody plays a little harder, because they're playing for a contract year or whatever instead of Andrew Wiggins. But I think that realistically, we got to look at this and say, hey, we had a good run. Like we got those rings, and we might have to wait some years to get some other ones back. I don't like to say it. It didn't even sound good saying it out loud, but we're looking at the rest of just at the West. Just look at the Kings. They got a tad better, and they may even be the 7th seed. Like look at the youth. Look at the length that is in the West alone, and the gauntlet we would have to go through. We need new chemistry here. We gotta hope Draymond doesn't get suspended. It's a lot of what ifs and wishes around here, and it's unfortunate. But I hope that we continue to support these Dubs regardless, because they gave us a lot of good basketball, and we got to be faithful and loyal. We can't just root for them when we're winning and then don't support them when they're down.
Yeah.
So
Dev, I
just
love
wanted to look at both ends of the spectrum, guys.
I love what you're saying,
Dev.
but those both ends, Dev, thank you. Like those both ends of the spectrum is kind of what we've been talking about, which is in the same point. Dev used the quote, basically the way he said it is, we had a good run. You know what I mean? Which feels like, okay, white flag. Let's start recalibrating for the future. But then at the end of the call, he's like, we got to stay fully thankful and respectful to these Dubs because they gave us a lot of wins. Well, a lot of people look at that point and say, well, how do you be respectful to Steph Curry? And Steph would argue you don't wave the white flag.
No, and they will never wave the white flag. They're not going to do what the Brooklyn Nets did, which is trade one of your best players for basically 6 picks and a couple of aging veterans and a fringe NBA player. And they're probably going to trade Cam Johnson as well and completely strip the thing down. That's waving the white flag. Oklahoma City years ago, when they traded Paul George and they got Gilgeous-Alexander and a boatload of picks, that was a white flag. San Antonio's waved the white flag. The Warriors will never do that.
Never?
No, not with Joe Lacob as the owner. Not now, anyway.
Never?
By never, I mean with Steph Curry in the building.
I mean,
we can talk about post-Steph,
yeah,
and maybe you got to take a year or two and really strip it all the way down and build it back up. But as long as Steph is here, they're not going to wave the white flag.
I
don't believe it.
I look at how different things can be from one year to the next, and for me, I'm never going to say never, because if you go back a year ago, the idea of the Warriors looking at Klay Thompson and just being like, yeah, dude, just go. I mean, unthinkable. I never would have thought that that's the way it was going to go.
Right.
But what changes that? What allows that into the building? Well, I would argue spending over $400 million on your payroll and not even making the playoffs. That changes a perspective big time. What if this particular Warrior team, what if this roster that we're looking at, what if this is the team? And what if they're the 12th seed? What if? Then what does he do?
Well, he doesn't trade Steph Curry. I think that he goes out.
Sure?
I'm pretty sure. Yeah. I would say
you.
I'm positive, but I'm not the owner. I'm not the one, manning the puppet strings. But
I'm just saying,
to
man.
me, that makes no business sense. It makes no basketball sense.
Not now. But what are we looking at if this goes poorly?
You're looking at trying to find a way to rebuild it and maybe trade young players and give it one last swing, one last bite at the apple. I don't think that Joe Lacob, even if you were heading toward a 12th seed at the deadline next year, I think that he would go out and try to make a bold move to keep this thing moving and resuscitate it. I don't see a scenario, as long as Steph Curry's here, and to a lesser extent Draymond Green, because you could essentially move off of Draymond. You could trade him. I don't think that does as much for you as trading Podziemski, trading Kuminga, trading a bunch of picks. I think that has more value, but I don't see a scenario where you just wave the white flag.
Yeah, I don't see it right now either. I just wonder if we don't open up to a whole new world if another year from now things are even more painful or even more frustrating, and it's not out of the realm of possibility. I don't foresee it. You know what I mean? Like, I think the Warriors are still, like, you can go out and win 45 to 50 games. They're still going to be relevant. You're going to be on some level a part of this, but I just keep reminding people, Joe Lacob looked at last year and was like, this is flat out unacceptable.
Right. Because he spent $400 million for that.
This is unacceptable. And if you get to the end of next year and he's like, this is even more unacceptable, like, where does that emotion take you? I'm not saying it's trade Steph Curry. I'm just saying, like, it is on the table that this goes in the wrong direction. And how does he react to that? Like, he is a businessman and he will remove emotion when needed. He just did.
Right.
He just did it. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online, or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Again, we're going to give away the autographed Klay Thompson jersey on Friday. We're going to qualify 3 people, 1 per show. The 3 qualifiers get a 3-pack of Klay Thompson bobbleheads, so everyone gets the bobbles, and then 1 grand prize winner will also get the jersey, okay? And so we're going to do it 3 times. That's 8 a.m. with us, 1 o'clock on the roast, 5 o'clock with Steiny and Goose. Stay tuned all week for details. Let's keep going. Joe in Burbank with Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Joe, what's up?
Good morning, guys. Nice change to have you on the morning show.
Thanks, Joe.
I wouldn't trade for Markkanen. You know, we all talk about perimeter defense, so important now, the perimeter defense in the league. And, so many teams have big 2s and 3s as their main scorers. You got to have somebody to cover them, to slow them down. And I still think with Wiggins and Kuminga, they can cover those 2 scorers. I think they're great defensively. I think they can learn to play together. When you think about it, everybody's talking about trades, but when you think about a lineup with Steph at the 1, Wiggins at the 2, Kuminga at the 3, Draymond at the 4, and TJD at the 5, that team, I think, has enough offense. Besides Steph, Wiggins, and Kuminga, they should give them enough offense. And you got Draymond with defense and TJD, and you look at that roster, 4 out of 5 guys are really good defensively. So I think it's not worth trading for Markkanen, and I think we have a team that can compete. Besides the 5 that I named as a starting lineup, you got Pods and Mooney and Anderson, Melton, Buddy Hield, and on and on. You got a great bench. And I hear a lot of talk about they think the Warriors might start Pods at the 2. The only problem is then you're small in the backcourt. So I think they're talking about keeping Curry's minutes down to 30 minutes so he's rested. He's not dead at the end of the season. Pods can come in and take 18 minutes just from Curry, and he can cover 2s and 3s depending on the size and the lineup. So what do you guys think? I kind of like Steph, Wiggins, Kuminga, Draymond, and TJD. I think that team has a lot of defense and capable on offense. What do you guys think?
Joe, thanks for calling. I think you have a reasoned approach. You're obviously a very dialed-in fan. I see it a little bit differently. It sounds to me, and listening to you talk, Dibs, I don't know what you think, but it sounds to me like you are overrating certain aspects of the game that these players we're talking about have. You said that Curry, Wiggins, Kuminga, Draymond, TJD, 4 out of 5 are really good defensively. I'd argue Draymond is still really good defensively. The others are okay. They're inconsistent.
Wiggins is amazing at times.
At times. Kuminga can do some things at times. TJD can block a shot here or there. Defensive rotation's not there yet, just coming off of a rookie year. That's a lot to ask. You have Pods coming in to spell Steph Curry. Can Pods be an NBA point guard and handle like non-Steph minutes? I don't think that's been established at all.
No.
I also think there are major players who have been brought in that you now have as bench players who I don't think necessarily are going to be bench players. The idea that Wiggins and Kuminga can just, quote, learn to play together. They worked on that for an entire year. It got better. It's not good enough. They clearly don't want to feature Andrew Wiggins. And even the contention that group has, quote, enough offensively, I disagree.
I also disagree.
I disagree.
TJD and Draymond Green are not offensive threats.
No, those are spacing killers, and Wiggins and Kuminga are wildly inconsistent, especially with their outside shooting.
Yeah.
I don't see that. That, to me, that is a not good enough group.
And you think about the bench, and DeAnthony Melton's coming off a back injury, and Buddy Hield is a guy who can be either absolutely on fire or a guy who just goes 1 for 12 or 1 for 13. So, and I think that Kyle Anderson is going to be a really good piece for them.
Agreed.
Defensively and offensively. He's got a high IQ, and I heard him on with Steiny and Goo. I guess that was last Thursday. Terrific interview. I'm looking forward to watching him in this system. I think he's going to fit in great, but another guy who isn't necessarily a big scoring threat. So, and then you got Looney and GP2, of course, on the bench as well, and then Moody. Right now, it seems to me that you have too many players and not enough high-level players in this rotation. So it'd be great if you could get rid of 3 and bring in 1, which is why this market and trade for me becomes so fascinating, because you get a better player, you get a real number 2 in your starting lineup, and you shake free some of the rotational problems with too many guys, not enough spots.
Right, and we're leaving out a huge issue. The Warriors are just not tall enough. I know this sounds simplistic. They are too small. They're too small, and I know that some of you will say, this isn't just about Markkanen, and some will say, oh, he's a 7-footer, but he doesn't play 7 feet. Fine, what does he play, 6'10"? Like, they are too small. So, like, you've got to go get some bigger people. And so many of the bigs that the Warriors do have, they kill spacing because they can't do anything on the perimeter. That's another thing that makes Markkanen very attractive. He is 7 feet, and he can really hit a three. He can hit a three. This is what Draymond, largely, I know the numbers were fun last year. He is not someone who's consistent with his three. TJD would never even consider taking one. Looney would never consider taking one. A 7-footer who can shoot a three, I promise you, I know this. That is exactly, if the Warriors could draw up a player, that's who they draw up. A 7-footer who can shoot. They love the idea. And that's why they are prone to overpay for Lauri Markkanen. And that's why Danny Ainge, I believe, has marked them.
No doubt. And that's why the Warriors have been the most active team in looking to pursue it, because they know the same thing that you just laid out. They are too small. You've got 3 guys in your team who are 6'2", and you're looking to play Pods maybe at shooting guard, and he's maybe 6'5", listed at 6'5". Feels like he's closer to 6'3" or 6'4". Draymond Green is going to try to guard all the centers, and he is probably 6'6", maybe 6'7". Kevon Looney's got your size, and people want to disparage Lauri Markkanen for 8 rebounds a game. 8 rebounds a game would lead the Golden State Warriors. You didn't have anybody who rebounded more than Draymond at 7.2 a game. So before you want to say, Lauri Markkanen's not a guy who can really even play like a center at all, he does get 8 rebounds. He can block a shot. Perimeter defense, probably not his strength, but it's going to be what happens when you get a 7-footer who plays in the wing.
It's not bad. It's also not bad. Like he's not a joke defensively, I don't think. Lucky in the city. Hi, Lucky. You're on with Willard and Dibbs. What's up?
Hey, good morning, fellas. How you guys doing today?
What's cooking?
Oh, man, I want to talk about this Markkanen chatter we keep hearing, man. I do agree with you. We do need some size, but I don't want to give up the farm for this guy, man. We got at least get 2 7-footers if we can. If you can't get him, go get somebody like, I guess, Brandon Ingram or Josh Okogie, whoever's out there that's at least 6'9", 6'10", man. That's what we do need size to help combat that, man, because we've been getting killed on the boards. Even though Draymond and Loon been holding their own, we need help in that aspect, man, as well as we need scoring. But I think we can get scoring with Milton and Buddy, unfortunately. But, yeah, we got Buddy, so we can get that with him.
Well,
I like that. Unfortunately,
yeah. Lucky, thank you. Here's something I hear with the Warriors. And by the way, we've talked about Brandon Ingram. We believe the Warriors are not interested. There are fit issues between Steve Kerr and Brandon Ingram. And then Grandy, who was the other player he came up with?
He said Josh Okogie because they need like a 6'9", 6'10" guy. He's 6'4".
Got it, Josh Okogie. Okay, here's what I hear with the Warriors. People will throw out like, okay, you can play defense. You got Draymond, and you got TJD, and sometimes Wiggins. And then you could get scoring with Curry, and Melton can hit a three, and Buddy Hield. And then Pods can do that. I'm like, wait a minute. You can only put 5 people out there at once. And that's the problem. The Warriors, in a vacuum, I could sit here and pick guys. It's like, we need somebody to do that. Oh, well, you have this person, and this person, and this person. The Warriors roster right now would be fine if you could play 8 of them at once. The problem is they don't have enough guys who can do it all. They'd like, okay, I've got a little scoring here, right, but now this spacing killer and that spacing killer need to be on the floor. Well, but this guy can score, right, but he's too small and he'll get cooked defensively. The Warriors have all the characteristics of a good team. It just takes them 8 or 9 players for you to feel like you got there, and I'm pretty sure the rules aren't going to change between now and the start of the year.
Unless you can go to hockey substitutions and have one player on offense, and here comes Kyle Anderson, pop him in, and Buddy Hield only plays half the floor. You got a couple of guys always back on defense, but I do think that that's the biggest problem with the roster, is you have too many players who are one-way players, not two-way players.
That's a good point, yeah. We're sponsored by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water. We'll keep taking your calls. Lineup's all jacked up. It's Willard and Dibbs here in the morning, brought to you by Jack's Restaurant and Bar. 888-957-9570 is the number. For those of you just waking and getting in your car wherever you're going, we'll replay for you the comment from Shams, the latest update about the Jazz and the Warriors, and let you sort of make your own judgment based on what he said.
Podziemski.
Plus, we've got two other really big things today. You got to hear what Adam Schefter said about the Niners and Brandon Aiyuk, and you got to hear what we've got to say about Camilo Doval. So all of that is still ahead. Good morning. This is Willard and Dibbs.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine?
Now back to the morning roast on 95.7 The Game. Filling in for Bonte and Shasky, here's Mark Willard and Dan Dibley.
Also known as Now Back to Willard and Dibs, which has moved its time slot for 1 week and 1 week only, just like all the other dudes have.
Yep.
Okay? Lineup jacked up for 1 week. Let's have some fun. It's sponsored by Jack's Restaurant and Bar. If you're new to the show, if you're rising and shining, if you're just rubbing all that gunk out of your eyes, no, you're not dreaming, and no, nothing permanent happened. We're just having some fun and messing around. So it's Willard and Dibs this week in the morning. Bonte and Joe will come on in the midday, and Steiny and Goo will handle afternoon drive. It was weird doing the whole day and then cruising home late afternoon yesterday. And I'm like, oh, there's Guru.
Yeah.
And there's Steiny. And listening to them talk about Lowry Markkinen at like 5 o'clock.
Yeah, pretty fun.
I was like,
I enjoyed it.
What's happening right now?
I had the same experience.
I feel like I've been awake for 48 hours.
It was pretty fun. I actually grabbed myself a little nap. Baby nap.
Did you nap?
Dibs napped. It was a double nap. Double nap Monday in our house. Oh,
I did not nap. I am going to try to do this week without the nap. I'm going to try because
that's reckless.
It's not. I think it's the correct approach.
Well, we'll see on Thursday.
For me.
Yeah.
No, there's a few reasons. First of all, I feel like if I'm napping in the afternoon, I'm giving up what I'm getting for being here in the morning. I want those hours to go do something. Let's go play some golf or something like that. I'm not going to be nap. Plus, if I nap, I'm not tired at the time that I want to be tired at night. I want to be tired at 10 o'clock and go to bed. If I nap, I'm going to stay up till midnight, and now we're in a bad spot again.
Okay.
That's just me.
That is you.
That's just me. I took a ferry ride with the kids yesterday, came back into the city, and had lunch.
Super fun.
Yeah, it was great.
I went home and fed lunch to a 22-month-old, and then she goes and takes a nap, so I'm sitting in the house with a baby sleeping. I can't go anywhere.
Well, sure.
So then
okay.
Shut it down.
Yeah, shut it down now.
She took 2 hours. I took 2 hours.
I get it.
We both woke up cranky, and we moved on with our day.
That's the other thing, man. When I do that, you wake up at 2:30 in the afternoon. Yeah. I'm like, I'm sweating. And where am I?
What day is it?
What day is it? Who are you? Who let you in here? It's just, I can't. I can't stand that. When I used to do mornings 1,000 years ago with Bruno, though, I will tell you, because this is back in the single days, and I would just go home and it was just me. And like, boy, you go home and I'm starving. So there'd be a massive meal at 11 a.m. And then if I try to watch 2 minutes of TV, gone.
Yeah.
Wake up at 3 in the afternoon, you've gained 10 pounds, and you're like, where am I? And I'm like, I don't like that. So we're going to power through this sucker.
All right.
Okay?
I take it even a step further. No naps.
No naps.
And no caffeine.
Oh, God.
All day? Without caffeine all day.
What the hell's the matter with you?
Seriously.
What do you want? Why are you doing
I'll
that?
probably pass out by Thursday.
Yeah, why are you doing that?
I'm going strong. I don't drink caffeine.
Oh,
so
well,
I'm
then
not
that's
starting for this.
Well,
what a sacrifice.
Hang on a second. That was totally set up incorrectly.
I actually decided this week, no heroin. That's it. I mean,
I'm giving up cocaine.
That's it. Drew a line in the sand.
Even though I've never done it before in my life. We're not doing it this week either.
In the past, when I have a stretch or I know I have a terribly long day and I'm going to be up for like 20 hours, sometimes I'll have a cup of coffee in the morning when I normally don't. But you know what? I'm going to make it without this.
Grady, what you said is never not going to be funny. You can say whatever you want right now, but that was hilarious.
That was awesome.
You're like, I'm doing no caffeine.
That's it.
I don't ever have caffeine, but I'm not doing it this week either. All right, that's a big change. Okay, good for you.
That's awesome.
I hope it works. Anyway, hi, everybody. Good morning.
The lineup is jacked up, is the point.
The lineup is totally jacked up, and we're having a good time. Hey, before we play again for you, the Sham Sharania mispronouncing Brandon Pajemski.
It's Shams, by the way.
I know, but I'm saying if until he says Pajemski, I'm calling him Shams because he's a sham. The whole thing, you can't be the top NBA reporter and not know people's names. You can't do it.
He knows his name.
What if he
just can't say it?
He's like, Clutch Sports believes that LeBron James. Like, what are we doing? What do we do? He's on the all-rookie team. Get his name right. What are we doing?
We're struggling.
It's not that hard.
Some people have a mental block over pronunciations. You see it all the time.
You know what that is, don't you?
It's a mispronunciation sensation is what it is. Thank you, Tim Roy.
Anyway, before we play that, quick aside, our favorite. Team USA did not look good last night. And they won. They beat Australia in a squeaker. You worried?
Yeah.
You are?
Oh, I've been worried.
Okay, why?
But I already said on this very station, different day part, different audience.
It'd be weird if you said it on a different station.
They're not winning the gold medal.
I agree with you, by the way.
I mean,
but here's the thing. I'm not worried because I don't care.
I know you don't care. So I'm surprised that you even brought it up. And I'm also a little surprised that you even noticed because you don't care.
Well, it's
are we going to spend our time talking about things about which we don't care?
Hang on. Let me adjust.
Hang on.
Let me adjust. I don't care.
Okay.
Because that's a terrible phrase. I hate the whole phrase. Like, honestly, what a dismissive thing to say to people.
I don't care that you hate the phrase, but go ahead.
It's not my top priority for the Olympics that Team USA wins. I think that if you've been watching, there's two things here. I've already said 100 times in a row, my hope for the Olympics is that Steph Curry comes back healthy. That's number one, okay? But number two, if I'm really, and I don't know if you're, quote, an Olympic. Thank you. I don't know if you're, quote, an Olympics person or not. And I don't just mean you, Dibs, anybody listening. If you're into the Olympics, if that's something that floats your boat, then I would argue Team USA basketball is kind of not the thing. They're still, for me, even though it's now been 40 years, still for me, there is a very that's not the Olympics vibe to Team USA basketball. That's fine. I have no issue with it. I'm not saying, oh, we need to go back to where everything's amateur and all of this. You can never have won $1 before. No, that's not what I'm getting at. But the Olympics, if you're into sitting down and doing the Olympics, it's about storytelling. It's about learning about athletes that we've never seen before and this journey through waking up at 4 a.m. every day, and my parents drove me an hour and a half to an ice rink, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Olympics. I know these guys' stories. LeBron James and Steph Curry got it.
Well, the story's not about...
It doesn't hit that muscle for me to take a bunch of the best players in the world and send them to France and play basketball against one another. It's like, that's fine. I watch these guys play basketball all year long.
Yes, but now it's a different collection, and I think that the story is not about who are you, but for Steph Curry in particular, it's about him achieving the one thing that he's been unable to achieve, which is an Olympic gold medal. And so that becomes his story, and KD's going for number 4, and all the rest of the individual stories. There's the controversy about Kawhi Leonard being sent home, and Jaylen Brown not being the replacement, but instead it's Derek White. So there are different stories. I'm just looking at the odds. The USA to win gold, minus 500.
That's a terrible bet.
They are heavy favorites.
That's a terrible bet. Don't bet on that.
I agree with you.
Yeah, don't bet on that.
Canada is 11-1. France, who I think will win, the host country, 14-1. And then you get Serbia with the Joker and, a team that is very good. I just think that the way the U.S. is playing and, some of the problems with the roster, I don't know if they're going to win it. Yeah. I don't think they will. Yeah. And they haven't looked great.
They barely beat Australia. But
I do think that the way it's set up now with the pros, it actually works now better than it used to because other countries have great teams as well.
Yeah, I have no problem with the pros being there. That's not my point. My point is it just doesn't hit the Olympic muscle for me. It's just, it feels like some sideshow. Like, okay, it's almost like the Ryder Cup. You know what I mean? Like we watch golf all year, and then at the end of the year, all right, now you go represent your country, and let's do the thing. It's like, okay, we'll do this for a few days, a few weeks, whatever. Let's watch them play. That's fun. I can get into it, but it's not the end-all, be-all. Like even when you just said, Kevin Durant's going for his 4th. Okay. If Kevin Durant walks out of his career with 3 gold medals or 4, whatever.
Make or break for the Hall of Fame right now.
It's like, whatever. And if this matters to Steph, I'm a Steph fan, so good. Good on you. I'll root for it. But like as a Warrior fan, that's not my priority for my Steph Curry viewing.
Yeah.
Like,
your priority is for him to just remain
Warrior
healthy.
basketball.
Right.
Yeah.
Remain healthy in the Olympics. Do you have an Olympic muscle? I mean, will you?
At times.
Is it something that you'll be excited about, or if it's on, you'll throw it on? Or
yeah, it's kind of like if it's on, I'll throw it on. Are there stories that I will get into? Sure. Am I a diehard Olympics fan? No.
Okay.
No, I never have been. I like the stories. Some years it works better than others. Some years it's on in the middle of the night. Sometimes they're replaying. Like in the age of the internet, the Olympics, I think, has been harder because sometimes we're watching something that happened 8 hours earlier and we all know because it's all over social media. Yeah, it doesn't feel like it used to. You know what I mean? It doesn't feel like when we were, I don't know, watching FloJo or something like, you know what I mean? It doesn't, Carl Lewis, like it doesn't feel like that, but it's fine. Come home healthy.
Yeah, exactly. Come home healthy.
Yeah. If you lose to France and you get a silver medal, we're all going to be all right.
They took 4th at the World Cup, didn't even medal last time around.
And nobody even knows that. So that
Steve Kerr knows it.
Okay. I would argue that most people, and this is kind of the way many, not all, Grandy, Lucas, and you, Dibs, you guys close your ears for a second. Lots of soccer fans in America
God.
No, a lot of you are fake fans. Not you 3, but a lot of people have decided because it's cool, they're all into soccer, but like when it doesn't go well, you get over it in 11 seconds. Like right now, what has happened with Team USA soccer in the last handful of years, if that happened in other countries that actually care, this would be the largest disaster in all of sports in the history of the country. And we'll act angry about it for like Tuesday and Wednesday. And then everybody, whatever.
Well, that's the casuals.
Yeah.
I do think that there are more hardcore soccer fans than what people think. And like the Greg Berhalter debacle, the fact that he has been fired again.
A lot of you see Grandy's clapping. A lot of people clapping. But a lot of people driving around are like, "I'm sorry, Greg, who?"
Right, exactly.
Like, you don't like they don't even know, and so that's fine. I also think a lot of American soccer fans, you're not even really. It's not even all about Team USA.
It's because Team USA is an embarrassment.
Well,
the U.S. national program is an embarrassment, and the inability to really develop a youth program. Going back to when I was a youth, which is half a century, it's still broken. And you had Berhalter as the coach, and you replaced him, and then you rehired him, and now you fired him again. 330 million people in this country, and we can't field an elite team. It is
correct.
It's infuriating.
Correct.
Our professional league is, I think an embarrassment is too strong, but our professional league is weak sauce. How about that?
Yeah.
With all the money we have and the city and the infrastructure, and then we try to host an event and we can't even control security.
It's not prioritized.
You've got thousands of people climbing over walls, and it's just an ongoing embarrassment. That's enough of the soccer talk.
Well, no, actually,
back to the Olympics.
I have one other soccer question. This is just as fast.
Yes, you're not allowed to use your hands unless you're the goalie.
No, I knew that.
Okay.
I knew that.
Sorry, that was
I did one time in AYSO ball as a kid. I picked up a ball that I thought it had gone out of bounds, but it had gone over the penalty box line.
Oh, boy.
And everyone was sitting there looking at each other. And we were all kids. Everyone's looking at each other like, I'm not sure what to do. Like everyone stopped playing. And I just walked over, and I'm like, for God's sakes, let's move on. And I picked up the ball. The ref's like,
straight red?
Yep. No, like penalty kick.
Okay.
Penalty kick. My friend Karen, who was the goalie, she stopped it.
Solid. Big time, Karen.
Thanks, Karen.
Have my
anyway,
back.
I have a question for the three of you, because this is what I do see a lot in the American soccer fans who think they're all cool and go out on the weekends and do the thing in the fields and get hurt and all that stuff. You've all seemed to pick a European team. How do you go about making this selection? None of you live there. Most of you have never even been to the place that you like. Lucas,
Super question.
Yeah, what's your silly team that you're all freaked out about every day that you've never actually seen play?
Well, I've never seen him play live.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Are you talking domestically in terms of clubs or national?
No. Like, who's your
Clubs.
He's
He's talking about Arsenal.
Arsenal, yeah.
Okay, Arsenal. How did you select this team?
It's a long story, but growing up, my favorite player was Wesley Sneijder. He is Dutch. His Dutch national teammate was Robin van Persie. And
RVP.
RVP was a legend for Arsenal, playing in the Premier League, and I needed to pick a Premier League team. Again, this was when I was younger.
I'm down with RVP.
And so I picked
you know
Arsenal.
me.
Okay.
That's how it works.
Grandy, who's your team?
Arsenal as well.
Oh, and how did you
I'm
find
more of a
them?
recent fan. In college, I got into soccer because a couple of my close friends were big soccer fans. They were Arsenal fans, so just by association, I became an Arsenal fan.
Okay, and Dibs?
Well, mine's a little bit more complex because I was married for a long time and I had yet to really pick a team.
Good Lord.
Hadn't picked a Premier League team, and my then wife was fans of Didier Drogba, of course, from
I love Didier Drogba.
Ivory Coast, Cote d'Ivoire, and he played for Chelsea. So she adopted Chelsea, and my son, who was about 8 at the time, also adopted Chelsea, and I kind of bandwagoned it as well.
Okay.
He left the team. I left the household, and so now I'm a little bit of an English Premier League free agent, and so I don't want to go with one of the big box teams. But it's funny because you have to associate, if you're not from there, you have to associate with a team that kind of suits you. And I found out that Chelsea is kind of the bourgeois team, if I'm not mistaken. It's like the Richie Rich team.
Okay.
That's not me. That's not who I want to be.
Totally you.
The city of Manchester has 2 teams. There's the bougie team, Manchester United, and then there's the citizens, Man City.
Man City, yes.
But you can't just become a Man City fan now because they're like the Yankees of the EPL. They win everything. So I'm kind of stuck.
All right. So I got essentially an answer there that is not a satisfying answer because...
No, the answer is, those of us in America, you usually associate with a team that has your favorite international player on it.
Okay.
That's how you pick.
But then, like you said, I'm a free agent, and I already, my shoulders went up again.
Right.
Because you don't, if you're truly, truly a fan of a team, you don't get to just switch. You're like, I turned 51 and I decided I'm not a Giants fan anymore. I'm going to take the Diamondbacks. And that's what I'm getting at.
Well,
I'm not saying
get to do that.
No, y'all can do whatever you want. But I'm just saying my fandom works in a very traditional way. I was born in the Bay Area, and I like the Giants, Niners, and Warriors.
Right, but if you were to...
That's how it works.
It's kind of boring, though, isn't it?
If you got into soccer...
I'm not ever going to change. I do get into soccer, but I don't have a team.
Exactly.
I love watching soccer,
but
I don't have a team.
If you wanted to have a team, you would have to go about a certain process of how you pick a team. We're not talking about the local teams.
Where's
here.
Christian playing right now? Who's he play for?
Pulisic?
Yeah.
That's a good question. He
Who's
was
he play
on
for?
Chelsea for... He's in Italy, right?
Who's he playing
He's
for?
in Italy. Do you know what team?
Probably is. He's not on AC Milan. He would have to be on a northern team. He's not on Roma. I'll go with Milan.
Which one?
AC Milan.
Correct.
Okay, look at that.
All right, there's my team. AC Milan.
There you go.
There you go. All right, I'm glad we got
Yunus Musa as well on that team.
Okay.
What'd you just say to me?
Yunus Musa, another
All
American.
Right, because I'm tight. Anyway.
Somewhere Christian Pulisic has just gotten injured, by the back to you.
Wow. Then that's different than every other soccer player
He's a
in the
little
world.
fragile.
Yeah, anyway. Okay. Back to Wiggins. 888-957-957. It's Willard and Dibs in the morning this week. Glad you're with us. Hope you're having a good time. We're having a good time. And this is where we kind of started. We'll get to the Schefter. We'll get to the Camilo Duvall. But this is where we kind of started this morning. Take a listen to this. This is the latest from Shams. Don't call him Shams until he can say Pajemski correctly. Here's the latest on the Dubs and the Jazz.
The Warriors and Jazz, they have continued conversations. It's just the Jazz are in a position right now, and they wouldn't be even thinking about moving Lauri Markkanen if this was a team that is trying, like Ryan knows, if you're trying to compete and win, that's a guy you compete and win with. This is a team that obviously is going down more of a rebuilding path, and if you're going to rebuild and you're trying to compete for not a playoff berth, but probably the number 1 overall pick, you have to consider. I don't think they want to move Lauri Markkanen, but if the Golden State Warriors put in a Brandon Podziemski, and from what I'm told, 3 first-round picks, 3-4 unprotected pick swaps, 3, 4 second round
Is that
picks.
a name?
Kuminga's a name, but I think the Jazz, from everything I've been told, the Jazz are more focused on Brandon Podziemski and his inclusion in the deal, all the picks being in the deal. And I think from the Warriors' perspective, it's Podziemski, but then there's not the all the picks. And if it's all the picks, then there's not going to be a Podziemski. And so this could be a back and forth, but both sides are kind of entrenched right now at where they're at, saying nothing is going to change. So only time will tell, but I think the Jazz are very comfortable with extending Lauri Markkanen, and at that point, you'll see more suitors potentially as well in him, not just teams that feel like, okay, we'll be able to re-sign him.
So when I heard this, I immediately, like my BS muscle, this is different than my Olympics muscle, my BS muscle started to contract a little bit because I'm like, this doesn't make any sense. What are we talking about here? Listen to, first of all, just the aspect of what he's suggesting the Jazz are asking for. First of all, apparently there's somebody named Podziemski that is involved in this, and the Jazz would like to have him. So, okay, let's say the Warriors give him this mythical man named Podziemski, and then he argues that the Warriors, he goes 3 first-round picks, 3 or 4 unprotected pick swaps, 3 or 4 second-round picks, and at a certain point as he's talking, I'm like, whoa, where are you going? Like, what are you...
How much more, right?
What are you talking about? No, like, that's not a thing. We're not doing 10 to 12 draft picks. But then, Dibs, there was a second piece that really, and every so often as we talk about stuff like this, it sets in. Why would Shams on the daily be given this information by the Jazz and the Warriors? Why are we on this daily journey of an update? Here's what the Jazz want. Here's what they're saying. Here's what the Warriors want. Here's what they're saying. All the deals that have actually gone down, Bridges and DeJounte Murray and et cetera. All of these deals, you don't get that. You don't get a daily update. You don't get to know exactly what everyone's saying to each other all of the time. So that tells me posturing. That tells me leverage. That tells me fishing expedition. Why on earth would these teams want Shams out there on the daily just telling everybody exactly where things are if these were genuine talks? I don't buy it.
Yeah, I think that it would be kind of as a trial balloon. Utah's thrown out. If Shams is reporting what Utah would be reportedly seeking, and it's a gigantic sort of a package of players and picks, and then the Warriors come back and float their balloon about what they might be willing to offer, and it's way, way less. And so it's a way to signal to other teams what the asking price might be. And also, I think as a point of leverage with Lauri Markkanen, as far as what the viability is of him being traded. And so it's just a way to put out mostly misinformation. The one thing about it that I find to be curious as well is that you don't hear any other team and what any other team might reportedly be offering for Lauri Markkanen. So
interesting
is it
point.
Really just the Warriors? Are they the only ones who are allegedly pursuing Lauri Markkanen? Are there other teams who are remaining silent but are also working back channels to get the player? It feels to me like this is just the Warriors and the Jazz, which tells me that it's probably unlikely to happen.
Well, I agree with you. I think that's an interesting point. Shams has reported them as the, quote, most engaged, not the only.
So
but
what
you're
are
right.
the other teams like?
Nobody's bringing up anything.
Yeah, I haven't heard any other player being linked to this from any other team.
And it makes me wonder if the Warriors are a mark. Not a Markkanen, just a mark. Because, and the reason for that would be Danny Ainge is sitting here going, okay, I'm really not that interested in trading Lauri Markkanen. I don't want to do this. He's 27 years old. He's a really good player. He's still ascending. Are we willing to extend him? Does that make all the sense for us to spend that money? Maybe not, but hell, we got to spend it on somebody to a degree. So we want Lauri Markkanen on the team, if that's his main thing that he wakes up thinking. But I do know that the Knicks just gave up like their next decade of assets for Mikal Bridges.
Yeah.
Boy, I wonder if the market right now would suggest that there's somebody who would do something crazy. All right, let me canvass the league. Who would do something crazy? Who's desperate in terms of time?
Right.
Who doesn't have time on their side?
I would think about the Warriors would be a team that doesn't have time.
Who feels they need to do something, they need to do it now, and they might act from emotion because we could, in fact, even extend Markkanen and we could still trade him. So there's no risk in us extending Lauri Markkanen and spending money that we don't want to spend. Because if we do that, we could just trade him in February, or we could trade him next offseason. He will still be incredibly viable and wanted. And in fact, that kind of money leaves it open for people to trade expiring contracts. And I would argue that if we waited till next offseason, if we're Utah, this brings even more people to the party.
Right.
But we might as well put this out there to see if there's somebody who wants to do something crazy. Who would do that?
Perhaps the Golden State Warriors. And
no harm in checking.
Absolutely not. And when you look at what Brooklyn got, they got Bogdanovich, Diakite, Shake Milton, 3 players who are either non-factors or toward the end of their career. They got unprotected first in 2025, 27, 29, and 31. So 4 first-round unprotected picks, a swap in 2028 that's not protected, a top 4 protected pick next year that comes via the Bucks, and a second-round pick in 2025. So they got 4 picks, actually 5 firsts, a swap, and a second, as well as 3 players who don't really factor into what they're trying to do. So if you're Utah and you look at that package, you think, all right, Warriors, maybe we can get Podziemski, and we can get 3 or 4 firsts, 4 swaps, and a second, because that's the going rate. And the other part of this, Mark, is what does Lauri Markkanen want? Does he want just the money and I don't care if I'm a Jazz or not? Or does he want to be able to kind of control his future destination? Because he can do a lot in this deal to force Utah's hand.
Right now he can. He has the leverage right now if there were a trade of saying, to a team, I'm not signing an extension with you. And I would think if I'm Lauri Markkanen and I play with Utah, do I want to go to San Francisco and play next to Steph Curry for the next few years? My bet would be yes, but I don't know the guy. I don't know what he wants. But you're right that right now, today, this month, he's got some leverage that in theory would go away as soon as he signs the extension.
I have a question for you guys.
What's up?
What's on my mind, I think everything you're saying there is right, and I agree with it. And obviously, Utah, if they believe they can sign Lowry to an extension, then there's no pressure for them to do anything. What if Markkanen says, he's 27, Utah's not anywhere close to competing. It's not like he's super young, not like he's 24 and has an ability to maybe hang around for a few down years. What if he approaches Danny Ainge and just says, I'm not signing an extension with you. I'll play out my last year and then I'm leaving for nothing. So either trade me now or lose me for nothing.
Well, that is a very interesting scenario that I have certainly not heard is a part of his thought process. When I hear things like that, it makes me go, okay, let's look into the guy for a second and think about, because I think Brandon Aiyuk is in a situation like what you're talking about, where if you put money in, this is why I think it's so interesting that he's playing this game of chicken, and we'll get to the Brandon thing in a little bit, but he's playing this game of chicken where he's coming from a spot where, yes, he got first round money. Yes, there's a 5th-year option that's been picked up. Brandon Aiyuk has been very well compensated, but has he gotten the dude, you're set for life?
No.
The big bag.
Well, this year he's getting $14 million.
And that's a lot of money.
But that's not 67 guaranteed.
No, it's not any of those things. So Brandon, I think you put the right bag in front of him, he's got to say yes because it's the first time. Okay, how about Lowry? We're talking about an extension that would be, I would think, north of $200 million. Okay? Now that is the big bag. What has he gotten to this point in his career? Well, if you do look at, he's scheduled this year to make 18. Last 3 years, he's 15-6, 16-7, 17-2.
He signed a deal for 4 and 67 a number of years ago.
Okay.
That's the medium-sized bag.
Right. And the career earnings for Lauri Markkanen right now sit at around 70.
Yeah.
So the big bag, no. However, is this person someone who could do what Grandy is suggesting? Play a little chicken, and take a risk. I'm going to play out my contract. Could tear an ACL, but I'm going to play out my contract.
I'm gone.
Could you take that chance? It's got $70 million in the bank.
Yes, but 70 is not 200.
Yeah. So my guess would be no, he wouldn't take that risk.
The other piece, he could. And the interesting thing is he can't sign. I'm right in saying this, right, Grandy? He can't sign until August 6th.
That's correct.
But if he signs on August 7th, they can't trade him until at the end of the year. Next year.
Correct. After the season.
So if you're marketing, you can kind of play with that August 6th, August 7th date. And, you can say, yeah, I want an extension. And, you can trade me where I want to be traded. Or I can drag my feet and you can sign me on August 7th. And now you can't trade me until the end of the year.
But I don't know if that's actually a risk for Utah. Utah's chilling. Right? Utah says, fine, then you're tradable after the year.
Yes,
we're not trying to win. We don't care.
You're right, but I think that they'd rather get to February and have the option of trading him at the deadline where you're going to have more teams. If he signs an extension and it's $50 million a year, and you get to February and the trade deadline and he is eligible to be traded, that $50 million has power in the market at the trade deadline.
No doubt. And he's a young player who could help put someone over the top.
Exactly.
It's maximum flexibility. You're right about that.
So if you're marketing, you can play that game a little bit too. Hey, if I really want to be a Warrior, let's get this thing done on August 6th. I'll sign. It'll be a sign and trade. And we'll make this happen now.
One thing we've never heard in this whole process is anything from Lowry.
Yeah, true.
I have no clue what he wants.
I don't even know who his agent is.
No clue what he wants.
Scott Boras?
You know what I mean? If it's Scott Boras, then you can damn well bet he ain't signing for another 4 years. Scott Boras just loves to wait. Just loves to wait and wait and wait.
His agent is Boris. Boris Lechitsky. Michael Boris Lechitsky.
I like that guy.
Yeah. Pajemski.
Pronounce it right. Let's go to Kyle in Sunnyvale.
Pajowski.
Hi,
Pajemski.
Kyle. What are you doing, Kyle?
Hey there. Thanks for having me, guys. I just wanted to say that I think the Warriors should go forward with trading Pajemski and the picks. I think that, with everything that Steph's given to the franchise, I think that you owe it to him to try to maximize this roster. And I think that if you add Lauri Markkanen, you're still able to keep Kuminga. Maybe you get more from Wiggins next year. You've added some great pieces with the Anthony Melton, who honestly would probably be a better starter alongside Steph than Pajemski. And you've got GP2, so he can kind of give you some of that same defense that you get from Pajemski. I just think that, are they a championship team? Probably not, but they're going to be a legit playoff contender. And, everyone thought last year that Denver was a lock for the finals, and then they ended up getting knocked out in the second round. So you never know what could happen. So that's my 2 cents.
Yeah, Kyle, thanks. Look, I don't have any issue with any of that. However, I think there's a simplification in that point that probably needs to be cleaned up. And here's what I mean by that. If you're simply going, hey, would I give up pods for Lauri Markkanen? Well, yeah. Here's the problem. It's so much more complex than that. First of all, the salaries need to match, and pods doesn't get you anywhere near Markkanen. So a bunch of other stuff's going to have to be mixed in there. And I'm betting Moses Moody would be at least a part of the deal, and then you're going to need salary matchers. Is that Kevon Looney, GP2? I know Warrior fans would love it to be Wiggins. The Jazz aren't doing that. But here's what the Jazz actually want, in addition to Pajemski and Pajemski.
Yeah.
The Jazz are going to want all of your picks. All of your picks. Like all of your picks for the next 7 years. And I have largely been an F them picks kind of a guy in this particular situation, but it depends on what we're talking about. You know what I mean? If you want to talk about a couple first rounders and a couple first-round pick swaps or something like that, okay, my ears are open. If you start talking about 4 first-round picks, 4 first-round pick swaps, 4 second-round, what are we doing? And if that's what the Jazz are literally saying they're on the phone, then yeah, call their bluff. because they're actually not even bluffing. They're just wasting your time. They're just messing around to see if you'll do something ridiculous. The Warriors are not going to do something ridiculous. I don't think.
I don't think so either. And the thing that makes it so interesting to me, other than how many picks and what other throw-ins will be there, because I know that you've got Kavan at $8 million, you got GP2 at 9.1. Those are pieces that would need to be a part of it. I think that Moody would be somebody at 5.8 that would be in the deal, but Utah wanting Podziemski more than they want Kuminga, allegedly, is surprising to me on two fronts. One, I think Kuminga's a better player and he has a bigger upside. But the other piece of it is Utah wanting optionality. They want to have the financial flexibility that comes with Brandon Podziemski, who's making 3.5, 3.7, and 5.7. So if you're Utah, you get a slightly lesser player, but GP2 will be off the books. Looney would be off the books. Moody would be off the books. And Pods would be at an unbelievably good price, as opposed to Kuminga. If you acquired him, yeah, he'd be off the books, and I think you would have him as a restricted free agent.
That's correct.
And you could match, but he's probably going to get 30 to 35 million a year in an extension for him.
Yeah. He's the opposite of an expiring contract.
And
he's about to exponentially jump.
And he would hurt your ability to have that optionality that a rebuilding team normally wants.
And I think that's probably a lot about it. Like, Podziemski is a very safe acquisition in that you already know that he's a smart, winning player who will continue to get better. He is definitely a piece. No matter what your team is or what you're trying to do, he's definitely a piece that you can work with, and very cost-controlled, very cheap for a little while. That to me is what the Jazz are probably after. What's up, Grandy? You got something?
I was going to say, we got to get to the injury report.
Let's do the injury report then. Let's do the injury report.
That really hurts.
It's time for the injury report.
That really hurts.
Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
This is courtesy of Slates.
I never will get tired of that.
He's the only one left. Here's our Warrior insider, Anthony Slater. Brandon Podziemski and Trace Jackson Davis are done. They are done playing in Summer League to prevent any future injury. Pods put up a line of 21, 12, and 7 in the Warriors win over the Bulls on Sunday. TJD, 17 points, 10 rebounds. You know why? Because they're NBA players playing with a bunch of non-NBA players. Their summer league is over after 3 games. The injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. We are also presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. The lineup all jacked up for this week and this week only. It's Willard and Dibbs in the morning. Bonte and Joe Steiny and Goo will all be along later in the day. Also coming up later, but not that much later. How about coming up next? Wait until you hear Adam Schefter on the Pat McAfee Show and what he said about the Niners and Brandon Aiyuk. We got fresh Aiyuk next on Willard and Dibbs.
The economy is rough, and traditional four-year programs are just not cutting it. People need something new, and Merit America is that. 22 weeks of flexible training.
Bonte Hill. The pride of the Excelsior, Joe Butcher Boy Shasky. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, the morning roast.
You are listening to the jacked up version of the 95.7 The Game lineup. Willard and Dibbs here with you all week in the morning, and then we'll all get back to normal. We always do. It's all sponsored by Jack's Restaurant and Bar. Bonte and Joe will be along in a couple of hours. Steiny and Goo, boy, they can, I don't know, go for a walk. They could run some errands.
Round of golf. There's a dawn patrol. Our little golf group, once a week, there's a dawn patrol round, 6:30 a.m., usually at Baylands down in Palo Alto.
Is he there?
He might be. I think it's tomorrow is the dawn patrol
I like
group.
Baylands.
So, fun track.
Yeah.
And I like golf at 6:30 a.m. because usually not a lot of waiting, get that crisp morning air, and, man, chance to get after it before work.
Whew. That's an early wake-up call.
It's a wake and take, a bogey.
Never been up that early in my life.
Or wake and rake if you're in the bunker.
Also, shout out to our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain if you're going to call into the show today. And many of you have already, and thank you for your participation sensation. It has been tremendous. But if you call, have something to say. Like, really get after it. Because, do something, even if it's silly, like if you want to call and talk trash about the Dodgers because your fifth best player won the home run derby or something crazy like that.
I thought you would have flushed that guy.
Yeah.
That would have been a prime flush opportunity.
No, I don't want to just flush people because they're wrong or because they're born on the wrong side of the tracks or because, you know what I mean? Like, flushing to me is for either phones that don't work or people who are just being like out of pocket and unfair. Or, you know what I mean? Or just like not interesting. But he was interesting.
Yeah, he was.
It's just an unfortunate life that he has to lead as a Dodger fan.
And a Laker fan.
Terrible.
That's when I thought he was flush worthy.
It's really rough. But anyway, if you're not good, then you'll hear that. You'll hear this. And then you have to go. And that's it.
When I hear that, I actually have to go.
That's what I mean.
Okay.
Yeah, you got to go. And it's all brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. So 888-957-957 is the number. We'll take your calls, but we wanted to play this because Adam Schefter, who apparently goes on Pat McAfee's show 2 times a day every day. Listen to this exchange with regard to Brandon Aiyuk and the San Francisco 49ers.
They have wanted him back. They've intended to bring him back. But the wide receiver market has shifted, which makes it tough. So it's harder to do a deal now than it was a couple of months ago. And Brandon Aiyuk thinks that he deserves what all these top receivers are getting, and the Niners have a certain price point figured out. And the other thing to keep in mind here, I think he's playing this year for $17 million. And then after this year, if he were to be tagged, the number's like $22 million. And my math might be a little off, but it's not terribly off. So 17 this year, roughly, 22 next year. That's 2 years, $39 million. So now when you start to sit down and figure out the guaranteed money, again, the franchise tag here is a weapon for the 49ers, which is not what the franchise tag was intended to be. But again, that's the 49ers' advantage. Now they can tag them
that's not how the franchise tag was marketed whenever it was created. It was always supposed to be the weapon, Shefty. We know that.
Okay.
And he's right. Pat McAfee is right.
Of course
it was
right.
always intended to be a weapon. And the math was a little off. He's making 14.1 this year.
Not 17.
And the tag would be 24.8 if that happened for next year. And then if they tagged him again, that would be 29.7. So it would roughly work out to about $22 million a year over the next 3, which is below, according to sources, what they had reportedly offered at 26 a year.
Yeah, it's below market value.
For sure.
But this is the point that I've been trying to drive home about Brandon Aiyuk. And for me, it's the reason why he's been so chirpy. It's the reason why you get a lot of Instagram stories. It's the reason why he's going to go on a podcast with Ryan Clark. It's the reason why he's going to hitch his wagon to Jaden Daniels and cruise all over town. Look, there's another quarterback. We're really good friends. Look, he throws passes too. You can do that all you want. I'm so sorry to say this, Brandon. You got no juice right now. I hear this from so many. He's done a good job of putting it out there to where I get this question. My daughter asks it to me every week because she loves the 49ers so much. She gets scared when her favorite players she thinks are going to be gone. And she goes, Dad, is Brandon going to leave? Brandon can't go anywhere. He can't. Now, the Niners, I truly believe, they don't want to do business this way. I'm sure they feel like they're being forced to do business this way. And to a degree, there are aspects of, as always, timing that play in here that are unfortunate for Aiyuk. The timing that's unfortunate is twofold. One, I believe that Brandon has gotten very starry-eyed by what has happened around him, and therefore the goalposts move, and the Niners probably didn't take well to that. Because Brandon has admitted there were moments where we thought we were a yard away from finishing this contract. And then other contracts started being signed for wide receivers. So he's certainly indicating that he's gone to the Niners, or his agent has, and been like, hold everything. The price just changed. Price went up. Well, the Niners aren't going to play well with that. Nobody likes to have negotiations move in the middle of negotiations. But the other thing that is going on is not Brandon's fault. It's not anyone's fault. The quarterback needs to get paid next year. And so the whole thing is going to change. And that's just the reality of the situation. There's nothing anybody can do about that. That's not the Niners' fault. That's nobody's fault. So am I suggesting Brandon should have to take way less? Absolutely not. But if Brandon thinks that he's going to swagger in here and be like, Justin Jefferson got 35 and I'm a badass, so you're about to break the bank on me, I'm sorry, dude. You don't have that juice.
Well, you don't have much juice at all because of your situation, and they've already picked up your fifth-year option. And so if you want to play football, you're a 49er unless you can get an extension, and then you're still a 49er, but you're probably more comfortable going forward. And just the way the math works out, and, the Schefter report going to the Pat McAfee show and breaking it down with the words franchise tag, that obviously, it's an obvious thing, but that comes from the 49ers.
Of course it does.
Hey, Adam, just so you know, we haven't used the tag in 6 years since Robbie Gold, but, we do have the tag.
Got the tag.
And we can use the tag. And if we use the tag, it comes out to about $23 million a year over the next 3. And, well, and I know that we already offered him 26, and Brandon probably wants closer to 30, which is what Amon-Ra St. Brown got as an average annual value. And, Adam even said that in the Pat McAfee show clip. The market has shifted. And, yes, the team knows that, and Brandon knows that. And if you're the team, you're probably thinking, oh, shift. We probably could have saved some money and saved a headache if we would have signed this deal before.
That freaked everybody out, by the way.
Well,
it was a sneak attack.
It was seamless. And
Sometimes
Granny didn't flinch.
No, I know. Sam's there too now.
Sam's not flinched.
Yeah, he flinched.
I got you.
It might have been because Sam's hair hit you in the face. I couldn't tell if it was that.
Yeah, a little bit of both.
Anyway.
Totally.
Anyway,
he's used to the O Schmidt, but instead I went with the O shift because if you are the Niners in Prague, that's how you're feeling because the market has shifted.
Yes.
It is a little bit disingenuous from a negotiation standpoint if Brandon Aiyuk originally had said, hey, 27.5 gets it done, and the team was like 26, and then all these other deals, pow, 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 and then Brandon goes, hey, 29. Or 30. I want Amon-Ra.
And he's not, by the way, I don't find that unfair. Like
it's a little unseemly though. As you said,
it's not a great feel. I don't know if it's a bad look. Brandon's not wrong. He's like, wait a minute. So now I'm supposed to be the one who takes less, right? Now the rest of the wide receivers are going to be like, Justin Jefferson got 35. Amon-Ra gets 30. Why the hell did Aiyuk take 26? Why the hell did he do that? So I get that, but every situation is different. The timing for every organization is different. The Minnesota Vikings they're turning their quarterback situation over. They prioritize their wide receiver over their quarterback. I'm sorry, the Niners aren't going to do that. I can tell you that right now. The 49ers are not going to prioritize Brandon Aiyuk over Brock Purdy. They won't. They can't. They shouldn't. And so what do you do about all of that? I don't know, but I do know this. while I firmly believe the 49ers don't want to do business this way, they absolutely are in a spot where they can. And Brandon Aiyuk can ruin his career if he's like, I'm not playing.
He can also harm his career and ruin their season by coming in late and coming in.
But that's not on him. I honestly believe that's not on him.
Well, they report in a week. Today, the rookies report, and a week from today, the vets report. And I would predict, and maybe this is me going out on a limb, but I would predict if he doesn't have an extension, he's not showing up a week from today.
He's not showing up. Of course he's not showing up.
So he doesn't show up, and maybe this drags into August, and maybe he eventually signs, kind of like Bosa did 1 week before the start of the season, and he ends up settling for 26 and a half a year or whatever the number is, and he's out of shape and disgruntled. Maybe he goes out and has a bad year. Debo had a down year when he signed. Bosa had a slow start when he signed. So it does behoove the team to get him in and get him happy as soon as possible.
Well, I would argue it behooves him too, because again, now if you play poorly or you come in out of shape and you get hurt, well, now you've really lost a lot of money. Now you've really lost a lot of money
because now you're assuming he already signs an extension.
Yeah, see, I hear you, but the other possibility here is that they're just like, Brandon, you've got to come play. $14 million, year 5, you have to come play. And Brandon can say no, but he costs himself so much money,
tens of millions,
close to $1 million a week. Okay, close to $1 million a week if he does not show up. That's number one. And then number two, you're heading into sort of free agency, and you would have cratered your value, and the Niners could franchise tag you. Like, if we really want to talk about what's at stake here, is there a lot at stake for the 49ers? Sure. There's way more at stake for Brandon. Way more at stake for Brandon. And so I don't love this for him. He's not wrong. I think he is worth $29 million a year or 28 or whatever. Like, I do think he is a higher valued NFL player than Jalen Waddle. And what did Jalen get? 28 and a quarter? I think Jalen got 28 and a quarter. Does Brandon deserve more than that? I believe so. Is he going to get that? I don't know. And there are scenarios in life that play out that suck. That's just, and I sort of think Brandon is in one of them right now. But here is the other truth. Let's say he takes 27 a year, right? Dude, you're making that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. Wouldn't you want to do that rather than play this game of chicken with the 49ers that, dude, you're going to lose? That's the absolute unfortunate reality for Brandon Aiyuk. If you really want to play hardball, you're going to lose. You're going to lose a lot of money. You're going to lose a whole lot of everything. The vibe, that locker room, you're playing with your career here. So I'm not suggesting, because I hate doing this, go take less. I just know, I'll say it this way. If I were in his shoes and somebody was putting on the table in front of me, in addition to my $14 million this year, a new 4-year extension on the back half with $50 million guaranteed, and an overall value of that contract north of $100 million. Am I going to play chicken over that so that you give me another $1.5 million a year or another $10 million guaranteed? I'm going to put my whole career and earning power on the line for that? That feels like risky. A crappy bet.
It's very risky, and you'd be betting on yourself, but at the same time, you're playing the most violent game in this country.
Yep.
So it becomes risky. If he does that, if he plays hardball and they don't get a deal done, and he still decides, you know what, I'm going to come in and play for 14.1, and then I'm going to call your bluff in the offseason about franchise tagging me or not. Let's say he goes out and has another good year, and you get to the end of next year, and they do decide to tag him, that money is fully guaranteed, the franchise tag money. So he would get 23 fully guaranteed, and if they tagged him again, he'd get 27.5 fully guaranteed. The team doesn't want to do that. The team wants to give him a contract that they can restructure. That's what Parag Marathe and the front office and the Niners do so well. They give you a contract that makes you happy. You play out a couple of years, and then you go back to the player and you restructure the contract, give them more cash up front, and spread it out over multiple years to help the team continue to be good around him. But job number one is to get him a contract that he's happy with. And if 26 is the number that's reportedly out there and he thinks that he deserves more than that, then it gets to be a little bit ticklish because he's not getting 30. Would 27 be good? 27.5? There's got to be a soft spot where the two sides can't agree on it.
Yeah,
because you're right, Mark. If you're talking about $110 million over 4 years, 48 of which is guaranteed, how do you turn that down?
I mean, again, is it the most fair thing in the world? Maybe not. Is it the right thing for you to do for your career? I got a hard time believing that it's not. Because, by the way, let's also think about the football here. Let's put aside the money. Let's think about the football. Let's say Brandon does want to play hardball. Even if he shows up, I'm going to play on the fifth-year option. I'm going to show you, right? And he has another good year. And he's like, okay, now what? Now I'm a free agent. And the Niners go, tag. Or as this plays out for another year or two, if they were to use the tag, what happens a year or two from now? Well, Debo is still under contract. Who knows what Pearsall is becoming? If Pearsall is a draft pick that starts to work out and feels good in a year or two, now who's got even more leverage? You know, now the 49ers are sitting here going, dude, we don't even feel like you're imperative to our team. That could play out over the next 2 years. I don't know if it will. I wouldn't have confidence in it. But Brandon is looking at taking the chance of not knowing how the roster will develop. Where's this going to go from here? What if Pearsall looks like a freaking stud? That's possible. And how does that change it? And I always feel like receivers especially. I mean, have you watched any of the documentary yet on Netflix?
Haven't gotten to it, no.
Listen.
How many episodes in are you?
I'm just 2 episodes in, but all you got to do is get to the second episode and you see another brick on what is a very large wall in NFL history, which is receivers who go, dude, I'm that guy. It's time for me to get my money. And they get their money. And they end up on a different roster, and they get there, and 3 games in, they go, oh, my God, send me back.
Devontae Adams.
Oh, my God. My life is in my hands on every throw. We can't win a game. Yes, I have $5 million more in the bank, but this hurts like hell. I'm limping around. Balls are flying over my head. I'm now going for 850 yards a year instead of 1,600. What the hell happened to my life?
He signed a 5-year deal for $140 million, $28 a year, but only $22.7 guaranteed. Devontae, what are you doing? And I know it was 2 years ago, but that was like the sticker shock number of $28 a year. That was top of the market, but it's that guaranteed number. So if you're Brandon, if I was Brandon, give me 26 a year. And I'm looking at a deal that was signed this offseason where the guarantee was huge. It was Calvin Ridley, 4 and 92. So he's getting $23 million a year, but the guaranteed number is $47 million. So of the 92, $47 million is guaranteed. That's more than half. If I'm Brandon Aiyuk, knowing this game is violent, I want the guaranteed number to be the big number. It doesn't matter what the average annual is, as you're seeing from Devontae Adams.
Absolutely. So, look, even the year before, he went for 1,500 yards in Las Vegas with the Raiders the year before.
Derek Carr.
Yeah. That's who he wanted to play with. Fresno State. Let's go west. It's Vegas. This is going to be fun. Oh, cool. This is about 1,500 yards. Yeah, we didn't win a ton of games, but, viable, whatever, tough division. Okay, what happened the year after that? Whoops, they traded Derek Carr to the Saints, and I'm going to die on every play.
Why is that, Mark?
Whoops.
Jimmy Garoppolo.
Did you guys hear? I mean, I know you guys watched receiver. Do you know the actual quote that Devontae said about the Raiders benching Jimmy Garoppolo? He said, quote, I signed off on that. Something had to happen for us to have a chance down the line and for me to remain a Raider.
Correct.
He essentially said, bench Jimmy or I want to leave.
And how many games in was that?
Oh, I don't know exactly. Like five or six?
Week 5, week 6. You know, I mean, it was really emotional. Like, his physicality was being challenged. He's like, I'm getting killed out here.
I'm fighting for my life.
Well, receiver is a different position. You are dependent on others. I know you're great. We can see that you're great. Devontae is absolutely one of the best. And Brandon is too. I don't know if he's Devontae, not yet. Like, he hasn't achieved all of that, but like, he's a very good player. But my God, you can end up in a really bad spot really fast. And your career will not be the same. And the examples are everywhere, you know? And you got to go get paid. I get it. You want to know from our, like, Wayback Machine, the example that always pops to my head is Alvin Harper. Like, you played next to Michael Irvin and you were a Dallas Cowboy and your numbers were phenomenal. And then it was time to get paid. And the Cowboys were like, no, you're our number 2 receiver. We're not breaking the bank for you. Alvin Harper then became a Buck. Never heard from him again.
I couldn't even remember where he
Gone.
went. Yep.
So, like, it sucks, but you got to be careful as a receiver. You know, I love that he's leveraging the Washington Commanders.
Yeah.
Like, the Niners were like, who?
Well, like you said,
your rookie quarterback is super scary over there in that awful organization that Terry McLaurin literally 6 months ago said, boy, I wish I could leave and be on the Niners and be a part of something special like that someday. Just be careful what you wish for. That's all I'm saying.
And he doesn't have the ability to go out there and be a commander if he wanted to, because the team has him on a 5th-year option. And so if he plays this year on the 5th-year option and the Niners choose not to franchise tag him, well, then you have a chance to go out there and test free agency, and maybe you'll find a suitor who will pay you as much as you think you'll get. But if you're the Niners and he has another good year and he plays on the 5th-year option, you're probably going to tag him.
Did you watch the Derby last night?
I did, yeah. It's pretty entertaining. I still think that it's a little long. The format's a little much.
It's long.
It would be, for me, there's easier ways to tighten it up, but you know, they certainly like to have as many big boppers, as many home runs as possible.
Our buddy Roxy Bernstein called the Derby on radio. He's going to join us.
Please explain.
Coming up next. He will. And the Derby to me is one of the most fascinating days of the year in Major League Baseball. Not because I'm enthralled by it, but I want to, explain this, but really get Roxy in on this conversation next. Something happens during the Derby that I don't see on any other day of the summer in Major League Baseball for a sport that's dying to find the younger fan. This is an incredibly small sample. This is just my house. This is just my living room. But my sons are never more activated by baseball than on home run derby night. And it's because of all the connections between what happens in the Derby to MLB The Show and all of the other gaming aspects of Major League Baseball. They are never more activated and engaged than on Derby night. So how can baseball take that and get that to be more part of their everyday is something I'd love to hear Roxy talk about, because it's wild. They never left the couch. They're there for 3.5 hours.
Just locked in.
Locked in on watching guys hit balls into seas of Texans. It's crazy. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. We're also sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. Our lineup jacked up, sponsored by Jack's Restaurant and Bar. All morning, this week only, it's Willard and Dibbs, and Roxy Bernstein joins us next.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our...
to the morning roast on 95.7 The Game. Filling in for Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. Here's Willard and Dibbs.
O'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Ingrid Andress, is that her name? Adele Dazeem? What's her name?
Adele Dazeem.
I'm very conflicted on this one.
Wickedly talented.
It's too easy. It's too easy to just. It was the worst national anthem I've ever heard in my life, but just leave it at that.
Not the worst.
No, the worst.
Carl Lewis?
Roseanne
Barr?
Well, Roseanne was on purpose.
I'm going to make it up to you.
And Carl Lewis is Carl Lewis. This is an actual singer.
No, she's not.
Yes, she is.
Does he?
She is, and it's like, I don't know what happened. Was she inebriated?
Oh.
Did she lose it? I don't know what it's like to put that earpiece in and try to do that to a stadium full of people. It's unfortunate. It was really awful. Draymond Green wasn't even there, but he couldn't stop laughing, I'm told.
Oh boy.
It was terrible, but the jokes are too easy.
I just Googled the American singer-songwriter, and one of her songs is called Wishful Drinking. So there you go. Well, mystery solved. Debunked.
We wish you hadn't been drinking, but
Let's go to Dibbs, half in the bag.
Yeah,
seriously, I could have done the anthem.
You felt bad for her a
Hang
little bit,
in
didn't
there,
you?
America.
Are there brighter days ahead?
I'm hoping.
Anyway,
I didn't feel bad at all.
You didn't?
You step out on that stage and you got your crack to do it. Get it done, Ingrid. Get it done. I'm not a singer-songwriter. So if I got up there to do it, it would be far worse.
When you have a horrible show, I feel for you. I do.
Shaka Khan.
I really do. Anyway.
It's a song, Grandy.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. We'll tell you more about the autographed Klay Thompson jersey that we're giving away Friday in a second, but let's not make our guy Roxy Bernstein wait any longer. Roxy, what were you... Were you standing there with your hand over your heart? What was happening?
So when she got done, Doug Glanville, who I was working with on the Derby last night, he and I looked at each other. And then Doug says to me, "Was it really that bad?" And I just said, "Yep."
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, that was, yeah. Woo, worst one you ever heard?
It's right up there. Dibbs is right. The Carl Lewis one, when he screwed it up and forgot the words.
On his voice.
And how do we know? How do we know last night wasn't on purpose? Right?
We don't.
Because now everybody knows who she is.
Good point.
I didn't know who she was before last night.
Yeah, it's a great point. So now she's trending, and sometimes, what's the old expression? There's no such thing as bad publicity.
Exactly. Now she's got the publicity, so we all know who she is after that anthem last night, and nobody will ever forget it.
Yeah, like in this day and age of social media, my mind works that same way, Roxy, which is that I just never trust anything, but I also don't subscribe to there's no such thing as bad publicity. I'd argue this is bad publicity. Yes, we know her name, but does somebody want to buy a ticket now to go watch her perform?
Well, she's going to be synonymous with, if not the worst, one of the worst national anthems ever sung. So anytime somebody Googles her name, comes up, well, who is she? Oh, that's right. She's the one from the All-Star game who completely butchered the national anthem.
And she's live in Nashville tomorrow. Tickets between $20 and $25 if you're in the area.
I'll take the $20 one.
Four-time Grammy-nominated singer-songwriter. So it tells you how far the Grammys have fallen.
Yeah, I'll be flying back home to the Bay Area. There will be no Nashville segue for me to get home tomorrow.
That's too bad. Yeah. That's a rough break for her and everybody involved. But anyway, Roxy Bernstein, who called the Home Run Derby on ESPN Radio last night, our friend joining us here, Willard and Dibbs, in the morning this week on 95.7 The Game. Roxy, you want to know what I wanted to ask you, and I'll first just paint a very quick picture. I have two sons who are big baseball fans, ages 17 and 10. On no day of the summer are they more activated by and engaged in Major League Baseball than on Derby night. And it's not just because they dig the long ball. It's because, and I wonder how many of our listeners know this, all of the connections that are made from the Derby to MLB The Show on Xbox and all of the gamer things that happen in the Home Run Derby. How do we capture a little bit of that and make it a little bit more of the everyday part of Major League Baseball?
That's a really good question, Mark. And I don't know the answer to that because last night, you're right, we had the drama in the Home Run Derby. It came down to the final pitch of the Derby with Bobby Witt Jr., the local kid here from, he went to high school 15 minutes away from the ballpark and grew up with his dad playing for the Rangers. And it really captivated the landscape. And it was for Teoscar Hernandez against Bobby Witt Jr. Could you imagine if we had a Home Run Derby final that Aaron Judge was in or some of the elite players? Look, Bobby Witt Jr. is probably going to be a superstar for years to come. Teoscar Hernandez is a really good player, but these are not household names. Can you imagine if it was Judge in the final against, I don't know, somebody like Pete Alonso who got bounced in the first round last night? That's a way that you could even celebrate the Home Run Derby even more, but we still had a thrilling night. Can it carry over? The only carryover I could possibly see, Mark, is some of these young stars like Gunnar Henderson, who was in the Derby last night from the Orioles, and Witt, that America fully embraces them and gets energized by these young stars in the game because there's plenty of young stars in baseball right now.
Is that one of the only drawbacks, though, Roxy, is the fact that you were naming Aaron Judge and Shohei Ohtani as a slugger who wasn't there, and there are other big-time home run hitters who don't participate? Isn't this mirroring the problem with the NBA dunk contest, that the big names just won't do the contest?
And I'm not sure why they won't do it, Dips. That's the thing is, all right, does Aaron Judge want to screw up his swing, or does Shohei Ohtani, does he fatigue and really wear himself out from an event like that? Then maybe you change the format. Do something to make it attractive to those players to put them in. And it's funny, I was talking to Eduardo Perez yesterday, and he and I were talking about just the format of the Home Run Derby. And Eduardo had a really good suggestion as far as, okay, the 8 entrants go in, but then they can have a tag team partner. So they don't have to, for example, do the full competition because it's exhausting for the 3 minutes to do it. And I watched, for example, I did the Braves and Padres on Saturday down at San Diego, and Marcell Ozuna did a practice round to get ready for the Derby. And he was exhausted after the 3 minutes just because you're a nonstop swinging and going. But if you were able to bring in a tag team partner, all right, all of a sudden, if Ozuna wants to bring in Matt Olson, or you have Ohtani jump in with his teammate Teoscar Hernandez, just for a brief snippet, that could make it more attractive, I think, for those guys to do it if they don't have to exert themselves for the full allotted time. Because the way the rules go, I think that invites these guys not to do it.
The beauty of a play-by-play broadcaster painting a picture as different things unfold is a wonderful part of sports. How does it go for a play-by-play broadcaster when the same thing is just happening over and over for 3 hours?
It is challenging. I have a list of adjectives I want to use to make sure I don't be repetitive with all my home run calls last night. But, Mark, you have to accept what it is. At least with the new format we had this year, it was a little more controlled. For example, the last few years when I'd call the Derby, I'd look up, and I'm not kidding you, I'd see 3 baseballs in the air at the same time. It was, okay, how do I keep track of everything that's going on? It was a little bit more measured this year, which made it easier for Doug and me in the booth to be able to call this. But it is challenging because it's so different than anything we do. We're calling a game, there's defense. You're facing real pitching. Well, there is no defense in a home run derby. It's a selected batting practice pitcher just throwing it right down the heart of the plate if they can and watching the guys swing from their heels. And it's a little more challenging to do it just because it's so different than everything we normally do.
Did you do at least one homage to Chris Berman with a little back in there, Roxy?
No, I didn't, Dibs. I did pay homage to 2 guys. I did the great Ken Korak. I dropped a Watch It Fly.
Okay.
And my broadcast partner, the Hall of Famer in Miami, Dave Van Horn, the legendary broadcaster, his signature call was up, and away. And my tribute to him has been the first home run of every Derby that I've called to say up, and away. And that's it. I thought about it the first year I did it, trying to mix in all these different home run calls by people. But you know what? It really is difficult to do that.
Yeah.
But just let the game, let the Derby happen, and don't have anything contrived going in other than those two things I had dialed in before.
How about the fact that Teoscar Hernandez was he was really consistently locked in last night. He's had an unbelievable season. His OPS is over 800. He's got 19 home runs, all of that stuff. And he's like the 6th best player on the Dodgers.
He wants to get paid, Mark. He's going to be a free agent. He's on a 1-year deal. He wants to cash in. And so not only is he having a great season, but he makes a name for himself last night by winning the Derby. But he was consistently crushing baseballs. He had 49 total home runs last night in his 3 rounds. 28 of the 49 traveled at least 425 feet. He had some serious power going.
It was impressive, and the only thing that I maybe had issue with, Roxy, was just the format. I kind of like the head-to-head all the way through. Do you think that it lacked a little bit of drama in that first round, just having 4 people in a group or having an 8-man field and the top 4 advance?
Yeah, I think it did, Dibs, in the first round because, all right, Alec Boehm leads off and he hits 21. And so you kind of have a leaderboard almost like it's a golf round. But then once you advance, you got to a bracketed semi. And then for the championship to come down to the final pitch and the final swing and a ball that missed going out by about 4 feet, I think it set up great for theater last night and drama. And that's all you're hoping for is some excitement in something like that, and it came down to the final pitch of the Derby, which was really fun.
Bay Area guy Roxy Bernstein, ESPN Radio Home Run Derby last night. Hey, Roxy, with the deadline coming soon and what could only be described as a disappointing first half for the San Francisco Giants, what's your take on what they should do?
I think they should be buyers, to be honest with you. And look, I know there's a whole group of teams that are in this wild card hunt in the National League. And, I don't think the Braves are going to catch the Phillies. I don't think anybody's catching the Dodgers in the West. But you're all in the hunt for the wild card, and there's a logjam of teams, and the Giants are right in it. And in a lot of ways, it's like they're getting a deadline acquisition with Robbie Ray coming back and with Cobb coming back. And you just got, Blake Snell, his last 2 starts, he's been phenomenal. And if you can add maybe a bullpen arm, shortstop is a question mark. And those are 2 things that if I'm Farhan on the Giants, I'd be aggressive because I like my chances. I think I can get in there with the starting pitching that they have lined up for the second half.
Mark talks a lot about Bo Bichette as a possible shortstop target. Do you think that Toronto is going to be in a seller state?
I think they potentially are, Dan, and this has been a disappointing year for the Blue Jays. And this was a team that thought they were going to contend. And in the stacked AL East, when you look at the Baltimore Orioles now are going to be set up for a long time. Of course, the Yankees. And Toronto, you thought would be right there as well, but it hasn't worked out. And I think there's the potential for that. And would they be quick to move on from these guys? I don't know. It depends on what they could get back because Toronto believes that there still is a future, even though this has been a hiccup this season for the Blue Jays. So if they're going to contend in 2025, you would think that Bichette, Guerrero, and those guys would be right in the thick of things.
Hey, are you, I know you're not calling the game tonight. You going to the game tonight?
I am going to the game. I'm going to be sitting with my son at the game. I brought him on this trip with me. So I'm going to take in the All-Star game as a fan and be there. Look, I'm pumped. I hope we get a first-inning matchup of Paul Skeens against Aaron Judge.
Yeah,
I think that's what a lot of people want to see tonight. And Juan Soto promised last night. He said, I'm going to make sure that Aaron Judge has that at bat against Skeens in the first inning.
Ooh. Nice. Make sure he gets on base and makes that happen.
Exactly.
Anybody else that you might have rubbed elbows with or bumped into, Roxy? Any names you want to drop on your way out?
You're just waiting, Dibs, aren't you?
Well, it's funny, Roxy, because it's become a station culture thing that anytime anybody brags, a caller, or anybody drops any name, we play the whoop, And I tell these people it all started when you and I were doing a show about 7 lifetimes ago. So I thought this would be a good time for the Alan Roxy Bernstein name drop of the day.
Are you enjoying the 3 a.m. wake-up calls right now for this little while?
Only half as much as I'm loving the 10:05 walk out the door.
And then what time are you on the driving range?
I got a 2-year-old baby now, so it's just roll up the sleeves and get back to it, unfortunately. I'm coming off a 4-day golf trip, though. Whoop! In Truckee and Reno.
Nice.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, there's so many people that are here live at the All-Star Game, and it's a place to be. And Major League Baseball did a really good job of embracing some of the past. And, for example, I saw the Hall of Famer Dave Winfield on the field last night. I didn't talk to him, so you can't use a drop, Dibs.
Okay.
Too late.
Who else you see, Roxy?
I just saw him. I did catch up with Jed Lowry, Oakland A's legend, by the way.
Thank you.
And yes, we did talk. There you go.
Excellent.
But, yeah, it's just a great scene. And it's like the All-Star Game in the NBA. And there's just so many people to see and talk with. And the event, it needs to be celebrated. And hopefully we'll get one back in San Francisco at some point soon. I know we're getting the NBA All-Star Game coming up, but it really is a great event to celebrate the game. And I think baseball right now is in a really good spot, considering all the great young talent that has jumped into the game.
Well, I tell you what, Roxy, when I get home at 10:30 today, I'm going to wake my kids up, and you know what I'm going to say? I'm going to be like, kids, you know who I spoke to today? I spoke to Roxy Bernstein. Yeah, there you go.
Oh, yeah.
Double drip.
Hey, Mark, and he was a classmate of your aunt in high school.
Yes,
there you go.
Yeah, exactly. They'll be like, huh?
Yeah, that'll really excite them.
It's crazy.
Good to talk to you, my friend. Thank you for doing it.
You got it, guys. Anytime. Good to catch up.
Yep. Have a good time. Roxy Bernstein joining
Great
us
guy.
on 95.7 The Game.
I forgot, and I always forget that you have deep ties to the high school days.
Yes, he went to. Yeah, he was friends with my sister. Went to school together. Yes, all of those things. Yeah, whoop, all of that.
Yeah,
Roxy Bernstein here on Willard and Dibs 95.7 The Game. He had some interesting Giants takes there. He'd like him to be a buyer. I got an interesting Giants take.
Yeah,
I think I'm ready for the Giants to trade Camilo Doval.
What?
I think I'm ready for the Giants to move on from Camilo Doval.
That quickly? I mean, that seems like it escalated quickly. I'm going to need to borrow from Roxy Bernstein and simply say,
please explain.
Thank you, Roxy. Grandy, you're locked in.
I will.
That's what happens when you get up at 3:07.
I will explain. I'm not drawing a line in the sand. I'm not saying trade him just to trade him, but I think what a weapon to have at the trade deadline to offer the kind of player that never gets offered. In other words, every baseball team in the bigs is looking for the same thing at the deadline, and that is bullpen help. Everybody's looking for that. You immediately walk to the front of the line with the top reliever available if you offer up Camilo Doval. Now, the reason he's such a weapon is because he could be a buy candidate or a sell candidate. You could look at it however you want. He is the established reliever that can go help whoever is in need at the top of their division. At the same time, he's also cheap and cost-controlled for the next 3 years. And so I know a lot of you are like, exactly, Mark, so why the hell would they move on from Camilo Doval? Well, here's why. I think that would be an incredible weapon at the deadline. And if the right trade presents itself, that's the kind of player that can bring you a major return. In fact, you might be able to get a prospect and something that helps your major league roster in return. And the reason I want to do it is twofold. A, the obvious one. He's pitching like crap. He is not doing his job. But more importantly is the way he's not doing his job. I am starting to hear way too many whispers that, by the way, are not even whispers anymore, that Camilo's behavior inside that clubhouse and bullpen is rubbing people the wrong way. You know, when we get upset, when a closer has to come in a non-closer situation, well, I think Camilo has also gotten upset a time or two. And he took it out on that poor water cooler a few weeks ago. And so now Camilo is starting to get chirpy with regard to his usage when he comes in. I have found almost every time he comes in, I'm like, it's not perfect, but I get it. Like either you haven't pitched in 6 days, so they want to get you a little bit of work, or this was a save situation and you were up and you were warm, and then the team scored 3 runs and now they're up by 5, but you're already warm. You've already basically pitched today. We might as well have you in there. It's not perfect, but his usage for a very, very taxed bullpen, I think, has largely been explainable. And when the bullpen is that taxed and everybody's getting overworked, don't be the dude that's like, I'm kind of above the rest of you. It's a bad look for a guy who has barely gotten his feet wet in the bigs, has only been an established closer for basically a year and a half. And if you're telling me that that's the way you behave when you make $770,000, what the hell are you going to do when you actually get broken off a big deal 3 years from now? Closers turn and burn, man.
No doubt.
They're good, and then they stink. See Edwin Diaz. Listen.
There's a long list of them.
This is a get rid of at the right time possibility. If the right deal presents itself, I do not like the arc of Camilo's career right now. I don't like it.
I wonder if you are a team that fancies itself as a wild card contender, and they are, and you mentioned that everybody's out there looking for bullpen, and that's what happens at the deadline. You're going to ostensibly hurt your bullpen by trading one of your better pitchers. And I know he's struggled of late, but you still have 3 more years of arbitration control, and the guy's got nasty stuff. You have no one else on your roster that can throw 102. Rodriguez can get close.
Yeah.
And maybe Jordan Hicks, if you put him in the bullpen, he's a guy who can throw high 90s. But
and Ryan Walker
you're
is
looking
reliable.
at a player that Camilo Duvall has been good at times, and lately he's been struggling. I just wonder if that doesn't come across as a sell to your fan base when everybody needs bullpen and you're going to take somebody from your pen and trade him out. And I guess it all depends on what you get back.
Yeah.
You probably won't get a reliever back. You might go out there and get a shortstop. Maybe it is Bo Bichette, a deal like that. You can get an everyday shortstop, a guy who can hit a little bit more and be a little bit more consistent. Then Wisely can go over and play second when Tyro is struggling, and you can use Fitzgerald as a true utility guy, and maybe your offense then gets deeper. But I wonder what the optics would be like to a fan base about trading Doval. You're trying to be a team that's looking to make a push here, and you're going to trade your closer. That feels like a sell to me.
Again,
Depending
I think
what you get back.
Right, I think you said it. I think it's all about what you get back. I'm not in favor of trading Camilo Doval for 3 single A guys.
Yeah,
I'm totally against that. But if you're trading Camilo Doval for Bo Bichette, I'd be interested in that idea. I'd be real interested in that idea. Because if you're getting major league talent in return and you're basically taking one area, this is how teams often do trades, right? You're taking an area of potential excess and filling in a hole. The Giants have holes. And I don't think actually that the back end of the bullpen is one of them. Would I be taking a risk? Maybe. But you know what? You've got to take risks. And right now, I think they're taking a risk every time they send Duvall out there with a 1 or a 2 run lead. It's not safe. He walks people. His ERA is almost 5. He has objectively not been a good pitcher this year. And if you're going to combine not good with an attitude, I'm out.
It's immaturity, I think.
Okay.
Immaturity showing through a little bit.
There's no room for that right now. Again, I've said this is as desperate of a period of time for this regime and this baseball team as they've had since Farhan was hired. So there is no time for, let's work it out and let's see if you can let's have a chat. Let's have another closed-door meeting like Steve Kerr and Klay Thompson. Let's see if we can figure this out. There's no time. There's no time. Farhan has literally said, essentially, the next 11 games will determine the future of this season and regime. So, look, he's not going anywhere probably for at least 11 more games. But I don't want Camilo Doval pitching in Colorado this weekend. That sounds terrifying to me. And you do have other options. Ryan Walker is an option. Could Jordan Hicks become a late reliever? Maybe. Rodriguez, I don't know. Rogers Twins, not my favorite, but Taylor has done it before. And Tyler's been fantastic in the 8th inning. Look, if you're asking me right now, today, like, I love the idea of Ryan Walker taking over as the closer. He has been incredibly reliable, and his stuff has been devastating, and he throws strikes. That's what I would like to see in the 9th inning for the San Francisco Giants. So Doval has not lost his job. This would be opportunistic. I'm not saying call everybody and say we're getting rid of the guy for sure. But if the right deal presents itself, rather than giving up Whisenhunt and 4 of your top prospects to get someone to play shortstop, I don't know. Let's try Doval. Because right now, my gut tells me that short-term and long-term, this is not going in a good way. This is not going to a good place right now.
For me, it's hard to say long-term because you look at last year and he led baseball in saves and he was an all-star. And so between then and now, suddenly he is not the same player. Is he having a down year, or is this, foreshadowing, a harbinger of what's to come for a player who maybe needs a change of scenery? The thing that makes me reluctant to want to trade him is the fact that you do have him for 3 more years under arbitration control.
Yep.
And so he's a player at his best who is a lights-out, wipe-out closer, a guy who was all-star caliber less than a year ago. And now, is it the new management? Is it the pitching coach, somebody who you were critical of yesterday? Is it something that will change for Camilo Doval with a team change or a personnel change? Does he need to just have a 2-week time where maybe you put him on the IL with a blister like you were saying yesterday and give him a little time to reflect on what he's doing and he's able to bounce back and get back in there and resume? Or is it a total loss? I have been hearing some of the same whispers about things like immaturity and a certain amount of petulance, and you saw it when he lost his temper in the dugout, when he had to go in there in garbage time. He clearly was unhappy about it. And I look at him on the mound, and he looks more unsure of himself than ever before. Fidgety and brooding. He's digging his feet on the mound, and he's throwing pitches 3 and 4 feet outside the strike zone, walking guys like you're saying. So something clearly is wrong. Is it fixable? If it's not fixable, then yeah, he would be a very valuable trade piece.
Look, first and foremost, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. I would never make a point like this based on one outing, but I will tell you that what happened on Sunday was really triggering, because if you're going to make the points you've made, Camilo, don't bring me in unless it's a save situation. I don't pitch well unless the little light show happens before I come out, which had never happened before this year. If you want to start having diva-like characteristics, then when you get to a day that is that important for a team, literally the vibe that they're going to have for the entire All-Star break rests on this game. Your $31 million starting pitcher goes out and almost throws a perfect game. 7 innings, 1 hit, faces the minimum, 21 batters. Stakes you to a 2-0 lead. Your setup man comes in and in less than 10 pitches gets you to the 9th inning. You walk in there, that's attitude time. You better be that badass that you think you are. That is lock down, stop messing around. This is the moment that I have for this team. And you walk out there and you just start walking people when you're up 1-2. No. And then you groove breaking pitches to 199 hitting Manny Margot so he can tie the game. Dude, if you're a badass, be a badass. That ain't badass.
No, and he had been. His last 4 outings before that, he had allowed no runs, 4 hits in 4 innings, and racked up 3 saves in those 4 games. So it seemed like he had turned a corner. But you're right about the emotional and the momentum part of what Sunday meant, because Blake Snell was looking for his first win as a Giant, and he finally pitched 7 innings like the Blake Snell you were expecting, and you had a hold, and you got the ball 3 outs away from heading into the break with a shutout. You get the save, and everything's hunky-dory, and yet after 4 batters, this game is tied, and you got to come out of the game after a third of an inning. It's disappointing. Everybody has a bad game, but it's the way he looked, the body language, and the fact that Bomel wouldn't even let him try to work his way out of it. That, to me, tells you a lot more than just him having a bad outing, because after those 4 batters, like you said, 2 walks, a strikeout, and you gave up a double down the line to a 199 hitter, and that's it. You don't get to pitch anymore. That, to me, was a signal of how they maybe feel internally.
Well, that, and I think that's a very, very good observation, number one. But number two, let's not make this about he's been doing good and then he had a bad outing. This is a negative WAR player this year. And I don't know if that resonates for everybody the way it does for me. That means that a replacement level guy named Bob is doing better this year than Camilo Doval. That's the whole year.
Negative 0.1. So he's basically.
But we did this yesterday.
A neutral player.
That's not good.
I know.
That's terrible.
For your closer.
There are 3, we did this yesterday, 3 negative WAR active players on the Giants this year. 3. And that's it. One of them's Blake Snell. I think we all understand that story. That's quirky. And that's Blake Snell. The second one is Camilo Doval. The other one is Luke Jackson. That's who this guy, that's the company he's keeping right now.
And it's more than just that one game where he came in against the Angels up 13-2 and gave up 4. Remember, he gave up the 4 to the Yankees earlier in that month in a critical spot, and he blew that one. So
he ruined a game in Pittsburgh. Yep. He is hot. Look, I'm just going to say, these are a bad year. This is not a good year. I don't care that he's 17 for 21 or whatever, and that's commensurate. I'm sorry. His ERA is 4.5, and he has not been good. And when you combine not good with attitude, you mentioned that he was an all-star a year ago. That actually worries me. He feels to me like someone who had that all-star nod go to his head. That's what it feels like to me, because I never saw this before with Doval.
Right.
Last year, this guy showed up, and what did we say about him? Oh, my God, he's got a slow heart rate. He's perfect for a closer. Like, nothing bothers him out there. A year later, he is assaulting a water cooler. He's got no heart rate? Oh, yes, he does. Oh, yes, he does. And what did he get mad at? He didn't get mad because he blew a game. He got mad because he didn't like that his manager put him in. Ugh. This got undersold a few weeks ago. This is an ugly, ugly thing that we saw that day. I don't like that at all. And now that I'm starting to get the vibe that this is not a one-time thing, and you go out there and perform like he did on Sunday, listen, all I'm saying, you can play this just like the Utah Jazz if you want to, if you're the Giants. We don't have to get rid of Camilo Doval, and we don't even want to get rid of Camilo Doval. But if you want to make us a jamming offer, we'll get rid of Camilo Doval.
Yeah, if the phone rings and there's an offer there that includes a prospect and a major league player who can help you now, you're probably looking to make that move because, as you mentioned, I think there's more desperation for Farhan Zaidi than there is for the Golden State Warriors to maximize the Steph Curry window. If you want to just compare desperation levels, I don't think the Warriors are desperate. I think the Warriors are antsy. The Warriors are eager and they're antsy. I do think that the Giants have more of a level of desperation. It's beyond urgency now. You're still below 500. You're behind 5 teams in the wild card to get to the 3rd wild card, and you're running out of games. And if you're Farhan Zaidi, you're running out of time. So we've gone beyond urgency. I don't think we're quite to desperation, but you're looking to make moves here, as you said, in the next, 14 days until the deadline. The team's got to play well, and you got to get this team better for the stretch run.
Yeah, absolutely. And I agree with that take. And maybe that's not great for Giants baseball because it does sort of leave us open to the idea that Farhan Zaidi is going to be acting for himself rather than what is best for the organization going forward. Like, you want Farhan to make deals at the deadline because they're good deals for the team, not because he's trying to save his job. That could fly in the face of one another. I don't worry about that too much, because I would like to see the Giants make the playoffs this year. I think they've got to make the play. They should make the playoffs this year when you look at that pitching staff. But we're now down to this ridiculously small sample of getting your act together. You know, you've got 11 baseball games. Luckily, 7 of them are against the Rockies. You should win 5 or 6 of those. If you can go split 4 in LA, you should be back to 500, and you should buy. You should go for it. But that's a whole lot of shoulds.
Yeah.
And the Giants don't do the should game very well, because they've lost a lot of games this year that they should win, and Camilo's a big part of that too.
Right, and I'm just looking at the game log, and you can just close your eyes and remember 3 or 4 or 5 of the games where, I mean, they were going to be wins, and he just didn't have it that day physically and or mentally, and now you get to this spot where, you know, what he did on Sunday, it's not inexcusable, but just the way he went about it, and just the fact that Bob Melvin didn't hesitate to come out and say that's enough.
Yep.
After 4 batters, 2 walks and a hit, and 1 strikeout, enough was enough. They had to fix it.
And who stranded a runner at second with 1 out? Who did that? Ryan Walker.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, man.
And you said it yesterday.
He's got the look.
We're at the point now where you have to flank Camilo Doval. You got to keep a pitcher back just in case he doesn't get the job done.
Right. You'd like to use Walker in the 7th or 8th inning.
Exactly.
And now I'm kind of like,
we need a just in case pitcher.
Let's go to Will and Marin with Willard and Dibbs. Hi, Will. What's up?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Yeah, I know this. You guys brought this up on the before, but I think where MLB fails is just like kind of like their marketing. Like, for instance, the NFL, when there's a game on Thursday or Saturday or a weird time in England that no one wants to get up for, but we get up anyways because there's only 17 games, you literally just press a button and it's there and it's in your face, and they have like all these things leading up to it, and it's amazing, and it's the hype. The UFC, they do a great thing. They give you all the prelims for free, so it gets you into it. You learn the backstory. You learn all the fighters that are coming up on the main card. And you're like, you know what? Shucks, I got the homies over. Let's just get the fight. We'll all pitch in $10 and we'll get it. And they do that. Baseball, it's terrible. You try to watch a Sunday night game, you need to go through your cable provider, then you got to go through this loop, and 90% of the time you got to call customer service, and you're missing this point that they don't explain. They're just very bad at casually giving out their product. And I think that if the MLB was better at giving their product and had more eyes on it, it would make people more attracted to it. Now, I know the next thing I'm going to say I'm probably going to get destroyed for, but that's fine. I personally think that we kind of already lived through the most exciting part of baseball when there was steroids. I'm not saying bring it back, but I just don't think you're ever going to get that type of explosiveness. It's really hard to market 162 games in general, and when you're kind of changing baseballs and rules and stuff all the time to kind of 180 it and never letting anything kind of set in stone to see how it goes, it's going to be hard. It's kind of turned into a circus. I enjoy it because I've been watching baseball for my entire life, but I do understand as a casual fan or someone trying to get into it, it's like me trying to get in the chess. It's going to be very tough.
Yeah, thank you. I think those are some really good points. And again, I brought up the idea earlier. I just watched my sons yesterday get so activated by the home run derby. And for one of them, at least, the main reason was he's like, if Jose Ramirez wins, then he gets a 99 card in MLB The Show. And I'm like, can you say that in English? But like, I get it. You know what I mean? Like, you gotta weigh, if you're worried about the young fan, you can't pull the young fan to you. You got to go
meet
to
them where they live. Exactly.
Got to go to where they are.
No doubt.
All right. Autographed Klay Thompson jersey is coming up on Friday. Okay. We're going to qualify 3 people, 1 per show. 3 qualifiers. All of them win a 3-pack of Klay Thompson bobbleheads. And then all 3 of them will have a 1 in 3 chance of the grand prize, which is the autographed Klay Thompson jersey. So we'll do that Friday. At 3 different times, 8 a.m. with us, 1 p.m. with the roast, 5 p.m. with Steiny and Goo. And you may also gather that this is our Jacked Up week. Jack's Restaurant and Bar, thank you for sponsoring it. We've moved the lineup around for 1 week and 1 week only, and we're having a good time. Willard and Dibbs in the morning. Bonte and Joe will be on in less than an hour. Steiny and Goo taking down afternoons this week on 95.7 The Game. Coming up next, for those of you just getting your day started, if you did not hear the latest from Shams and the Jazz and the Warriors, that's all around the bend on Willard and Dibbs.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body is 15 convenient Bay Area locations.
Now back to the morning roast on 95.7 The Game. Filling in for Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. Here's Willard and Dibbs.
Now batting. Pitch hitting for Bonte Hill. Mark, Fillard.
Yes, Bonte and Joe will be filling in for Steiny and Goo.
And then?
From 10 to 2. And then Steiny and Goo will be filling in for Willard and Dibbs from 2 to 6, while Willard and Dibbs sit here and fill in for Bonte and Joe. Good God, these liners are wordier than I am.
You know what's
What
cool?
are we doing?
Two things about this.
We moved everything around, and we're here right now, and they'll be here later. That's what we're doing.
Well, I love
See
that
how
it's
quicker that is?
I love that it's jacked up. And thank you to Jack's Restaurants for the sponsorship. It's been wonderful.
Yeah,
but
it's fun.
With all of the filling that's going on, we might have been able to get a dentist involved, because there's been a lot of filling in.
That's a very unpleasant thought that you just gave us. Stop it.
This next segment brought to you by Cavities.
I just had to call and move a dental appointment around yesterday, but here was the fun part. It was for my kids. I do love making dentist appointments for them.
Yeah.
I'll be out here in the waiting room. You go do the...
Yeah.
You go do that.
I was talking to our pediatrician. I don't know if you've heard, but I have a baby who's almost going to be 2.
Congrats. I didn't know you had a kid.
Yeah, you send a gift in August. The doctor was saying that we should start taking her to the dentist when she's 2.
Does she even have teeth yet?
She's got about 3/4 of the teeth that she's going to have.
That's a really good question, Mark.
Oh, God, I didn't need to hear that again, Roxy.
That was my favorite moment.
Do you need to take your 2-year-old to the dentist? I mean, first of all, she's not going to sit there in the chair with her mouth open. It's going to be torture. And secondly, those teeth that she have, they're temporary. Those teeth aren't sticking around.
No, but then if you go by that philosophy, then you ain't doing anything with your teeth until you're like 7 or 8 or 9 or 10. Like I know
5 is the number.
No, you don't lose all your teeth by the time you're 5. Like those baby teeth, like you've got those until in some cases you get to middle school. So I've wondered about that before too, where it's like, why do you even take care of your teeth? They're just going to fall out. But I'm told it doesn't work that way.
Yeah, but
I'm told it doesn't work that way.
That your teeth,
like you do have to take care of them, even though they're going to leave.
And it's part of it is the gums,
the whole mouth,
and the whole mouth, and it's also like the routine and the practice and the I guess the idea of getting the reps, brushing, and we brush. She brushes twice a day, but do I really need to take her to the dentist so he can charge me $225 to play around with her teeth?
You've got good health insurance. What's the matter?
Yeah, but a lot of dentists are now dropping Delta Dental.
Well, then you need to find one that hasn't.
Yeah.
You should be fine.
She's not going to the dentist at 2.
All right, fine. She'll do therapy later. Anyway, Mark Grandy with this live Warriors update.
Yeah, very minor Warriors news. I know you guys have just been absolutely locked into Warriors in Summer League, the California Classic, and the Vegas Summer League. We have a little bit of news from the Warriors coming out of there. Their Summer League star thus far, guard Daquan Plowden.
Yes.
He has agreed on a 2-way contract with the Golden State Warriors. He's been averaging over 16 points per game in Summer League, 54% shooting, and 48% on threes.
Okay. And 3, 2, he has been traded to the Utah Jazz. There it is. There it is. There's your update. Hey, we want to play what Shams, anyway, Pazemski, what he said about the Warriors and the Jazz. We'll do that in just a sec. I want to clean this up because it's only because it's Filmo Mike. And I don't know if Filmo knows this. I could listen to him talk about anything. You know what I mean? Like,
I was shopping for socks the other day.
Dude, Mark, you out here sounding like a hater, my brother.
Thank you. I honestly, I don't. Filmo, do you know that? Like, if you want to come over to my house and read Little Engine that could, I'd listen.
Oh man, that means a lot.
Okay.
Especially or I'll be all in the clubs using my voice, getting paid for that. But I was gonna say the same thing about you because Fox Sports Radio is, oh my God, I cannot listen. If it ain't you, Bucky Brooks, TJ Hushmanzada, I don't want to hear it. Doug Gottlieb's a square from Delaware. Jonas Knox, he's sometime. I kind of like Jonas Knox, though. But
I like Jonas. Jonas a good dude. Anyway.
Yeah.
Man, you got the whole damn roster, Phil.
They're original. Yeah, I'll be bored. I'll be up late night smoking some good stuff, but nothing illegal. Check this out, though. The problem with baseball, they don't have no characters, man. They have name a pitcher in baseball. That's like
Logan Webb.
A superstar. Like you got too many Logan Webbs. I love Logan Webb, but you need some Randy Johnson. You need some Pedro Martinez, Kurt Schilling. You need some characters on the pitching staff. Then you need some hitters that are different, some monotony. You had a Frank Thomas, right? Then you had a Tony Gwynn and a Kirby Puckett. Then you had a Barry Bonds. You had the Alphas. You know what I'm saying? You need some variety. Baseball has no variety. You don't know what, like you need like Marvel characters, man. Like they really do. They don't have nobody like, the only got is Bryce Harper. Like, and newsflash, he's not no Ken Griffey Jr. He ain't no Barry Bonds. He ain't no Gary, like he's like a Gary Sheffield. But it's more like, it needs to be more character. It needs to be like, man, we got this guy, that guy. They don't have nobody for real. To me, in my opinion, that's the problem with baseball.
I don't disagree. I just don't know how you snap your fingers and do any of that. Does Paul Skeens count, by the way? Thank you, Philmo.
Yeah.
I mean, I know he's been here for a hot second.
Exactly. I do think that the pitcher side of it, a part of the issue is that you're going to get 5 1/3. So even Skeens, I don't have his game log, but we talked about it yesterday. There have been 17 total complete games in Major League Baseball this year. So even if you take a starter, and Logan Webb's not a great example because he usually goes at least 6 1/3. Oftentimes he goes 7, but you take any frontline pitcher and you're going to try to get him through the order twice. And then we're going to faceless bullpen lefty, faceless bullpen righty, never heard of a setup guy, and then a closer who you might be familiar with. So the pitcher thing is tougher than ever because the average game has at least 4, 5 pitchers for each team that appear. And on the slugger side, I do think that it's difficult in many ways because a lot of these superstars now are from other countries and maybe they don't speak English well enough to where we get to know him from a personality standpoint.
11 outings so far for Paul Skeens. In his Major League debut, he threw 4 innings. Outside of that, he has at least completed 5 in all of them, and in fact, he has completed 6 in all but one of them.
Ooh.
Do you know how many times he has thrown a pitch in the 8th inning?
Oh, 0.
That is correct.
0, yeah.
That is correct. Yeah.
And that's not atypical, but I do think that it hurts your ability to get to know these pitchers because you don't have a 20-game winner. You don't have a guy with 3 or 4 or 5 shutouts. It just doesn't happen anymore.
Yeah, I mean, look, there will be studies someday about analytics and how they pulled the game away from its emotional side. You know what I mean? Like, we were about to deal with that on Sunday because I firmly believe the San Francisco Giants, they're not letting Blake Snell try to throw a perfect game if it means 111 pitches. They weren't going to do it. There's too much invested. But that takes away from the beauty and the connectivity of the sport for the fan. I mean, we're still celebrating Matt Cain's perfect game. Bajillion years later, we could, there are people who could go play by play. Yep, in the 7th inning, there was a ground ball to shortstop. I mean, it is this iconic thing. And you're just not going to get those situations very much anymore. They were already rare.
Yeah.
And now they're just they're 4-leaf clovers now.
Right, and I do think that the analytics has also taken away some of the celebratory humanity of the offense as well. And we saw it firsthand when Gabe Kapler was here. Jock Peterson with a home run, and the other team goes with the lefty. So now you got to pinch hit for Jock Peterson because we can't have a lefty-on-lefty matchup because the spreadsheet says that's a negative outcome for our team.
It was more than just a home run. Hadn't he had homered the night before?
Yeah.
And then he had homered, he was on a heater.
Yeah, he had to come out in the 4th.
Yeah.
And that's, I think that also hurts because you can, you can close your eyes and go back to any year of Giants baseball when you're a kid and you could probably go through 1 through 9, all the spots on the diamond, and you could remember exactly who played that position because that was your position. You didn't constantly platoon and switch guys out because of analytics. And so all those factors, I think, have led to where it's tougher to be a baseball fan.
Bobby in Los Altos real quick, and then we'll do the Shams thing. Hey, Bobby, what's up?
Hey, thanks for taking the call. I wanted to talk about the Giants at the trade deadline, but real quickly, let me shotgun a couple things since you have a new time slot. Dibs, and I say this respectfully, I think the greatest show that has ever been and ever will be on this station is Joe Low and Dibs. It brought me great pleasure. It's not hyperbole to say that I think about that show still with fondness every week or every other week. Casket Slap and Rest in Peace Hot Takes still resonate in my brain almost every other week.
Thank you, Bobby. Someday there will be a 30 for 30 on the behind the scenes of Jolo and Dibs, and you will be absolutely fascinated by the machinations that put that show together. That's all I'm going to say.
I was there from the beginning. The maturation of Joe Fordenbaugh from an irritant to basically an agitator. It was a thing of beauty to watch that show grow and develop.
Thank you, Bobby.
That being said, one more thing. Sorry, I've been listening to you guys for an hour and a half now. It may be tough to announce a home run derby on a radio, but I think the harder thing would be to listen to a radio broadcast of a home run derby. I don't know who would do that to themselves. Now with the Giants, I guess my problem with them is they're such a C-minus team. They're so average, slightly below average. You can say I want to be a buyer, but you have to have capital to purchase things with. And my problem with them is I just don't understand, other than the 30-minute character assassination that Willard just did on Camilo Duvall.
Thank you.
I don't understand what kind of capital they even have where they could bring in some sort of impact player. So even if they're a buyer, by the deadline, I feel like it's going to be a real supplemental piece, like the 19th man on the roster. So I just don't think anything's going to happen for them because they have nothing to purchase with. And honestly, we're getting hopefully 2 or 3 pitchers back. So to me, that's equivalent to buying because they've kind of been on the shelf all year. So if that's the case, hopefully things will, the potential that we saw from the beginning of the year, which is exactly what we're saying now at halftime, during the All-Star break, hopefully those come to fruition. But I'd be shocked if they could even bring in an impact player because, again, they have no capital to purchase it with.
Well,
thanks, guys.
except for, as we suggested, if something comes along like Camilo Duvall. Bobby, do you really think that was a character assassination or were you just kind of kidding?
I think you spent 30 minutes making a case talking about all the negatives against him. So I won't say I said it in a mean-spirited way, but it certainly wasn't complimentary in terms of what you were saying about him.
Yeah.
Now, I will say this. I think that if you're talking about GMs, right? So Farhan, basically, this is probably his make-or-break year. So he might think about himself more than the team. If I was thinking longer term, I would keep Duvall. But if he's thinking about, I need to make an impact, I think he would be willing to get rid of potentially an impact player in the future that's having a bad year or a bad half in order to increase the chances of success in the second half. And I think a lot of that would be driven more by his status as a GM versus the long-term view of the team. If he had 4 more years of security, I don't think he would trade the ball. I don't think that makes sense when you have a player under control for so many more years.
Yeah, that's a fair point, Bobby. Thanks. It's a fair point. But again, I'm almost more concerned about the long term than I am the short term because the short term, you're paying $770,000. If you don't get a perfect return, well, you're paying $770,000. But if this is the attitude that Camilo has after becoming an all-star, while he's still got 3 more ARB years, I'd, be terrified to see what kind of attitude he has if you're paying him north of $10 million a year.
Yeah, and
that scares me right now.
It also has to be something that you judge as to whether or not this is a temporary blip in his attitude, if he can get back to the pitcher he was, or, what really is going on with Camilo Duvall that's made him so angry. Why are you mad, bro? The old Bryce Harper, but you have to make that determination and figure out, what he's going to be. Can he get
angry,
back to
Jeff.
being the pitcher
That's awesome.
that he was? He seems like he's not happy right now. And so it's not that you'd be selling low, but he's not the same pitcher he was last year, so you wouldn't get the same return as you would have last year.
But at the deadline, with a player like that, with cost control, like it's the kind of player who's never available at the
That's
deadline.
true.
Boy, I think you'd get a lot of calls. I think you'd get a lot of calls. So just an open-minded thing, that's all. All right, Willard and Dibbs with you here in the morning. And Bonte and Joe will be along in a half hour, and then Steiny and Gould will take over the afternoon. This is 1 week only. Our lineup jacked up. Thanks, Jack's Restaurant and Bar. We're having a good time. And this is kind of where we started the show for the later crowd. Take a listen to this. This is Shams, and there's a lot here. There's the Jazz angle, there's the Warriors angle, and there's Shams' inability to say the word Pajemski.
The Warriors and Jazz, they have continued conversations. It's just the Jazz are in a position right now, and they wouldn't be even thinking about moving Lauri Markkanen if this was a team that is trying, like Ryan knows, if you're trying to compete and win, that's a guy you compete and win with. This is a team that obviously is going down more of a rebuilding path, and if you're going to rebuild and you're trying to compete for not a playoff berth, but probably the number 1 overall pick, you have to consider. I don't think they want to move Lauri Markkanen, but if the Golden State Warriors put in a Brandon Podziemski, and from what I'm told, 3 first-round picks, 3-4 unprotected pick swaps, 3-4 second-round picks.
Is that a name?
Kuminga's a name, but I think the Jazz, from everything I've been told, the Jazz are more focused on Brandon Podziemski and his inclusion in the deal, all the picks being in the deal. And I think from the Warriors' perspective, it's Podziemski, but then there's not all the picks. And if it's all the picks, then there's not going to be a Podziemski. And so this could be a back and forth, but both sides are kind of entrenched right now at where they're at, saying nothing is going to change. So only time will tell, but I think the Jazz are very comfortable with extending Lauri Markkanen, and at that point, you'll see more suitors potentially as well in him, not just teams that feel like, okay, we'll be able to re-sign him.
I'm very confident that Lauri Markkanen is not going to be a Warrior by August 6th, and I could be wrong, but the reason for that is Joe Lacob and the Warriors are nobody's fool. And the more I listen to this, the more I feel like the Jazz are just checking to find out if there's a fool in the NBA. It's not that they want to trade Lauri Markkanen, because their ability to trade him, quite frankly, only grows. It only grows if they sign him, especially if they sign him on August 6th. The one variable that we don't know, and you brought this up earlier, is what Lowry wants. Is he going to use potentially some of his leverage over the next couple of weeks based on where he wants to be, where he might want to sign an extension? But someone who's made $70 million in his career could play that game, but I doubt it, based on the fact that there's going to be over $200 million more on the table for him to sign that extension. If Utah signs it, doesn't mean they got to pay all of it. Warriors signed Jordan Poole to an extension that paid none of it. So they could trade him at the deadline. They could trade him next offseason before it kicks in. All of those things are still possible, and you probably get more teams to the party. And there's 2 main reasons I feel like this truly is just a fishing expedition. Number 1, Shams knows too much. In other words, I don't know that he knows anything, but this is too public. We're getting daily updates. Tim McMahon, Shams, Woj, here comes TK, Monty Poole. Everybody's like, Jazz Warriors, Jazz Warriors. That's not how it usually works when teams are actually hammering out the specifics of a deal. It's too public. And nobody on the inside would want it to be that public unless what they were trying to do was leverage something or send out some sort of a message. And then the other clue is what Shams said the Jazz are looking for. Sure, it's Brandon Podziemski.
Not Podzinski?
And 11 or 12 picks? What the hell are you talking about? That doesn't make any sense at all. 3 or 4 first-round picks, 3 or 4 first-round pick swaps, unprotected, 3 or 4 second-round picks. What are we doing? What are we doing? Essentially, you're setting a bar at such a ridiculous spot. You're sending the message to the league, we've got all the juice. If you don't make this asking price, we're out. They're checking to see if there's a desperate fool out there The Warriors are a mark because they know that they want to maximize Steph, and they just lost Clay, and the fan base is anxious after missing the playoffs. They're a perfect mark, but I trust that the Warriors are not going to blink and do something stupid. I'm pretty confident that this whole thing is it's BS.
Well, it depends on if there's a taker. And right now, it feels like the Warriors are the only team that is really that actively trying to be a part of the Lauri Markkanen sweepstakes. But remember, August 6th is still a long ways away. That's 3 weeks until he can even sign an extension. And so you would anticipate if something happened, it would be probably closer to August 6th, where you could talk to Lauri Markkanen and figure out if he wants to be a Warrior, if he would sign an extension here, if it was a part of a trade where, it wasn't a sign and trade, it was a trade and then he gets an extension here. You'd probably want to suss that out well in advance. But the more we go down this road, the more it feels like the Aaron Judge pursuit by the Giants, where the Giants were seemingly super thirsty, super active. They wanted it bad. And Aaron Judge kind of used them, I think, to further his own case. He kind of strung the Giants along to get the word of a bigger offer, and then he immediately went back to the Yankees and signed there, and kind of the Giants were left holding the bag. It feels a little like this. Not that the Warriors are going to, go that far down the road. I don't think that they're going to get to a point where it's Moody, Podziemski, Kuminga, and 5 picks. Will you do it? Will you do it, please? I don't think that they're going to be that thirsty, but it does feel a little bit to me like they're being used in the pursuit of Lauri Markkanen.
Well, I don't even know that there's a pursuit. I really think the Jazz are just like, throw it out there, see what happens. And if somebody blows us away, then maybe we'll have a phone call, but we're not really interested in dealing Lauri Markkanen. And the Warriors, I do think that they'll behave accordingly. I think they are interested in Lauri Markkanen, but they're not going to be stupid about it. Like, you're hearing their leverage play as well. Their leverage play as well is like, we're like you want all of our young players and all of our draft picks? No, we're not doing that. And Dibs, we've got fresh Lacob.
We do?
We got fresh Lacob.
I love it.
This is from the TK pod. Our buddy Tim Kawakami, part of the Odyssey network. And Joe Lacob talks about 2 different things. First of all, there is the discussion about what went down with Klay Thompson. I'm going to hold that aside and move this one to the top, which is Lacob talking about trades. They wanted Paul George, didn't get Paul George. They want Lauri Markkanen. We'll see if they get Lauri Markkanen. This is part of the Warriors' leverage play, where they're explaining we're not going to do a trade so that we can do a trade. Here's Lacob on the TK pod.
Trades are the hardest. Very, very hard to pull off trades because everyone wants to prove how, these GMs, how smart they are. And it's true. And they want to impress their owners. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. But here's the problem. I think if I could share anything with many of the fans out there, and I read everything, I read what people say and the criticisms and the positive things. They don't understand how hard it is and how illogical some of the parties on the other side are sometimes. Maybe we're illogical too to some extent. But my point is, it's just really, really hard to pull these things off. And everyone writes all this stuff and they have no idea what the other side's asking for in some of these things.
Okay, that's interesting. I think that's incredibly interesting. Fans don't understand how illogical the other side is.
Right.
Well, I don't know if that's just a window into this particular conversation. Is he hearkening back to the Paul George, or is he hearkening back to all discussions? But if we do keep that in this moment, there's another sort of snapshot of what the Jazz are saying to him. Yeah, give us all of your picks. Well, for how many years? For all the years. The rest of your life.
Till 2,300.
We'll give all the picks and all the players. Anybody who hasn't turned 25. Joe's like, what the hell are you talking? Like, that's
illogical.
What are you talking about?
Right.
That's what this feels like right now. What are you talking about? It doesn't make any sense.
No, it doesn't. And that's, I'm sure, what the Utah owner would say about the Warriors. Well, we're going to give you Moses Moody and a second-round pick in 2026. And you're going to take Andrew Wiggins, and you're going to give us everything we want, and you're going to give us a pick back. Well, that's illogical from their standpoint. So I do think that that's how a lot of these trades start out. And if both parties are really motivated to make it work, gradually you'll work your way back to the middle and a deal will get done. And sometimes you need 6 teams involved to get everybody to be happy. And I wonder how many phone calls that was, how many conference calls when, all right, Clay's going to Dallas, and then we're going to get you, and then you're going to get that, and these picks go there, and all the rest of it. These trades are very hard to do, and there's a certain amount of illogic to what each side is trying to do because everyone's trying to win the deal.
Well, sure, and I also
win the big deal.
Win the big deal. So I like also when Lacob says at the end, these writers have no idea what the other side is offering. Like he's sort of saying that, and there are very few people out there that would have a line like I'm an insider. Like TK can get Joe Lacob seemingly on the podcast by making a phone call. Hey, come on the pod. Okay, I'll come on the pod. TK's topped in. Does TK have any idea what the hell's going on in Utah? No. Tim doesn't have people in Utah, I don't think. So he can sit here and probably get some insight into what the Warriors want to do. Is he getting the insight in what the Jazz want to do? There's very few reporters out there that would have both of those lines, and therefore they do just end up becoming largely mouthpieces for one side. Is that what Shams is doing right now? I don't know. Shams is out here like, yeah, you need to do Podziemski even though he doesn't exist, and you need to do 12 picks. That's what I'm being told, Bob. Okay, thanks, Shams. Back to you. The Warriors aren't doing that. So what are we talking about? What are we talking about? I don't know. Right now, is it a leverage game because there's still time? Or are these two sides just not a match? Or is Utah just not even actually interested in trading Lauri Markkanen? Here's Joe Lacob about where the Warriors sit right now.
I'm pretty excited about where we are right now. Am I satisfied? No, never. So we're always going to be in the market to improve our team. Always. I don't care what team we have. If we could get someone else and work out a deal that would make us better, great. We will. We're always looking. Yeah. We're going to be the most aggressive team in the league.
Okay. So there's your leverage play again.
Yep.
Everyone is sending do you notice this? All teams are sending the same message. Boy, we love getting better, but my goodness, we are okay with who we are right now. So we don't need to do anything. That's the message everyone's trying to send to everybody.
Of course. And it's like when you used to go to the club and you were trying to maybe pick up a female, try to get somebody to show interest in you. If you went out there and were like too eager and too thirsty and trying too hard, you're getting nowhere. So you try to lay back and play it cool, which I was never able to do, but I was told that was the proper approach. And so when you're Joe Lacob and it's mid-July, you're not playing games for 3 months. The schedule's not even out. So yeah, you don't want to be too needy, too thirsty. You want to just still lay back and work the back channels. And you know what? If it doesn't work out, we like what we have. We like DeAnthony. We like Slow-Mo. We like Buddy Hield. We like what we've done this offseason.
It's so hard. Like I've watched, we've been this person, or we know some people. You're looking for a job, you get laid off or whatever, and you're looking for a job, and you're just firing resumes everywhere. You're calling every contact that you've got, and it becomes so hard, right? Because all those companies that say, we'll give you a call in a week or so, and then our timeline changed and blah, blah, blah. And you're freaking out because you're desperate. You're desperate. You don't have that fallback position, and you kind of become less hireable in many respects. No different here. Let's go to Rich in Fremont. Hi, Rich. What's cooking, man? What are you doing?
Pretty much on my way to my first stop. You know who pays my paycheck?
Atco?
That's right, baby. That's right. Atco Pest Control, okay? You need your pest control taken care of? Call Atco. You can't go wrong with that. Listen, this is not going anywhere, okay? At the end of the day, Utah is only doing this to see what they can get. And if they can make a fool out of Golden State, they will, okay? Lauri Markkanen is not being traded. That's not going to happen. And you know why it's not going to happen? Because every time the Warriors bring something that is reasonable to Utah ups the ante. Okay? 11 picks and Brandon Podziemski? No, come on. Joe Lacob's a good businessman. He's not going to do that. Come on. It's like if they came to Joe Lacob and did that, and Joe Lacob would sit in his room and go, what are we doing? In other words, Mark Willard, your phrase, what are we doing?
What are you doing?
It's like, come on. The Warriors are not, no, that's not good. They're not going to do all that.
Yeah. Rich, it's not a good match right now because I don't think there is a match.
Thanks, Rich.
I don't think Utah's looking for a match. I think Utah's looking for a fool.
Yeah, exactly. They're looking for somebody to just blow them out of the water with an offer. And if you think back to Danny Ainge and his history of these types of trades, when he sold off his stars in Boston, he got over on the Nets, and he ultimately landed the picks that helped them to win a championship. So he's looking for that same kind of a haul.
We're going to do Fast Five in a second, but I promised what Lacob had to say about the Klay Thompson situation, so here's that real quick.
My feeling has always been Klay would never, ever, ever be anywhere but be a Warrior. And I thought he wanted to do that too. I think he did want to do that. And unfortunately, Bob Myers used to say this all the time. He'd say, it never ends well. It's just unfortunate business. Right. It's just the way it is, and things get in the way, and circumstances prevail. And so this is a very difficult process. His injury, the coming back from the injury, which he didn't play for 2.5 of the 5 years, actually, of the contract, and finally came back and really worked hard to get there. And, all I can tell you is we love him. There's going to be a statue for this guy without question, obviously, when they're all retired. And I didn't want to see it happen, but it did.
Yeah, there it is from Joe Lacob again on the TK pod. And it feels like Joe always sort of like, until the end, he's like, no one's leaving here. Bob Myers isn't going to.
Right.
He's not going to leave. Clay's not going to leave. But what he said, Bob Myers said, is the truth. And keep it in mind about Steph Curry and everybody. It usually does not end well.
It's very rare, and we could run through the big three sports and talk about how many of the truly, truly, truly greats had one team their whole career, and the number is fewer than 10.
Oof, yeah, it's not many.
Nope.
Not many at all. Xfinity Fast Five. Let's go.
The Xfinity Fast Five. Your last chance to get in on the morning roast. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet. Only from Xfinity.
Yeah, it's the Xfinity Fast Five. Final thoughts on the show brought to you by the Next Generation 10G Network. Only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Hey, listen, I'll go first. I can't remember if it was the Fatted Calf. I can't remember the exact name of the place. But we went to the Ferry Building for lunch yesterday, and the first thing I want to say is the Ferry Building is still cool.
Yep.
It's still awesome, and the businesses in there were fantastic. The food was great. The ice cream was great. I want people still going to the Ferry Building, and stop closing things at the Ferry Building, but this will help. There's one restaurant that's like, we got a breakfast and a lunch menu, and we stood in line, and we waited through 4 people deep. That's about it. And we get up to the front, got all these beautiful sandwiches laid out right there at the register. You want prosciutto? What do you want? And I'm like, it's 1 o'clock, right on the mark, 1 o'clock. Like, we're going to take one of these, take one of those, and one of those. And the lady looks at us and goes, well, but the kitchen is actually closed.
Oh, come on.
And so we're not, it's 1 o'clock and you're a lunch. What are you doing? What do you mean the kitchen is closed?
And they have sandwiches on display?
Sandwiches are sitting at the prosciutto is sitting there looking at me, and it's 12:59, and you closed the kitchen? What's happening?
I don't know.
Stay open, Ferry Building.
Yep.
Come on.
That's no good.
Yeah.
That's no good.
That's all.
Tonight's the All-Star game, and I'm looking forward to seeing the Giants if they play. I just looked at the National League roster. I think they have 17 pitchers. So some of these guys aren't going to get in. Elliot Ramos, get an AB.
Get an AB.
For me, to all of you, bet the under. It's at 7.5. It's juiced minus 130. Bet the under. You're welcome.
Okay. All right. Mark Grandy and Director of Sports, Lucas Alexander. Hello.
Yeah, Grandy's doing some directing back here. He told me to be quick. So I'm just going to go off of Dib's point. I don't know if you guys saw the bat that Elliot Ramos is going to get to use tonight in the All-Star game. Pay attention to that. It's really cool. We're on the air, boys, so be careful. We're doing your segment, Fast Five, so we're going to be quick here.
Wait for your show, Joe.
Thank you. It's a very, very cool, colorful bat. It's a collaboration of San Francisco with Elliot Ramos's Puerto Rican roots. There's some really cool stuff on that design, so check that out.
It's a collaboration sensation.
Yes, it is. That's a buck, and that's Mark with a C.
All right, I'll be really quick. Home Run Derby last night. It was fun. I enjoyed it. I know your kids really enjoyed it. I missed the when it wasn't timed and it was just outspaced because it takes away the real mammoth home runs that these guys can hit when you're rushed up against the clock. You're not swinging as hard on every single swing. I missed like the 470-foot home runs. Now we get Jose Ramirez hitting wall scrapers barely over right field. I miss the old school home run derby. I want that back.
Plus, the cameras go out to the outfield less, where the little kids are running around trying to catch fly balls, which is actually kind of entertaining.
No doubt.
It's pretty hilarious.
And plus, fatigue sets in. You got to use your timeout in the appropriate spot. It's just the whole thing. So,
Can I add one last final thought on my final thought before I say bye?
Seconds.
Yes, we're supposed to go, but I guess.
Elliot Ramos, in my research of his background from Puerto Rico, Elliot Ramos's older brother, Hector Ramos, is a professional soccer player in Puerto Rico.
Yeah.
The top leading goal scorer in the history of the Puerto Rican national team.
I did a whole podcast about it about 4 years ago.
Oh, you didn't tell me.
Yeah, go to the internet. It was before I worked here. But anyway, thank you for that, Lucas. What would we have done without it?
And now we're late.
Exactly. Your fault. Hey, you want to do it again tomorrow?
Yeah, only at the crack of dawn.
Yeah, that's exactly what's going to happen.
All right.
Bonte and Joe get in here next, and what's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. It's all you got.
Want to save on some of the biggest names in streaming on the network made for streaming? X marks the spot. Now through September 21st, get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for 12 months with a 1-year contract. And for just $15 a month, add the new Stream Saver that includes Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix. That's Xfinity internet and Stream Saver for just $35 a month. All your favorites, all in one place, only from Xfinity. So go ahead and binge some shows, stream some movies, and save some money all at the same time. For more watching and less spending, X marks the spot. Switch to Xfinity, the network made for streaming, and bring on the good stuff. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular internet rates apply. Currently $54 a month. Actual speeds vary. Stream Saver requires Xfinity internet or TV, and price subject to change.
Hardworking men need hard-working deodorant. Introducing Lumi for Men, and we named him Mando. I'm Dr. Shannon Klingman, the inventor of Mando Whole Body Deodorant for pits, packages, and feet, because we all know our pits aren't the only place we get odor. Mando Whole Body Deodorant is different from anything you've ever tried before. It stops odor before it starts, powered by our acidified technology. My patented whole body deodorant formula has over 200,000 5-star reviews. And because Mando has a 60-day stink-free guarantee, you can try Mando risk-free. Give Mando whole body deodorant a try today and smell like the stink-free man you were intended to be.
For a limited time, new and returning customers can go.
gangster party. I do like me a good old gangster party, even though I haven't been in one in many, many years.
Crank that!
But I'm not Steiny, and that's not Guru. That is Joe Shasky the Butcher.
That is whack!
I am Bonte Hill. That is
now
whack,
we got
Jack.
Akua.
Luka Akua. What? Hey, it's jacked up. It's jacked up this week. Willard Dibbs, you just heard from them from 6 to 10 on the morning roast. You know what? I'm thrown off. Spinoni, I need my intro. Come on, let's go. I need my intro. Play my theme music. Give me my theme music right now.
It's time.
Yay!
Here we go.
Oh, baby! What is happening? Brunch with Bonte and Butcher here on 95.7 The Game. And again, it's jacked up this week. Willard Dibbs from 6 to 10. Shasky and I from 10 to 2. Guru and Stardy and Guru from 2 to 6, presented by Jack's Restaurant and Bar. Shout out to our great friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it. Because if you don't bring it, you know what time it is. We're going to flush your ass right down the drain. Brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. Look, we got a lot going on today. Joe Lacob has spoke. He spoke. He sat down with David Aldridge. We're going to get all into that. Trust me, 888-957-9570. It may be a big, heavy Warriors day. The Giants, what's going on with them? Other than Webb and Ramos in the All-Star game, not much. We can touch on the Derby a little bit. The national anthem was probably the most exciting thing about the home run Derby.
It certainly wasn't Carl Ravitch.
It wasn't Carl
Jeez
Ravitch
Louise,
or Eduardo Perez.
Wake up.
Just kept cutting Griffey off. It's just weird. The Derby's stale. It's like the slam dunk contest now. You got to have your big boys playing. It's like LeBron not participating in the slam dunk competition. You need the judges. You need the Sotos. You need the Otanis. You need the big boys in the home run Derby. Alec Baum, great story. I don't know who he is. Well, I know who he is because I'm into it, but the casual doesn't know who he is.
You know who he was? The guy selected one pick after Joey Bart.
Oh, that's great.
Did you know that?
I did not know that. That's great. He's having an all-time year. That was a stale home run derby. It really was.
It wasn't that great. I flipped back and forth from the StatCast version just to see what it looked like, and at least the announcer was like into it. Look, Eduardo Perez, I understand why he's been a part of the broadcast for so long. He's a boring guy.
Yeah,
he's just a boring guy.
He's too serious.
I mean, it's just like
let one of your buttons loose on the top of your plaid shirt and just loosen up a bit and have some fun.
And who is clamoring for the Todd Father?
Yeah,
I don't like Todd Frazier. I'm sorry, he's boring too.
Oh man, you know what I miss? Back, gone. Chris Berman on the home run derby. So, give it to me.
Can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed by the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watch were so gallant.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
Oh, Mike Garofalo, NFL Network. Breaking news. All-Pro wide receiver Brandon Aiyuk has officially requested a trade after an all-season of unsuccessful attempts to reach an extension. Despite a recent meeting, the Niners haven't been willing to engage in negotiations since May, so Aiyuk has respectfully asked out. That's right. It's Mike Garofalo, right? Not Mike Garofalo?
Garofalo,
excuse me. My bad, Mike Garofalo. Mike Garofalo of NFL Network has just reported that 49ers All-Pro wide receiver Brandon Aiyuk has officially requested a trade after an all-season of unsuccessful attempts to reach an extension. Despite a recent meeting, the Niners haven't been willing to engage in negotiations since May, so Aiyuk has respectfully asked out. You know what, Jackson? It's crazy. This is insane. First of all, 888-957-9570. Niner fans, how you feel right now? Come talk to us. You know who to talk to when it comes to this situation. And that's why I love this shit, Shasky, because we get breaking news. You imagine if it was on the morning roast, we would have been off the air. irate, just like when Jimmy Garoppolo, when the Niners traded for the number 3 overall pick that year when they drafted Trey Lance. Anyway, we talked before the show, and I said, Shasky, I borderline want to see the Niners play without Brandon Aiyuk. And you were asking me why. And I said, I'll wait to tell you why. I will save it for the airways because I want you to get in on this. I just want to see how great Shanahan is. I want to see how great Brock Purdy is. I want to see them like, okay, maybe they don't need Brandon Aiyuk. But now Brandon Aiyuk is like, yo, I want out. A week before training camp, as rookies report today, down in Santa Clara, the Ricky Pearsalls of the world, Brandon Aiyuk has officially requested a trade, Shasky. Your thoughts?
The first thing that comes to mind is this. And it's not even about Brandon Aiyuk. It's actually about the quarterback. And the reason why I bring up the quarterback is all of their accounting is because they think they have to pay this guy $60 million next year. And so this is the first domino of the pieces that are falling around when you pay the quarterback. This is what happens. And I'll say this. Oh, my God. And I know, look, like everyone, you got to pay him. You better be right. If you're not right, everyone's gone. Now, they drafted the kid from Florida, Ricky Pearsall. We will see if he can be good. We'll find out. I didn't love the way Brandon Aiyuk has handled his business the entire offseason. I understand his point of view. I understand everyone's frustration. I also understand that the Niners are kind of a victim of their own success because they have a lot of guys making a lot of money, and they're really good players. Now, they've spent poorly in some areas. You know, we can look at the Javon Hargrave deal, and I'm seeing Javon Hargrave, I'm sorry, like that was a bad signing. Like just financially, given that you knew this was coming down the pipe. But this is the first domino because they physically can't afford everyone on the team. And in a perfect world, I want to keep Aiyuk. Everyone wants to keep Aiyuk. In a perfect world, I would try to figure it out with both wide receivers and keep Debo and Aiyuk long-term and add Ricky Pearsall. But that's not real. This is what happens when you're gearing up to pay the quarterback $50 to $60 million. Ask the Dallas Cowboys with Dak Prescott. Amari Cooper's been gone. They got rid of the running back, Zeke Elliott. They've allowed certain offensive linemen to retire, and their money goes washing away. Look at what's happened with Buffalo the last couple of years as they bid adieu to still very productive Stephon Diggs. Look around the league, people. Open your eyes. You got to get cheaper at the wide receiver skill position if you're going to pay the quarterback $60 million.
Which is
and
crazy.
if you're going to have a $20 million left tackle and you're going to have a $20 million running back and another wide receiver make a 20, not everyone can get the bag with this team.
But you know what's crazy is that these quarterbacks do need these top flight wide receivers. They need playmakers in today's game and age, today's day and age. Brandon Aiyuk. Now, look, they don't have to trade him. They could just sit. The Niners could sit here. They have the leverage. They could just fine him every single day. Now, if he ever comes back, they'll say, hey, the fines, let bygones be bygones. Or you don't have to pay any fines or whatnot. But they do have the leverage in this sense. He is under contract for $14 million this season, 14.1. If he does play on it and he becomes an unrestricted free agent, then the Niners can say, well, we're going to franchise tag you. So they do have the leverage here. They don't have to do anything right now. This is kind of a Hail Mary from Brandon Aiyuk to say, I want my money. If you don't want to pay me my money, send me out. The timing's weird because you're a week out from training camp. When Debo requested his trade for the 49ers, it happened before the NFL draft. Now the draft is over. And if you're the 49ers, you're thinking, do we just trade Brandon Aiyuk for a pick? Or do you trade him for a player? Like, what if Washington really wants him, right? What if the Commanders, now I'm thinking about the Commanders and Adam Peters and all the conversations and all the buddy-buddy with Jaden Daniels coming out of LSU who played with them at Arizona State. What if they just say, all right, we'll flip you Terry McLaurin for Brandon Ayuk?
I'd do it in a heartbeat.
I'd probably do it in a heartbeat, too. I'd do it in a heartbeat, too. If Brandon Aiyuk doesn't want to play here in this situation, because now I'm ticked off with Aiyuk. I'm a big Aiyuk guy, but now I'm a little ticked off now.
Why?
You don't pull this a week before training camp.
But
we're getting ready for a Super Bowl run here.
Yeah, but be like, and that's, I'm glad you're bringing this up, because to me, like, look, I want Aiyuk in a perfect world. And I understand, like, you talk about all the time, the players have to maximize their money. I get that. And I'm a Niner fan, though. So let's go back. 2019, you lose the Super Bowl. What happens in that offseason? Well, hello, COVID. It was crazy. You couldn't practice, okay? And then there was this whole thing with, should we keep Jimmy? Should we go to Tom Brady? Tom Brady's a free agent. So there was that whole drama, and you didn't practice leading up to 2020. Then after the 2020 season, where you get basically sent down to Arizona, you have an entire offseason of Jimmy Garoppolo, Trey Lance, Jimmy Garoppolo, Trey Lance. They trade up. They're going to draft Trey Lance. This whole, are they going to bring him back? What are they going to do? Oh, they're going to keep all of them. That was its own drama.
Well, also, don't forget, Javon Kinlaw, your first-round pick, when you traded DeForest Buckner, you bring in Kinlaw, but Kinlaw can't come in to the camp because Chris Kosar can't get his hands on him. So now he's behind the 8 ball as well. Don't forget about him.
It just seems like every offseason there's something. Then after the Jimmy Garoppolo 2021 season where you lose to the Rams, he hurts his shoulder and he's like stuck in limbo. And you're going to hand the team to Trey Lance, and Jimmy's like sticking around. He had this whole offseason of, well, it's Trey's team. But over there, Jimmy's throwing on the baby field. And then the next year, Trey Lance is he going to stay? Is he going to go? Brock Purdy hurts his elbow. Like every single offseason, it's something.
Sam Darnold.
Nick Bosa last year, which was the same year of is Purdy's elbow going to be fine? The Niners are so wildly successful. They have so many players that they have to pay, yet it seems like every offseason is a circus.
But you know what? It's a testament to who Shanahan is and John Lynch, because despite the circus act all around this team, despite everything, they still win a lot of football games, and they still get deep into the playoffs. You go to 4 NFC championship games, you know what I'm saying? In the last 5 years, you know how to minimize the noise. You know how to keep the noise out of the locker room. So that's pretty good.
But one thing that I've heard, Kyle Juszczyk on with Matt Mayock, and he was talking about this. He's like, hey, look, every offseason has been something. Yeah. And we kind of wanted a quiet offseason heading into this year because there's always stuff on the quarterback, at least the last 4 or 5 years. And then there's always somebody on the team who's frustrated with their money. Deebo Samuel a couple of years ago, Nick Bosa a year ago, like Kittle multiple years ago, Fred Warner, and they weren't as egregious as where Brandon Aiyuk's at, but guys were like, we wanted to be full go. You know why? Because this is the last year for the whole quarter be together because you're going to pay Purdy.
So this is crazy because now I'm just looking at the receiver doc, and now you're tight with Debo. They walk into the games together, but you have your clicks with the 49ers. And I wonder just how clicky they are with Brandon Aiyuk. Like you see him talking a little bit to George Kittle, but how much do they rock with George Kittle? Does this one kind of turn this team off where Brandon Aiyuk saying, yeah, I want my money, and everybody else is saying, man, can we just can you do this? Can you do that? And I understand, trust me, I'm pro Brandon Aiyuk in this sense. You got to get paid when it's time to get paid. You got to get your bag. You have to, because there's no guarantee. We just watched the receiver, Doc. These guys are getting hit left and right. What if he does go out there and get injured? What if he does go out there and tear an ACL? Now he's not getting that quote-unquote generational wealth that he's seeking right now. So I get that. But part of today's show, it's very interesting this breaks, because part of the show was, okay, Brandon Aiyuk doesn't want to come to camp. My position today was going to be, Shasky.
What's that?
You know what? We hear all the time about Shanahan being a genius and Shanahan scheming everybody wide open. Now I was intrigued to see this team perform without Brandon Aiyuk, because I want to see how good Purdy is. To your point about paying him $60 million a year, if I'm going to pay a quarterback $60 million a year, then he should be fine with Debo, Kittle, and Christian McCaffrey, and then bringing along Ricky Pearsall with the mind and the brain of Kyle Shanahan constructing and diagramming these football plays, Shasky. So in a sense, I was saying, if I'm going to pay this guy $60 million a year, let me see some adversity with Brock Purdy, see what he does without one of these main core guys.
Bonte, my setting has been with the Niners heading into this year, save me. Like, you're the only thing that can save me from the Bay Area sports purgatory right now. The Warriors are kind of in limbo. The Giants have been boring as hell, and I've been begging for the Niners to win a damn Super Bowl. They've been so good and so close, and they're the one thing that is salvaging my sports brain in the Bay Area right now.
We do have Joe Lakers out too. We'll get to that. We'll get to all that.
But no doubt about it. Like, this Aiyuk thing has been bugging me for a while. When Debo was doing what he was doing, at the end of the day, when camp opened up, he was there.
He was there.
And he was dressed on the sideline in street clothes. And I walked by him, and he looked a little big for his standards. I walked by him, and I was like, look, he's here. You know what I mean? Like, he's shown his face. I didn't like that post that was out. Remember, I told you, I did not like that he wasn't with everyone. Like, we get it. You're going to get your money, dude. But show up and be a team player.
And I feel like you lost a little love for Bosa.
I did.
Because not only did he hold out, which, you know what,
it was the way it went down.
But no, my problem with Bosa, I said, look, you can hold out all you want to. You go get your money. I understand you want to go get your money. You've had a torn ACL. You missed college football because you got hurt. You tore your ACL in high school. I get all that. You need to go get paid. She stuck the Niners for like $20 extra million. All right? But what turned me off of Bosa last season was when we get to the bye week and you're talking about, yeah, I think missing training camp contributed to the slow start. I've been just working on stuff. I've been experimenting. Then you're throwing the defensive coordinator under the bus. I'm like, oh, wait, hold on a minute. Hold on. We made you the highest paid defensive player of all time. Now you're making excuses, and he made excuses all season long. So that's why when it comes to Nick Bosa, and we see him next week in training camp, I better see 15 to 20 sacks this year. I don't want to hear a peep about anything.
Here's what I don't understand from like the Niners' point of view, and I would like more clarity on this before I just crush them. Why was the CMC extension so quiet and behind the scenes and so easy to execute? I mean, I know that the money is significantly less when it comes to the guarantees, but it felt like, hey, quietly, hey, CMC, we're gonna prioritize you. We're gonna give you your money. And we're going to get this done. No one will know anything. We're just going to announce it. But yet this Aiyuk thing has been so public, yet I feel like they've been staring this down the barrel for almost 2 years.
Well, to keep hearing from Aiyuk's camp, though, that they were at the 1 yard line. They were inside the 5. They're getting ready to sign, seal, and deliver, and then something happened. I don't know. That's what we don't know. We don't know what the holdup is.
It feels like they were trying to trade him on deadline on the draft.
No, they were. And you know what? I think they overplayed their hand.
They weren't.
No, they definitely took calls.
Exactly.
And they took calls on Deebo Samuel, which they admitted that Deebo, hey, let's talk to the New York Jets. Maybe we will trade. John Lynch has said over and over and over, our phone lines are always open. We're always looking to get better. He said that. He said it, not us. And so I do believe they tried to trade Brandon Aiyuk, and probably they asked for too much for Brandon Aiyuk. Went to your point about all these receivers coming out. Other teams are like, you know what? With the cap and the whole quarterback room and the way we got to reset our clocks, you know what? We're going to pass on Aiyuk. We're going to keep our picks and draft one of these stud wide receivers in college and develop them and hope they turn into Deebo Samuel or a Brandon Aiyuk. But the timing here, and Tim Kawakami has a good tweet, and I do subscribe to this. Tim Kawakami of The Athletic. My read is that Aiyuk's move is largely to indicate to the 49ers that he's not reported at camp unless he gets a new deal. They can't expect him to play for $14 million. They probably knew that, but this step is to underline the position. It's a negotiation, and that's what this is. It's a negotiation. So, you know what? Here's what
I would say.
This is where we're at right now. I bet you
he's not the only guy in a final year of a deal. This is where I take some umbrage here. And you can say, Joe, well, Charvarius got paid. Yeah, Charvarius also wasn't a first-round pick with guaranteed money when he signed with the 49ers as a free agent. He actually, as a seventh rounder or undrafted from Kansas City, whatever it was, his money was totally different. Charvarius Ward's in the final year of a deal. Deommodore Lenoir's in the final year of a deal. Basically, Dre Greenlaw is essentially in the final year of a deal. He is not the only guy on this roster who wants to get an extension. So you're getting $15 million on the guaranteed deal. It's very difficult for me to have major empathy, and I understand the business tactic of it. But I'm with the Niners on this one, and I'm saying, like, dog, we got $15 million staring you in the face. Well, we can't give you this extension because we don't have the money.
But you know what though? He saw all these wide receivers getting paid, and Aiyuk did mention on the Pivot podcast with Ryan Clark. He mentioned this. They tried to get a deal done right after the Super Bowl. They tried to get a deal done quickly. It didn't work out. And it would have behooved the Niners to get that deal done quickly because all of a sudden now, Devontae Smith, A.J. Brown, Jalen Waddle, Amon-Ra St. Brown.
But he's not.
Justin Jefferson.
He's not as good as Justin Jefferson.
He's better than Jalen Waddle. I would take him over Devontae Smith.
But just because they overpaid for Jalen Waddle doesn't mean that I do that for here.
But Shasky, it's not about that. The point is that the Niners sat there and said, you know what, we're going to wait on this. They didn't expect the wide receiver market to explode the way it did in the offseason, and it did. So now if you're Brandon Aiyuk, you always talk about it, right? Stocks. We've got to react to new information. The stock market, blah, 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 blah. Well, the stock market in the NFL wide receiver market, it went up in a major way.
But if I'm looking at my portfolio, like on this team, running back, left tackle, and quarterback are more important than Brandon Aiyuk. At minimum, and I might even make an argument that George Kittle could be equally as important, if not more important than Brandon Aiyuk. So I'm not giving the fifth most important guy on my offense number one money.
So you think he's the fifth most important player?
Currently, on the way they play football.
So that's why my position today was go ahead and trade Brandon Aiyuk. I want to see how good this offense is without Brandon Aiyuk. Now I want to see it.
I think
now I want to see Shannon. Now I want to see him average 30 points a game without Brandon Aiyuk.
They moved the ball with Lewis Murphy, for Christ's sake, 6 years ago. They've moved the ball with random wide
receivers.
receivers.
Did they score touchdowns?
What?
Did they score touchdowns?
No, but he had one elite season. He's a good player. I don't want to make it sound like he's not a scrub. He's not some weak player. He is a really, really good player. But to pretend that he's some game-changing X-factor Justin Jefferson $30 million a year wide receiver, that's a stretch to me.
Jalen Waddle got paid big boy money.
I don't think that's good money spent.
Yeah, Devontae Smith got paid big boy money. So in that sense, in your lane, in your wide receiver market, and you're Brandon Aiyuk, and you're saying, wait, these guys are getting paid more than me? I'm equally as impactful as these guys that are getting paid more than me right now. So now I'm going to sit back and go get my value. It's the stock market, right? Hey, what did Jeff Fat Joe say? Yesterday's price is not today's price.
Let me ask you, do you think, like on the real, do you truly believe that like the Jalen Waddle money that you're referencing, do you think that's good money spent?
Absolutely. For Miami, absolutely. He's a game changer.
They just lost Christian Watkins because of that.
But you know what, though? Without Jalen Waddle, that offense went down the drain.
Well,
when he's rolling, it opens up everything for Tyreek Hill. And all of a sudden, when Tyreek Hill is cooking and he's getting doubled, then you got Jalen Waddle on the other side.
I would argue that in that particular scheme, if I gave them Christian McCaffrey and Trent Williams as opposed to paying Jalen Waddle, I think that they're making the same decision that the Niners are making is I'll take the left tackle on the running back.
So now, here we go now, though. Okay, now you got Christian McCaffrey, right? Because I think the thing with Debo and Aiyuk and having Kittle, you could try to play 8 in the box against the 49ers, try to stuff the run game. You're going to get beat over the top. How do defenses now play the 49ers if you don't have a Brandon Aiyuk and you got Ricky Pearsall who struggled in college getting off a press man? He's got to work on that. Katie get off a press man. Are they better without Brandon Aiyuk right now? And then the whole thing with the fans, now by Brandon Aiyuk coming out and doing this, no matter what he does,
a bad look.
Now the fans are going to turn on him.
You're right.
And I see it. All the fans are going to say, you could have played for $14 million because they think we're all equal. And, oh, man, you got $14 million. I'm out here nickel and diamond every day working the 9 to 5. So now all of a sudden, just like with Deebo Samuel, it took a long time for the fans to get back on the wagon with Deebo Samuel. Remember that?
No doubt.
A lot of people were down and out on Deebo Samuel because of the way he handled his negotiations.
I fell back in love with Deebo and Kittle watching the receiver doc.
And I wasn't, there
I
you
did.
go.
I fell back in love with those guys. I'm going to be real with you. Like I was kind of down on both of those guys, and then I watched the receiver doc, and I'm here for it. And so the thing I keep coming back to, B, and I look. Everyone can agree they're a better football team with Brandon Aiyuk. There's not one person on the planet who's like, well, the Niners are better today without Brandon Aiyuk. We all agree, right? We're all on the same page.
I would hope so.
Okay. The question, and this is why it's such a compelling one. He's good. How good is he? Well, he's good. How much do you prioritize him versus other players that you've paid great money to?
Well, I tell you how good he is. The NFL told me that he was second team All-Pro.
Okay.
That's how good he is, Shasky.
On this offense, if I said to you, Bonte, you have an open draft just for the Niners. Give me where you're taking Brandon Aiyuk on the Niners open draft right now. Because in my head, I know that
or linemen, everybody
anywhere on the team.
So I go Christian McCaffrey number 1.
I think everyone does.
I have to go Trent Williams number 2.
I think everyone does.
I got to go Brock Purdy number 3. He's the quarterback.
Okay,
and then we get to the skill position guys.
What about Bosa?
I'm just talking offense.
Oh, well,
I thought you said offense. I thought you said offense.
I'm going full team.
He's the top 10 player on this offense.
Oh, okay.
I mean, on this team.
But if I give him $28 million, he's the number 1 highest paid player for this year.
That's
fine. And he's probably number 2 moving forward.
Is Debo worth the $28 million? Is he worth the money that he's getting paid right now? And what he does, we just watched Debo Samuel in the Super Bowl fail to get off a press man. Get hurt, and he's an injury liability. And I love Debo.
Dismantled Philly.
Yeah, but I love
and
Debo.
He dragged this team through the playoffs in 2021
with
the garbage carcass of Jimmy Garoppolo.
Stop it.
He willed them through the Packers.
That was 3 years ago. I'm talking about today. I'm talking about today.
Debo Samuel had an all-time season.
Debo got hurt in the Green Bay game. Debo got hurt in the Green Bay game, and he got hurt in the Super Bowl. 2 of our 3 games in the postseason. Debo wasn't even available. He wasn't even available by the end of the season. 2021, he was barely available.
And I love Aiyuk.
Oh, my God.
But Debo is a more accomplished player. Are we kidding me?
Here we go, underrating Brandon Aiyuk again.
No, he's good.
Oh, my God.
Debo had a signature season that was up there with Jerry Rice.
2021. 2021.
I'm telling you, man.
Last year, he couldn't make it out of 2 of the 3 playoff games.
If I'm going to war, moving forward, and this...
You're going to go to war and get 12 games out of Debo.
No, but I know the 12 games I'm getting. He's running through souls.
He wasn't even available in the Super Bowl. When it was all said and done, he's on a knee in the third quarter. I put an entire script
around Debo Samuel getting 15 targets. Aiyuk doesn't have that in the bag.
What?
He's not that guy.
What?
Justin Jefferson is that guy.
Oh,
Devontae Adams is that guy. Aiyuk is just a tick below.
Okay, that's fine.
He's really, really good.
But Jalen Waddle and Devontae got all those guys.
I'm telling you, man.
You know what? I hope the 49ers do trade Brandon Aiyuk because I said this before in our show meeting. I asked these guys, honestly, I want to see how good Brock Purdy is without Brandon Aiyuk.
I want to see how good Aiyuk is with the Raiders. Let's see what he does with the Raiders.
If he goes to the Raiders with Devontae Adams, if he's played off of Devontae Adams, see one-on-one coverage, he's cooking.
With a garbage quarterback who's coming from LSU.
He goes to the Raiders with Devontae Adams and Brock Bowers and Meyer. He is cooking. Are you kidding me? We're going to regret the day we trade Brandon Aiyuk. I guarantee you that. We're going to regret the day. I watched his team fail on first-round receiver after first-round receiver year after year after year. We finally get one, and we want to get rid of his ass. No. All right, fine.
We're
get rid of him. Let's see how Brock Purdy is. Let's see how good Brock Purdy is after Brandon Aiyuk gets traded. More coming up. Brought to you by St. Martin, Lucky, California.
The Savings Road Trip game of Monopoly is back at Lucky with over $30 million in prizes and money-saving offers.
Pitching deep, going for Brandon Aiyuk. It is. Oh, he caught it off the ricochet. Penalty. Is he in? He's down to the 5. We'll see what the penalty is. What a play from Aiyuk. We'll see if it stands. There is no foul in the play. The catch was made. And the runner's down with the contact at the 4.5-yard line. First down, San Francisco.
Now back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game. Filling in for Steiny and Goo, here's Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky.
Got no problem filling those shoes for Steiny and Guru. Big shoes to fill, but we're going to try to do our best here as we fill in for Steiny and Guru. We're all jacked up this week. We got breaking news. Brandon Aiyuk has requested a trade from the 49ers. Now, I believe it's a negotiating ploy as we're a week away from the veterans reporting to training camp. The rookies are there today. The veterans report next week, but Brandon Aiyuk wants his money because yesterday's price is not today's price. And another thing we forget when it comes to Brandon Aiyuk, as we came into the break, Shasky, great conversation. We've got the lines lit up. I'm fired up here because
I want my money. I want my money now.
That's how Aiyuk should feel. You guys want to really give up Brandon Aiyuk? Go ahead and trade him, see how good his offense is.
He's under contract.
He's underrated because you guys, you always talk about we're a run-first offense. We need a left tackle. We need a running back. Who's the best blocking wide receiver on this football team?
Juwan Jennings.
Barely, by not much.
No, but you're asking.
No, all those long
really good.
All those long Christian McCaffrey runs.
Yeah, but I don't pay,
who's downfield blocking?
But,
in this offense, you got to run block.
No, I agree, but I'm not paying you $28 million because you're a run blocker.
Well, we pay George Kittle to do it.
Yeah, but George Kittle's making half of that.
In the Super Bowl, George Kittle's getting 2 targets. Why? Hey, George, we need you to block, even though we're paying him to be one of the most dynamic tight ends in all of football.
11 touchdowns last year.
What happened in the Super Bowl?
Well, yeah, he got a little phased out.
In our biggest games,
yeah,
a little phased out, 2 targets.
So did I.
What happened in Super Bowl 54?
You know
what I'm saying? In our biggest games, it seems like George Kittle's asked to block a lot more, asked to pass block. So I say, why are we paying him to pass block? Anyway, Brandon Aiyuk on those long Christian McCaffrey runs, which turns a 20-yard run into a 70-yard run. Who's down there getting their nose dirty, getting their jersey dirty? It's Brandon Aiyuk, like Jerry Rice, like John Taylor. He's a complete wide receiver, and we somehow, some way underrated this guy in the Bay Area. No. So you know what I say? You want to go ahead and pay Brock Purdy $60 million? Who the hell he's going to throw the football to?
I don't think we underrate him. This is what I think. I think he's properly rated. He's just a slight level below the elite of the elites. It's like we just watched the receiver.
Okay, so who's elite? Who's elite in the receiver?
Justin Jefferson. Okay. Devontae Adams. Yep. And I'm going to stop there because
Tyreek Hill?
What? We go to Tyreek Hill. There's more, but I'm just saying, hear me out. Devontae Adams is a great example. When he's paired up with Aaron Rodgers, he puts up historic numbers. He is 5th all-time in red zone touchdowns. I didn't know that. Did you know that?
Not to the receiver, Doc.
I didn't know that. He shows up with the Raiders and in 3 games wants to quit the game of football. He's one of the greatest receivers we've ever seen. So my point being is like, look, what?
Well, in fairness, with Derek Carr, he did lead the league in touchdowns. I just want to say that.
Oh, okay.
That's something he did do.
Did he look like a satisfied man?
Last year, he didn't. He did not.
Okay. All I'm saying is this. I like Brandon Aiyuk, okay? I really like Brandon Aiyuk. He's making $15 million this year. I know that's not enough for him. He wants more. I understand that. You can't pay everyone. And when I'm building my team, I have difficult decisions to make. Quarterback's always going to be more important than receiver. Okay. Running back on this team is more important than receiver. Offensive line.
Which is funny because 2 years ago, a lot of people didn't believe that. They told me I was crazy when I said we needed a dynamic running back, which is funny how we've all pivoted now.
I would agree with you.
Now all of a sudden we know, yeah, of course. All right, keep going. Keep cooking.
And so, I'm looking at this now. Now, John Robinson got fired in Tennessee because he traded A.J. Brown, and then they played them, and he dismantled them, and A.J. Brown had a monster season, right? So I've seen GMs trade away good wide receivers who end up torching it. I look at Tyreek Hill. He's gone on to Miami. His numbers are prolific. Then in a playoff game, because their offensive line can't block and Tua can't throw, he's a non-factor. So when I look at the Niners, and I say to myself, if I'm building the team, I got Brock Purdy, I got Trent Williams, I got CMC. Those, by far and away, are the 3 most important players on offense. All right? I'm prioritizing them. Would I like to pay Brandon Aiyuk? In an ideal world, yes. But when I have a ton of guys making a ton of money, he's probably going to be the odd man out.
So the guy who finished 7th in the NFL and a run-first offense in receiving yards is going to be the odd man out. After you watch, we forgot about Nico Collins' money. Nico Collins made, I'm looking at it right here, 3 years, $75 million, 52 guaranteed. Nico Collins even got chipped out in the offseason. Mike Mike Evans got re-upped by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and Mike Evans is great, but he didn't have the year Brandon Aiyuk had.
Yeah, but
that's for
Mike
sure.
Evans is going to the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, but Sir Brandon Aiyuk if he continues at this pace, he'll one day be in the Hall of Fame. He had a Hall of Fame type season last year.
Okay, 1 year.
Back-to-back 1,000-yard receivers.
He's a really good player. I feel like I'm splitting hairs.
Do not, Shasky, you know the history of the 49ers inside and out just like I do.
Yes.
Do not scoff at 1,000-yard wide receivers.
Yeah, but if I'm Brandon Aiyuk and I'm watching the receiver doc, one thing is apparently clear. Be careful about cashing out maximum money and not looking at, wow, can I win? Because there is a small Venn diagram where you could still get paid lots of money and win. Do you have to get all the money?
Maybe he believes he could win elsewhere. Maybe he could believe he could win elsewhere.
Devontae
and you know
thought
what?
the same thing.
Well, they traded the quarterback, and Josh McDaniels is a herb. Legs are straight up. Josh McDaniels is a joke.
I mean, like, you brought up Terry McLaurin. I believe Terry McLaurin, I don't know if he could have 1,400 yards and 25 yards per catch the way Brandon Aiyuk did. But I know this, if the Niners brought in a guy like Terry McLaurin, I think he'd be really good in our offense,
He'd be really good. So let's go ahead and move.
really good.
So let's go ahead and
guys
move
who'd be really
So
good.
if you bring in Terry McLaurin, I'm cool with that. Let me sit on that. I'm cool with Terry McLaurin. But if you trade Brendan Aiyuk for picks for this season, I won't
argue there.
For this season,
You're not
this
a
is what
better
we're
team.
talking about.
You're not a better. But let's also
and we got to make a decision on what if Brock Purdy just falls flat on his face without a true number one wide receiver? Who's the number one wide receiver in the pass game?
Right now?
Right now.
Well, it'll end up being, who knows? It might be Ricky Pearsall. I didn't know Puka Nacua was going to come out of nowhere and have 1,800 yards and break every rookie record. I didn't even know who Nico Collins was 2 years ago.
Exactly.
Okay?
Exactly.
So anything can happen.
We didn't know what Brendan Aiyuk was when he got drafted, and we see, damn, he's a damn baller. He's a baller.
Okay, Bonte. I want to keep him, all right? They're not a better team with Brandon Aiyuk off the team and draft picks. They're not. They're just not. Not for now.
And we may be at the end of the line with Debo Samuel.
Who knows?
And it's
but
funny.
I'm not ready to move Debo either.
Well, it's funny because everybody was ready to move off Debo last year. No, everybody, you see the flipping and flopping. I can't handle it sometimes.
Presented
we don't
with
know.
new information.
See, that's what I'm saying. That's why Fat Joe said, yesterday's price is today's price. And the Niners messed around and waited on Brendan Aiyuk, and they could have had him at a decent price. And now the receiver market exploded, and he wants his money now.
How many wide receivers in the history of the game defy quarterback? Meaning they're going to be great no
need
matter
the quarterback.
who the quarterback
is the most important position in all of North American sport.
Okay.
All the North American sport.
I would agree with you.
But the quarterback better have some weapons.
No question.
You better have him with Travis
Every
Kelce.
quarterback has to have weapons.
Exactly. And are we sure Debo Samuel's that weapon at the wide receiver position? We may get it every now and then. We can look at the Philadelphia game. We can look at the Seattle game. But then I look at 2 of the 3 playoff games. I'm saying, damn, Debo got knocked out of those games.
Well, look, I just watched the Kansas City Chiefs with a bunch of guys that no one could name as their wide receivers.
Travis Kelce makes a difference.
No question.
And Patrick Mahomes
We
make
have
a difference.
George Kittle.
But they also have Patrick Mahomes.
So even if you moved off of Brandon Aiyuk, I'm just saying, I don't
they
want to.
They have Patrick Mahomes.
Okay.
And we walked out that Super Bowl. What's the first thing you said to me? Bonte, I saw the difference between quarterbacks.
Yeah, well,
one's great and one is just okay.
One guy's in his third year, second year, and the other guy's in the middle of the Hall, maybe a first ballot Hall of Fame career. If he doesn't play another snap, Mahomes is probably going straight to the Hall of Fame.
Best thing the Niners could do is trade Brandon Aiyuk to the worst team in the league. Do not let a team like the Pittsburgh Steelers, do not let a team like the Kansas City Chiefs, do not let a team like the Miami Dolphins, and hell, even the Commanders up and coming with Adam Peters. I don't know. Just be careful what you wish for, because we keep saying this is the last run from the young core.
I think he should be careful what he wishes for.
If we want to move forward with Brock
easily
Purdy,
be living out the Devontae Adams end of his career with some garbage team with a quarterback who can't throw.
Or the 49ers could be searching for the next wide receiver for Brock Purdy, saying, we need a wide receiver, because we don't know about Ricky Pearsall yet. We didn't know who Ricky Pearsall was on draft day.
I mean, all of this is unknown. I'm just saying, like, right now, I want to keep him. I don't like the way he's going about his business.
Let's go to the lines. 888-957-9570. Let's go to Vince in San Francisco. Vince, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, guys? First off, I want to say, Bonte, you're doing a good job, because I could have swore I thought I was listening to Guru earlier when you went off on Chasky. Now that Aiyuk has requested the trade, I am curious, because there are some guys who are under contract with high salaries, and I know George Kittle and I can't remember who, Eric Armstead both restructured to make room to re-sign Debo. I don't know if there's any more players on the roster right now who could do something like that. That's number one. Second, you mentioned it earlier, the Niners do have leverage. They possibly have 2 more years with Brandon Aiyuk no matter what, because he is under contract, and if he plays, like you said, he could still be tagged going into the offseason after next year. Third was I think the Niners have already been preparing for this moment with the draft picks that they made. They drafted 2 receivers, and they re-signed JJ. So I don't know if the drop-off is going to be as dramatic, because I feel like Brandon Aiyuk does eat off of all the attention that's given to CMC, George Kittle, and Debo. So I'm not going to say that he's not a good receiver. I do want him on the team. I don't want to see him play for anybody else. But if this is a route that the Niners are going to have to go down, what if we do trade him away? Is there anybody in the market or anybody that we can get? I think we need a cornerback, which I feel like if we do trade BA, let's try to get a top-tier cornerback for him, because we do have JJ, and we still have an unknown in the rookie and Pearsall, and there's another receiver that we drafted that's supposed to be better than Pearsall. So I don't know. I don't know if it's going to be as bad as it sounds.
Yeah.
It is all fresh, and I don't want BA to leave, but if he leaves, it is what it is.
Yeah. Hey, Vince, it's a very good call. You talk about the young man from Arizona, Cowing, a little 5'8", shifty guy. Who knows what he is? He does run nice routes. Now, we got an update from Adam Schefter. Adam Schefter, ESPN. Sources. Other teams that have reached out and spoken to San Francisco have been told that the 49ers have no intention of trading disgruntled wide receiver Brandon Aiyuk, who officially is requesting a trade. 49ers open training camp next week. So other teams have already reached out saying, what's up with Brandon Aiyuk? What do you want? Look, and the Niners have said, no, we're not trading this guy. The Niners know how good Brandon Aiyuk is.
But let's play the finances of this. So $15 million guaranteed this year is what the Niners.
14.1.
Yeah, he's going to get that no matter what. That is cooked, ready to go for him. If they keep him, okay, and franchise him, he gets guaranteed in that year. If he signs the tenure, guaranteed the average of the top five of the top 5. So he would be getting himself approximately $40 million guaranteed. Now, it's not the $80 million guaranteed that he wants. But look around the league. Brock Purdy's been playing for peanuts compared to that. Peanuts compared to that.
Well, he won't be next year.
He needs to show. No,
he won't be next year.
Brandon Aiyuk needs to realize, he needs to read the room and realize your best opportunity is to have a monster year again here. If they franchise tag you and then trade you away, you don't need to sign that tenure. You could get a new extension like A.J. Brown did with a new team, or like Tyreek Hill did, and you'll still get your money. If you win a championship, everybody get on board. Let's play Kumbaya for one more year. You're gonna get money. It's not like you're getting $400,000.
That all sounds good in a perfect world, and I agree. I would love for that to happen. But you also have to look at the other side of things. And there's people talking to him, his agents, his family. What if that doesn't happen? What if you don't produce the same way last year because certain guys get hurt? What if Trent Williams is out for 5 games? What if Christian McCaffrey, because what we haven't talked about yet, which we will at some point in the offseason, is with Christian McCaffrey had so many touches last year, that next season for running backs is not pretty. How does he recover from last year seeing all those touches? What if he's out a few games? What if Debo's out again? What if all these things happen? Because football is a physical sport. Guys are going to get hurt. We don't know who's going to get hurt, but guys are going to get hurt. How does that impact his numbers?
So this is what I'm saying.
Hold on. How does it impact his value? And then all that sounds good, and all of a sudden you're looking for your money. You're saying, damn, I missed out. I didn't get my money because X, Y, and Z happened.
Well, no, I would say that if Christian McCaffrey has a drop-off, cut. Like, that's what they'll do. And if Trent Williams... Is that not the NFL? Is that not the NFL?
Wow.
They did it to Kyle Juszczyk this year. They were like, I'm just saying, like, hypothetically, in your scenario, McCaffrey suffers an injury and he's out for... They're going to renegotiate that money. That's what the league does. I mean, they did it with George Kittle multiple times. They did it with Kyle Juszczyk. They will do it again. And then, like, let's say, hypothetically, things go bad this year. Well, then Trent's coming off the books. And then now, Brandon, I do have extra money to give you.
But then Brandon Aiyuk saying, you know what? I don't want to be here no more.
So then
because all these guys are gone.
That's the time that I trade you away.
So you can't, and then you can't take that risk because what if you pull a hammy and you miss 7 games like Justin Jefferson and they don't respect you like Justin Jefferson, or they don't respect you like Jalen Waddle because they're saying, you know what? We don't throw the ball a lot. Here's a great tweet from Warren Sharp. Warren Sharp football is great. Forget counting stats as it relates to determining Brandon Aiyuk's value. Since trading for McCaffrey, the Niners throw the ball at the number 32 rate in the NFL and operate at a slow pace. Number 28 in offensive snaps. They love to play ball control, right? So he's not going to put up massive numbers in that environment, which, by the way, makes his season last year all the more impressive, considering that they're last in the league. Great year. Right? Aiyuk ranked number 1 in the NFL in yards per target. Aiyuk ranked number 1 in the NFL in percentage of first downs or TDs per target. He's an outstanding asset in San Francisco, but we'll never see his ceiling in his offense. And maybe Brady Aiyuk considered that. He's saying, you know what? You guys don't want to pay me. Let me go somewhere else so I can really show the world who I am as a wide receiver. Because I'll never be able to show it here with all these mouths to feed in the way we operate offensively.
I would say to him, good luck with that, because I've seen guys like George Pickens, who have all the talent in the world, play with crummy quarterbacks. I mean, when he had Kenny Pickett, and the guy was on a milk carton. Like, just be careful what you wish for, because there are a lot of quarterbacks looking up at where Brock Purdy is in the rankings. There's a lot of wide receivers that are looking at their situation saying, damn, I would love to play on a team like the 49ers. Well, I didn't get crushed on every single play and double bracketed.
Well, you could also look at it the other side, say, be careful what you wish for when it comes to Brock Purdy about to get paid, and he doesn't have his top target out there in the pass game. King85 spent $5 on YouTube. This is 100% the 49ers' fault. If you know JJ's contract is looming, you get ahead of it by getting BA contract done immediately, like Philadelphia did with Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown. And Brandon, I wanted to get the damn deal done quickly. 888-957-9570.
That's his point of view. We don't know.
That's what he said. He came out there and said
I believe that it takes two to tango. And if you were asking me how I weigh it right now, because we don't have all the information, both parties are why we are where we are. The Niners and other money they spent, the Niners and whatever hung them up from signing earlier, and then also whatever Brandon Aiyuk's asking for. We've only heard Brandon Aiyuk's point of view. Right. We haven't heard from John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. I haven't heard from Parag. Maybe it was one of them, no. We don't want to give you, 78 million guaranteed. We only want to give you 71. I don't know that. So I'm going to assume both parties are at fault.
888-957-9570. Let's go to Dave in Fresno, who I think agrees with you with both parties being at fault. And I agree with you, too. Both parties are at fault here. What's up, Dave?
Man, hey, guys. Joe, you took the words right in my mouth. That's the reason I was calling. I think, all the attention right now is on Aiyuk, and I think I can speak for most. We don't agree with how he's handling it, but you understand he's trying to get paid. But at the same time, you got to look at the Niners, too. As an organization, you're supposed to see these things coming sometimes 2, maybe 3 years in advance. Like, you think the Chiefs didn't want to keep Tyreek? They just knew that, hey, we love you, Tyreek, but we can't afford you because we have other players we need to pay. When you're a top team, like you guys said,
Dave, but Dave, real quick, though, and maybe the Niners view Brock Purdy in this light, but the Chiefs had Patrick Mahomes. They feel like Patrick Mahomes makes a lot of people better. Do we know that yet about Brock Purdy? As good as Brock Purdy was, can he elevate an offense like Patrick Mahomes did with the Kansas City Chiefs, Dave?
I don't know. That remains to be seen. But at the same time, the Niners are a loaded team. They have resources at every position. You have a top running back, top left tackle, a top tight end. Receiving core is pretty stacked. And you have a stacked defense, too. Let's not forget, you're paying the other side of the ball, too. You have a top-paid linebacker, a top-paid edge rusher.
They're top at 7 positions.
Yeah, well, the edge rusher didn't play like a top end, and we could talk about that all day long. Bosa's got to show up this year. You got paid all that money, and he made all those excuses. And in the Super Bowl, I watched him on the last possession in the regulation. We saw it, Shasky. Why is Bosa not on the field? It's the last possession of regulation. Max Crosby would never. Plays every snap. I got Nick Bosa here getting all the money in the world. So I don't even want to go there with Nick Bosa because it's not about Nick Bosa. But all these top-end players, I see him do one of the conversations about Debo last year, and I'm probably the biggest Debo fan. I wanted him drafted here.
Yeah.
Debo, they're like, he needs to, when he's not getting the ball, he needs to play hard. There's a thing where he's not getting the ball, he doesn't play hard. He doesn't run block. He doesn't do all these things here, which you need to do in this offense, which, again, Warren Sharp pointed at it. They're number 32 in the league in pass attempts. They love to run the ball. I know with Brandon Aiyuk, he's going to play hard every damn down. Doesn't that count for something?
It does.
Doesn't that count for buying into the brick by brick physicality? We're going to run you into the ground nature at the wide receiver position. That guy gets into it with DBs every single game because he's trying to be physical, trying to spring big time runs for Christian McCaffrey. That should count for something. Hell, it counts for George Kittle. And we watched in the Super Bowl. How many targets George Kittle had in the Super Bowl? 2 or 3? I forget. It wasn't enough.
Look,
and I'm paying them top tight end money.
Of course I want you to play hard, right? But they do different things, and they're asked to do different stuff. Like, here's a great example. When it comes to Aiyuk, do I think he's the greatest at alley-oop, high pointing the ball in the red zone? No. So not everyone has every great skill set in the bag. Debo's there are times when he's used as a decoy, and he kind of gives up on the play. Right? Not everyone is going to be proficient at every single thing on the field. It's the reality of where we're at. And so you're not going to be a perfect player, right? Brandon Aiyuk brings a lot to the table that everybody likes, Monte. We want to keep the guy, all right? No one's saying that they're doing him dirty. Like, he's got $15 million staring him in the face this year. Do you know what Deebo Samuel got at guarantee for signing? Do you know what he got the day he signed that deal? About $40 million. Yep. Okay?
The market was different, right?
What?
The market was different then, though.
But my point being,
yesterday's price ain't today's price.
If you're combining what he could guarantee next year and if they went franchise tag and what he's making this year, that's the same $40 million. Yeah. Right? So cry me a river on I could have a down year. And I would argue this as well. Brock Purdy is part of the reason why Aiyuk had that year. Brock Purdy is part of the reason we feel good about Kittle again this year because he had a bounce back season. Brock Purdy's part of the reason I think Christian McCaffrey had the monster year he had. Those guys are all individually great.
No doubt.
But Brock also puts it all together.
He does. But isn't Brandon Aiyuk there? Like, hey, you know what? Hey, look, that's what I'm saying right now. Let's see how good Brock Purdy is without Brandon Aiyuk.
I want to see them all play together.
Listen.
I want to win a Super Bowl.
No doubt. But I saw Brock Purdy play without Trent Williams and Deebo Samuel, and it was 17. So
then why would you want to see that?
Because you guys don't want to pay Brandon Aiyuk. Let's just see how good this offense is without Brandon Aiyuk.
It's not that we want to not pay Brandon Aiyuk. You can't.
Shasky, realistically, no, I want Brandon Aiyuk to be a 49er for the rest of his career. I love Brandon Aiyuk. I love Deebo. I love Kittle. I love all these guys. I love Brock Purdy. Damn it. With the trading camp, I'm thinking, I don't think we've had weapons like this. But damn it, you want to pay Brock Purdy $60 million and you want to move off of Brandon Aiyuk, knowing that we got 1 year left in Deebo Samuel, knowing that his body breaks down? That's the thing, man. When you pay these guys, I get it. Injury is a risk. When you don't have a contract, when you do have a contract, injuries are a thing. It could deplete an offense, no doubt about it. But I'm going into next season knowing that Christian McCaffrey had over 400 touches last season, knowing that Deebo Samuel didn't finish 2 of the 3 playoff games. George Kittle, we saw the end of the receiver, Doc. The guy couldn't even suit up for half the drive in overtime.
But this is why they drafted Pearsall. Like, I think the one thing that college has given you is a plethora of wide receivers. Are there misses? Of course there are. There are more great players at wide receiver than ever before. Ever before.
Right.
And if you look at like supply and demand, are there any other Christian McCaffreys out there? No. Are there any other Trent Williamses out there? No. How many George Kittle types are out there?
I don't know, but we gave George Kittle 4 targets in the Super Bowl. How many targets George Kittle have in the Super Bowl?
Not
3
enough.
Targets, 2 catches, 4 yards.
But that's the final game.
And then in Super Bowl 54, same thing.
Stuff happens.
Like, stuff happens. And the receiver didn't even show the drop pass he had in the Green Bay game for crying out loud.
I'm looking at this and I'm saying to myself, like, you could make the argument, like, how many guys do what Deebo does? Not many. How many guys do what Aiyuk does?
Well, if Aiyuk's on that field, does it allow Deebo to be Deebo? Because could Deebo be Deebo without Brandon Aiyuk?
I mean, he was pretty damn good the year of 2021 when he was carrying the offense with Jimmy G at quarterback. I thought he was pretty special.
Well, it was also Jimmy G overthrowing Brandon Aiyuk over and over and over again.
No doubt.
You know what I'm saying?
I want all the parts of the engine. But again, you can't have chrome-plated, gold-plated engine parts all across the board.
You know, we forget, too, when Brock Purdy came alive in 2023, we also forget, I know we're going to break here, we're going to get to TC Rich, 888-957-9570. Breaking news, Brandon Aiyuk has requested a trade from the 49ers. What are your thoughts on that? Should the 49ers just acquiesce to his request and say, you know what, here we go. Go ahead, trade Brandon Aiyuk, or Spinoni, what's up?
On the other side, we have a very interesting sound to get to because the news broke during the Rich Eisen show and Tom Pelissero was filling in. And guess who joined him and was joining him at the time? Diamador Lenore will have his exact reaction to this and the impact it could have with his teammates and players in the locker room.
Who's also a free agent next year,
and he wants
making
his money
significantly less than BA.
Yeah.
Should he hold out?
Yeah, why not? Why not?
Can we just honor the money once?
Why not?
All of these guys?
Why? When these teams, you just said, oh, well, if Chris McCaffrey gets hurt tonight, you can cut him in a heartbeat. That's why you do what you do if you're Brandon Aiyuk.
But there's dead cap money and it's in the contract. It's in the contract I can cut you.
All right. Well, that's why Brandon Aiyuk needs to get his money now because he knows it's in the contract he can get cut. More coming up, brought to you by Safeway. I want my money. I want my money now.
Head to Safeway this week for this.
See ya.
Now back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game. Filling in for Steiny and Guru, here's Bonte and Shasky.
Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. We're having some fun here. Talking 49ers football. 888-957-9570. We got Diamador Lenore sound. He was live on the Rich Eisen show with Tom Pelissero. So we just go, wait. Rob Parker was going to join us on the River Islands guest line. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? But we had to cancel Rob Parker because this is too juicy. And we still got Joe Lacob. Joe Lacob smoked the David Aldridge and let it all out the bag about to go to St. Warriors. I don't even know if we're going to get to it because of Brendan Aiyuk requested a trade today. Here's Diamador Lenore live in real time. Spino, go ahead, send it up, Spino. You got it? Because I got it on my board too.
Oh, yeah. So this is what the live reaction from Tom Pelissero filling in for Rich Eisen on the Rich Eisen show. And it just came across as My Girl Fuller report. And here's what he asked Diamador Lenore, his thoughts.
Diamador, this was not a setup, okay? This literally hit as I'm getting you up on the Zoom call here, man.
Yeah, 14 seconds ago.
Oh, no. This can be true.
This is the truth. Despite a recent meeting, the Niners haven't been willing to engage in negotiations since May, so Aiyuk has respectfully asked out. Now, I don't want to put you on the spot to speak for your teammate here, Diamador, but you've watched him play the past few years. You've guarded him in training camp. How important is that guy to your team? How important is it to figure a way to work this thing out?
He's extremely important to our offense. You know, the stuff he can do. The amount of targets he had and the production, is kind of second to none. So with just hearing that news, it's kind of crazy.
All right. And then, Lenore, on the contract negotiations and what Aiyuk means to the 49ers.
At the end of the day, we feel like we go out there, we risk our bodies, to play the game we love. And we kind of deserve, what we asked for. But for Aiyuk, he's a big part of this team. One of the reasons why we even made it this far, thus far to the Super Bowl, without his contribution, to the team, he mean a lot to us. So I know I'm banging on it, getting the job done. We was 2 for 2 with Debo and Bosa. So I feel like there's going to be some type of agreement that comes soon.
All right, that's Diamador Lenore on the Rich Eisen podcast. Of course, again, Tom Pelissero was filling in for Rich Eisen there. So that was in real time. And, somebody may say, well, what is his teammate going to say about him? Of course he's going to say that about him. But he did say something that's very important. And I think the big takeaway from the receiver doc and from the quarterback doc is they do risk their bodies. What they put their bodies through every single week to get ready for a game. And you see why they're paid the way they're paid. Like Deebo Samuel basically said, I'm not playing with no broken bones. This guy was shot. Got popped one time by Juan Thornhill, and he was out for 3 weeks. So the risk of, if you don't have your money, and now Deebo again was in a different position because he was a second-round pick, and he plays a different brand of football. But I get where Brendan Aiyuk's coming from. He's seeing all these receivers around him, and he tried to get out ahead of it, knowing that, hey, it's my turn next. I just had a career season with the quarterback who had a career year. Where's mine at? Because the quarterback will get paid. He will get paid. Brock Purdy's going to get his $60 million a year, and I already know what the pivot is next year when he gets that money. Well, damn, we paid the quarterback too much. It's all about Debo and McCaffrey. That's a conversation we're going to have 12 months from now. You already know how this works, Shasky. You know how it works.
I keep coming back to it's about team building, and when you're putting together your roster, you can only afford so much across the board. And if you're building a team for Kyle Shanahan, are you putting $60 million into just the wide receiver position with 2 guys?
Do you put $60 million into the quarterback?
No, I'm asking you.
Yes, I would. If they're dynamic.
On a Kyle Shanahan team.
Absolutely. If they're dynamic, because we see what has failed the 49ers late in these playoff games. When it's winning time, in these big games, what has failed them, Shasky?
Well, I would say some of their drop back passing game. But I would also say that they don't even get that far without competent quarterback play. The years that they haven't had competent quarterback play, they aren't even sniffing the playoffs. When it's Nick Mullins and C.J. Beathard and Brian Hoyer, they're nowhere near the playoffs.
But the roster wasn't that good around them yet. They were still building the roster around.
2020 was the same roster.
They were building the roster around. Nick Fuller stunk. And they opened the season with, who they opened the season with? Kendrick Bourne, Dante Pettis, and Trent Taylor, wide receiver. We do have a story.
Yeah, but if I've learned anything about the NFL, it's that if you pay the quarterback and you think you have a good one, you can rotate some of the pieces around them. Not all of them, but some of the pieces. And if you're going to pay a quarterback, even if you're going to give him $30 million, Brock Purdy, forget 60. Let's say it's even 30. Bonte, you're still going to have tough decisions, and you're going to need to get cheaper at the skill position spots.
No doubt.
Right? Like at some point, that was part of
So let me ask you then, not to cut you off, but let me ask you then, because that's where we're going to come to at some point. It is about the quarterback. Everything. It all comes back to the quarterback. You're not paying this guy because of the quarterback. You got to save money because of the quarterback. You got to do this because of the quarterback. Are we sure, 100% sure, we're ready to pay this quarterback top 5 quarterback money?
I don't even know if they're ready to, like, they could say all they want, but until they actually do it, I think it's still up for debate. Look, again, I went back to this on Brock Purdy. They might carve out $60 million for him, but he might have a down year, and they're like, oh, well, actually, we're only going to give you $38 million. Just hypothetically, we're going to give you $38. And now we can keep Deommodore Lenoir. Now we can keep Charvarius Ward.
Then what does Brock Purdy say about that?
What
does his agent say about that?
Well, I mean, we'll cross that bridge when we need to, right? And so, and Bonte, it's also conceivable that some other quarterback gets $75 million a year, as in Dak Prescott. Well, I'm sorry. I'm taking Brock Purdy over Dak Prescott.
That's fair.
Right?
That's fair.
So he might want $80 million, and they budgeted for $60. And you might have to bid adieu to Trent Williams too, or CMC, or Debo. They're going to have to flip this thing up. When Joe Montana won his first Super Bowl, he was throwing to Freddie Solomon and Dwight Clark.
But it's a different time, Shasky. It's 1981. The game was different.
But your
the vertical
roster changes.
Game, the vertical pass game where
let's go
wasn't
to
it? That was 40 years ago. That was 40 years ago.
He's throwing to Rasheed Rice.
Yeah, but Rasheed Rice, number one, is a solid rookie.
No doubt.
They also
he's a second rounder.
They also have a generational tight end.
Okay.
And it is Patrick Mahomes.
You have multiple generational
and it is
positions.
Andy Reid. And it is Andy Reid, and there's a good offensive line.
Kyle's right there. Like, he's not Andy, but he's right there. I mean, do it yourself. Do it in your head. Andy Reid goes number 1 if we're going coaches draft. I think a lot of people are taking McVay number 2.
Wow, McVay number 2.
He's got the Super Bowl.
Oh.
Kyle is not getting out of the top 5. Is he?
No, he's not.
Yeah, okay. So you have a top 5 head coach at worst.
I'm just wow. McVay now.
Because he's got the Super Bowl. All right? So you have a top 5 head coach. You've got the best running back on the planet. You've got the best left tackle in the league. You've got one of the best tight ends in franchise history. Like
that you don't utilize in big games. He got 4 targets. Shasky, he got 2 catches, 4 yards in the Super Bowl.
I'm just saying
How many big games did we watch George Kittle stay in and block?
Part of the Kyle Shanahan thing is that I am trusting. This is why I'm paying him $20 million a year. Is I trust him to figure out the skill positions. He'll find guys. He found Kittle. He found Debo. Heck, he found Aiyuk.
We always talk about two-way players in the NBA, two-way players. Brandon Aiyuk is a two-way wide receiver. He is. You can play him on every single down.
But okay,
you can't say that about every wide receiver of football.
Just like the Warriors, you couldn't keep Bogut and Barnes and bring in Durant, right?
Well,
so you have to make tough decisions.
That was an easy decision.
Well,
come on. Harrison Barnes.
Well, I think this is an easy decision. If you're asking me, CMC making $18 million and Trent making 20, or Brandon Aiyuk making 30, I'm taking CMC and Trent.
But be careful with Christian McCaffrey, because the numbers tell you that year after, when you get all these touches, do me a favor, and I'll put my guys on the spot, but they respond well when I put them on the spot. Love it and Spadoni. They're built for adversity. Spadoni, do me a favor and find the Baldy sound. Because I remember we were having an argument about, and I was like all for Christian McCaffrey touches. I was saying you can't take him off the football field, not on this team. There's a cut. I forget when it was.
It was
asking about touches.
It was me,
and it asked about touches because you were so worried about touches. Baldy said that next year when a guy has touches, he said something to the effect that it's not always pretty. Now I'm not wishing injury on nobody. But that is the thing we have to think about. And we have to think about Trent Williams. We have to think about Debo. We got to think about Kittle. They're built to miss games. Aiyuk has been durable for this football team, man. I'm just not with trading away wide receivers not getting anything back.
I don't think the Niners are either. I think this is a situation.
Oh, here it is right here. Here it is, November 14th, Brian Baldinger.
Well, if you just said 20 carries a game, I mean, the 49ers want to play 20 games this year. Mm-hmm. That's 400 touches. He did that once in Carolina, and he was on the shelf for the next 2 years. On and off the shelf. Like, it's just too much. It just is. You look at the wear and tear that those guys take and the way that he runs between the tackles, I just think you better get whether it's Mitchell or Mason or somebody like touches and get them some rhythm. I think you got to preserve them to a degree, especially if it's a runaway game.
Right.
Like you got to find ways to get them off the field. 400 touches is too much. 300 is where you're trying to get to, but that's not going to be enough.
So now you're back on the depth of the 49ers running back, the backfield with Elijah Mitchell and these young hotshot running backs and young man out of Louisville. What's his name? Isaac Garendo. We'll see. He's reporting today. We'll see a lot of them next week at training camp. So it's just a lot going on, man, because now the domino effect. When you don't have all these pieces to the puzzle and one of these guys go out, we saw how this offense looks. We see it. Debo goes out in the Green Bay game, and this offense struggled. Brock Purdy's throwing behind guys. Aiyuk slipping, Kittle's dropping passes. It just doesn't look the same. And then we saw it live and direct in the Super Bowl. Man, Debo can't run down. Got on Javon Jennings to take the place of Debo Samuel.
But isn't that kind of telling to you that in the biggest game of the year and also the game prior to that, like the head coach and the entire team was like, yeah, this is a Debo game. Even though it didn't materialize that way, to me tells me how they're viewing everyone in pecking order.
Well, that's a mistake. And it was a massive mistake. As we see Brock Purdy in overtime not be able to get a pass off, and Brandon Aiyuk and Baldy had that cut too. I saw Brandon Aiyuk. Baldy joined us, the first thing he said we didn't even ask him a question. Brandon Aiyuk jukes the hell out of Jarius Sneed, who gets top dollar in Tennessee, and he's sitting there in the back of the end zone like, why? How many times do we see Brandon Aiyuk run a drag route wide open? He goes, why? I don't know, man. It just feels like here in our bubble, we underrate Brandon Aiyuk just a little bit. Collectively as a fan base.
Who thinks he stinks?
It's not that he stinks. I say we think we underrate him in his value.
I think he's probably
I didn't say stink. It's not just, hey, is he great or is he stink? There's a middle ground.
I think everyone is in unison. He's a really good player. But he's not of the echelon of Justin Jefferson. He's just not.
Okay, it's not. There's three guys in that category. Tyreek, Devontae Adams, Justin Jefferson.
I might even put Amon-Ra St. Brown. I mean, when you listen to Dan Campbell talk, Dan Campbell says he is our engine.
Okay.
He's our entire team.
Okay.
He says he's the heartbeat of the team.
Okay.
And like when you listen to Kittle talk about Debo, he's like, yeah, like Debo is a lot on offense. And they obviously love Christian McCaffrey, but he referenced it multiple times.
It's funny that we need the receiver doc to go to that route, because a lot of people last year told me Debo trade his ass. Trade him. We don't need Debo. We already got McCaffrey. Trade him. That's all I heard last season. That's all I heard the last 2 years. Now, all of a sudden, Aiyuk wants his new money, and we want to get rid of this guy. I'm not in the business of getting rid of good players. I don't want to get rid of good players. But he is comparable to St. Brown. He's comparable to Jalen Waddle. He's comparable to Devontae Smith. He's comparable to A.J. Brown. And once Aiyuk got at that doghouse, he was comparable to CeeDee Lamb as well in Dallas, Texas. And Brandon Aiyuk on it, which is remarkable. I think it's actually even more remarkable now that Brandon Aiyuk makes second-team All-Pro. You're out here telling me he's the fifth most impactful player in the offense, and yet he was second-team All-Pro, Shasky.
Well, that's how good
All-Pro.
their offense was.
Or as good. It's as good. It's because Aiyuk's good. Give him some credit. He's good.
Well, of course, he had a great year. No one's saying he didn't have he had a great year. But what separates those other guys that you're bringing up is they've had 3 or 4 great years. Like Jamar Chase has been excellent since day one.
So Aiyuk's been back-to-back 1,000-yard receivers.
Yeah,
back seasons.
And
he had a 1,000-yard receiver, his first 1,000-yard receiver with 3 different quarterbacks.
But 1,000 is 66 yards a game.
Trey Lance, Jimmy Garoppolo, and Brock Purdy.
Okay,
he had Jimmy Garoppolo throwing passes to him, Shasky. Think about that.
Monte.
The guy who threw a pick 8 in Denver, Colorado. That was his quarterback for most of that.
1,000
and
yards,
he still went over 1,000.
The way you're talking about, like
in this offense, it does hit.
Okay,
in this offense, it does hit.
17-game schedule, that's 55 to 60, yards a game. Like it's good. It's good production, but like I bet you there were 40 guys that had 1,000 yards.
The guy who had Devontae Adams reevaluating his life.
I'm just saying,
help Aiyuk get 1,000 yards, and you say it doesn't hit the same.
No, but
Shasky, in this offense, they throw the ball the least amount of times other than any other team in the NFL. They're number 32 in passing attempts.
Yeah, but
so to get 1,000 yards in this offense.
That's why I think they can sustain this, because Shanahan propped up Jimmy G. Shanahan builds this offense. Shanahan makes, he finds talent at the skill position. Shanahan elevates. I think we're underrating the Shanahan effect.
No. I think we're underrating Aiyuk and what he did to help take this offense to another level. The deep shots. Who's our deep shot? Who's our deep threat down on this football team? Outside of Brandon Aiyuk.
Ray McLeod, Bonte.
TC in Sacramento. TC, what's happening?
What's up with my bros? Hey, y'all know I'm fired up. Joe and Bonte, what's up?
What's up, TC?
Hey, listen. Hey, look. Hey, this right down my wheelhouse. This talk right here. Hey, Shasky, I love you, bro. But, hey, I'm with BA, bro, on this situation. I told y'all before, man. He tired of the clown show, man, the behavior. You know what I mean? The whole Shanahan, how they get down, how they running things out there, bro. No, get your money, man. I understand he getting $15 million, but he ain't forgot about the dog. He hasn't forgot about none of that. And seeing how everybody, how they play with everybody money. I don't care about if they sign everybody back, bro. They be playing from the jump. Seriously, dog. I'm with Aiyuk. We don't know how Brock Purdy gonna be without Aiyuk. He's a stud because of Aiyuk. Brock makes good decisions, but he's a stud behind BA leave. Debo's not doing what BA's doing. Period. Point blank. I don't care what nobody say. I'm with you, Bonte. Everybody was trying to get Debo out of town.
They were.
Now Aiyuk want his money. Now Aiyuk want his money. Everybody want Debo around all of a sudden. Bro, man, listen. Y'all better realize what we got in BA, dog, period. Get a dude this money, he deserve it. Period, point blank. He down the field blocking. Everybody want Debo here. When's the last time Debo blocked? Tell me, please. Does he even block? Who's the only receiver that blocked? Jawan Jennings and Brandon Aiyuk. I don't know. Pearsall's from the block. I don't know if that kid Clowney or whatever his name. I don't know if he's from the block. I know for sure Aiyuk's from the block, bro. Stop playing with that man. That's what I be saying about Shanahan and John, bro, and his organization. And y'all be thinking TC be tripping when I be saying I'm out of the bro.
Whose money? Can I ask a question? Whose money did they play with? They've paid everyone. They're paying 7 different positions. Top 3 money.
To be fair.
Like who?
Go ahead, let TC finish, because we got to give Jed York credit. They have paid a lot of guaranteed money.
They have, but the whole I should say, Joe, let me back up. The negotiation part behind the situation was a clown show, bro. You get me?
No, the New York Giants putting their business out for the world and telling Saquon Barkley, go test free agency, come back to us, and maybe we'll match it. That's a clown show. John Lynch, Parag, and Kyle Shanahan are high-level winners.
No, they are. And they
Come
are.
on, TC.
And TC.
Come on,
and TC. And you know
They're
what, Jed
high-level
York?
winners.
And under Jed York, because we give Joe Lacob all the credit in the world for paying the tax and paying guys top dollar. Joe Lacob deserves that credit. They hung banners, and they pay. They pay over and over. But Jed York gave D Ford money, gave Eric Armstead money, gave Javon Hargrave money, gave Nick Bosa money, gave Frank Warner money, gave Dre Greenlaw money, gave Travis Swart money, gave Deebo Samuel money, gave George Kittle money, gave Christian McCaffrey money, I said Armstead.
sorry.
Gave Jimmy Garoppolo money. They gave Trent Williams money.
Ward.
All right? I said Travis Ward too.
Sorry.
Break it down.
No,
This all
Jimmy
good.
Ward.
This is going on. Jimmy Ward. You're right. Jimmy Ward. Wrong Ward.
Yeah, sorry.
Gave Jimmy Ward money. So to my point, Jed York has put his money where his mouth is and given out top dollar. They paid everybody in San Francisco.
And look, you can't keep everyone happy all the time. And like this is a salary cap sport. And in an ideal world, there was a point in time where the Niners had all the money in the world, and there's a guy by the name of Vance McDonald who they had to give a massive contract extension to get to the bottom. Yeah. Do you remember those days, Niner fans? I could hand Vance McDonald this phone right now and he'd drop it.
Well, I also remember the days where we had Jeremy Curley as our leading wide receiver. I don't want to go back to those days.
That's my point.
I don't. I want to keep Brandon Aiyuk at all costs. Oreo Cookie in Oakland. Oreo Cookie was happening.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Man, I've been on this from the very beginning. We got to keep playing hardball with Aiyuk. It ain't like he's making peanuts, man. He's making $15 million. I understand he's earned a lot. But we did make a Super Bowl without the man. And when Debo and Williams was out, where was Aiyuk? 17 points. Are you supposed to be your number one?
Well, the quarterback threw 5 interceptions, though. But what? Where was the quarterback at? Where was the quarterback at? Oh, don't do that, Shasky. No, keep cooking, Oreo, because I got something for that ass. Keep cooking. Go ahead. Go spit what you got to say. Come on, man. What?
Let me get you your Tom.
Who was throwing fourth quarter interceptions? Who threw the interception against Cincinnati when the ball got batted right in his face? Right in his face on the sideline.
That's because I can send a blitz, because I can single cover Aiyuk, because I have no fear.
It made Jimmy Garoppolo's pick gate look terrible. Listen, Aiyuk with the interception, they couldn't do that, Shasky. Don't pump him up like that, because you know it's wrong. Don't do that. Don't flip-flop. Oreo Cookie, keep cooking. Keep cooking, because you're burning up the eggs right now. Keep going.
Hey, come on, man. We don't want to get rid of Brandon. We don't want to get rid of him. He's a talented man.
Hey, Oreo Cook, who made the play to get the Niners in the field goal range in Cleveland? In Cleveland, who made the play to get him in the field goal range?
It's Kyle Shanahan dialing up.
Who overthrew Aiyuk wide open? Who overthrew Aiyuk wide open in the first half of that football game? Come on.
Come on. System, man. He's a product of the system.
Stop
we can get another wide receiver to get us 1,000 yards.
Oh, my God. Who made the play to get Jake Moody in the field goal range in a Cleveland game to win the damn game?
Open draft in the NFL. Open draft, okay?
Well, you can...
Wait, 1 second, Oreo. I'm cooking here. Now I'm going to cook. I'm going to grab the grill here.
You're bringing up the barbecue right now, Chasky.
So here we go. Open draft in the NFL, Bonte. You can include head coaches in there, all right? These are the guys that I'm taking in an open NFL draft for this year before I get to Aiyuk. Shanahan, Purdy, CMC, Trent, Warner, Bosa, before I even consider Brandon Aiyuk. Okay, that's not a knock. He's a really good player.
That's fair.
He's a really good player. I would argue last year Greenlaw over Aiyuk, but that's...
Who had a more impactful 2023 for the San Francisco 49ers?
He had a great year.
No, hold on, but I'm not finished my question. I didn't finish my question.
Carlos Rogers in 2011. That didn't make him the second best player on the team.
Because you know it. You know the answer. You know the truth. You know the truth.
I would also argue Kittle's more impactful.
That's why you cut me off, because you know the question I'm about to answer.
7. That's 7 players.
Who had a more impactful 2023 on the San Francisco 49ers? Nick Bosa or Brandon Aiyuk?
I would say Nick Bosa, because what Nick Bosa did on defense, like he was the second. Yeah, even though it was bad, it was bad by Bosa metrics. It was better than any individual season, any combination of all the guys they've drafted on the D line since Bosa.
Brandon Aiyuk didn't have a more impactful 2023 in the 49ers than Nick Bosa.
He had a great year. Bosa is commanding double teams on every play.
Listen,
I don't see Brandon Aiyuk commanding double teams on every play.
I'm looking at my paper right now.
Cleanup plays for other players or because of Bosa. And Bosa was garbage by his standards.
I'm looking at my paper here, and it's all pro teams, and I'm looking at Nick Bosa where I don't see Nick Bosa. Oh, I see Brandon Aiyuk.
About time. Bosa's been on that list every year.
It's
about time. I mean, one guy's got... Bonte, one guy is literally, if he just continues trending, he's going to get 97 retired, and he's going straight to the Hall of Fame. Aiyuk's a really good player. Bosa's generational.
Here's Bosa, sideline, last drive in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, maybe if Aiyuk actually...
Chase Young had a better Super Bowl than Nick Bosa.
It's one game.
Chase Young, for crying out loud.
Because Bosa's getting double and triple teamed.
They didn't have to double him last year. What did Baldy say? He just needs more finesse.
That's a sackaroonie, baby.
His power moves are not working. Even Baldy was disappointed in Nick Bosa. He's the biggest Nick Bosa fan out there. Oh, but wait a minute. Nick Bosa was held. That's what happened. Yeah, let's make all these excuses, like for Brock Purdy when he threw the 5 picks when they went 17-17-17. And I love Brock Purdy. What's coming up in the game brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. We got Jason Dubas on the other side because he's tapped in. He's got a report on Brandon Aiyuk. He's heard from some sources. So we'll hear from Dubas or Cron 4/957. Get right back to your phone calls. Brandon Aiyuk has requested a trade. Niner fans, what do you think? 888-957-9570. More coming up with Steiny. Wait, no, it's not Steiny and Guru. It's Butcher and Bonte. We're having brunch. Brunch with Butcher and Bonte here on 95.7 The Game.
All this week, our lineup.
Niners moving forward?
If that's the right move, yeah.
What would that right move look like for you?
Being a champion.
Now back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game. Filling in for Steiny and Guru, here's Bonte and Shasky.
Boy, that was Brandon Aiyuk a couple days after the Super Bowl. He was distraught. By the way, 95.7 The Game's all jacked up this week. We're jacked up. We're actually got so much energy because Shasky, you and I were able to play NCAA football last night up until midnight. Get great sleep and come in with full energy. I'm not going to need a nap. I feel wide awake. Even Anna told me to show. She goes, boy, you're in such a great mood. Maybe in the mornings, we got to say bye-bye. No, I'm kidding.
Before you get to that, because I know you got to read.
Yeah.
We were going to talk college football video game because your boy right now has taken over, and there's a junior quarterback who's kind of big, he's got a big arm. I am the offensive coordinator of Wyoming, and I tried to make LJ one of the prospects, but you can't edit until the next year. So at some point, I would like us to have a morning roast or midday roast, whatever we're going to be transitioning to, college football dynasty.
Yeah,
Are you
we
in
will
on that?
do that. Oh, we're all in on it. Dumas, I think, is in on it too. By the way, you got Dumas coming up in just a second.
I
Real
suck.
quick.
I'm
I also
terrible.
I'm the head coach of Cal. We got half-empty stadiums. I can't get a recruit to save my life. I'm getting all these 2-star recruits. Willard the Dibs from 6 to 10. Morning roast from 10 to 2. Steiny and Go from 2 to 6. All presented by our great friends at Jack's Restaurant and Bar. And listen, this is why I say the Sheffield Giants need to get a star. Your window to grab the Bay Area fandom, it's gone now. We went straight from Warriors to Team USA to soccer to training camp. The Giants, you better get your game right.
I'm going straight to college football if you can't get it together. I'm not joking.
We're done with
There's
the
a
Giants.
running back. I'm saying right now, Notre Dame, if you want a cheat code team, they've got a quarterback that runs, all right, Riley, and then they've got this running back, number 4, who is fast as heck. They got a slot receiver who's fast, and their D-line is loaded. Notre Dame, look out.
Oh,
Are
man.
you ready? Fighting Irish? Touchdown, Jesus?
Of course you're a Notre Dame fan.
Of course I am. I'm Irish Captain from San Francisco. I'm a Joe Montana fan.
Joe Montana crying out loud.
Jerome Bettis.
They got rid of
Tim
Ty
Brown.
Willingham. No. Notre Dame lost me,
Lou
Dumas. Notre Dame lost me
Bryant
when they
Young.
fired the brother, Tyrone Willingham,
they
and
did
then
him
Charlie
dirty.
Weiss
I
came
agree.
in and
I
won
agree.
with his players, and they gave Charlie Weiss all the
I'm a
credit, and then he got
Tyrone
fired
Willingham
3 years later.
I'm a Tyrone
Get
Willingham
Notre Dame.
fan.
Screw them.
Well, I hate
They've
Brady
been cheating
Quinn.
for all these years. They started crying when Miami started kicking their ass, when all they was doing was beating Army 70-0, running up the score left and right, and all of a sudden Miami ran up the score on them. Wait. Anyway, Dumas. What's up, Dumas?
What's up, Jason?
Dumas joins us on the River Islands guest line with Jason. What's happening?
What's up, fellas? Look, you guys aren't on from 6 to 10 this week. I know you're happy to get the extra Z's.
Oh my gosh, Dumas! I'm up till midnight. I wake up at 7 o'clock, and I feel like $1 million.
Hey, Dumas, did you get the new NCAA game? There's an invisible player in the game.
No, I was talking to Bonte about this yesterday, man. I haven't played video games since I was in college. I graduated college in 2011, but this game,
your baby,
seeing the trailer has made me want to come out of retirement, but I'm like intimidated because it feels like I'd be lost.
No, there's an invisible player. He plays for Notre Dame. His name's Manti Te'o.
Oh, wow. That's so bad.
He also had an invisible
You didn't see that coming?
No, I saw it coming. I was trying to move off of it so you didn't go that route. By the way, he's coming out with a documentary, another one. We don't need to know that you got hoaxed with a fake girlfriend, dude.
I think he was also kind of like in. It was weird.
Dude,
it was very
I don't even
weird.
want to talk
Poor
about
guy.
that. I don't want to talk about that. But no, Dumas, I was telling Dumas, I didn't get back into video games until the pandemic. Because when I went to college, I had to give up a couple things, and I gave up video games, and the pandemic brought me back. But anyway, what's going to bring Brandon Aiyuk back? $28 million a year? $30 million a year? What's the latest from Brandon Aiyuk, Dumas?
His money. That's what's going to bring him back. Look, I'm not the cap expert. I'm not the guy who can tell you the exact amount of dollars he wants. I'll let some of the other reporters do that who crunch the numbers. I'll just tell you that he's adamant about getting what he feels like he is worth, and he views himself as one of the best wide receivers in football. So obviously you can do the math. You see what most of these wide receivers make, and he's very prideful. He comes from a very prideful family. They work really hard, and he wants to be rewarded for his work. And he's not loyal to the 49ers. Like, he's not like, I will play for you under any circumstance, pay me what you want, rah team. He's like, no, I want my money. You guys have paid other people, pay me my money, or I will play somewhere else for my money. Like,
That's just that's the thing that I think some fans just need to understand. Some players are a little more, hey, I will take the discount. I will do this for the greater cause. And some people aren't. You can judge them for that as you see fit, but you just got to understand not everybody is going to take a pay cut to win a championship, so to speak.
Yeah, but nobody's asking them to take like $20 million less. I mean, we're talking relative money, and I understand you got to get every nickel. But has he watched? Does he have eyeballs? Has he watched the receiver doc? Devontae looks like he's in career suicide hell. And I shouldn't be joking about this, but he looks like he's in purgatory with Jimmy Garoppolo. He wanted to quit football after 3 games. Is that what Brandon Aiyuk wants? You want I got to get every nickel so I can go play with garbage quarterback
again,
X.
He played with Derek Carr and had 1,500 yards, and they got rid of Derek Carr because the head coach is a bozo. Go ahead, Dumas.
Yeah, I mean, obviously he's in an amazing situation football-wise, but, I mean, this is just speculation. This isn't anything that I'm reporting. Jackie, some people don't care. Like, some people, they just want to play football and make a lot of money. Like, Devontae Adams might be a little wired different than Brandon Aiyuk. I mean, we see it in every sport. Not everybody really cares about winning. For some of these people, it literally is just a job. They do it because they're good at it.
Yeah, it's a good point. It's a good point. Jason Dumas here on, I guess, the Morning Roast, Starting Guru, whatever you want to call it, Brunch with Butcher and Bonte. He joins us here on the River Islands guest line. So what happens? Because to me, this may just be a negotiation ploy, his last negotiation ploy. We know that he's probably not going to come to training camp without a new deal. But do you really see Brandon Aiyuk playing in a different uniform this season when the NFL kicks off in September?
No, I don't. I don't think the 49ers are going to grant his wish. And like you just said, this trade request, which is legit and has happened officially, it could be a little disingenuous from their side. Deep down, Brandon Aiyuk might want to stay with the 49ers. In an ideal world, he stays with the 49ers, he gets his money, and they go on to do great things together. But, he wants to get his money. He wants to feel valued. Now, as far as the 49ers, I mean, they're going to do what's right for the organization. And right now, unless some trade that we don't see coming comes along, it's not in their best interest to trade him right now. Maybe they take it to September, and it might be an ugly stalemate. And then maybe they kick the can on that and say, well, look, this situation is getting volatile and toxic, and it's just not beneficial for our team chemistry. And that's something that could happen because I don't see Brandon Aiyuk showing up to training camp. I think most of us would have guessed that even before this trade demand came down. It's just a matter of is someone's going to blink first? Is someone going to, I guess, swallow their pride? And, I don't know Brandon Aiyuk that well or more than just covering him and being in that locker room. But he seems like a guy who is very content in what he does. Like, he just seems extremely content. You see it on his social media. You see kind of some of the jabs. And I don't see this ending well from just like a chemistry standpoint. Like, if the 49ers tell him, look, we're not paying you right now, we're not negotiating, you're going to have to play out on this, I think, a $14 million deal in the last deal of your contract.
Mm-hmm.
Then you got to wonder how that affects Brandon Aiyuk. And we've seen, we've just seen in the history of sports over the years, in every sport, how contract negotiations going back and just kind of ruin a year for a team. I'm not saying that's going to happen for the 49ers, but that's certainly a possibility if people aren't happy. And I think Brandon Aiyuk is extremely valuable to this offense. If you ask me, I think he's the second best player on the offense behind Christian McCaffrey. I think he unlocks a lot of things. I don't think Deebo Samuel is the same type of player that we see get maximized without someone like Brandon Aiyuk helping him open up the field. Like, without Brandon Aiyuk, Deebo kind of has to move into more of a traditional wide receiver role, and I don't think he really excels in that role. I think he excels as somebody who's moved all around the field and can be a hybrid and do a bunch of everything, but he's allowed to do that because you have your traditional wide receiver in Brandon Aiyuk who runs every route and can stretch defense. So I think if Brandon Aiyuk is not happy, it can put this Niners offense in a very compromising spot. So I do think it would be of the benefit for the Niners to kind of solve this. obviously, once you start holding out games, and if you get that far, then it's going to obviously hurt Brandon Aiyuk's pocket. So I see it as they're just playing cat and mouse right now. Who is going to blink first? Won't be the first, won't be the last time we see this in the NFL, but as it applies to the 49ers, I think it's something that will behoove them to kind of figure out.
You think he's more, you said he's the second most important. I don't want to parse your words because maybe you meant skill position players or whatever. You think he's the second most important Niner on offense? Because I think it's CMC, Purdy, Trent, Kittle, and then I would get to the receivers.
I did forget about Trent Williams. Trent is probably second. Obviously, the position he plays, he's one of the best to ever do it at that position. And we've seen what it looks like when Trent doesn't play. So I would go Christian McCaffrey, Trent, and then Aiyuk. Yeah, I do think Aiyuk is more important than some of the other guys you just mentioned, especially Kittle. I guess the argument can be made.
Purdy too, then, huh? You got him. Not to cut you off, but more important than Purdy because
I was going to say an argument can be made for a quarterback in any team. Like, I mean, obviously, like you just go down rosters and you can see rosters in the NFL, and the quarterback might not be their best player, but he's probably the most important just because of what he does. So I kind of didn't count Purdy because that's just by default. You can be the worst starting quarterback in football, and you're probably the most important player on your offense.
Right.
Like that's just the nature of the sport. So I didn't really consider him. Obviously, the quarterback position is the most important position.
Fair.
You're never going to win if you don't have a successful quarterback. But I just think Brandon Aiyuk unlocks so much for that offense. I do think he's more important than Deebo. I do think he's more important than George Kittle. So let's call it the skills
That's
position.
fine. Yeah, no, that's fair. So that's fair. So let's boil this down. You don't think this is going to end well, just in general, right? That's just the feeling that you have. How much does Ricky Pearsall factor into this at all in terms of, he's better than what they thought when they drafted him, the fact that they drafted him? Like, does he have any factoring into at any point of this Aiyuk timeline?
Yeah, I mean, look, Ricky Pearsall, if he plays well in training camp, it puts more pressure on Brandon Aiyuk. It's like, look, we got this other guy who's playing really well. Obviously, we want you back, Brandon. We're a better team with you. But if Pearsall comes out to camp and plays well, then that will put more pressure on Brandon Aiyuk. You know what I mean? Like, It was almost like the Warriors, the season when Klay Thompson came back, they were way more patient with Klay Thompson coming back because Jordan Poole was playing so well. They're like, you know what? Take your time. And obviously Klay comes back, they win a championship. But if Ricky Pearsall comes out, he performs, he looks like the guy who they thought he could be when they drafted him a little higher than most people had him projected, then it's just a great problem to have for the 49ers. And for Aiyuk, it puts more pressure on him because, the saying, you never let somebody do your job better than you do it. Now, obviously,
Wally Pip.
Yeah, those are facts.
Yeah, Ricky Pearsall coming in, he's not going to do that job better than Aiyuk right away. But if he looks like he's projecting to be a really good player and can fill somewhat of that void, look, that wouldn't be good for Brandon Aiyuk in his negotiation.
Yeah, no doubt about that. 30 seconds or less, Dumas, real quick. I do want to get a Warriors take because you're tapped in with them. Would you do a deal for Lowry marketing involving Pods, Kuminga, Moody, and all these picks?
No, absolutely not. Not all three of them. Maybe you can have two of them, but maybe you can't even have two of them. If it's Podziemski and Kuminga, you got to pick between one of those two. You can't have them both.
So if I'm making you pick, making you pick Pods or Kuminga, and I don't like to do that because they're splitting hairs here. I think they're both impactful on this basketball team. But who could they live without the most, Pods or Kuminga, moving forward?
So if they're getting Lowry, I would prioritize Kuminga because I think Kuminga's ability to slash and put pressure on the rim while having a floor spacer like Lowry, I think actually that would be pretty ideal and it could really unlock Kuminga even more. With that being said, I think Pods is a really good player too, and Steve obviously loves him. So, but to get, you got to give. That's just the NBA. Lauri Markkanen is an all-star caliber player. He's made an all-star game. He'll probably make another all-star game. obviously, to get a player like that, you're going to have to give something up of value, and Pods is a valuable asset. It actually speaks highly on Pods that the Jazz considering bringing him in for a guy like Lauri Markkanen.
Jason Dumas, Cron 4 here on the River Islands guest line on 95.7 The Game. Dumas, thanks so much for the short notice, man. Good stuff as always, man. We always respect your report, man. Wild times in the Bay Area. Good timing. I know you got a big date coming up in just about 6 weeks, brother.
6 weeks, man. Never a dull moment. I'm getting out of the country for a couple of days to celebrate my little bachelor party. So
wait. You're getting married in 6 weeks. All right, let me give you let me just give you some words from someone who's been married. This will be 14 years in August. All right?
Boy.
I know. It's one day. It's a huge party. You're not even going to remember the majority of the details. Just enjoy it. Don't worry about all the flowers and the this and the that. Roll with the flow. Have fun. Nod your head like a bobblehead to your significant other and her family and your family, and just try to get through it all. And if you can, save a couple of crumbs for an actual home. I don't know what your living situation is, but like if I could, I would have tapered back the wedding just a little and saved some crumbs. That's all. I'm just trying to give you some words of wisdom. And here's the other thing. Eat a good breakfast and hit up every table, right? And let them know that you've been seen, because there's nothing worse than disrespecting a friend, a family friend. They never came to our table and said hi. You know what I'm talking about.
Sounds like Shasky went through that.
Yeah.
Sounds like Shasky didn't say hi to a lot of people.
That is great advice. That is 100% great advice. And I've heard a little bit of it before. Take in the moment.
Exactly.
Enjoy it and be present.
Yep.
And don't rush the kids either. That's another conversation for later down the road.
Well, I'm going to have to hide the Amex card on the stand the crumbs part, because I'm losing that battle.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man. Let me tell you. Wait till you get to babysitting.
Oh, my God. Don't
wishing for them
Don't even do that to them, man. Don't even do that to them. Don't depress them
I
before
want
the
my
big
son
day.
to be the Doogie Howser of kindergarten. They're going to enter him in at 1 year old so I can save some money.
Congrats. It's good stuff.
See you,
as
buddy.
always,
Congrats.
Jay.
All right, fellas.
All right, brother. Jason Dumas here on the River Islands guest line on 95.7 The Game. By the way, on our screen right now is Colin Cowherd, that clown.
Oh, yeah.
This is why I don't watch him.
Uh-huh.
He's top 10 NFL head coaches. Andy Reid, number 1. Sean McVay, number 2. John Harbaugh, number 3. Sean Payton, number 4. Mike Tomlin, number 5. Kyle Shanahan, number 6.
Interesting.
Wow.
Yeah.
Sean Payton, number 4 on
They've
that
all won
list.
Super Bowls. That's probably
I'm
what it's
taking
going to
Top
LaFleur.
10 NFL head
I'm
coaches.
taking LaFleur. I'm taking Stefanski.
I'm taking McDermott and D'Amico Ryan. I'm taking everybody on this list over.
Yeah.
Sean Payton wouldn't be on my top 10.
Sean Payton and Mike McCarthy have not won jack in 12 years.
I'm taking Jim Harbaugh over him, too.
Yeah, I mean, this is
that's
why.
facts.
This is why I don't watch Colin Cowherd. This is why Colin Cowherd to me is a joke. That's why Derek Jeter checked his ass yesterday when he was talking about, oh man, when you face Nolan Ryan in the All-Star game, he's like, yo, hold on, slow your roll, dude. Relax. All right. Let's get to the calls here. A lot of people have been waiting on hold for a long time here. We'll get back and we'll react to Jason Dumas at the top of the hour on what everything he had to say. Brandon Aiyuk has requested a trade today from the 49ers. Now, it doesn't mean they're going to request or go ahead and say, hey, okay, Brandon Aiyuk, where do you want to go? Because Adam Schefter is reporting that teams have reached out to San Francisco. They've reached out to San Francisco, and the Niners have told teams, we're not trading Brandon Aiyuk. All right, let's go to the lines. Danker in the city. Danker, what's happening?
What's up, gentlemen? I'm kind of seeing things a little different. I'm thinking the Niners work something out that, appeases all parties, maybe even some incentive-based things just to keep BA happy for the season, because I'm thinking, and a lot of people have mentioned it before, that Debo could be the one on the move depending on, his health. And the thing is with BA, what he's getting, his route tree. He's like exactly what you want as a receiver. Not to mention in college, his last 2 seasons, he was one of the top wide receiver screen players in college football. Like he led in all yards in that area, whatever the case. So he has other dimensions we haven't tapped into, like you would with Debo. And the other part is the reality is Debo's getting you maybe 15, 20, 30 yards on big plays. If Ricky's chopping you up for 12, 15 yards, that's the same consistency. So to me, the ones who are redundant are Ricky and Debo. BA is his own, number 1 option receiver. On top of the blocking that he opens up for McCaffrey, And you got to think about it. These other top receivers, would they be able to perform like Brandon Aiyuk with his responsibilities in our system? So we need to add more value to that. So, comparison is the thief of joy. I wouldn't go comparing everything all the time. You have to look at what we have and why it works. And I think the reality is Debo better stay healthy because he might be the one on the move.
That's Danker in the city. Let's go to Paul in San Jose. Paul, what's happening?
Yo, boys, how you doing?
What's up, baby?
Hey, so what I want to say is two things. First, the idea that NFL players should be loyal and take a little bit less to appease the team, man, that's just a narrative front offices try to push on the fans so that we can side with the billionaires and Ivy League educated accountants over the players we pay our hard-earned money to go and see. Number two, I just watched that receiver doc. I love my boy Debo, but man, he gets hurt a lot. He missed, 3 games in the regular season?
Yep.
He was out in the entire game with the Green Bay. He got hurt in the Super Bowl. If we want to beat Patrick Mahomes in the Super Bowl, we're going to need offensive production, and Brandon Aiyuk is our guy. We do not win without Brandon Aiyuk. It's just the price of the game, man. We got to pay him.
Good call, Paul. And to Danker's point, the run blocking, Danker brought up, and Paul, good call, because I do think you need the vertical passing game in the playoffs. So, Shasky, maybe that's a question we could ask on the other side. Can the 49ers be as productive offensively without Brandon Aiyuk? That's what I want to hear from Niner fans. What do you think about it if you don't have Brandon Aiyuk? But he also mentioned that half these guys, put Jalen Waddle in this offense. It looked dynamic. It looked explosive. But the run blocking, he's not a physical player. We see Jalen Waddle get beat up all the time. Devontae Smith, can he get his nose in there and block like Brandon Aiyuk? It's a very underrated aspect, and it's not sexy, which is why we never talk offensive line.
Yeah,
right?
but if blocking was one of the key prerequisites, they'd be paying Juwan Jennings $25 million a year.
Well,
you got to get open and you got to make plays downfield.
And
it's
he
one
can,
of the
right?
things that you have to do to be a complete player, but it's not the only thing.
But he does, Stig, so.
Yeah,
it's another element.
Well.
He's a total.
He's a really good player. And when in these situations, it feels like you have to nitpick the player to be able to save $3, $4, $5 million a year.
No doubt. 888-957-9570. What's your reaction to the Brandon Aiyuk news? We're all over it here. Joe Lacob talked to David Aldridge. I don't even know if we're going to get into it today. Maybe that's for tomorrow because, baseball does have an all-star game today. And
I'm out.
How much does Ricky Pearsall factor into this?
I don't know. It's a great question. Is Ricky Pearsall that guy?
Because if they were so close and then all of a sudden, for whatever reason, there was an impasse, I believe they tried to trade him. Clearly, they must be pretty encouraged with what they've seen from Ricky Pearsall.
No doubt. And we'll get to that. And we got TJ Houshmandzadeh, who joined Willard and Dibs a couple months ago, talking about this Brandon Aiyuk situation. Brandon Aiyuk has requested a trade, but we're a week away from training camp. We'll take your calls. RJ in Fairfield, we got you on hold. 888-957-9570 is the number. That is all coming up. Brought to you by Save Mart in Lucky, California.
I got to get the out of here before I lose my life.
The Savings Road Trip game.
Man, he know we talk all the time. We love you, bro. You know, we got to get it right. You know, hopefully nothing serious happens, but just stay ready and let's go win that bowl.
Now back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game. Filling in for Steiny and Guru, here's Bonte and Shasky.
That was Deebo Samuel earlier this offseason. Was that Deebo?
Dominic Lenore.
Oh, Dominic Lenore. It's not like
and
Deebo.
Yeah, because he's on the same page as Deebo and Joe Shasky and the rest of Niner fans. Let's stay together and win a Super Bowl. Let's not quabble over money. Let's win a Super Bowl this year. Because next year is going to be infinitely more difficult when I break off the quarterback $50 million a year.
Well, all these guys held out. Nick Bosa signed last year, September 6, 2023, because he wanted more money. And he was quibbling over money. However you. Deebo Samuel, same thing. Fred Warner, George Kittle. This is the business of the NFL. Aiyuk wants to get paid. So I asked Niner fans, are y'all really ready to trade John Taylor 2.0? Well, that's who I look at Brandon Aiyuk.
Hold up. Let's go through Deebo. Did Deebo have more leverage than where Aiyuk's at now? I think so. They had Jimmy Garoppolo under contract, and everybody's like, wow, you had no McCaffrey at the time. Deebo dragged you through the playoffs, and you had a quarterback who was number 3 overall who you thought was going to take over. You're like, yeah, Deebo's the number 1 weapon on this team. At that time, he had all the leverage. Would you agree?
Yeah, but now Aiyuk is now the number 1 target in the pass game. I can't wait for the crossover.
CMC's the number 1 target.
I can't wait for the crossover because Guru and I were at the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame this past year. And we talked to a prominent member, a former 49er great. And he asked us on the spot, if I told you to take a pick, if I said Kittle, Deebo, or Aiyuk, who are you trading? And that Niner said, it's Deebo by far and away. And I'm not going to put that name, I'm not going to put the name out there. But it was like, I trade Deebo in a heartbeat. Aiyuk's your best wide receiver. Yeah, keep him on the team. So, I'm seeing the text right here, 510. The most annoying thing is you sign a contract so these guys don't honor the contract. And they cry for more money. You overperform good. So you overperform. Now the team said, we see this in college football. We see this in the NFL. We see this in the... Coaches get their contracts ripped up all the time and get extensions. All the time. We don't even say a peep. They honor their contracts. And then, not only that, they will leave in a blink of an eye and go take another job to go get more money. Coaches do it all the time.
But they have leverage.
Does Aiyuk not have a little leverage here?
I don't think right now he has the leverage he thinks he has. And that goes back to Bosa, right? So Deebo had leverage. Bosa, every team in the league was going to trade him, 3 or 4 first-round picks and pay him $120.
It's tough to find edge rushers like that.
Who is paying the first-round price tag? Who is paying the first-round price tag that the Niners are requesting and breaking him off $80 million guaranteed?
Yeah, the price tag was probably too high that the Niners are asking for.
The Niners have the leverage.
They do have the leverage. There's no doubt about that. But I'm not going to sit here and tell a player, hey, don't play for the $14 million to go get your bag because your career could be over in one play. We just had Devontae Adams. I'm out here about to die on the football field.
and he made the choice.
Well, he's got the money. No.
He made the choice.
He made the choice to play with Derek Carr.
He was signing up for the Raiders.
But he was playing with Derek Carr. Derek Carr.
Okay.
And then Josh McDaniels went out there.
Have you been following the Raiders for the last 20 years?
I covered the Raiders inside and out. I worked with the play-by-play voice of the Raiders.
So he
Trust me, I know all the Raiders. I know all about the Raiders.
Trying to sign up for the Washington Commanders.
At one point,
good luck with that.
Well, this is a different Commanders team. Daniel Snyder's not there anymore.
Well,
it's now Josh Harris. It's now Adam Peters. It's now Bob Myers as a consultant, baby. Come on, it's a new day in Washington, D.C., which is why they celebrated
I live with
Daniel
these people.
Snyder.
I love these people. They're part of my family.
There you go. All right. Where's my read at? I got to do a read real quick, Shasky. Shout out to our friends at Floyd Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Floyd Water Plumbing and Drain. Let's go to my main man, RJ Fairfield. And you bet not come in here with that whack-ass Sacramento talk, RJ. You better keep that Sacramento talk for ESPN 1320.
Hey, you know what? I called in to try to call into 1140, man. They whack over there, man. My own people is whack.
Hey, they are whacking the 1140. That's why you need to call ESPN 1320. If you're not calling Madsen and Ham or D-Lo and KC, then what the hell are you doing up there? Or you can call my boy Draper later, man. But no, ESPN 1320.
I appreciate that. I'll take that into consideration. But can I talk about Aiyuk?
Go ahead. The floor is yours, RJ.
Bonte is allowing it.
Shasky is allowing it. That's who holds the controls over there.
Real quick,
you want to get flushed, RJ? So, RJ, you better get to the call. I'll flush your ass in a heartbeat. I know you're a new father, RJ. Don't do this to me. You know my patience wears thin with you.
All right, don't flush me. All right, let me say what I got to say. So, as far as Aiyuk, homeboy, Aiyuk, you ain't the top. I could name 6 other players that we need to pay before Aiyuk. He's not the most talented player on the team. We got other holes we got to fill. And then I've seen what the Niners look like with Aiyuk and no Debo. And I've seen Aiyuk. I've seen Debo. What the team looks like without Debo. And I think Debo is more valuable to us than Aiyuk, man. And plus, we got Ricky Purcell, so hopefully he pans out. So if he wants to be traded, go trade. But let me ask y'all a question: can we just franchise his ass?
Not until next year. Not till next year.
No. As in, yes, like they could. Yeah, the business model is you're making $15 million this year, guaranteed, and then if you perform again, we've got average of 5 top salaries at the wide receiver position for next year, and you will be guaranteed about what Debo got guaranteed when he signed his extension. And Debo was a second-round pick who never got first-round guarantees that Aiyuk did.
So RJ, you cool with trading Brandon Aiyuk away just for some picks?
I'm cool. We obviously need to get a receiver. I like that dude. I forgot. Washington got a bunch of receivers that are good.
Terry McLaurin, Dotson.
There you go, McLaurin. I like that dude. I saw him live, so I like that dude. But we do need picks. But yeah, I'm good. I'm good without Aiyuk, man. I mean, it's Kyle Shanahan at the end of the day.
RJ, just randomly, how's fatherhood treating you?
Oh man, I'm tired, man. I'm sleepwalking.
Man.
And Shasky hasn't sent me any onesies yet, so.
Oh, wow.
My wife won't throw away any of the baby's clothes. It's the weirdest thing. She's got this separation anxiety thing. I've got a container of clothes in the basement that I've been trying to get rid of for weeks.
Are you being a good helper to your wife?
Oh, I'm an excellent helper. I love my man. He's such a beautiful kid, man. This is awesome. The stage. He's about 3 months right now, but hey, man, since we're on the topic, why y'all blackballed me out of the Warrior Summit, man? Why y'all do that to me, man?
I would have brought you. You didn't talk to me. You didn't talk to the right person. You talked to the person. You didn't talk to the person with control, RJ.
I don't know. The selection committee over there didn't select me to come, man. So,
well,
you were OLI, dog, outside looking in.
We just knew you were going to wear a Keon Ellis jersey, so we couldn't have that happen at the Warrior Summit.
Hey. I love you guys, man. I appreciate that. I got to go back to work now.
All right, RJ.
All right. You know what? Day. I'm not used to this shift. It's 12:10 right now, and my stomach is growling. And I'm ordering, food for the crew here.
You're always hungry.
Bonte, what do you want?
How are you 5, whatever you are, 150 pounds? You eat more than me, and I'm like 300 pounds.
I have a high metabolism
Actually, I'm not
rate.
300 pounds. So
I'm absolutely not 300 pounds.
I have a high metabolism.
Remember, he's always going to those workouts after the show.
That's true.
I thought he was getting a haircut after the show.
No, actually, I worked out this morning.
I thought he was going to baseball practice.
Can I get your order now?
He's very active. That's why he's
very active. Oh, JJ Bodine Secretary, he hooked us up.
Yeah.
What
do you want?
He's got that shrimp taqueria. No, the shrimp quesadilla is really good.
What do you want?
He has the fish tacos, really good. Hold on. Let's. Do we got some sound? When I order food, I need to sit down and I need to really order food because food loves me and I love food. I don't just say, hey, just go give me a burrito. No, I need to know because I'm a foodie. I am a big foodie. I really am. SOTA, state of the art. So the weightloss.com. Guru and I both look good. I tell you who's looking good right here, though. I'm not going to lie. Dan Dibley. Oh, my God. I looked up and down today. Pause. No Diddy. And I was like, holy smokes. Holy smokes. Dan Dibley looks bad. Looks like he could go referee 15 games now.
Abundant Life Weight Loss. That's where you guys need to go. There you go.
Dan Dibley looks excellent. He's glowing right now. Like he had a glow on him this morning. I was like, wow. You want to take over 6 to 10? Why are you looking at me like that?
Because I'm waiting for your order.
Dan Dibley here. Squirt.
I was in need of a burrito.
Shout out to our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing Drain. RJ is going to get flushed, but I like RJ. If you're going to call into the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing Drain. Why does RJ know? He always sounds like he's in a panic. Like there's something. I always feel like RJ's like Joe Hort. He's looking out the window. Somebody's after him. Maybe he's in a high-speed chase.
The more you talk, the more you make me nervous. Are you serious?
I guess that's life as a Kings fan.
What was the context of that? I don't even know what the context was that. Oh,
I think it was all Niners related too, because you were like, you're gassing up the Niners. You're like, I'm not scared of Patrick Mahomes or anything like that.
I think it was the Eagles week.
The more you make me nervous.
The entire time, Bonte, I'm not scared of Mahomes.
No. That's the only guy I was scared of.
No, timeout.
Don't
Me and
put
Joe
words in my
Froby
mouth.
were the only
Don't
ones
do me
that
like
picked him
Mark
in
Willard
every
and put
game
words in my
throughout
mouth.
the playoffs. Me and Joe, every Friday, said, it's the playoffs. I don't know, man. I think this guy, Patrick Mahomes, until he gets knocked out, I'm taking him. And every round of the playoffs, I took Mahomes.
No,
with Spadoni, in unison.
See, you got you only tell half the story.
What's the other half?
Because you're an artist. Hey, the other half is...
We're flirting with the devil. No. He's the devil. He's Satan.
When I said, hey, Green Bay is going to be it's going to be problematic this week.
What does that have to do with Mahomes?
And you said, oh, we're going to smack Green Bay.
Yeah, I was wrong.
And then the week after, Green Bay. And then Detroit coming in. I said, hey, man, Dan Campbell, don't laugh at you. Boy, you're really going to take Dan Campbell over Kyle Shanahan? And boy, by the skin of our teeth, we were sweating bullets. It took me to pray to God at halftime to have some magic happen at Levi's Stadium. Thank you, Jesus Christ.
Wait, are you
taking Jesus Christ?
Mahomes, are you taking credit with your prayer?
Listen.
So God was like, of all the prayers happening simultaneously in the world, God was like, you know what, Bonte, you haven't talked to me in a while. I'm going to grant your wish here. I don't think he works that way.
He knew how much it meant to me to be at that Super Bowl. Now, he knew how much it meant to me. God knows. He knows. Not only that, Super Bowl 54.
I'll give Bonte this.
I was the one on BSCG saying, yeah, I think the Chiefs are going to beat the Niners in the Super Bowl. And I never, when it comes to Patrick Mahomes, I'm always scared to death. That's a fact. Patrick Mahomes scared. I already told you. How many times do I need to say it? If the Niners are in the NFC Championship game, and I know the Chiefs are on the other side of the AFC Championship game, just lose the title game. We don't need to go to New Orleans and go through this dog and pony show again, play the Kansas City Chiefs, and the Niners going to lose to the Chiefs 3 times in a row, and I'm going to be like, yeah, and then all the Niner fans are going to hate me. Oh, you're not loyal. You're not a real Niner fan. Then we go to New Orleans in the Superdome, and Mahomes throws for 500 yards against us, and we're crying again, saying, boy, we can't beat Mahomes. Mahomes scares the living crap out of me, okay? He's Jesus Christ on grass, since we're religious right now. He is. He's Jesus Christ with cleats. It's unbelievable. He's the only guy I fear. But Philadelphia, I didn't fear Philadelphia. I fear Dallas.
I smoke a mic, though.
Sean McVay and the Rams? Come on.
You were a little nervous about Sean McVay a little bit, the Rams.
No, you guys were all nervous. Because you were in that week.
Came on our airwaves and said that's the one team the Niners should fear.
And I didn't agree with Baldy. And I said, yeah, okay. And then they got smacked by the Detroit Lions. And that was done. I am happy with Brock Purdy. I am happy.
Then why are you worried about Aiyuk moving on?
Because I see what happened when Debo was out, and I see what happened when Aiyuk was out.
All right, so there was a list of quarterbacks.
17.
There was a list of quarterbacks that was put out there by that Pro Football Network. What was it called?
Oh, Pro Football Network of Clowns. As Phil Mike said.
All right, well.
Pro Football Network of Clowns.
And I don't even know where I had it on this sheet, but it was basically Mahomes, Burrow, Justin Herbert, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, C.J. Stroud, Stafford, and then they put Dak Prescott and Jared Goff in there. How many names do I got to rattle off? Like, let's say I took away their best weapon, and you still fear them to that foot. So if I did that for Mahomes, obviously everyone's taking Mahomes. They're doing that right now in Buffalo. You still fear Josh Allen, don't you?
Well, I do.
They're doing it in Cincinnati right now, where they're getting rid of one of their best weapons in T. Higgins, correct?
Are they going to trade T. Higgins?
It sounds like it's a done deal.
Yeah, I don't fear a Burrow like that.
Really?
Burrow's a great quarterback. But he needs all these weapons.
I do. He's the only guy to slay Mahomes in the playoffs.
He needs all these weapons.
Okay. All right. So Burrow, okay. All right. What about Lamar? I can't even name Mark Andrews if you told me was his top weapon.
You know what? Seeing Lamar Jackson in person Christmas night, Oh, level. It was next level. I thought I was watching Michael Vick in his prime. Lamar Jackson's unbelievable. He's never had a big-time wide receiver.
Okay. Herbert, they're getting rid of all their playmakers.
I'm not a big Herbert fan. You know that. You guys scoffed at me last year. You guys were ready to rip my neck off. But I said, give me Brock Purdy over Justin Herbert in the middle of training camp. They say, really? I say, yes. Justin Herbert's done nothing. Diddly poo.
Okay. What about Stafford?
Give me Purdy over Stafford.
Really?
You know I'm not the biggest Matt Stafford fan. Although, I have a lot of respect for him, not only for the Super Bowl, the way he got it out last year, how tough he played. Stafford's a damn good quarterback. He's a damn good quarterback.
Yeah, I'm going to take
Stafford.
umbrage. Like all of them, I think Herbert's really good. I'm taking Brock Purdy over Herbert because Brock's done it in the playoffs. And then I look at Burrow. I'm going to give Burrow more credit than what you're giving him, but that's fine. Jared Goff.
I'm taking Purdy over Goff.
All day
long.
Dak Prescott. They've gotten rid of some of his weapons, whether it's Zeke, Amari Cooper. He's had actually statistically unbelievable seasons, and no one trusts him.
Nobody. I wouldn't.
At all, right?
I wouldn't. I trust Brock Purdy. I don't know why you guys act like I don't like Brock Purdy. I love Brock Purdy won me over the day out duel Tom Brady.
So then why can't you then take it the next step further and say, hey, if I believe in Brock Purdy and I'm going to pay Brock Purdy, at some point, unfortunately, I have to bid adieu to a really good player, but I think they can offset it with the brain of Kyle Shanahan and a young other cheaper wide receiver, and I believe in Brock Purdy and the rest of this offense, and I think that they could find a way to maybe not replicate Aiyuk production, but to get something close.
They might be able to do that, which is why an hour before the show I said, I do want to see this team. Now I'm kind of interested to see this team without Brandon Aiyuk. And this is before the breaking news. Because I want to see how good Brock Purdy is. I want to see, is this guy really the guy we want to pay over? Whatever the cost is, what's the highest paid quarterback right now? Is it 60? Is it 55?
Yeah, well, Dax wants 60 to 70 right now.
Who's number one right now? Because Goff just got the big fat extension.
I got it right here.
Trevor Lawrence just got the big fat extension. And then it's going to reset left and right. And Brock Purdy had a better season than a lot of these guys. He did. He really did.
So right now, Deshaun with the 230, that's the highest guarantee.
Right.
The highest average AAV is Joe Burrow, $55 million.
So we're talking about $50 to $55 million a year for Brock Purdy. A lot of those guys, you take their weapons away, they can't elevate their team, and they're just mediocre teams. You know what I'm saying? You get where I'm going? So you need all the playmakers you can get unless your name is Patrick Mahomes, who has Andy Reid, who has Travis Kelce. I don't know if George Kittle's going to be here next year. I don't know if Debo's going to be here next year. But I know Brandon Aiyuk is young and is entering his prime. Do we really want to trade him before his prime years? I think this guy could be John Taylor 2.0. I think he's that damn good, Brandon Aiyuk. And he has a great rapport with Brock Purdy. They've got chemistry together.
Do you think Debo will ever replicate his 2021 season?
I don't.
Okay. Do you think that Brandon Aiyuk will ever replicate last season?
I think he can.
Really?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I think that's going to be really hard.
Absolutely.
I think that's going to be really, really, really hard.
Oh, what's going on
Why do you believe that? Yards per catch, I mean, he was as prolific as it gets, and that's because of how deep they were as a team.
The 49ers may have to throw the ball more next season.
Yeah, but then your numbers would come down because you're going with shorter routes.
But they're going to have to throw the ball more next year at times if they do compromise Christian McCaffrey. Say, Christian McCaffrey can't beat us at all. By the way, Spinoni is here putting the zoo because our YouTube
crashed again?
Down.
Another nooner?
They're hating on the kids, man. Why can't they let us thrive on YouTube, man? Let us cook with the numbers.
I mean, don't you find it interesting that like Josh Allen with a defensive-minded coach is saying, "Nah, get out of here, Stephon Diggs, who's clearly their best other playmaker besides Josh Allen." And yet we're over here biting our nails about Shanahan and Purdy finding another guy when they still already have Debo.
It's not about just finding another guy. It's just it's the timing of everything. Buffalo did what they had to do before the draft, and then they drafted Keon Coleman out of Florida State.
Mm-hmm.
The Niners drafted Ricky Pearsall, but still kept Brandon Aiyuk, and now we're going to trade Brandon Aiyuk and have an unproven rookie alongside Debo, who we know is not a true number one wide receiver. That's not his thing. He's a playmaker.
I mean, but they lost both receivers.
They may struggle because of that, too. And they may have a down year. I can't wait to see how Buffalo
win the division.
Buffalo?
Yes.
If Aaron Rodgers is healthy, I'm taking the Jets.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm taking
the Dolphins.
I'm not touching them either.
I'll take the Dolphins and Jets over Buffalo.
I
want to see how, but the Buffalo do have James Cook. They have a good tight end. We'll see how Buffalo looks. Let's see how it plays out. But I'm just not a fan of giving up playmakers here.
Yeah, but you do acknowledge that at some point you're going to have to anyway.
So why not wait till next year? This is why I was saying all offseason.
I'm saying to Brandon Aiyuk. Wait till next year.
No. But I was saying you could have got the deal done now, give him the guaranteed money, backload some of the money, and construct the contract in a way to where, okay, it's not going to hurt us long term. And then move off of Debo
$30 million over the cap for next year without even signing all these guys.
I know. So you're going to lose a lot of guys.
There's no backloading it.
So you know what?
Aiyuk wants his money and his cake and eat it too.
Guess what?
You can't have both.
It's going to be bad then. It's going to be bad then if you go all in on this quarterback.
I don't think so. I think they could still figure this out. I mean, like I've seen them move the ball with lesser weapons.
You can't lose Diamador Lenore and Tarvarius Ward in the same year. You can't lose Talanoa Hufanga, right?
I mean, they went with an all-youth secondary 2 years ago. And they went all the way to the
Yeah, but this is
NFC
different. Yeah, that's different. You still have Jimmy Ward back there as a veteran. You know what I'm saying? You still have Tashon Gibson as a veteran. Tarvarius Ward was still solid. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, man. I don't know about this. And you still had Richard Sherman when you went to the Super Bowl 54. You know what I'm saying?
I'm talking about 2021 when they went to the NFC Championship game with all the young guys in the secondary. I think they're going to be fine.
Well, that young secondary ended up getting thrashed in the fourth quarter.
They held the Rams to 21 points.
But you got thrashed, dude.
An old-time combination in Cooper Kupp and Stafford.
Odell Beckham Jr. was having a game.
I don't know. I'm looking at where the Niners are at and where they can spend their money and just
why not spend it on Aiyuk? Why not make him the number one priority?
They don't have the money.
You have the money to give him the money. They're negotiating. They're willing to give him $26 million a year. Obviously, they got the money somewhere.
He wants, from the way Jason Dumas made it out, is he wants everything, and I don't think he cares about winning. And that now is like red flag territory. It's like, really, dude? Like, can you look around the league? Like, do you really have to have every nickel? Does winning factor in at all for you?
So here's TJ Houshmandzadeh with Willard Dibs. What did they really offer Brandon Aiyuk?
If you had offered him Amon-Ra St. Brown's deal, he would be there. Now, I don't know this to be fact, but I believe that to be the case.
And then later on, TJ Houshmandzadeh called off working out with TJ Houshmandzadeh because he thought he was about to get a deal done.
I got a lot planned this summer with not just BA, a lot of the guys that I'm working with, the stuff and the things that we're going to do. But, yeah, he'll be out for sure in the summer. But, it was at one point he thought he may sign. So it was like, I'm not going to come out because I might have to go when I sign. And so that optimistic outlook has turned into a pessimistic outlook now. Like, damn, at one point he thought, hey, I might be leaving soon. And so now it's like I have no idea.
Have the Niners been proactive with Brandon Aiyuk?
Look at the Philadelphia Eagles. They signed Devontae Smith. Since they signed Devontae Smith, the market, like you said earlier, has exploded. So the Eagles, they were proactive. Devontae Smith is probably looking like, man, I probably could have gotten $4 to $5 million more per year. But the Eagles being proactive, they got out in front of it. And the Niners could have done the same thing. The longer they wait, it's like, okay, the next guy is going to sign. And then you start to think to yourself, like, man, I'm really comparable to this guy. Why am I taking what this guy is receiving? So I hope everything resolves itself because the Niners have a hell of a team. That offense is damn near unstoppable. Kyle Shanahan's a great coach, but you just don't want your best players unhappy when you have a history of taking care of your best players.
So that was TJ Houshmandzadeh. What was that, about 6 weeks ago? 7 weeks ago with Willard Dibs. So that's where we're at with him. That's where we're at with Brandon Aiyuk. So, look, can the Niners go on and move on without Brandon Aiyuk? We shall see. And part of me, just as a fan, not as a fan of the Niners, but just because I want to see how good Shanahan is. I want to see, boy, is he really a genius? Shanahan's really good. Really good. He's one of the top 5 head coaches in the NFL by far. Shanahan is awesome. Brock Purdy has been really good. Top 3 MVP candidate last season. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. This offense exploded. But part of me wants to see, boy, let me see Purdy do it without Aiyuk. Let me see Shanahan do it without Aiyuk. Let them cook. And then move on for Brandon Aiyuk and get picks because of what the cap is, where the cap is, and who you got to pay and who you don't have to pay. So that's,
But they've done it. They went to a Super Bowl with random Emmanuel Sanders, who they acquired.
That defense was all time, though.
Okay,
that was an
you're
all-time
asking
defense.
about they moved the ball.
Defense.
Did they not? Jimmy had 28 touchdowns that year.
That was an all-time touch. Oh, now Jimmy had.
Well, I'm just saying, like, if weak Jimmy Garoppolo can hit guys downfield, I think they'd be fine.
Jimmy had. No, don't change the goalpost because when I was yelling that,
like 2019, that team offensively was nowhere near what this team is. You can still move the ball.
That was an all-time defense.
But they also
all-time defense.
were an incredible offense. Remember, they set the rushing record with a guy who came out of nowhere and was a special teams gunner. Broke NFC records in a championship game.
Oh, really? Oh. Now we giving Jimmy some credit for 2019. About time. What's coming up in the game brought to you by Fremont Bank. I think I want the quesadilla with the steak, Shasky. What's coming up in the game brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full service banking with no compromises. Are you guys ready to get into Joe Lacob? Yeah, I want to get into Joe Lacob.
Yes.
By the way, breaking news, Brendan Aiyuk is requesting a trade. What does it mean? 888-957-9570. But boy, Joe Lacob has some things to say as well. It's not the only thing going down. Hey, Giants, again, you better go to Star because we will not talk about you for the rest of the year if you don't do anything. That's all coming up.
Baseball coverage on 95. here's Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky.
$95.70 game, jacked up this week. Willard Diaz from 6 to 10. Morning Russ from 10 to 2. Steiny and Goo from 2 to 6, presented by Jack's Restaurant and Bar. There's something weird going on in my headphones, too. What is that?
Yeah, like when Spadoni went into my ear to talk in my ear, the left side of my headphone stopped working.
Is it better now?
I think it is better now.
Yeah, it is.
You two back up?
Thank you.
You two back up?
There's no snare in my headphones.
YouTube poll. Oh, we got YouTube back up. Shout out to everybody on YouTube.
I guess Monte didn't know that one.
No, I was talking to Lubman. I didn't hear what you said. What you say?
There's no snare in my headphones.
Yeah, that's Eminem.
Thanks.
Yeah, I know. I was talking to Lubman, though.
You're like a cheetah.
Yeah, it was like Eminem. Yeah, there's snare in my headphones. There's no snare.
Jackie, I'm talking to Bonte.
I'm cleaning out my closet.
Was that RJ? Was that RJ? I was asking. I'm talking about RJ. Just comes over here trying to check everybody. That's when you know you got a great relationship with your callers.
He showed his ass.
In your audience is that they come on here and just try to check us like they know us. We all get checked. We get checked by NBA players. We get checked by football players. We get checked by callers. There's like a respect when you get checked. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Is
I don't
there?
like dying. Yeah, no, probably not.
Gonna meet. It's always fun game.
Just gonna live in infamy forever.
Oh, you guys love that.
I think the greatest checking all time in movie cinematic history is when Superman comes back around.
Oh, Superman, God.
He comes back around at the diner.
Superman?
No, he comes back around at the diner. Just wait up. He comes back around to the diner because he had lost his superpowers and he got beat up by a guy and saw his own blood. All right, in this Superman 2. All right, the Donner cut. And then he comes back around after he screws up in the ice castle and then gets everybody else to lose their powers and he maintains his. And then he goes back around. The guy goes to punch him and then he spins him on the dinner plate, swings him on down, pulls out the money and pays the guy. Sorry for making a mess. Been working out.
Is that checking or just punking somebody?
Oh, he's checked that guy.
No, that's punking somebody and beating their ass. That's what that is.
That's outside
checking
of Debo
is like,
on Friday.
No,
that's number one.
Checking is like Russell Westbrook. What do you mean? Did you see the play? I think I said. Did you see the play? Then why you asked me that dumb question? That's checking somebody.
Like you
this
and
is
Farhan.
Superman. This is Superman. Just like, well, Farhan tried to check me, and then the counter was ready. The counter was ready. We did. See, I don't like where I'm going here. I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't want to be known for that.
Do you know that part in Superman?
You know me, and I think
General Zod is one of the greatest villains of all time.
Superman's one of the most overrated superheroes in American history.
Bro, don't talk down on Christopher Reeves that way.
No, I'm not talking down on Christopher Reeves.
Legend.
I'm talking down on Superman. Christopher Reeves is not Superman. Superman.
No, he is.
Superman is overrated. Give me Wolverine. Give me Spider-Man. Give me Batman. Hell, give me the Joker. Give me the Penguin. Give me Two-Face. Give me all the Superman. What are you, 80-year-old white guy on your lawn?
Super lame.
Oh, wow.
Got him. Come on. He's just boring. Like, he's just too perfect. Like, no one likes
you weren't a child of the 80s.
Children
I'm
of the
a child
80s,
of the
like
80s.
the X-Men, I thought.
I'm a child of the 80s, and I think Superman is...
Bro, it came out in 1979, I think, the first one. And number 2 is one of the greatest movies of all time.
Adam is too much.
General Zod is an all-time villain. I don't care what anyone says. I'll go to my deathbed on that. And you got Lex Luthor? Come on, bro. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
When's the last time a Superman movie grossed a lot? That's what I want to know.
Probably Superman 2.
The public doesn't care about Superman.
Superman is not even a top 10 superhero movie all time. Top 10 in the superhero movies.
We got to get going here.
Batman's got 5 of them.
Well, they made it way dark and different, and so yeah, they're
that's
incredible.
Why Batman is
But I'm telling you, in the early '80s, Superman 2 was the gold standard.
We haven't been treated to good Batman movies yet either. Like in the early '80s, even Tim Burton's Batman.
No, that was the late '80s. First off, the original Batman that Tim Burton was came out in '89.
What about Adam West and Company, the OG Batman?
Yeah, those ones are more like. More
like comic strip.
Oh my gosh.
No, but they're iconic.
We're talking about the Superman movies pre-internet, pre-HD.
Oh yeah.
Early 80s.
Yeah.
I mean, look at the way they dressed in the early 80s. They didn't know what the hell to do with themselves. The 80s was a very confused era. I'm sorry. They're very confused. And then you had the crack epidemic. So that, the 80s was just, whoa. Whoa. We're trying to figure out this world.
Come into play for you.
Gene Hackman as Lex Luthor is. You're talking about all-time actors.
R.I.P.
Thank you.
The actors are great.
All time.
The superhero isn't.
We'll just agree to disagree.
Where was it going? Oh, I was going to shout out YouTube and.
Never mind. Gene Hackman alive.
Oh, you killed him.
Damn.
Oh, no.
Damn.
Oh, no.
Ouch.
Oh, no.
By the way, a lot of deaths over the weekend. Richard Simmons?
Yeah, that was R.I.P. That was sad.
And then our girl from Beverly Hills 90210.
Shannon Doherty.
Shannon Doherty. I remember.
We see her every morning.
I remember the episode when she went to Europe, I think, for the summer.
Uh-huh.
And then.
Were you at 90210?
Nah, I watched it sometimes, man.
Yeah.
The girls were, it's a teenage boy, man. You know what I mean? Especially with my girl from Saved by the Bell. Get on the show. Kelly Kapowski. Oh my God,
that's not her name in that show or in real life. But I know Kelly Kapowski.
She was next level on 90210. I say, oh my God, she's grown up.
Guru is already chiming in. I can't wait for the crosstalk in about an hour.
Oh, Guru does. Come on, man. Guru's up walking in with water in his Patron bottles for crying out loud.
It's going to be 2-on-1 because Steiny is not going to get in that conversation.
Yeah, I don't even want to get into the conversation either. Guys get so uptight about these superheroes. Best Superman. Give me Batman all day.
I'm just saying General Zod is an all-time bad guy.
Taking Thanos over Zod.
Okay, again.
Wow.
Again, this is real acting, not CGI, okay? And I'm not saying Thanos was great. I like Thanos. Thanos is an all-time. It's
what does
Darth
CGI
Vader.
have to do with it?
It's Darth Vader. It's Zod. There are certain characters. What?
Magneto.
Yeah,
Magneto's absolutely in there. Yeah. But I don't know if the cinematic Magneto reached, like, if we're going
about
movies,
Hobgoblin?
What?
Hobgoblin.
Might take Vader over Zod, too.
Hobgoblin was sick.
Vader's one of the greatest villains of all time.
What about
I thought Zod was on the top.
What about Venom?
Venom's more like anti-hero, isn't he? Like he's kind of more like, you know what I'm saying? He occupies like that Deadpool zone, as I say, like where he's basically bad, but he's also good. He's like the lovable guy.
The real question is Brandon Aiyuk turning into a villain for 49ers fans?
Yes,
right now?
apparently, with all these calls we've taken, this is for the Rams fan out there.
What
Poor
is
Rams
that?
fan.
What
wants
are
to
you
show my
showing?
shoes. I'm showing him my Jordans.
Okay.
So he says, "Oh, we're fake Jordans." So
why are you responding to a
because
Rams
I've been
fan?
trying to shout out YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter for the last 10 minutes. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For low rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal Financing at the dealer. Bane was a sick. Oh my gosh.
Bane was good. Bane was good.
He was great.
No, my movie's from 50 years ago. So, of course, it's going to not be as amazing as some of the current stuff. Like, obviously, everybody knows that the Joker, that is one of the great retcons when it comes to, like, how you become a bad guy. He was incredible.
You have Guru coming in about an hour to settle this debate.
Right.
Well, I got my boy Shaka in Berkeley right now to settle the debate. I'm going with my guy Shaka, the triple OG.
What's up, Shaka?
What's happening?
What's up, yo? I'm jacked up, man. What's happening?
What's up, Shaka? Tell me you jacked up. Hey, your boy Justin Jefferson's a baller, man. Your boy Justin Jefferson. Hey, but you know what? In week 2, we're coming for that. We're coming for that. We're coming for you, Shaka.
Classic matchup, man. It's going to be a good game, man. I'm looking forward to it, man. Hey, I just want to say this, man. I think I'm a Batman type of guy, man. The Batmobile, you know what I mean?
God.
All the girls and all that. So, you know, I like Batman. I like Batman, not Superman. But I think that Aiyuk is he's standing on business, but it just seems like it's a risky thing because, you know, Shanahan probably drafted that guy Pearson just to take his place anyway. You know, Shanahan is a smart cat, man.
Mm-hmm.
So Aiyuk know what he's facing. They already had beat before. So I know Aiyuk probably want to get up out of here, man. But I think he's a great player, man, and I respect him standing on his business, man.
Nah, I feel that, Shaka. I feel that, man. I hope you're doing well, man. I love seeing your photos on Facebook. A real family guy. He's got kids, man, doing his thing, man. Shaka's a good dude out there in the community. Always good to hear from him. 888-957-9570. Before we get to Lake Up, because we do Lake Up. We got Lake Up all day. It's like the All-Star game. Who's going to be watching? We're going to be playing college football. We're going to come in thinking, oh, what are we doing? What do we want to talk about? We got Joe Lake Up. He set the table. That's a 4-hour show tomorrow. It really is. And then you got Sean Serrani here talking about the Utah Jazz being in on Brandon Podjeski. And I have a question. How do people view pods? How do we look at Brandon Podjeski?
Been asking that question for a couple
Brandon's
weeks.
here in the Bay Area. Brandon Podjeski, Brandon Aiyuk. Are we overrating them or underrating them? What the hell's going on with the Brandons around here?
I don't know. I feel like Brandon Podziemski has got his nose to the grindstone, and he's just grinding to carve out a specific role in the NBA, whereas Brandon Aiyuk has got his nose to the grindstone, trying to carve out a giant suitcase filled with money.
Must be nice to be in that position, though.
But he's going to make money no matter what.
I know. That's why I'm just saying. Just when you think about it, that suitcase, he can go to the bank, and he knows he's going to hold out, and he still got millions.
Will you grant me this?
I don't know if I'm going to grant you anything.
Like, the money that is being thrown around, it's not for everyone.
No doubt.
But, like, you can understand, the common fan is just... we're exhausted by how many people are holding out and doing this, and we get that it's part of the business, but... When I see Christian McCaffrey quietly get an extension behind closed doors, and I know that not every negotiation is going to go exactly the same, like the way that Aiyuk has gone about this, he's setting himself up for criticism.
But you know, the difference with Christian McCaffrey, and this is where it helps to have people who've been in the NFL around him. Having his father being Ed McCaffrey, you don't think that helps on how to navigate through even with Klay Thompson. You think about, I was reading something about Klay Thompson, how he drove the same car his rookie year that he did in high school or whatnot, and he was trying to save his money. He was trying to figure out why. Who was it that he played with? Who was it that he was with? But anyway, he questioned whether or not, it's like, why do you have a Ferrari, dude? Why are you driving in that car? Everybody does things differently. But he kind of knew how to manage his money. He had that family structure. This is where it probably hurts, where Aiyuk hasn't had anybody around him. You know, you go to JUCO. That's another thing that nobody talks about. This guy went the JUCO route. Playing junior college football. I covered junior college football and junior college basketball for a long time. I covered it for about 6 years. And what those kids go through just to make it to the next level. Probably was a stepping stone in his family, with his family, just to make it to Arizona State out of JUCO, playing at Sierra College. So that's another element that we're not even talking about, where you go to JUCO route where nothing's promised. You're trying to get a scholarship. You're basically living off of financial aid and a grant, which is like $2,500 a semester. Who knows where you're living at? You're probably living with 5 other teammates. And I know he's been a first-round pick, and he got the guaranteed first-round money, and we get all that. And he's got $14 million sitting for him if he comes to training camp next week. But he also wants that other bag, but not having that structure or other people around him maybe hurts him in this situation. Maybe does, and that's why Christian McCaffrey goes along quietly to go get his extension, because you got Ed McCaffrey there who's been in this business and knows how to navigate through the NFL wars of negotiations and contracts and all that. I don't know. Just a thought.
Well, I mean, that's definitely a part of it, but we've seen people that have that, like you bring up Klay, like Klay clearly was emotional during the negotiation process. So even having his father in the league didn't, you know, I don't think it had much of an effect on his own psyche. I think if anything, you know, it was a negligible effect at all. Brandon Aiyuk's made $26 million to this point. $26 million in the league. That's what he's going to be having once he gets the money, $14 million this year.
Is that before or after taxes?
Well,
I'm just asking.
So now we're doing the taxing?
Well, you always do it to me.
$26 million.
Come on.
Like it's one thing to be a 7th round pick. You're making $500,000 over, you know, let's say 2 or 3 years. What has Purdy made? $800,000 the last couple of years, and that's nothing to scoff at. Every one of us would take $800,000 in a heartbeat. Like we understand, but this is NFL money. Like $26 million, right? $26 million. So like I'm gonna do this, and I hate doing this, but like cry me a river on the, you know, I get a generational wealth. Dog, if you haven't been able to find a way to make the $26 million that you had, even if I chop it in half with $13 million, like that's kind of on you. Then my job is not to figure out how you're going to be set up for the rest of your life. I'm trying to put together my team to win a Super Bowl. I can somehow manage to afford season tickets on my meager salary.
Don't
on my meager salary.
Don't do that.
You can figure out a way to make it work.
Like, stop it. Don't do that.
We can't start throwing pity parties for every millionaire athlete.
Man. Stop pocket watching, because in that business. Because now in this business, where they could cut you, I just heard you say an hour ago that if McCaffrey slows up a little bit, the Niners could just cut his ass, just like that.
They can't cut him.
They look at these players,
the money.
Like half these owners in the league look at these players as just numbers. They don't even look at them with their names and say, okay, that's number 80. I could go get another number 82 years ago.
So
like they can do that.
That's why downsizing happens everywhere.
If you went to Matt Nahigan right now and said, I need every damn dime possible, I would not be mad at you. I would not be mad at you at all.
Yeah, but if
These
I was
teams
posting,
will cut you in a heartbeat.
Let's take it a step further. If I was posting things from the competitor all over my Instagram page, I think the rest of my teammates would kind of look at me a certain way.
You know what? They're going to look at you a certain way anyway, because when you get paid, they're going to be jealous regardless.
When does professionalism kick in?
Yeah,
is there any accountability for these athletes? Like to just be somewhat professional?
No, but is it accountability? But is it accountable for owners? Is it accountable for owners to cut these players all the time and just say, "Hey, we're not going to pay you"? When we watch what these guys go through on a daily basis just to get ready for a football game, just to play.
This is what they've signed up to do. Right.
Well, that's why they should get every single dime possible in the NFL. This is a multi-billion-dollar business.
So should Charvarius Ward be holding out?
Hey, if I was
should Dre Greenlaw be holding out?
If I was Charvarius Ward, I would be holding out.
Where do we draw the line?
I would be holding out if I was Charvarius Ward.
None of your favorite players would ever play.
And guess what? Dre Greenlaw with the torn Achilles. Guess what? Is he going to see the same bag he would have saw if he wasn't healthy?
So you know what? Let's take it a step further. Brock Purdy, don't take a snap this year because you've never gotten generational wealth, and you've proven you can play in the league. So don't even take a snap this year. Don't play at all. Just put yourself up in bubble wrap like Le'Veon Bell. And then
it doesn't work like that with Kyle Shanahan. Because Kyle Shanahan. That's the flaw. That's the flaw of Kyle Shanahan. He thinks he can win with anybody. He tried to sell us all on Nick Mullins, and half of you bought it. Half of you bought the nickel Nick Money Mullins, for crying out loud. Not just sit up here on this station and prop up Nick Mullins and say, I got to watch this guy on Sunday. Please. Because Shanahan said it. Because Shanahan's a genius. Please stop. Xfinity Mobile text line 510. Wrong, Bonte. Anybody can be a radio host. Less than 1% can play professional football. I can bet my bottom dollar anybody can't be a radio host. Trust me. I've worked with plenty of people. Not anybody could be a radio host, buddy. That's why we got all these damn podcasts. Everybody think they could be a broadcaster. You see all these podcasts fail. Please. I'm not going to let you get away with that one. Stop
Now, look, here's where the same rhetoric that I've used on Brandon Aiyuk is going to be the same thing that I'm going to say regarding Brock Purdy for next year. And even if he's only made $500 grand a year or $800 grand a year the last couple of years, Purdy also needs to understand when he signs his deal next year, every million and every 5 million and every 10 million that he saves makes the team around him better. And he's the quarterback of the Niners. He's going to have sponsorship opportunities all over the map, which he's already getting on Toyota right now. It's a team sport. It's a salary cap business.
I hear that,
if you can't take and this is the way I say to Aaron Rodgers, Aaron, you can't take all of the salary cap and then cry that the Green Bay Packers haven't done enough to field the team around you.
Does it make him a bad person if he doesn't want to do that?
No, it doesn't make you a bad person. But then you're not allowed 8 weeks into the season to say, I just can't win with this team around me. It's
I don't think
Aaron, you took $48 million.
Aaron Rodgers.
But I'm using him as an example.
I don't think Brock Purdy's that type of guy. Everything that Brock Purdy showed us, he's not that type of guy that he's going to blame people if he does take the bag and say, oh, man, I can't win with these guys.
There's a fine line is where I'm saying.
We can't do that.
There is a fine line. And that's where I'm looking at someone like Patrick Mahomes. Where he's a former professional athlete's son. He signed a mega $1 million deal. He's outlived the deal already. And he's like, you know what? I'm going to be, now I'm playing for legacy. And I would say to someone like Brock Purdy, he hasn't broken off his bag. He's never gotten it. But there's going to become a time and there's going to become a number that is going to actually make it harder for him to do his job and get that next secured opportunity. And then now you're playing for legacy. That I do believe when you're talking about where these guys are at in the stratosphere, when you get to the Mahomes level, you do start to talk legacy over money. Because the money is all generated.
Mahomes signed $1 billion contract, $500 million contract, for crying out loud. And then, he's restructuring, but all that's doing is turning into signing bonuses and guaranteed money. So he's still getting every single dime. But you're just manipulating the salary cap. But he's still not taking a dime less. Mahomes is still seeing every single cent of that contract.
Yeah, but he could easily just hold out right now and be like, I'm worth $70 million guaranteed a year.
It's going to have $1 billion. I mean, if he wanted to, sure. Yes, and you know what? Kansas City would give it to him, right?
Well, yeah.
You'd be a fool not to give to Mahomes.
The most important player at the most important position and one of the biggest winners in sports.
It's just
he has all the leverage.
It's tough for me to sit up here as a radio host to tell Brandon Aiyuk, hey, I need you to take less for the team. Did Debo take less? Did Kittle take less?
Well, Kittle did. Kittle restructured.
Did Bosa take it? No, he's gotten every single cent. He restructured and got the guaranteed money.
He also
just helped out the base salary.
And Juszczyk talked about it this year. Like he said it with Mayoko. Like I had to take less, and yeah, they moved around the money that he probably won't realize because of the guarantees being moved around. So, did
Bosa take less?
No, and
he took $20 million more than he was going to get.
And I think that Bosa's in for a rude awakening if he doesn't perform again this year.
What rude awakening? What are they going to do with Bosa?
He's made the job harder for himself because when you take $120 million, I can't get that other D end opposite of you. When you take $120 million as opposed to $100, people are like, yeah, I don't want to hear any excuses when you're blaming the defensive coordinator because you can't get home on a pass rush.
Yeah, see, well, you know what? Joey Bosa hasn't taken less. These guys, the Bosas are not in the business of taking less. And I'm not in the business to tell a player what he should or should not take. Now, how it affects the team, we shall see. But I'm not here to say, hey, when you got one shot to cash in, a lot of people get this in life, whether it's football, basketball, or the corporate world, the business world, whatever it is, you got one shot possibly to cash in and change lives forever. Forever. We're talking about having money for the next 100,000 years for your family. I'm not here in a position to say, hey, that player should take less. Not in that league. Not in the NFL. Not in the NFL when they can cut you in a heartbeat. When you get hurt and all of a sudden it's like, yeah, we were going to pay you, but you got hurt, and now you got to play on one-year deals for the rest of your career. Look, I'm not doing that.
You're talking about all or nothing. Like, there is a fine line. Like, if we're talking $85 million versus guaranteed versus 81, normal people don't see a big difference. And yes, in the athlete's eyes, they see a big difference, but in normal world, we don't. Most people don't. They don't see a big difference on that. And so, like, we're talking about driving hard lines. Whoa. If the Niners in this particular situation are like, hey, we can only afford $27 million. And let's say, hypothetically, and I'm just throwing these numbers around, he needs 29. He absolutely has to have 29. Most people are like, really, man?
Well, is he worth it?
I mean,
is he worth it?
I think that's why we're going through this exercise. I think he's really good, but I don't think he's worth $30 million.
So you don't think he's worth $30 million, but was he asking for 28 a year? Is he asking for 28? How about this? Is he worth more than Deebo Samuel?
We just found out that Klay Thompson was disrespected over years.
It's the year. It's the year. Yeah, it wasn't the money. It was the years.
These guys feel disrespected.
Which everybody told me I was wrong about. It was the years. Is Brandon Aiyuk right now more important to this offense than Deebo Samuel?
I don't even know. Because when the coach is talking and the quarterback's talking and George Kittle's talking in that doc, they're all saying that Deebo's one of the most important players on the team.
Yet they were ready to trade his ass when he asked for a trade. Because they called. He was that important so much that they were like, okay, we'll pick up the phone and call the Jets. Oh, we got a break. I didn't even realize our clocks are all messed up. All right, what's coming up in the game brought to you by Meineke Car Care Centers. More of your phone calls, 888-957-9570. We got Lake Up Sound. Got a lot going on here. Superman, Batman. I don't want to hear gurus take on a superhero. I'd rather hear him while putting sparkly water inside his Patrol bottle at a party.
I lost. I'm out.
See you on the other side.
Brought to you by Meineke, your one-stop shop for total car care. With over 50 years.
Now back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game. Filling in for Steiny and Goo, here's Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky.
Oh, yes. 3 hours down, 1 to go as we are jacked up this week. We'll learn this from 6 to 10. Morning roast from 10 to 2. Steiny and Goo from 2 to 6, presented by Jack's Restaurant and Bar. Shout out to the garlic fries and baseball guys. Garlic fries and baseball guys. Shasky and Lubman. Hey, Jeremy Affeldt. Tyler Rogers. Sergio Romo. I caught up with Sam Lubman over the weekend. Are you kidding me? Sam Lubman, where's our Giants guest, for crying out loud? Oh. Yeah, that was good. That was good. That was good. That was good. Sure, Joe. Shout out to them. You want to listen to this podcast, best damn Giants talk you'll get anywhere outside of the morning roast, of course. You like that. You like that. I'm kidding. Listen to the conversation with Romo and Affeldt now, wherever you listen to your podcast. Great job there, Lubman. Great job. Real quick, Shasky, a statement for Devontae Adams' agent, Katie Chapman, and Frank Bauer regarding a recent trade talk surrounding their client, Devontae Adams. Adam Schefter just tweeted this. This is baseless, unfounded speculation, and Devontae is expected to be with the Raiders as there has been absolutely no trade talk. Period. Period. So Devontae's not going anywhere.
I gotta get the out of here before I lose my life. I ain't never been hit this many times in my career. Every game I get up.
I could totally see the Raiders traded Devontae midseason.
Sorry, I'm communicating with the back room. I'm a little distracted.
Why?
Food is arriving, and he's about to be outside. Lubman's going to have to go get it.
That's all right. You don't trust your guy?
Oh, no, I do. I just want, because I know Bonte's looking at me side-eyed.
So what you're saying is you use the bat signal, and now we're going to go down there.
You didn't use your Superman powers?
Yeah. Let him know he's in a white transition van.
Yeah, you didn't use your cape? You didn't use a cape?
Alfred, actually, we notified Alfred, our butler. I don't think Superman has one of those.
That's what, another thing. E40 made this all Captain Save-A, you know what? That's what we think.
Captain Save-A Joe.
Yeah, Captain Save-A Joe.
Batman wears a cape.
Yeah, but he's got the mask.
That's
cool.
What?
He's got the Batmobile. He's a little cooler.
And the cape is actually useful because he glides and stuff on it.
Here's the best
Crusader.
part. Let's go behind
Cape
the scenes.
Crusader.
Real quick. Let's go behind the scenes. So the KCBS program director, forget her name. Anyways,
Jennifer Seelig.
Thank you.
Jennifer Seelig, a good friend of mine, and her husband, I believe, is a roaster.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Seelig, or whatever your last name is. So you never know. And we were talking about things, and I say, what are you into? I don't know, what was my specific question? Are you into Game of Thrones? Or House of Dragons? She goes, I don't like anything that's fake. And Bunter's like, yeah!
No, that's not what it, no, don't, you're missing the meat in the hamburger here.
There we go.
You're missing the patty. You asked, you don't like fake stuff, huh?
No, I didn't say fake.
No,
I didn't
you were
say
like
fake.
mythical or whatnot. And then I think you brought up
mythical.
Star Wars. You brought up Star Wars. You were like, so you telling me like Star Wars or anything? He goes, oh, no. And I got up and hugged her.
And then you go, I don't like anything that's fake. And I go, Bonte, you spent all last night playing a fake video game with you operating fake college teams while you created your fake character where you're the head coach of a fake program.
But it's a real sport.
While recruiting fake players.
It's based on real life.
And then came in and complained about how difficult fake recruiting is in the fake video game.
It's based on real life, on reality. What is Superman based off of?
Fascination with what might not be real.
So my stuff is...
She really was aggressive when she said, I don't like fake bleep. I was like, oh my God.
I gave her a high five. No, I like Game of Thrones. I'm into Game of Thrones. I'm into the dragons or whatnot. I love it. Big Game of Thrones fan. Downstairs, love me. Downstairs.
As in front
Downstairs.
of the building.
Just go ahead and turn on the mic. Do it. Turn on the mic. In front of the building, downstairs.
So yeah, white van.
Hey, you want to go get it, Shasky? You want to go get it? You got Big Carter lurking too.
Front.
You got Carter.
See, this new shift has me completely...
See a white windowless van? That's what I'm looking for?
You're always disheveled. You're looking for a white Bronco?
No, he's not looking for...
Oh, I thought you said white Bronco. My bad.
I never said Bronco.
I know. I put words in your mouth.
Yeah, what are you doing?
Mark Willard you.
They didn't put OJ in the in memoriam for the ESPYs. I saw that.
Oh.
The BET Awards did.
They got some heat for that.
Did they?
There's some cheering.
Okay.
Uncle Looney on YouTube. Star Wars isn't a documentary.
Yeah, exactly. Like, what are we doing here? Come on.
Estimated eyes. I'm into the dragons.
Hey,
I am into the Dragons.
Is
cool.
Damon going to do something this season or what?
I don't want to spoil it. Yeah, I think it's
I'm
all the
so
setup.
behind. I've watched like the first 2 episodes.
Yeah,
I'm
I don't want to
behind.
spoil it. But boy, the Dragons are really cool. I will say that.
It's
Dragons are cool.
incredible.
I don't want to spoil it because it's been only on the last 2 episodes.
I enjoy it.
Did you finish Receiver Doc?
Yes.
Were you a little disappointed in the last 2 episodes? Did you like it?
It was just going to make me sad.
I feel like they rushed through the last 2 episodes.
What did you think of Shanahan?
Shanahan what?
Just through the prism of everything that you saw at the end.
I feel like
the team felt a little too loose for my liking.
Yeah.
What did you think?
And, well, they've been there before. I'd rather them being loose, but also they were complaining about the practice field, UNLV. They didn't add that to the receiver doc. I would have liked to hear that about that in the receiver doc.
Forgot about
the
that.
field or the facilities. There was a lot of noise made about that. The Niners were threatening to come back to Santa Clara to practice for the Super Bowl after all the media day obligations, and they could have done that. Vegas is a 2-hour flight, hour and a half flight or whatnot. You know what? Shanahan, I feel like you've gotten onto the bus with me when it comes to Coach Shanahan.
What bus
and
is
that?
that?
Bus is he gets a little tight in big games. Like Debo yelling at him, "Get me the damn ball" in the NFC Championship game. Let's go, Kyle. Dial it up. And Kyle, in a way, is a little too buddy-buddy with his players. Bill Walsh was like, I'm going to be the coach. I'm going to yell at my assistants. I'm going to have the players against me, but they'll play hard because I'm yelling at their position coaches. Shanahan's a little buddy-buddy with Kittle and Debo and Purdy and all these guys when they always go to Cabo. And that's fine. I guess they got great relationships. It's all good. But he got tight in these big games. And it's the same thing that we're going to talk about in training camp. Same thing we're going to talk about all season. Because in a way, something you text in the thread Saturday. With a regular season this year for the 49ers, I mean, finally, you guys are going to be on the train with me when I say this. It's Super Bowl or bust. Because the regular season won't matter no more for this team and this fan base anymore after getting close to the mountaintop last season.
It'll matter for seeding.
For seeding.
For seeding. Not for proving how great they are. Because it feels like no matter how big the victory is, they're all just litmus tests for the playoffs, right? Because that's really what it ultimately matters. Here's the thing I'd say about Shanahan. Bosa stops Patrick Mahomes on 4th and 2. They win the Super Bowl.
Would have been great.
No, the whole thing's different. So, like,
that's a problem. The highest paid defensive player. Listen to what you just said.
What?
The highest paid defensive player ever in NFL history ran down the line of scrimmage with his head cut off, and Mahomes gets a key first down.
No, but what I'm saying is the margins are so razor thin. Like, it doesn't make Shanahan some bumbling fool because in tight moments because a couple of plays didn't go their way.
Yeah, no. But you watched that game, and I come on. Before halftime, the Niners had, 21 seconds left with the ball and a couple timeouts?
Yeah.
And you were irate that they didn't take a shot.
Well, they needed to score a touchdown. That was my whole mindset was you have to score. Your defense is exhausted. Right. You have to score.
But I'm talking about before halftime. Before halftime.
Oh, yeah.
You were irate.
They needed to be more aggressive.
It was crazy.
Because I thought you needed to score 30 to win that game.
Well, it was crazy because you looked at me and said, Bonte, I now get why you were mad about Super Bowl 54.
And then we sat there and I said, they're not going to touch the ball. Lubman, clock it for a full hour in real
That's
time.
what I was yelling about. You were like, calm down. I was like, they're not touching the ball.
Then they get an interception and they go backwards.
So
in the first drive of the second half.
But I don't really. So I need all the playmakers as possible for Kyle Shanahan. I need them because Shanahan sometimes he is a great coach. He is. He doesn't have that Super Bowl. I get it. A lot of coaches have been great, haven't won that Super Bowl. But he needs the Super Bowl, no doubt about it. But Shanahan sometimes gets in his own head and he thinks, you know what? My system is flawless. I could just plug and play whoever, and we're going to make things happen. Yeah, and I would say be careful with that.
No, I hear you. And but Andy Reid's not perfect either. Like, Andy Reid had to be screamed at by Travis Kelce to get him the ball.
Well, even Andy Reid, when you think about, he did have to be screamed at. And what did Andy Reid do? I wish, now that I'm thinking about it, I wish George Kittle would have yelled at Kyle Shanahan.
But just hear me out, though.
I wish he would have yelled at Kyle Shanahan to give me the ball.
Doesn't bail out, like the Niners don't bail out Mahomes, and at some point they score one more point than them, whether it be in regulation or in overtime, they end up going for a touchdown instead of a field goal and the game's over. Let's just say, hypothetically, we're having, listen to what the conversations are. It's not Shanahan's a big choker. It's, wow, Shanahan painted a Picasso with the defensive coordinator that had nothing to do with him, and they were completely, off page all year, and they shut down Patrick Mahomes, who had a mediocre game, and they completely outcoached Andy Reid. Yeah, well, and now Shanahan's an all-time winner.
Well, isn't it ironic that in that Super Bowl, the best coach for the 49ers was Steve Wilkes? And that's something.
Until Shanahan had to come running down the sideline begging for a timeout.
But that bothered me. Because Shanahan, what about your offense? 5 wide, empty gun. 3rd and 5 to win the game and milk the clock. What about the goal line in overtime? What about not knowing the overtime rules in the Super Bowl?
Inexcusable. That's inexcusable.
So don't even get me started on Shanahan, right? I don't even want to sound like a Shanahan hater.
But he also had Jawan Jennings going to be your MVP because of a unbelievable double pass backwards to set them. What I'm getting at is I don't know why we can't just have rhetoric of like this. Damn, Shanahan's freaking awesome. The final step of the conquest is winning it all. And it sucks that he's so close, yet he feels so far. But he's not some bumbling moron.
No, I don't think anybody's saying that. I don't think anybody's saying that at all. He is a great coach. That's your boy Colin Cowherd that put him at number 6 in the top 10 coaches. Not me. I got Shanahan in the top 5.
Yeah, I think he's top 3 or 4.
Yeah, whatever, top 5. And he's not 5, but he's in the top 5. Shanahan's fine. But in that Super Bowl, the defense was the better unit. Steve Wilkes was the better coach. All right? This offense was so tight in that Super Bowl. And we saw it in Super Bowl 54 when John Lynch is in the suite. Timeout. And I'm kicking and screaming at the old station, call a damn timeout. It's 10-10. This is Mahomes and company. Score. You got to score. So Shanahan, he convinced everybody that Nick Mullins was better than Jimmy Garoppolo. And it was like, oh, please, Jimmy, stay healthy. Please, Jimmy, stay healthy. So, Shanahan is a good coach.
I think he's
sometimes
freaking great.
He gets in his own way. And the fact that you said, what do you think about Shanahan in that doc? I had to be reminded that Kansas City was prepared for overtime, and the Niners wasn't. You think Bill Belichick would ever be unprepared like that? You think Sean McVay would ever be unprepared like that? You think Bill Parcells or Bill Walsh or Joe Gibbs? Come on, man.
One of the things, the defining traits of Bruce Bochy when he became the Giants manager was him knowing the rules of Don Mattingly, going back to the, to the mound multiple times. And you have to automatically take out Chad Billingsley.
So,
no, that part is inexcusable.
It was inexcusable. And Kelsey and them were laughing. So, look, Shanahan is a great coach. We're thankful to have Shanahan. But he needs all the playmakers possible. And you brought up Andy Reid. Andy Reid in Philadelphia, when they were losing NFC championship games, he realized, damn, Tom Pinkston and James Strauss is just not good enough. I need to go get a big boy. And he went out, got a big boy in Terrell Owens, and boom, all of a sudden we're in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, but they didn't win it.
They got close. And his quarterback let him down.
And so the Niners. They've gotten really close.
But I guess we can hang banners for that then.
Look, he's in, I think this is the 8th year for Shanahan this year.
It's been great. It's been a great run. Great run. All-time run for the Niners.
Walsh went 9 years and had the 3 Super Bowls. He's been to 2 and 8.
And changed the NFL.
No doubt, but I'm just saying, Shanahan has his imprint all around the league. And like whether you want to give McVay more of the love or whatever, but Shanahan's got guys everywhere. Mike McDaniels is balling.
Over a decade, yeah.
I mean, LaFleur looks amazing.
No, Shanahan's done great. I got what he did with D'Amico
Ryans. D'Amico Ryans looks like one of the few defensive coaches that you are ready to say, that guy's next level.
Hey, people telling me we should have. I'm not going to go there. D'Amico Ryans is good though. He is really good. Let's go to the calls, man. Let's try to tat some of these calls here before we get to the crossover. Eddie in San Jose. Eddie, what's happening?
What's going on, fellas? Good afternoon, go boys. How y'all doing? Yeah, like I said, we all heard the Aiyuk news wants to trade. I'm going to be honest with y'all. I think the wrong play is to get more playmakers. I don't think that's what you guys should do. I think you guys got to keep Aiyuk and pay the man what he wants. At the end of the day, Debo's an older player, and he's more of a running back receiver type. Aiyuk is a playmaker on that team, and I think he's the guy who's going to get y'all all the way to the end. And at the same time, you guys are saying about you guys need playmakers because of the Super Bowl loss. Let's be honest here. The reason you guys lost the Super Bowl is because Greenlaw went out. He was locking up Kelsey the whole first half before he got hurt, and that's the reason why you guys lost. I'm not a Niner fan, but I know football, and I know that you pay your young receivers when they do good in the season. That's what I believe.
All right, Eddie, good call, man. Let's
Trey
go
Greenlaw was so good.
He was so good. He set the tone. Chase Young was pretty good. Let me ask you this, Shaska. You could think about this as we go to 49er Frankie in Union City.
What's up, 49er Frankie?
Who are you going to bank on moving forward? If you had to bet on somebody's future over the next 4 years.
Four.
I'll just say four because the NFL is not for long, right?
Okay.
Debo, Aiyuk, or Kittle?
I think I'm going to go Kittle. I could see him working in a lot of different systems with the way that he plays. And I'm just basing it off not overall production. I'm talking about like tight end, production if we ratio it out, because we know that receivers are like the really best way to quantify receivers is yards and catches and touchdowns. And like, I think that Kittle brings more to the table. Yeah. And I feel like I've watched someone like Travis Kelce sneaky way older than you think he is.
But Kittle's 31. 31, and he was out for the first drive of the Super Bowl, which we all forgot about. Debo's making $28.6 million.
Why? Who are you betting on?
I'm Brandon Aiyuk. And I will say this, even I'll take it a step further. Is Debo Samuel $14 million better than Brandon Aiyuk?
Well, when they gave him that money,
I get it.
It was totally different.
But I'm just looking at this year.
For next year? For next year,
2024.
No,
yeah, for this season.
But, like, again, BA was making more money 3 years ago in his first year of his deal than Debo. So we can't do that exercise.
But I'm just looking, yes, we can for this year.
Was Brandon Aiyuk $4 million better than than Debo Samuel in 2021?
Well, he was, what was he, second year player?
Yeah.
Second year player? No, he wasn't. He wasn't there yet. He was in,
Debo
quote unquote, the doghouse.
$25 million
He was in, quote unquote, the doghouse.
Yeah, I know, but Debo was also one of the best players in the league.
But that was 2021. We're now in 2024. Let's go to 49er Frankie, Union City.
What's going on, guys?
What up, 49er Frankie?
Hey, what's going on, man? I had to chime in on the Shanahan Super Bowl, man. It's taken a while. It's taken a while to get over it.
I'm still hurting. I'll forever hurt.
It comes down to one thing. He gave Mahomes the ball last.
I know.
And that's the bottom line. You could take all the holding, whatever you want to complain about, calls and this and running the ball. He gave Mahomes the ball last. He can never be forgiven for that. I don't care how tired your defense is. If they score in one play, you get the ball last with a chance to win the Super Bowl. And that's the bottom line. He screwed up. He can never be forgiven for that, ever. As good as a coach he is, he can never be forgiven for that.
49er Frankie, how you feeling about Aiyuk?
You know what? His skill set, there's 15, 20 guys with his skill set, man. There's not one with Debo's skill set. Not one. He's a dime a dozen, man.
I respect it.
He's a good player, but look, when you play Cleveland, Baltimore, Kansas City, there's no separation.
Is that Guru's 49er Frankie?
I think so. That's my boy, 49er Frankie.
He's going to call more often.
No, he's a good dude. I love 49er Frankie. He's a good dude. Really good dude. Oh, are you ready?
I'm never going to get over that Super Bowl loss.
I'm not going to get over the Rams game, the Eagles game, Super Bowl 54. You don't get. I'm still not over 1989 losing to the New York Giants to go three-peat. I don't get over 1989 season, then to 1990. And the playoffs were in 1990.
No, it was 1990-91 January. Because they won in 88 and 89.
91, I don't think they made the playoffs. You sure?
The 91 season, they didn't make the playoffs. Yeah. That was the year Young went down, and it was 1990 because Joe Montana was the MVP of the league that year.
1990, excuse me.
And then January 91. Sorry, I don't mean to be that guy.
No, you're right. You're right. I'm getting older. 88, 89, my bad. You're right. I'm wrong.
Right?
I know.
You needed a point here. You've been losing all day. Let's go to back.
Is it 40 love?
You haven't broke my set yet, Shasky. No, I'm kidding.
Pause. Pause, dog.
No, that's not a pause. That's not a pause. That's tennis dog. Talk. That's tennis talk. You haven't broke my set. My serve. Well, that may be big pause. Big pause.
Unlimited possibilities.
You know what? I know who's going to rattle you now. It's going to rattle everybody. Going up to Vacaville, a guy we haven't heard from in a while. It's Javier in Vacaville. Javier, good afternoon.
How y'all doing? So, I'm definitely in a position where I see the 49ers point, but I see Aiyuk's point more. He's a junior college product like me, play receiver like me. He's a top 5 receiver in the NFL in regards to yards per catch and stretching the field vertically. He's top 3 in the NFL in that. And the reason why the 49ers need to understand his importance is people seem to not, for whatever reason, wager that he is the only wide receiver in the 49ers
in 20 seasons to have 1,000-yard back-to-back receiving seasons since Terrell Owens, a Hall of Famer.
Anquan Bolden did it too.
No, he did not do it back-to-back. Go look it up.
Yeah, 2013, 2014, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Why don't you go look it up, Javier? Why don't you go look it up, buddy? If you're going to come at the king, you best have right facts.
No, he did not.
Yes, he did.
Look it up, though.
He did. 1179 to 1062.
Shut up, Javier.
1179 to 1062.
This idiot. So sick of that guy.
Oh, damn.
We're all now
I tried to give him a chance.
To him.
Oh, man. Where do we go wrong? You need to contact Floyd Water Plumbing, J at FloydWater.net for, I guess, not having your facts straight. Listen, how the hell did we get on Shanahan for a second? No, I'm just like 20 minutes later. I'm discussing. We're discussing. You just asked me how we think about it. There we go. 20 minutes on Shanahan, and I got even more depressed. And you don't even because I sound like a big hater when it comes to Shanahan. I get it. I sound like a hater when it comes to Shanahan.
I don't think you're being a hater. You're just
because you're finally seeing some of the things I saw in 2019.
Yeah.
And the whole thing with Jimmy Garoppolo is if you didn't trust the guy, why the hell did you throw the ball 4 times for the Chiefs' 49-yard line with the minute 49 and 3 timeouts? You should have just been running the ball. Instead, you're going to throw a deep pass to Emmanuel Sanders, and nobody ever talks about this. If they complete the pass to Emmanuel Sanders, there's still 1:30 on the clock, and I believe Kansas City has a timeout or 2 left. Mahomes would have still got the ball last. So you coached that game wrong. You mismanaged that one.
I see that one was a team-wide failure. That one, look, Quan's got to catch that interception. You got to stop him on 3rd and 1,000. I don't know, maybe stop the run. I forget who that running back was, Damian Williams or whatever, just destroying them. Kittle wide open and Jimmy G not even looking at him. Going away from
back.
The jet sweep. That one. How about you and that guy? We're coming out of the Super Bowl loss, and that guy immediately wants to break down why the Miami Super Bowl was a more heartbreaking Super Bowl.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And you were like, get out of my face.
No, I wasn't yelling at first. I said, hey, man, you can have your... I didn't yell. I didn't yell until we...
My bad. I didn't yell.
No. I tell you what happened. We'll tell the story. Walking out the studio out there, hugging a young lady for crying. She was 13-year-old, sobbing with a Niners jersey on. I hugged her. I said, baby girl, it's okay. I get it. She wrapped her arms around me. And she was 13 years old, crying like crazy, right? So this guy's like, Miami Super Bowl's way worse. He goes, I said, yeah, it may feel way worse for you, but this one hurts even more to me. You don't know football, you idiot. You're a dummy. You don't know football. I said, well, you can have your opinion. I have mine. So he kept calling me a dummy, and this boy said, hey, stop. And I said, I'm not going to be too many of your dummies no more, all right? After that loss, I'm in a dark place right now, walking out of Las Vegas in the Allegiant Stadium. So then we kept walking. Coach in Los Altos with us, was with his family, had a nice talk, and the guy kept looking back.
Coach in Los Altos.
He kept looking back, calling me a dummy, calling me out my name, and then we get to a stoplight, and he keeps talking. I said, hey, man, you got one more thing to say. And my backpack was halfway off, and Shasky hugged me and got me in the street and said, it's not worth it, Doug. I said, hey, man, I'm about to put hands on this dude. And now I can't fight, but, man, the guy was testing me. So anyway, it was bad.
But it was bad. So 2019. I keep thinking back to 2019.
I was about to have a fight after that Super Bowl. So why does everybody want to fight me after Super Bowl losses?
2019,
Nash Solomon.
It was the worst 8 minutes ever. And then in this one, it was what did I say to you 15 times? I go, Bonte, you have to score a touchdown with one of these. You cannot take 6. I even said, I know it's 4th down. I don't care. If you kick a field goal, the game is over. You have to score a touchdown. You have to. And this is why you should take the ball second.
Oh, man. Shanahan. It sounds like we're down on Shanahan. Damn. It's coming up in a game brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service bank with no compromises. Bob and SF. He's got to take on Aiyuk. If you got your takes, Brandon Aiyuk has demanded a trade. Also, Joe Lacob. We didn't even get to Joe Lacob talking to David Archer today. He said everything. He even said, I need Draymond Green next season. I need Draymond. That's what Joe Lacob said. This week is Jacked Up, presented by Jack's Restaurant and Bar. Willard and Dibs, 6 to 10. Morning roast 10 to 2. Starting to go from 2 to 6. We'll be back.
The economy is rough, and traditional four-year programs are just not cutting it. People...
afraid that it's going to have to be Jimmy Garoppolo that gets it done.
Now back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game. Filling in for Steiny and Guru, here's Bonte and Shasky.
You know what? We could all laugh at Jimmy Garoppolo. I know I was laughing at him. You're laughing at him. We're all laughing at Jimmy Garoppolo at some point.
I got to get the out of here before I lose my life.
Devontae Adams was laughing. He was reevaluating his life. But you know what? Now I think about it, we should be laughing at Kyle Shanahan. Because Kyle Shanahan brought him back. He could have said, bye-bye, Tom Brady. Bye-bye, Matthew Stafford. Bye-bye, this guy.
Possibly.
He kept Jimmy around. Not once, not twice, but 3 times. So who's really the joke on after seeing him in the Super Bowl? And then seeing him get hurt and not come back during the pandemic season. And then watching that Rams game where Troy Aikman's in the booth said, I'm afraid it's going to have to come down to Jimmy Garoppolo. Yeah, we were all afraid, Troy. We were all afraid. And then you brought it back on the baby field the next year when you had Trey Lance ready to go. And you brought it back again.
Yeah, but look, we can laugh a lot at Jimmy G.
I'm saying we should laugh at Shanahan for that.
Well, one thing that I'll give to him is that he did play professional when it comes to, they tried to draft his replacement. He stuck around. He competed for the job, and he hurt his shoulder. We could say whether Don Yee set that up or not or whatever, but like Jimmy, by all estimation, was professional as can be, given the circumstances. Did he answer the phone in the offseason? No. Was it exactly what I wanted from my quarterback in terms of, being overly communicative to other players on the team? No. But, the guy could have easily been a much worse teammate given everything that happened to him. Look, Brandon Aiyuk's not getting paid, and he's putting things on Instagram that are kind of a bad look.
Debo did too. Debo was like, give me the choke side the club. Yeah, I ain't playing for them dudes no more.
And that's not a great look.
Bosa's chilling in New York City in the month of August, doing Skims ads for crying out loud. It wasn't professional of him to throw Steve Wilkes under the bus midway through the season while talking about, I'm experimenting moves and, the slow start, not coming to camp. Oh, that wasn't professional. That wasn't professional at all. Hell, was Kyle Shanahan professional at Super Bowl Media Day? According to you guys, he wasn't.
No.
So I don't want to hear about professionalism all the damn time. Guys want to get paid, pay the guy. I'm cool with pay the guy. Sometimes you got to do things that are very uncomfortable.
So who are you willing to say goodbye to then if you're going to pay Aiyuk?
Next season?
Who?
I don't have to say goodbye to nobody this season.
Well, I mean, they did. It was Eric Armstead, and then they told Juice to take a pay cut.
Yeah, that's fine.
And they allowed Kinlaw to go, and they allowed guys to
leave. Well, it's Big Boss. Well, we're going to miss Kinlaw. They got Malik Collins. I think he's going to be fine.
I'm just saying, who's
gone this year? If you pay Brandon Aiyuk right now, do they have to cut somebody right now?
Bonte, I don't understand the cap. I don't think anyone does. So it sounds like to me like that's part of this. Is they only have so much money in this year and so much money in next year.
It sounds like for this season they can run it back. They can run it back.
But what if they're what if they're telling you they can't if it's over a certain number? And Aiyuk's like, no, I need all that money right now. They just physically can't do it.
Apparently, all the capologists told us he can't get paid this year. All the big decisions are going to happen next offseason, which is something we discussed way back in February, way back in November.
So we're going to keep kicking the can down the road financially.
Why not? You got a window here. You got with the same conversation we have with the Golden State Warriors. A lot of fans with the Warriors. And Joe Lacob has alluded to it with David Aldridge. You got it. We're trying to win all now, but until we don't make the playoffs, then we reevaluate the situation, and then we move on. And that's what the Warriors did. They paid the tax, trying to bring a championship, and then finally, 10th place. Yeah, we can't do this no more. Well, right now, you got this window to win the Super Bowl, and it's been so hard to attain here in San Francisco. You have to just keep running it back until next year where you come to that roadblock, and then you make your decisions. And then you're probably going to move on from the Debos and the Kittles and turn a new leaf and go find other playmakers. And then go Brandon Aiyuk and Ricky Pearsall moving forward instead of Debo, and you still got Christian McCaffrey. But as of right now, I do believe you could bring in Aiyuk and not move on from a lot of guys. Like, from Niner fans, all the calls we taken, Armstead's not a big loss.
Well, we'll see. Right? We'll see. We didn't think D4 was a big loss, and then it ended up being a big loss that they're still trying to find a replacement for. So, I look at Brandon Aiyuk, and I don't know what Ricky Pearsall ends up being, but if I told you Brandon Aiyuk didn't play this year, I still think the Niners win 10 or 11 games at minimum.
Who are you betting on over the next 5 years, Debo or Aiyuk?
I don't think I'm betting on any NFL player over 5 years.
3 years.
What team are they on?
They're on the 49ers. They're on the Niners.
I think I'd probably lean Aiyuk. If we're talking about overall production, right? Next 3 years, I'd probably lean Aiyuk. But I also think that I could find more of what Aiyuk does because I think what Debo does is very unique.
Yeah. But even that jet sweep action that we used to see Debo run in 2021, they haven't really run a lot of that no more. Lee caught up to that very quickly.
I mean, they had multiple red zone touchdowns where Debo comes flying across the formation as a fake, and then McCaffrey walks in.
Yeah, it's a decoy. It's a decoy.
That matters.
It's a decoy. It matters a little bit. It does matter. I'll give you that. It matters. But they don't run it as much.
No.
Not as much as they did in 2021 and 2022. Let's go to Bob in the city. Bob, what's happening?
Hey, Bob.
Hey, guys. Great show. Like listening to you.
Thank you.
Let's see. Okay, 3 quick hits. Let me see. Number one, I can't blame Shanahan for the Super Bowl possession at the overtime because they had just scored, right? They had just tied up the game. So if you give them the ball first, they could go down and score a touchdown. That's the end of the game, period. So you take the possession, you go down and try to score. And they didn't. So they had to kick a field goal.
No, you get to tie. Everyone would have gotten 2. So if they scored a touchdown, you have an opportunity to equal it. You knew what you would have had.
Right, but they didn't. That's my point.
Well, what do you mean they didn't?
They didn't. They had a chance to go down and score the touchdown to begin with, but they did not. So in other words, I just don't see the big issue with that. I just see.
Yeah, but when but hear me out. Okay, when you take the ball first, let's say you get stuffed after 3 plays. Like you're giving the other team, if you go for it on 4th down, you're giving them the ball on a short field. If I get it second, A, I know exactly what I need to get, and B, I am guaranteeing myself 4 downs as opposed to 3 downs.
I see your point. Yeah. I think there's more transgressions with Shanahan well beyond that, in my opinion.
Okay,
but
no, I hear you.
Number one, the gentleman that went to Indianapolis, right? I mean, why didn't they sign him? Instead, they kept Armstead and then cut him after 3 years, after he finally matured. Whereas the other guy could have helped you in that Super Bowl or got you past the Rams, So anyway, I don't know about that, but the other part is pay Aiyuk. He's the best receiver on the team. He doesn't run 80-yard, touchdowns, but at the same token, he's blocking downfield. Yeah. He's making the tough catches. He had a great season last year. I just, maybe he's acting a little childish in all his texts and stuff. I try not to pay attention to that, but doesn't help his character any. But still, the man is, a good player. Pay the guy. Don't try to lowball the guy, right? Just pay him.
Yeah. The overtime thing.
It grinds my gears how unprepared they were.
What did I say to you after the 3rd and 4? I said, you got to go for it. You can't kick a field goal here.
Chasky, I don't remember much of what you said.
I was
Super Bowl
screaming at you. You were standing next to me. You were like, oh my God, they had a touchdown. It was wide open. That's what you kept saying.
It was Brandon Aiyuk.
It was wide open.
Who was wide open? Brandon Aiyuk.
I said,
beat the Chiefs' top corner to get wide open.
I go, Bonte, I'm like, 4th and 4. I get it. You're in the red zone. You're like, but a field goal could win it, and they only have to go so many. I'm like, this is 4 down territory.
But listen, though.
You have to score a touchdown.
I didn't totally understand the overtime rules.
Make sure you don't miss that break,
showing it on the
they showed it later on, and I was like, oh, okay.
And it was because of the whole Chiefs-Bills thing.
Right. There you go.
Well, and I did it in Madden, and so
there you go.
I remembered it in Madden.
So I was like, all right, let's go to break. We'll go to break. Crossover time coming up on the other side. I already see the wave. He's been waving at me for 80 seconds. I got it, Lubman. We're going to break. Brought to you by Fremont Bake. Celebrating 60 years of full-service baking with no compromises.
All this week, our lineup is going to be jacked up.
Dude, that's embarrassing.
It'll be
Day 2 of being jacked up. Yeah, Steiny and Guru are here, and Steiny doesn't look too pleased.
Drew down.
No, he's pleased.
Steiny.
No, Steiny is jacked up because he's got Joe Lacob.
Talk over each other. I'm gonna stop.
All right.
Do you know Drew Down?
I know he's one of our listeners.
No.
Get his mic up. Get his mic up,
the rapper
Lovin'.
Drew Down.
Mic up.
There it is.
No.
There it is.
Come on,
One of the
Steiny.
best
Your daughters
perms
know who he is.
Well, they're my daughters. What are you, Bay? Let me guess. Bay Area legend.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, of course.
Right off with the man with a Mustang pony.
We throw legend around.
Who's bigger, Drew Down or Equipto?
Drew Down.
Yeah.
Come on.
And Equipto's
how about Andre
the man.
Nicotina?
Nicotina, probably a little over.
Thank you.
Those are hitters. Those are all hitters.
Yeah.
That's good, right?
Yeah, but Pimp of the Year is anthem Drew Down had that is infamous forever.
Oh, okay.
And Can You Feel Me?
Yeah.
And the Ice Cream Man with the Loonies.
Your daughters in the sports study, they follow the Warriors and the Niners.
My middle daughter, they're into soccer. They're into soccer big time. They were all into the European Euro Cup and the Copa and all that stuff. So she lives in London, so she's a Liverpool fan.
Whoa, that's a good team.
Yeah,
even though
she's a Liverpool fan.
Jurgen Klopp.
You got new friends today, huh, Bonte? Shesky? 49er Frankie called their show.
He did.
That should tell you something.
I'm kind of bothered. He goes, "Did you hear me?" I go, "Dude, my phone didn't ring. I'm getting ready for a show." He goes, "No, I called Shasky and Bonte." Boy,
He did. He had a great call. Nominee for Call of the Week.
What'd he say?
Well, he's got on Shanahan for Shanahan's coaching, and he said there's 15 or 20 Brandon Aiyuks out there. And I let him cook with that.
Well, this is
careful
crazy.
what you wish for.
No, I'm with you. Both you guys made great points, but at the end of the day, what Niner hasn't got their chicken? He would be the first, right? Everybody's gotten their chicken. That's why it's such a shame that they haven't won a Super Bowl. Now it's turned in the disease of me or the disease of Aiyuk because he wants his bread. I get it, but is he that guy for them to draft Pearsall? I think that was our answer. Even if you say, "Oh, by the way, we just need a receiver depth," that they had to know.
What if
this
they drafted,
might pop off and we could still win without Aiyuk?
But what if they drafted Pearsall, knowing that Debo maybe going into his last year and saying we've got a replacement for Debo Samuel or Ricky Pearsall?
But
even though they're different players.
How would you avoid what's popping off now? Because this is right before camp. You don't want this.
Negotiation play.
I'm probably with Bonte in this one. I do think that they were actively shopping either or both receivers. Yep. I think they took this guy thinking he could replace either of the receivers. And I also think they got to look at him up close and personal because this happens at times. Like, you draft somebody, hey, what's he going to look like when we get here? He got here and they're like, oh, yeah. Wow. He can replace one of these two guys.
Real quick, Steiny, I forgot the Debo this offseason. I think, was it Kay Adams who asked Debo, hey, were you traded? And he said, yeah, my agent talked to me about it. We knew some things were on the table. So it was either or. They were looking to trade Aiyuk or Debo.
I mean, the bottom line is Aiyuk has no leverage. Yeah. And that's the way the NFL wants it.
Steiny, he could pull up. I'm not showing up.
Okay.
I'm not pulling up, as the kids say.
Then you don't get paid.
Exactly.
And you lose a year. And if he wants to really sit out a year, guess what?
Yeah.
He doesn't even get a year's service time. It's
true.
I mean, he can't. He's stuck.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the Niners' call completely.
In the court of public opinion, and we understand, like, we know real life is not sports. I get all that. But, like, in the court of public opinion for fans, they're like, hey, you're getting $15 million guaranteed. I think if he was a 6th or 7th round pick who hadn't had any guaranteed money, and let's say he was set to make $800,000 this year, there would be more empathy and sympathy for his situation and his plight. I believe that in this particular case, because of the money that he's due to him this year that's already pretty much written in stone, and the way he's gone about conducting this on social media, it's not just posting things. It's saying things and doing things and posting things with a specific team in mind, wearing specific hats in these videos. I believe, like, in the court of public opinion, he's lost this already.
You might be right. I mean, you might be right, but it'll all be forgotten if he gets signed before the season, I think. But I was thinking about this, and Guru's right. Everybody's gotten paid that they've needed to get paid. You know who else was like that? The Warriors. Up till Klay Thompson.
Point.
And then for whatever reason, and it has to do with a lot of reasons, they didn't pay Klay Thompson. I mean, you cannot pay everyone. You can't. And I think that they were okay, let's say a year ago, with one or the other, Debo or Aiyuk. I think they know they can't keep them both. beyond this upcoming year.
Yep.
So if they sign Aiyuk to big money, then one of them's got to go for sure.
Something we didn't talk about today, Shasky, was who's better for Brock Purdy moving forward? We keep pitting Debo and Kittle and Aiyuk and all. Who's better for Brock Purdy and his long-term success moving forward?
CMC staying healthy as long as he possibly can.
And that's a running back, right?
I know,
but in the playoffs, you got to pass the football.
Aiyuk kept your season alive in the rain against Green Bay in the playoffs, catching that ball right off the turf. The catch against the Detroit Lions, and I'm just like, are we already pay? I don't know how good Brock Purdy is. I know he's good. But if you're telling me the 67, whatever he's going to get is already solidified, I'm like, I don't know if that's the right way to go, but I do know if he does not have Brandon Aiyuk and something were to happen to McCaffrey, that's when you're going to be like, oh, now you miss me. And that would be nightmare on Niners Street.
Debo did finish 2 of the 3 playoff games.
Man,
Super Bowl at Green Bay.
To your point, like one thing I think about with the current Tiger Woods is that people look at him like you're very disingenuous.
Hey, this is Tiger.
Nobody thinks that you're driving a Buick, right? You know what I mean? Like we know that you're laughing because you know it's true.
That's great, a Buick.
If you're going to sell me on I'm a middle American guy and I'm Brock Purdy, well, and then you're like, hey, but I need to get paid $88 million a year. Like, I do think he's going to lose a little bit of that.
Maybe he'll do a Jalen Brunson. Oh, boy.
Jalen Brunson's going to end up getting that money. That's the biggest misnomer. He left $113 million on the table, right? He restricted his deal.
Jalen Brunson.
But then he's going to be eligible for another mega deal 4 years later. And his dad is an assistant coach.
But if you tear something or get hurt,
it could be. And that's why I respect Aiyuk for taking his position, especially after watching this documentary where Devontae Adams is shooting things in the shoulder just to play a game with Aiden O'Connell against the Chargers.
Yeah, but they're also using a party van to invite everyone they want as they're driving down. Like, they just live unrealistic lives.
Yeah, but they also put their bodies on the line. They
and look what St. Brown was doing. This stuff was tore off his off his whatever, the bone. It was off.
I'm just not into like telling the athlete what he should or shouldn't get paid. We can all say, hey, maybe he's overpaid or whatnot, but when it's time to cash in and get your money and the market dictates what your value is, and he tried to get ahead of it, and then boom, the receiver market exploded. I go back to the Fat Joe line. Yesterday's price into today's price. Aiyuk feels like he's better than Waddle and more deserving than Devontae Smith, then who am I to tell him that he's not worth that?
But if his team doesn't feel that way, that's where you got a problem.
What? Then I'm eager to see Brock Purdy without Brandon Aiyuk.
I don't want to see it, but Butch, this window doesn't stay open forever, man. And the Aiyuk, they complement each other, but Steiny's so special. He brought this up last year, and I'm giving you some love early. The usage of McCaffrey, and Shanahan told a reporter, I don't even worry about that. He just blew past it. Now I'm like, that's the right on the table. If something were to happen, and now you got to throw it, and there's no Aiyuk.
This is the family that had no regard for RG3's body and didn't read the room, right?
Like, so you preach it.
Like when I watched Debo take a very, I would say, normal NFL hit.
It was normal.
And he like, oh my God, it hit a nerve and my entire arm is
Kittle
dead.
Was licking like.
And last year I said to Bonte, like they'd be up, let's say 10 points or 12 points, 14 points in a game. And I go, look, I get it. McCaffrey's the best player on the planet. Every hit is just, you're just playing, rolling the dice on, does he want to get hit? If I give Jordan Mason some of these batter-ram hits, why would I not do it?
I'm totally with you, man.
Well, I think that's part of the reason why they either don't want to pay Aiyuk or don't want to pay him as much as he wants is because team's built around McCaffrey. It just is. And he catches 7 passes a game and he rushes 20 times a game. And they still have Debo Samuel and Kittle. And I just think that they look at Brandon Aiyuk and say, well, you're not the first option.
No.
You're just not. And, 3 years ago, we paid Debo Samuel, and we're in a different spot now. And also, I think Guru's right here. You cannot tell me that the Niners didn't have something like this in mind when they took Pearson.
Oh,
absolutely.
Yeah. No doubt. No doubt. They took calls on Aiyuk.
Yeah.
They took calls on Debo. It's out there. It's known.
Steelers still think they can get him now.
I got to hit radio. I got to go on radio. Some DC radio station. Adam Peters in the Commanders country want to go. They want Aiyuk. They've been calling me all offseason. I'm like, dude, leave me alone. Joe Lacob. Joe Lacob feels like he wants people to leave him alone about the way he's running his team. Steiny, first crack. What you think?
A couple things stood out. Joe Lacob did a podcast with Marcus Thompson and David Aldridge, the Hoops Adjacent podcast. And he basically said, the fans don't understand how hard it is to make trades. They just don't understand how hard it is to make trades. and that a lot of people on the other side are illogical. And kind of sounded a little sour grape-ish to me, but we're gonna absolutely get into that. But essentially, the way I read into it is we tried to make 2 great deals, one with the Clippers and one with the Utah Jazz for marketing, and those teams are just being illogical about what they want back.
Can we be realistic here? Yeah. I think it's the NBA. What is the hardest sport to actually consummate a trade?
It feels like football for whatever reason, but I may be wrong.
Football seems hard because you don't know the value and you feel like you never get equal value for a player.
When's the last time there was a big trade in the NFL involving like 2 really good starting players?
Jared Goff for Matt Stafford.
Okay, yeah, that's right.
And that worked out
for him.
Worked out for both teams.
Rams got the Super Bowl.
Yeah, Detroit, look at Detroit right now.
I wasn't mad at you putting the McVay over Kyle.
Right.
I was like, that's real. He won one.
Oh, well, he pulled a guru on that one.
What you mean? Oh, he switched out?
What?
We're reacting to information. No, when you said, I love driving in the cars, and I agree. I told him, you got to put McVay ahead of Kyle because he got that Super Bowl.
Yeah, and it pains me to say it.
I'm with you. I understood it.
What he did last year with they had so much dead cap money, and he drafted a bunch of guys none of us have ever heard of, and they were the most dangerous team in the playoffs.
And they're going to be good this year, Joe. Y'all got problems.
I know. And they got my guy from Notre Dame, Kyron. They're a problem.
Bonte?
I just can't take him serious after all the arguments we've had because I've defended McVay for so many years. And today he's out here talking about McVay. I'll put McVay ahead of Shanahan. I'm like, wait, what happened? Who?
When McVay chest bumped the guy in the end zone when they played the Niners.
He ran down the sideline. McVay got the last laugh.
Chest bumping.
They got the last laugh. He's got a Super Bowl.
Yeah, McVay, jump.
No. See, he reacted to new information. But when it helps his argument, well, McVay's a better coach than Shanahan. I'll never forget some of the things you said today. You even gave Jimmy Garoppolo credit today, which blew me away.
Well, I'm an equal opportunist. I credit when I need to credit. I demerit when I need to demerit.
Guru and Chasky, 2 P's in a pod.
Now, why would you throw me in there?
Because you stole
my friend today.
Do you want to get this man started right now?
Well, I got my own Steiny stuff, too. Yeah. It goes both ways. Butch Chronicles coming out, Guru Chronicles. I'll tell you about yourself. I got my faults. React to new information is the greatest line and realest line ever.
A cop-out.
No, if you do radio and think that you got to stick to one thing,
you don't have to. But when you don't see the other side of it in real time, and then 6 months later, you come back and was like, oh my God, you did have a point. I was like, well, you weren't listening when I was trying to explain it because you're so caught up in what you want to say.
No,
that's where Steiny gets ticked off, and that's where I get ticked off.
Oh, boy.
There's something more concerning to me right now, Goo, and I got to talk to you about it. You're not concerning me. I love you.
Yeah.
But this is now 2 days in a row where I hear my man to the left, Bonte Hill, saying, well, I like this time slot. I could get used to this time slot.
You guys kicked me off in this time slot.
I've been in the gym twice. Yeah.
You kicked me off to the mornings. You left me after our little brief, great run on BSG.
We went to Vegas. That was the highlight. Yeah.
We're like, BSG, what is a championship team? They won a championship and then 5 years later were nowhere to be found. Yeah. It's like us. We won a championship. Some people may call it a microwave championship.
Isn't that like the Marlins do that, right?
Yeah,
they win a championship and then they just break it up.
Then they sell
everything. Speaking of Ricky Pearsall, breaking news. The 49ers have placed wide receiver Ricky Pearsall on the non-football injury list to begin training camp. They can activate him at any time. What does that mean?
Wow. Point to Aiyuk's camp or whoever.
So much for Pearsall. So much for Pearsall being
that's an injury, Butch. Something's going on. Wow.
That
has to throw something on you.
Did he get hurt training?
It had to be.
I'm thinking personal issue.
Oh, I didn't even think of that.
That's what
that's what you want. We don't want anything bad, but you would hope it's that rather than my back and my neck.
Personal thing. Yeah. There's a lot of guys getting in trouble around the league.
Yeah, I don't know.
You just don't want anything like that.
Yeah, I'm gonna think positively here.
Okay,
just say that.
But that's not good.
Be okay.
That's
related news.
We don't even know.
The 49ers have made Brandon Aiyuk the highest paid receiver in the NFL.
Is Brandon Aiyuk gonna go on Instagram now and dance a little bit? He's gonna do his little dance.
I gotta get this one nugget in.
You don't like it that I'm liking this time slot though, Steiny? I miss this slot.
Don't be nervous.
You're worried?
Yeah,
don't be worried. What do you got to worry about?
You don't know what these guys are doing behind the scenes.
No
You know what I'm
traffic
saying?
at all for your boy. I'm going to get my Just Beat It juice in the morning for the heart and everything. Going to the gym.
So you like
just
2 to 6?
relaxing. I love it.
Damn, Guru likes 2 to 6. I like 10 to 2.
But
Shaq
I
was
like
in
my
the morning.
mornings. Okay, he get in, get out.
I don't feel like it. You know what it is? I feel human again.
Wow.
That's it. Like when I do the 6 to 10, I get out of here. I got to go pick up baby Chaz, and I'm sitting there at 5 o'clock hits or 4:30, 5 o'clock hits, and I'm brain dead. I'm thinking I can't even function. Wow. I can't put words together, and it's like, oh wait, it's bedtime in 2 hours. 7:30, 8 o'clock.
Let me be clear. This is not a complaint at all. It's just each of the 3 shows are different in terms of a lifestyle.
I agree.
A lifestyle. No,
Wow.
seriously.
I did nights. I did nights for 2-3 years.
Know what that's like?
Yeah.
You have no idea. I wouldn't go to bed till 3 in the morning. It was totally different. Now I wake up at 3 in the morning.
Yeah.
It's
Wow,
completely
man.
different.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you.
I got to get an all-star nugget in here. Go back to wearing your own uniforms.
Well, I agree.
And show the game
All
and
right,
the stitching of all the beautiful uniforms.
Oh, okay.
It's not hard.
You're a Skeens guy because you're a Pittsburgh Pirate guy.
I called him starting.
All right, so I'm looking at the lineup, and he's going to play. We all wanted him to start.
Yeah, right after he was named.
Yeah.
Reacted to that
a couple
new
days
information.
before. Go ahead, Butch.
Well, like, I'm looking at this American League lineup going up against Skeens, and one of the things that I love, and I was telling these guys, like when you get Steph and LeBron ISO'd on each other in the All-Star game, when you get Willie Mays going up against somebody from the other side
Did
of
he
the
go against
American
Mickey
League.
Mantle or something like that
What's
back
that?
in the day? Willie Mays in the home run derby?
Well, they play each other in like a televised home run derby, but like those things matter to me.
Okay,
right? Like,
I love it.
Randy Johnson versus John Kruk is one of those moments. Paul Skeens is going to go up in 1 inning. He's going to face 1 inning. It's going to end up being, this kid Quan for the Guardians.
I
Who's
like
a local
him.
guy.
I got you.
I like him. I do like him.
You love him.
From the Yay.
It's got to be Gunnar Henderson batting leadoff. Like, I
Okay,
need to see
all right,
Gunnar
all right,
Henderson,
all right, I
Juan
hear that. I
Soto,
feel
and
that.
Aaron Judge
I
in the
feel that.
first inning against Paul Skeens.
Yeah.
Just if you love baseball.
No doubt about
What
that.
is
I didn't
going
think
on
of
with
that.
the skill stuff? Like the home run derby,
It's garbage.
I've never been so out on the derby. Not just because I
Carl
don't like
Rabbit,
it.
you went at him. I
was
don't
just
even need to
bored.
say
Terrible.
you. Yeah,
I was
you
bored. But like, think
bored.
about the slam dunk competition, the skills competition, the Pro Bowl's a joke now.
Yeah, it is.
It's become a flag football game. What has happened in the last 10 years with these games? How can we reinvigorate
It's
these?
too cool to try,
And they become
I think
brands.
that's the majority of these dudes. Like you get this, I'm too cool to try, and this is why I love Curry. Hey, had he lost in the INSQ thing, like he'd lose a little bit of his dignity with what, like 2% of the internet.
Yeah.
Like I love that he put himself out there. I think a lot of guys are afraid to fail a little, and like once you've competed, like Ohtani and Guerrero and Aaron Judge, like I'm over it. It's like, man, you got to think bigger than yourself.
Like LeBron
I
never
was mad at Bonds
participating
for
in the
not-
slam dunk
Yeah,
competition.
dude, that
LeBron too.
hurts, man.
Bonds
And
didn't do
Kobe
the
did
07
it.
home
You
run.
know,
Yeah,
Mike
Kobe
did it.
Mike did it. Dominique.
But I'll tell you what. Speaking of Bond,
Bird never did it.
Did 3-point shootout.
Nobody. He had the weapons. Those
Why
shoes.
did they call him Bird?
Those
was
shoes
in the
ruined
dunk
my high
contest.
school career. Heavy bricks.
Yeah, but Kenny Smith was. You
Well,
know,
look at
So was Bobby Sura.
yeah.
If you're Jaylen Brown, how you feeling after that video caught you? He said it.
Was he lying?
I mean, it's true.
Was he lying?
It's true.
Who was recording them?
I don't know.
Boy,
There's
you got
cameras
to be
everywhere.
careful out that
You
Steiny
ain't-
working
you
with
ain't
him.
kidding.
Oh boy,
There's cameras everywhere. Everywhere. You got to watch it to
He
say.
can't even lie.
That's why YouTube sometimes I get a little rattled on YouTube. It's like, boy, I gotta like, hey, yeah, I'm with you guys.
So here's
Too
what I
many
want to
cameras.
see for the All-Star game. Like, it's 10 outs for the home run derby. 10 outs, that's it. Like, home run or
Okay,
not.
all
It's
right.
10 outs. Okay, it's very simple. The other thing I want to see, I want to get the fastest guys in the league home to home, all the way around
I would
the bags.
love that.
Okay, I want to
like
see
a
it.
sprint.
Absolutely.
Let's go.
We love that until somebody
Ellie
strains a
De La
hamstring.
Cruz, Ellie De La Cruz, let's get all the fastest. Am I wrong?
No, I love it.
Home to home.
I love that. I was thinking about it yesterday
Home to
until
home.
somebody strains a hamstring.
would
Then
they-
that fan base and that player's ticked off.
Would you start it with an at bat or them just standing at home
You just
plate?
fire
Yeah,
off the
there you
gun
go.
and they run
Okay.
around. Okay, like whatever. They
That
just
would-
run around.
man.
Another one that I want to see, like the old Fred McGriff video. You're standing in
Oh,
center
yeah.
field. You catch a fly ball. You got to throw it into a trash can at home. What?
You know what I'm wondering if they could simulate somehow simulate home run balls that barely go over the fence and see who's great at those kind of catches.
Well,
you know what I mean?
could do that with one of these.
That's
like,
what I'm thinking.
Well, then you're
One of
John
the
Who
pitching
Lee.
machines.
You're out for the year doing that.
Well, that's true. That is true. I didn't think of it that way.
That one ain't going to fly.
That's true.
Boy.
Yeah, never
How many walls did he crash into?
Never mind.
47 games, he crashed into like 9 walls.
But I think that we need to showcase some of these guys skills. Like another thing I wanted to see was like, hey, a lot of these guys are ambidextrous, right? Let's see you guys batting in your opposite hand. And they were showing Rooshman doing it and stuff. Like, let's see you batting in the opposite hand and see how you can do.
Guru, they're asking on the Xfinity mobile text line whether or not Magic Johnson was in the dunk contest.
I'm going to say, you don't have to help me, Stoney. I'm going to say no.
Yeah, no.
Oh, because it's Converse. Real quick, we got to put it right on table.
All right, go ahead.
Steiny and I don't agree on a lot, but yesterday you guys left out of here and we gave you a compliment.
What's that?
I brushed my chicklets this morning and I said, how do I get them white like yours?
Oh, man, I don't know.
Dude,
brush your teeth
look at Steiny. We
go
talked
to the
about
dentist.
y'all there.
And go to the dentist.
Dude, how
Then
do
you look on TV.
Sunglasses
Then you
with the
go on
white coming
TV.
from over
What
there?
I want to know is, how do I get my waves like Guru? Because for the life of me, I can't get waves like you no
nice
more.
hair, but the first answer I always tell little kids is genetics. You got to be working with a nice grade.
Well, speaking of genetics, what about General Zod? You had some comments?
You've seen Superman, right? The original Superman?
Cartoon.
General Zod should be the symbol on the Raider helmet. That's how much impact he had on my life.
He's one of the one of the more iconic logos in sports for General Zod.
That just lets you know how bad General Zod was. We're brothers, man.
Dude,
something happened, different strokes.
I know.
Yeah.
Superman,
you guys are brothers in more ways than one. You're right.
Of Superman.
And he wouldn't be Batman. Watch the movie. He kicked Batman's tail.
That was fake. I mean,
But
Batman's got all the
fake?
gadgets. He got Alfred. He's got the Batmobile.
He don't got the strength.
Yes.
Superman.
He's got the guns and everything.
Yeah.
The guns. Hello? Superman doesn't get hurt by bullets.
Oh,
man.
my
Yeah.
gosh.
Like, come on.
Look at Steiny. Who's Superman or Batman guy?
Superman.
Yeah.
All right. Who's the greatest villain in Barry sports history?
Villain?
Oh, I already have it. Draymond.
He's kind of like Deadpool because like half the people love him.
Yeah.
The first guy who came to mind was Pierzynski.
Ooh.
Wow, I didn't think about that
Brzezinski.
one. That's a good one.
I already know I'm going with
Who
Jim
you
Burt.
going with? Jim Burt?
Wow.
You say Jim Burt, I think
But no, he won a Super Bowl with the 49ers.
I know, but most people, if you say Jim
He
Burt,
knocked him out.
almost killed Joe Montana.
He did, man.
Maybe I'm too deep.
So it's so I would say LeBron or Kyrie.
Yeah, you're
I
probably
thought you were talking about amongst our team.
Amongst our teams in the Bay Area.
Okay, maybe I'm
in the Bay Area. But see, Draymond's a champion, and to your point, half the people do love Draymond Green. I don't know, who is the biggest villain who played in the Bay Area?
I'll tell you who it was about
Brzezinski.
15 years ago.
Mike Dunleavy?
Yep.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
I wanted Yao Ming so bad that year. It was so set up for
Yao
the Warriors.
Ming would have been he was already a mega star. But in this market,
Oh
man,
my God.
like
that would have been incredible.
That would have been the best.
Yeah.
Oh, that would have been great. That would have set
Maybe
the
we
Warriors
still
up.
have Cohen.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Possibly.
Like, because
Possibly.
of the financial
What is
windfall.
Cohen doing? Does
No one cares.
No, I do. I wonder what's going on. He sits back and
You
sells a
want
team
that
for
sit down?
$150 million. Now they're worth billions of dollars. And he wants to win all these championships, and they become one of the top franchises in all the world. I would be feeling salty if I was going.
I think he probably is, and that's why we've never heard from him. Remember, he hated to talk when he was the owner. That's
true.
He was completely
You can't have that
uncomfortable.
component, though. You got to give a State of the Union, man, good
Not
or
if you're
bad.
the owner.
Joe Lacob does it.
Well, exactly. Exactly.
I like when he talks.
I mean, some of these guys just have billions and billions of dollars and no personality.
And that's what the Giants are missing. Somebody, but am I wrong?
No doubt. One little nuggy nug that I would like to explore with you guys tomorrow, just 24-hour tease. Lacob and the Warriors did try to sell a chunk of the team at the $7.7 billion evaluation, and no one was buying. And now the evaluation on the team is down like to $5 or $6 billion, which to the normal people isn't some big deal. But they were looking for a cash influx.
Has that been reported?
Yes.
That was on 2 different outlets.
I saw it on the New York. I read it on the New York Post a couple weeks ago.
Yes.
And
so kudos to those that didn't.
They're looking at life after Stephen Curry.
Oh my gosh!
And you want that financial,
jolt.
It's
For
like
sure.
a refinance. It's
No
like
doubt.
a cash out refi.
And in business, however many Curry has, that in business years, that's like tomorrow.
Right.
Man.
So somebody said to themselves, all right, 7.7, if I give you 10% of what that's worth, no, wait till it goes down to about 5 or 6 billion, and then I'll get in at that 10% price point.
All right,
It's
by the
interesting.
way, hey, we didn't even read the legal. Nobody cares. Study Guru coming up next from 2 to 6.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball used.
Alrighty, good afternoon, everybody. It's not Willard and Dibs, it's Steiny and Guru. We'll be here the rest of the week. It's a jacked up week, thanks to Jack's Restaurant and Bar. We're switching up the time slots, and we'll be here till 6 o'clock. What's going on, Goo? How you doing, man?
Too much. He's out here losing friends. This jacked up week. My main man, Colin Bonte-Shasky. Why does that bother me? What does that say about my person? You ever have friends that become better friends with other friends that you introduce and you sit back like, damn?
Yeah, I have a guy who does that all the time.
Oh, boy. His name?
Texas.
Oh, that is what.
Dana. You know what? Let me think.
Bonte's a good dude.
Dibley's taking a nap right now?
To him. No, he texted me just a few minutes ago.
Oh, he's awake.
Yeah, he's awake.
So Dibley wouldn't be one of those guys who becomes better friends with my friends than I am. No, he's not him.
That was a phenomenal show we're following. They were on fire.
It's okay. What was the best part of it, Gil?
The energy. Yeah! That's not good. That's what they say about that is good.
That's like they had a good personality.
Oh, boy.
They had a good personality on today's show.
What's up, baby? We got a lot to get to.
Yeah, we do. Brandon Aiyuk, big news today, formally requested a trade. 3 weeks ago, he met with John Lynch and the 49ers, and 3 weeks later, he wants a trade. Okay.
This has happened with Debo, is what you're going to tell me, and everything worked out.
What do I want to say?
Tell me.
He's got no juice. He's got no juice.
But it's a problem if it continues and he doesn't show up to camp. That's that's what you don't want after coming off the heels of losing another Super Bowl, Stoney. That's all. You could say Guru doesn't mean anything, but this is not good pub for your team.
Oh, absolutely not.
Okay.
But in a way, okay, he requested it. First of all, he probably didn't request a trade yesterday. He probably requested it a week ago. So the reality is nothing changes. Absolutely nothing changes. And the 49ers hold most of the cards, if not all of the cards. And it's just a question of what they want to do. And they're not going to trade him. They probably won't get much for him, but I mean, I shouldn't say they're not gonna.
Yeah, because I don't know, Stoney.
I mean,
you better not. That's what I believe.
Well, again, what would you do? You would just pay him $28 million or whatever he wants, essentially. But then where do you go from there as a team?
I guess you have to do inventory, and I look at it as Aiyuk and Deebo Samuel are two of the most unique and opposite receivers that help the Niners. I don't like that they are the 32nd when it comes to passing per attempts. They're 32nd. They're at the bottom. And it's odd when you put it in that, when you hear it that way. But I know Aiyuk is important. He's dynamic. Is he Justin Jefferson or guys like that? I don't think so, but he's right underneath. So if you're telling me I'm about to pay Brock Purdy, who I love right now, he's probably pitching a perfect game from a brand standpoint since he's taken over, come back from injury. But this is a big-ass year for him and for the organization. But if you're telling me they already, before these next 17 games manifest, they already know what he is and they're willing to part ways with Aiyuk, I would just say slow your roll. Because what if you do pull off a trade, Tiny, and there's no Aiyuk, and I won't even say McCaffrey gets hurt, your offense is visibly just different, more pedestrian, you would get second guess left and right. Then what is that 60 that we all assume Brock's going to get if he regresses because he doesn't have a weaponry running around the field? So there's a combination or a chain reaction to a lot of this.
I feel like I should take another victory lap.
Well, I'm facing it. I got the Clay time. Remember, Evan asked us. Carter for Evan.
This was bigger than that.
You asked me who would be gone, Clay, and I said Clay and Aiyuk. That was a question. Yeah. Clay's gone, and this looks like it could be. So that's why I'm getting my tennis shoes ready.
No, my victory lap is this. and I've been saying this for a while, and people have been like, okay.
Here we go.
The 49ers, as constructed right now, have one too many weapons because Purdy's not making anything. So because Purdy's not making anything, they have figured out a way to have a big boy at running back, McCaffrey, a big boy at tight end, and 2 big boy receivers. They know when they pay Brock Purdy, they will not be able to have as many weapons. So here's my new theory.
All right. Put it in the,
Don't put, it's just a theory. Don't put it in the cap. If Brandon Aiyuk decides, if they don't pay Brandon Aiyuk and he decides not to show up, they will see what Brock Purdy looks like without that extra weapon before they have to pay him that big money.
But how will that impact on the field for a team trying to win a chip?
I don't know.
You would get that answer. You're right. But can't you kill 2 birds with 1 stone?
How?
Pay Brandon Aiyuk and then see if this guy, Brock Purdy, has the year that he had the last 2 years.
Right. But then they're going to have 2 receivers. They pay him, and then they got to say bye to Debo. And maybe then that changes the dynamic.
I thought that was the way it was going to go. And Debo even was saying the handwriting was on the wall. I'm paraphrasing, but, Carter gave us some good information, filling in for Evan. Safe travels. Steiny, the last 4 Niners that got paid, this is the date they got paid. Kittle, August 13th, 2020. Warner, July 21st, 2021. Debo, as we all know, July 31st, 2022, and Bosa, September 6th, 2023. So for all the diehards that have the Aiyuk jersey and don't want to see him leave, we kind of seen this record play before, just at a different time. So if you look at the timestamp in regard to dates, Donnie, nothing to be afraid of here.
Not yet.
Okay.
Not yet.
Even though he declared that he wants to leave, but he also told what podcast was he on? Ryan Clark that he wanted to be a Niner.
No, I don't know. These guys say something every day.
Yeah.
Who knows? By the way, all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. And coming up at 4 o'clock, we'll have Dr. Narav Pandya on today. Our Cleared to Play segment. We don't usually talk to Pandya, but we will today.
I ran into him at the when I went to see Bronny. When I met his son, we took the group photo. But I'm going to ask him about Melton and that back situation.
Bill Melton?
No, D'Anthony.
One of the greatest third basemen of all time. Played for the White Sox?
Now I'm familiar with Bill Matlock. They called him Mad Dog. You know him from the Pirates.
And Cubs.
Oh, look at
Played for the Cubs.
Yeah,
they played for the Giants also.
It was kind of over.
You don't want to go there with me.
Yeah, but it was kind of over.
1970. Oh, did you see today?
Who?
I don't know if it was today. Who was it? It was Colin Cowherd was talking to Derek Jeter about Nolan Ryan.
There's a doc out.
Okay. That's not what we're talking about. And he said, Derek, you faced Nolan Ryan. No. I never faced Nolan Ryan. That was before my time.
He didn't want to get in there.
Yeah. Well, no. I mean, Ryan was gone.
That old, huh?
Ryan was gone when Derek Jeter broke into the league. There's a bunch of other stuff that we're going to get into today. By the way, we're going to get into this Joe Lacob sound next segment. Joe Lacob talked to the Hoops Adjacent podcast, David Aldridge and Marcus Thompson. And there were a couple things that really stood out, and we're going to get into them. One is, and I just think there's an incongruity here that can't get lost. And it's basically that Joe Lacob is saying it is virtually impossible to make a trade in this league. It is so hard. Everybody wants to prove how smart they are, and the fans just don't understand how tough it is. And he used an interesting word. We'll throw it out there later. And I just found it was really interesting
because we've been wanting to hear from him too.
Right. And because, I mean, he's the one who for 12 years, we're going to be aggressive. We're going to be aggressive. We're going to go for every big name. We're going to be this, that. Well, now he's coming up against the reality that you just don't always get what you want.
Wow.
And we'll get into that on the other side.
And I'll tell you real quick here, I've been into sales. I've been in sales a lot, Stoney, high-level sales. And I've seen men and women, great salesmen, come in and blame their lack of getting the deal done because the leads were bad. What would you give me?
Glenn Ross.
One of the greatest movies ever.
Was that one of your favorites?
Dude, I was a million. We watched it at work. But anyway, put the coffee down.
You ready for me to surprise you? That's a great movie.
Okay. Now
you thought I was going to say I never saw it, right?
It was going to hurt me.
No, I saw that.
All right, Carter. So he's on it. Yeah. But what do you give me if I feel like Joe Lacob's kind of, and I love me some Lacob. Sure. He's kind of saying the leads are not good for not being able to pull off the trip. You know? Do you think some people probably like, oh, Joe, now it's hard?
Exactly. Exactly. And you know what? It is hard when you don't have that much money. Well, and you don't have as many assets.
But they've hated and they implemented these rules just like they did Eddie D for the Niners, Donnie, back in the day to stop all that.
Well, I hate
stuff like that.
Well, I'm also convinced.
Wow, dude.
Thank you, Carter.
I do think the Warriors are coming up against the reality, and that is for the last 3 or 4 years, they have paid an exorbitant penalty for being over the luxury tax. They just have. And Joe Lacob has made it clear, I'll always go over that tax if we're a contender.
Right, I got you.
So,
but the rule was put in, Stoddy, because guys like him that had deep pockets and wanted to win would go in that red. And I think that started this haterism to where they came up and implemented this stuff.
Be that as it may, they got to deal with the new system just like the Celtics do, just like the Lakers do. And other just like the Clippers do. So everybody's feeling that pinch. But no, I think some of the things he said was interesting. He also, for the first time that I can remember, addressed the Steph Curry future. In other words, what happens when and after Steph Curry is a Golden State Warrior, and I think we can get into what you interpret his remarks to mean, quite frankly. So we're going to listen to some Joe Lacob. 888-957-9570 is the number. Joe Lacob on the other side. The other thing is he has not spoken since the end of the season, which is a little bit unusual for Joe Lacob. As we all know, he's very accessible, but he hasn't spoken for a few months, and he broke that silence either yesterday or today, but the sound's out today, and we're going to play some of that. 888-957-9570 is the number, and that segment was brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Now back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Filling in for Mark Willard and Dan Dibley, here's Steiny and Guru.
All right. Here we are again. Guru 2:30.
Day 2. How you doing?
We're usually together at this point, but we're just not at this venue.
You are correct. I do got to ask you this. I went to the gym 2 days in a row, came back, got my... You walked today, right?
I did walk today.
How do you feel a little better?
Yeah, it helps. Yeah, it helps.
Okay.
Yeah, it's always good to get a little exercise. I'll walk around Lake Merritt in the morning with the dog. Yeah, it's nice. It's really nice. Golden State Warriors right now are in the middle of free agency. Well, no, it's not the middle. It's the end. Let's face it. The end of free agency. Not the end of the Warriors. Not yet, anyway. Joe Lacob, the Golden State Warriors, what word would you use to describe Lacob?
Aggressive. And don't give AF attitude.
Yeah, I'd say, Joe Lacob, the very accessible owner of the Golden State Warriors, wasn't very accessible since they lost to the Sacramento Kings, which is fine, and it's his prerogative.
Yeah.
But he talked to, again, Marcus Thompson and David Aldridge of the Hoops Adjacent podcast. And some of the things that Joe Lacob said were very interesting. And let me play the first one for you.
Give it to me. Give it to us.
And this is Joe Lacob on the moves that the Warriors have made so far.
When you start these things, everyone thinks you have a grand plan. You kind of have multiple plans, right?
Right, sure.
Some things throw you for a loop. I mean, has been chronicled. We're going after a couple different people, big additions. And there are 3 ways to get better in this league, right? One is to draft, building through the draft. Another's free agency. And the final one is trades. And trades are the hardest. Very, very hard to pull off trades because everyone wants to prove how, these GMs, how smart they are. And it's true. And they want to impress their owners. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. But here's the problem. It's just I think if I could share anything with many of the fans out there, and I read everything, I read what people say and the criticisms and the positive things, they don't understand how hard it is and how illogical some of the parties on the other side are sometimes. Maybe we're illogical too to some extent. But my point is it's just really, really hard to pull these things off. And everyone writes all this stuff and they have no idea what the other side's asking for in some of these things.
I'll say that's his prerogative. Shout out Bobby Brown. But, guys are dialed in, the Wojs, the Shams of the world. Like, it does come out, what was offered. So He is right to an extent. But, Steiny, we kind of got the gist of what the package was that the Clippers turned down. So I hear him. But Dub Nation is like, man, we just got to get it done.
Well, I don't know if he underestimated how hard it was going to be or he was just too aggressive in promising what he wanted to do. But I think the word illogical is fascinating here because my first thought when I heard that quote is sour grapes. It's sour grapes.
No doubt about it.
It feels like on his part because the Warriors can't get a deal done. Some teams are being illogical, is what Joe Lacob said. And I think once he said illogical, then he covered himself by saying, well, we probably are too. But if he truly believes all that, Goo, why did he set us up for we're going to make a big move?
Because he
should have known.
Yeah, well, you know what?
He should have known.
And he should have known he has enemies amongst the ranks of the NBA because he was on top. And you know what? He had his chest out, and rightfully so, with the Joey Light years and that whole thing. So I don't think he's got anybody trying to give him any favors, especially Ballmer just down the 5 trying to send Paul George back. But Steiny, I think there's ego and pride involved. Not that he has to feel bad, but that he thought he could get back in the poker game easier than it actually looks right now. And he's operating, you tell me if I'm wrong, Steiny, from a place of desperation compared to where he's been operating so much during this dynasty.
I think you're right. I think you're absolutely right. Now, I think he is operating under let's say, urgency / desperation. But he cannot say that.
You're right, man.
He absolutely cannot say that.
Carter.
And I don't know. This franchise has been incredibly successful for 10, 12 years.
Yeah.
And we have an owner who wants to win at all costs and says he'll do anything under the sun. And this is the first time we've ever heard Joe Lacob say, you know what? We might not be able to get the things done that we want to get done because of the other teams.
And that, I got you, Steiny.
So
I got you.
It didn't sound great, but I don't fault him for telling the truth, because anybody who looked at the Golden State Warriors situation after the year and what they had to do with their salary roster knew that getting a big fish was between slim and none. It just was. I'm giving you slim.
I got you.
I'm giving you slim, but they're not in a position to make a move like that.
And now I do wonder what's the next card to play, or what avenue they try to go down in regard to, because it's obvious now they feel like they need a facelift. They want to do something, Stoney. They want to get a big boy in here. But now that you feel like it might not be as easy as you thought, is it just what you had me? And I didn't tell you this yesterday. You made a great case for, hey, Goop, tip the ball up. These youngsters take some steps. It'll be better than last year, maybe. But that's not not making me sleep better at night. I'm still I'm rolling over. It's bad, but I guess, Donnie, I'm not mad at Lacob, because I think that matters, that he comes out, even if he was Farhan, to come out and let us know you tried.
Well,
I'm not giving you point. It does, like, that's the bare minimum.
Right.
Let us, like, there are some Warrior fans like, hey, Joe, we know, hey, I want to go out with Halle Berry. I can't.
Right.
You know?
Joe.
But, I mean, all I'm saying is, and maybe people will say, well, yeah, no kidding, Joe Lacob's got 4 rings. But if Farhan comes out and says, we tried, everybody rolls their eyes at him.
Right, okay.
If when Joe Lacob says we tried, people seem to give him more of the benefit of the doubt, and I get why. You want to talk about one of the biggest conversation pieces around the Warriors? It's the idea of wasting Steph Curry.
I think it's the top. Go ahead.
And Marcus Thompson and David Aldridge specifically asked Lacob how he balances the short term with Steph Curry and the long term security of the franchise. This is interesting.
Mm-hmm. We recognize it, Marcus. I'm very aware of it. We want to be as great as we possibly can. Now, I'm going to give the caveat. I have to give the caveat.
I was about to ask it.
And the caveat is that we can't bankrupt the team in an unbelievably dumb way for a decade. You can't bankrupt the entire team's future to go for 1 year because there are it's very, very hard to win. Even if we had the best team, you can sustain an injury. It's usually what happens, and somebody else wins. So within reason, we're going to always try to do whatever we can to win now, not just for Steph, but for me and for us and for you, for everybody, for our fans. Okay, it's everybody. And Steph feels the same way. I talk to Steph about this all the time. He's very cognizant of this. I'm very cognizant of this. We all are. So, I mean, people can repeat these sayings all they want, and we're cognizant of it. We're trying to do it, guys. We really are.
All right, so he was referring specifically to the idea of wasting Steph Curry's window. Mm-hmm. And we've been talking ad nauseum about what you owe Steph and what you owe the future, and are those things compatible? And what I heard Joe Lacob say right there, and listen, he covered all his bases. But what I heard Joe Lacob say is, we ain't giving up future picks unless I know for sure the player we get is good enough to lead us into the era after Steph Curry. That's kind of what I heard.
And I don't think marketing fits that.
See, I think he does, actually, believe it or not.
I was thinking Giannis. I know it's a pipe dream, but yeah, Stoney. Tell me what now you think he does fit that marketing.
Well, I think yes, and here's why I think that. And if you want to jump in, 888-957-9570. The first thing he said was, some of these counterparts are illogical. Okay, well, who has he done business with? Ballmer and the Clippers and Danny Ainge and the Utah Jazz.
You know what that's about.
And so clearly he thinks they're trying to take advantage of him. He thinks the trades that both those teams offered weren't good enough to make the move. And so that tells me maybe the Warriors decided against it because both those deals involved too many future picks, especially what's being reported about Utah. Utah wants a couple of young players and future picks.
Well, 3 young players
that ain't going to happen.
Yeah.
That ain't happening just for Steph Curry. And he tiptoed around, trying to win now and dealing with the future. But really what he said is, at any moment it could change. But what I heard is, I'm telling you right now, I ain't giving up picks in 26 and 28 when Steph's 38, 39 years old.
Yeah. And you know what? I heard the same thing. But again, I don't want, this has not been my, what word am I looking for, Carter? My theme. This is new. But when I hear that, the likelihood, Stoney, of the day coming to where Steph and Joe are going to have a real conversation one-on-one about Steph's future and Joe about the Warriors' future, and can it be a future together? When I hear sound bites like that and clips, I'm thinking of the inevitable, which nobody wants to hear, though, Stoney. Like, he may not end up here, man.
Yeah, I actually think those talks are ongoing. Do
you think they've started?
Yes, he said, I talk to Steph about this all the time. And this is clearly, what can we do now to get us back in the hunt without jeopardizing 2025 and after,
when you won't be around.
And I think Steph's like, Steph gets it. I don't think there's any doubt that Steph understands where they're at. And the question is can they be better next year, and can they be more competitive? And if they are, then things are probably okay. And if they don't go well, then that's when we get to Steph Curry's things change quickly in this league.
Yeah, and I know Bonte had brought up Magic Johnson randomly. We were having fun with the sneakers, the weapons, old school weapons, Donnie. But, I mean, he was a Laker for life. Kobe was a Laker for life. Jordan up until we know how that went. But and Bird, he got hurt, so the injuries robbed him of his. You romanticize that Steph somehow, and even if they don't win, can be here. But he's a competitor. You look at his golf game, what I'm having trouble with is he's such a competitor and a killer as well, sport-wise. I think he would go to Joe before Joe would go to him. That's my fear. And they're trying everything under the sun. Steph knows it, and he knows what they don't want to part ways with. So, I don't know what this season has that's upon us, man, but I'm not feeling good about it.
Here's I know sometimes how you get, so I'm going to cheer you up, all right, and then I'm going to bum you out again. But first, I'm going to cheer you up. Hey, Joe, about this team right now, are they any good?
I think that what we wound up doing, I'm so proud of our group for what they accomplished this summer. People don't understand how much better I think our team is, even right now, versus last year. We had 46 wins last year. We should have been, in my belief, a 50-win team last year. The Draymond suspension clearly hurt us, and some other things. Look, there's always some things that happen and some that don't, and so on. I think we could have been better. I think we're definitely a better team than we were last year on paper. The way I like to look at what Mike has done and Kirk and those guys is that we now have core older guys, who are still good. Steph, Draymond, Wiggins, he's got to get a little better this year. Obviously, he's got a little better year than he did before. But they're sitting there, those 3 guys. You've got the 4 young guys who are just getting better. Young guys don't usually get worse, and these guys aren't. And then you've got 3 other veterans. There's a couple other veterans on the team as well that will add, but 3 other veterans that really can play, that are clear rotation players that we just added in the 3 guys you mentioned. That is a deep team. That is definitely deeper than we were last year.
All right, Lacob thinks they're better.
Yeah, but you're wrong.
On paper.
You thought that was going to cheer me up. I'm the guy.
It doesn't cheer you up.
Dude, you made fun of me for 6 months because when Ritter and Lacob were in front of our face and I fell for the old, let's go. Gladiator, Russell Crowe, you still laughing at me. So excuse me, Joe. I love you, buddy, but how dare you tell us guys have gotten better in the summer?
There's a difference.
I don't want to hear about open gym.
Stop it.
You give kudos to those youngsters when we see them giving business to other teams in the league when the games count, but don't dare. I get it. What are you supposed to say? But don't say guys have taken leaps and bounds and we ain't played a meaningful game. Hell nah.
Well,
and
I'm
Wiggins,
so upset.
To play it again with the Wiggins part. Joe, I love Wiggins more than anybody. A little? We need a lot more. Come on, Joe.
Okay.
We need a lot more from Wiggins and summer improvements. Hey, no, come on now.
Well, let me stick up for Joe.
Yeah.
Last year, he came in and thought they were a title team.
And
that was a joke. That was a joke.
But it made sense.
No, but you didn't get it, but it was a joke at the time. Okay, because that was a joke. Now, this year, all he's saying is, we can be better.
He's saying guys have gotten better already.
Now, that is more possible than coming in here a year ago saying, we're in the mix. We're looking at number 5.
We had it, Chris Paul. Steiny, he could have been right had Draymond not got suspended.
So now they could have won a title.
No, I'm just 50 wins, 52, 50. I just wish somebody would throw a fastball at Dre. I don't want him to get beamed, but just say he derailed our effing season.
Well, he basically said that.
No, but I want to hear it. Is he so above the volume? Yeah. Somebody just, you know what? I love Steiny. He's a brother, but he knows what he did. He messed up. He effed up our season. What does that say about me that I'm yearning for that? Nobody has given him that.
No owner's going to do
that. We talked about Batman and Superman. Sometimes when we talk about Draymond, I feel like that's our job. We got to call him out.
Yeah, right. It's not the owner's job. He's probably done what he needs to do behind closed doors.
Okay, with that, I'll tell you what, if you went around here cussing and like a sailor, our boss would pull you to the side.
Reprimand. Yep. Yes, he would.
So if you're telling me that's not Joe's job.
No, it is. Behind the scenes. Would Nahegan say, hey, guys, I want to jump into the studio at 5:05 and tell everybody that Steiny has been absolutely unbearable for the last 2 years. He's cost us in the ratings, everybody. But this year, we've had a talk, and he's not going to be the jerk you all think he is.
Well, you brought him out the office one day when he thought you slammed the thing. For that, he came out like y'all faced each other,
right? But he was never going to. He was never going to go on the air.
Oh, okay, right.
And say, "Hey, Steiny slammed something," which he actually didn't slam.
Well, I guess the reason I bring that up, Steiny, is there's nothing wrong with keeping it real and not tiptoeing around a guy. That's the least Draymond could. I would almost say, you know what, boss, just rip me publicly.
I'm gonna tell you something.
Fans know there's some accountability.
It's always fun game.
I'm gonna tell you something right now.
Yeah, thank you, Carter. I mean, do I sound deranged? I don't think I do.
No, but here's the bottom line.
You're real quick. I feel like you're saying they're protecting him.
They are.
But he deserved that at minimum to say, you know what, dude? Listen, Marcus and David, I love both of you. Draymond doesn't get suspended, we might be a 5th or 6th seed.
That's basically what he said. We're 50 wins if Draymond doesn't get suspended. I mean, I don't think it's a good practice to rip your employees.
Even when they mess up.
Well, we don't know what he's done behind closed doors. We have no idea.
I'm just saying, Draymond messed up in front of the world.
Why? The world knows Draymond messed up. I mean, listen.
Maybe it'll fix it.
Listen, Pat Riley came out and told Jimmy Butler or whoever to shut his mouth.
Oh, my goodness.
But that's Pat Riley. And
that's what we want. I bet Dre wouldn't be Dre in Miami.
They don't
with Pat Riley.
A Pat Riley. The Warriors. Mm-hmm.
So I want to say, what does that consist of? But they got some special people, but this dude's running wild, man.
Couple things. 888-957-9570. So Joe Lacob talked to the Hoops Adjacent podcast, and here's the 3 things that I gleaned. One is he thinks they're absolutely better on paper right now than they were last year. He said trades are unbelievably hard to consummate because each side is illogical, but that mostly the people that they're dealing with have been illogical in terms of their trade demands. And then the third thing I kind of heard is he's not, well, he said it, I'm not bankrupting the next 10 years just to try for 1 year. And so now, if you'd say, well, what was the Paul George thing? I guarantee he would say, well, we were going to re-sign Paul for 4 years, so it wasn't going to be a 1 year thing.
Oh, man.
It was going to be a 2 or 3 year thing. So, you know, he's always, like any smart guy, he's left himself some wiggle room. But let me ask you this, Goo. Yeah. I'm going to play this sound again. And there was one other thing. I just caught it. I just caught it. And you might think it's nothing. And our listeners may think it's nothing. But I didn't like it.
But can't wait.
I didn't like it.
Fire.
I'm going to play it again, and I want you to try to guess, even though it's going to be hard because it's a little obscure. Take another listen. It's kind of bothered me a little.
I got a high IQ. I'll pick it up.
All right.
I think that what we wound up doing, I'm so proud of our group for what they accomplished this summer. People don't understand how much better I think our team is, even right now, versus last year. We had 46 wins last year. We should have been, in my belief, a 50-win team last year. You know, the Draymond suspension clearly hurt us and some other things. Look, there's always some things that happen and some that don't and so on. I think we could have been better. I think we're definitely a better team than we were last year on paper. The way I like to look at what Mike has done and Kirk and those guys is that we now have core older guys, you know, who are still good. Steph, Draymond, Wiggins, he's got to get a little better this year. Obviously, he's got a little better year than he did before. But they're sitting there, those three guys. You've got the four young guys who are just getting better. Young guys don't usually get worse, and these guys aren't. And then you've got three other veterans. There's a couple other veterans on the team as well that we'll add, but three other veterans that really can play, that are clear rotation players that we just added in the three guys you mentioned. That is a deep team. That is definitely deeper than we were last year.
Did you catch anything?
Okay.
And you know what?
He gave Mike love, but then he gave some of Mike's love to Kurt.
That's exactly right. Give me the ding.
But he works for the team too.
Hold on.
He's been preaching the group. I appreciate it, Carter. He's been talking about they do it as a group.
Listen, I'm going to be honest with you.
If you're riding around and you're Mike and you hear that.
Exactly. You know, Mike Dunleavy has an incredibly difficult job. He took the general manager job at this point. I just don't. I think that's Joe trying to protect his son and just trying to lump his son in with Mike Dunleavy without the responsibility that Mike has. Mike's the GM. He's got to produce or he's gone. Kirk's not going anywhere. He's not going anywhere regardless. And so, I don't know. Mike and Kirk.
You.
What about Larry Harris?
But who did we have on our show as a station? We had Kirk Lakeup on. And you know why, Snotty? Right. Different role than Mike. But he has a job with his dad's organization. That's his job now. And it's no Rudy Poo job. But you got to give me something for remembering when Joe Lakeup, not when it was convenient for him, said we do everything as a group.
That's like him saying we're going to win the championship. Of course they say they do everything as a group. All right, 888-957-95.
We got something to tell you on the other side. Carter's going to tell us Niner related real quick, a nuggy nug.
All right, and we'll play some more of that Joe Lakeup sound. What did you hear? Did you hear what I heard? 888-957-9570. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. This week is all jacked up on 95.7 The Game, and it's presented by Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
Now back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. Filling in for Willard and Dibs. Here's Matt Steinmetz and Daryl the Guru Johnson.
All righty. All right, what do you got, buddy?
So
what do you got for me?
All right, we're going to have Carter come in. This is debut with this, Donnie. So I know how you think, I believe. You're
logically.
Sometimes illogically. But
impassionately.
So earlier we started the show off with Brandon Aiyuk and where this thing was going. And most of the time, Stein, I'm putting it away as, you know what, they'll work something out. He's not going to get traded. We've seen this before. But Carter, can you share with us what his teammate Juwan Jennings just put on X? And I'll throw it back to Steiny because I want to tell you, and I think of Lori Matthews, people that they're reserved when it comes to their thoughts. They don't like to filibuster. They like to give me the meat. And everything will be all right. But go ahead, Carter, if you can. And I can't wait to get Steiny's reaction to this.
Yeah, shout out caller Adam and SF for sending me this. Juwan Jennings posted 8 hours ago on his Instagram story. You got to be a different type of person to act like you're doing everything by yourself, knowing dang well you're not.
So to me, that's a shot at Brandon Aiyuk. And now that leads me to believe, Steiny, Jennings just re-upped his deal. If you're telling me they play the same position and that's how you think about, you're supposed to be quiet when guys are trying to get their chicken, but that leads me to believe not just Jennings, but for Jennings to feel comfortable to type that and send it out there, that makes me feel like the Niners and Aiyuk may be at an impasse to where he's really going to get traded.
Why all of a sudden is it okay for Juwan Jennings to pocket watch?
Now,
why wasn't he the first guy you ripped?
That's valid as a parking ticket, but I got to tell you,
he broke the code. Jennings broke the code.
Or does he know the team is so turned off that a trade is imminent? Because if you think a guy's coming back, I don't think you send that out.
I think he probably thinks that he probably knows what Aiyuk's turned down and thinks, wow, what are you doing? But I don't know. I don't know.
Carter, your thoughts?
I mean, I don't see how you go back into the wide receiver room together after that.
Like you mother Steiner, you said, hey, you might be, so you think he broke the code?
Well, he could also say, I was not talking about Brandon Aiyuk.
Which Debo did earlier this season.
Exactly.
All right. Exactly. Shout out Lori Matthews, because I know she don't like stuff like that.
Let's go to Big Smooth. Big Smooth's in Oakland.
Our man.
What's up, Big Smooth? How you doing, man?
Good, gentlemen. Good to hear you at this time frame. Listen, I feel so much better after hearing Joe Lacob talk. You know why? Because I felt that way. I felt this was a better team. It was a better fit. You don't have a disgruntled guy out there who's trying to relive his glory days. You have a defensive team that will keep you in games. Goo, you're disappointing me, man. You sound like a casual over there. Ooh. There's no home run to hit. Goo, there's no home run. There's nobody out there that's going to make a difference at this juncture. Laurie Marketing, you're gonna empty the cabinets for a soft guy who's going to play 50 games. Don't do that. I like and listen what he said. Did you notice what he said? He said first he said Steph, and then right after Steph he said Draymond, and then he said Wiggins, and then he named another tier. Listen, I think this team is going to improve from within. It doesn't listen. I don't know. Players usually work on something in the summer. They usually come back just a little better. That's usually how it goes if the trajectory is right. And then he mentioned the free agents. That's the tiering. That's right there. We're going to get better because, listen, Pazinski, if nothing else, he's got more confidence. Now, I don't think he should start, but training camp hasn't even started yet. It's just you can't hide him and Steph both.
Yeah,
I like starting Melton. I love the flexibility. I love what Ron Adams has to work with. I think this is a better team. It's easy to say that because Clay's shooting was erratic, but he still hit the most threes. But what he didn't do, he wasn't able to give you what he used to give you on D. I think you're able to replace Clay by committee, and I think you have a team that people have something to prove. And I think that Steph, we don't need a number two that can hit 25 points a game. I think we're looking at that wrong. You fill in those gaps. You fill in those points by defense. off the defense.
Uncle Smooth, you're on fire, but I got to tell you, a number 2 to me is always a guy that the number 1 can take a break, a breather, even if they're on the court together, and say, you do it. And right now, I'm focused on the offensive end. I don't see anybody that can fill that role, but this was my question before you go. So you would be shocked if the Warriors, sounds like Big Smoothie would be shocked if the Warriors, with no move, as is, wouldn't be a playoff team. Sounds like Big Smoothie saying that's attainable.
I wouldn't say, well, okay. I think they could be a playoff team too, but I got to watch how the year plays out. If they're completely healthy and they get contributions from everybody and they're not a playoff team, yeah, then I'm wrong. But if
they get
I think they've got to overcome all kinds of challenges. And if they do it, yeah, I think they're going to be better. But it's going to be really, really hard to do it. But here's what I want to say. Because I got to emphasize when my man nails it. Oh, you're right about a second score. You're absolutely right. You want to know why?
Yeah.
Here's why.
Now, the questions revolve around, do we have a reliable number 2 scorer? I mean, I think that's a legitimate question for people to ask. We think we've got some candidates. Wiggins can have a better year. In 22, he was pretty damn good. Jonathan Kuminga got much better last year, and I expect him to get a lot better this year. So, look, we'll have to wait and see how all that works out. But we added shooting in Buddy Hield, and we added a lot of perimeter defense into Anthony Melton, which I think we needed. And we added a guy who's another big, who's a very versatile player, who also another really good defensive player in Anderson. So I look at it, at least at this point in time on paper, along with changes in our coaching staff, which have yet to be formalized, but I think has all been talked about, which is tremendous upgrade in the coaching staff. We made some big moves. So coaching staffs, players, I'm pretty excited about where we are right now. Am I satisfied? No, never. So we're always going to be in the market to improve our team. Always. I don't care what team we have. If we could get someone else and work out a deal that would make us better, great, we will. We're always looking. We're going to be the most aggressive team in the league.
I hadn't heard that. I like that soundbite. Especially, I'm excited because we get better. I'm always looking to get better. I do like that, but yeah, the number 2 is. I think that's why we saw Curry tire at the end.
We're always going to be the most aggressive team in the league. What is that?
but
where's the scale for that? Where's the gauge for that?
Kevin Durant.
Okay.
Them trying to go get Paul George. Okay. And that's what he's telling you. It's frustrating that he wants to go spend the Nordstrom card, but he can't find the item.
Well, then don't make it seem like you can pluck stars off trees. Because I think some people are under the impression that he's able to do that. And right now, he's up against it. He's just up against it.
It's kind of weird, too. Yeah. He's never been here to where he's needed help outside of what they got, outside of the homegrowns. Yeah, Bob, go get me this or that. We can do that because it wasn't going to shake the basketball Richter scale. But now that's where they're at.
Well, when he took over the team, his first move was to acquire David Lee. So he obviously thought at that point that, he just wanted to get a good player in here. And then later, he ended up trading Monte Ellis for Andrew Bogut. Yep. So 888-957-9570 is the number. Joe Lacob has said a lot of things in this podcast with Hoops Adjacent and David Aldridge and Marcus Thompson. Among those things he said was he's not going to bankrupt the next 10 years for 1 year. He said that would be unbelievably dumb. And so that tells me they're reluctant to part with their draft picks. And it also tells me that, I want Steph to get a fifth ring. He said that. I want Steph to get a 5th ring. But he's not going to mortgage the future to get it or to try to make it happen this year.
So 3 future number 1s, is that mortgage in the future to you?
I think so. I mean, what do you think?
I think if you did that and you knew deep down that if it didn't work, Curry could get you that back. So that's why I feel like, I hear people say, but if you did what we don't want to have happen, but things pop, things happen every day, Curry could get you that haul.
Not if he's 38. He's still got to be playing at a high level. And the more he plays, the older he's going to get and probably the less value he's going to have. And that's just what I'm assuming. And again, on August 6th, Steph can sign an extension, a 1-year extension for $64 million on August 6th. So if he does that, then Curry will be under contract for 3 more years. And listen, I'm not saying you couldn't trade him with 3 more years. I'm not saying that at all. But I think it's fair to say if you have him for 3 years, in theory, this year you could get a boatload for him. Next year, maybe a little less because he'll have shorter years on his deal and he'll be a year older. And then after that, I think I don't know what you can get for a 39-year-old Curry if somebody thinks that he could be the piece that puts their team over the top.
Yeah, Tommy, on the YouTube chat, Stoney, Curry's not going anywhere with these apron rules. Meaning for other teams.
No, you
know what I mean?
You hope.
Yeah.
I mean, all you have to do is add up a salary or two to $55 million, and Steph can be traded. So I don't think it really has anything to do with the aprons. There are teams that are constricted, but the bottom line is, the Warriors probably in 6 months could trade Curry for Tyrese Maxey. What's he making now? 40. Well, he got an extension, so it wouldn't be this year.
And Curry's about to get one, we assume.
Yeah. So
August 6.
all you got to do is find a player or players that add up to $55 million.
And a team that he puts over the top.
Exactly. So we'll see. 888-957-9570 is the number. Joe Lacob talked for the first time this offseason. And he talked about the Golden State Warriors and how making a deal is really hard.
Yeah, Maxey 5 years, 204, Stoney.
Yeah, so but I think he's still under his old contract for the first year for this upcoming year. But that it was the first time, I don't know if it's the first time, but we're not used to hearing Joe Lacob say this is really hard.
But because this is the first time he's actually been here, right? And it's going to get worse. To me, I'm hoping they fix it, but this is like a game of, they're not down, but they're down from we're not winning and we need help fast, quick, and in a hurry. And it's not as easy as I thought. Come on, man. This is, man.
Let me ask you this. Yeah. You said it's not as easy as I thought.
Or Joe Lacob, he just shared that with us because of, what he deems teams being ill. You heard him.
To me, it's not that there's nothing to see here, but last year he went on the record and said, Plan 1 and Plan 1A is to get under the second apron. Well, that does not dovetail into we're going to get a star. Let me just ask you off the top, how do you get a superstar and save money at the same time?
Well, Joe only knows one way, not blowing past the tax.
Well, he can't do that anymore because they're not a championship contender.
But did that sound like what I appreciate from that, Stoney? That sounded like a man that had enough sauce on. He really wants to get back in the tournament.
I'm sure he does.
Yeah, okay, guys.
I'm sure he does. But the fact that he wants to doesn't mean a damn thing.
I think he's frustrated.
I think he is too. And I think he's blaming everybody else.
Damn.
If you haven't heard, take a listen to this Joe Lacob quote, and you tell me what you think at 888-957-9570. If you listen to this, I think the logical question is, well, then, Joe, how do we get better?
In 2016, when we got KD, people always say, oh, well, we were enabled by the spike in the cap, if you remember, right, from the new media deal, I think it was. That is such revisionist history and BS. It's unbelievable. It's true in part, but talk to Bob Myers about that, and he'll tell you, we would have gotten him no matter what. We would have just changed the team. We would have gotten rid of somebody else. We would have, if we knew the guy wanted to come, we were going to get him. Okay, so there are ways to do this sometimes when you're dealing with free agency. There are ways, if you have the draft picks, to be smarter and draft the right players. Trading is the hardest one, but because it's just, it's not logical half the time. But my point to you is we recognize it, Marcus. I'm very aware of it. We want to be as great as we possibly can.
Man, I just feel like the way the rules are set and where the Warriors are, we're going to hear a lot more of Joe like that in the near future, Stoney, if they can't pull off a big boy. And the rules are just what they are. And right now, that looks like that's going to be a hard task.
Warrior fans, how are you feeling about the way Joe Lacob is talking? Do you notice any difference in the way he's talking? Do you think his expectations have changed? Do you think he's reading the writing on the wall? I mean, where do you think Joe Lacob is coming from? And of course he's going to say, I want to win every year. I always want to win. I want to win, I want to win, I want to win. But I think what we're finding out is when the rubber hits the road, you don't just snap your fingers and win. You got to get players. You've got to get really good players. And they've got one, maybe two.
Maybe three if Wiggins shows up.
Maybe.
I was like, Donnie, why don't you say it to him? Because he's doing the same thing Dub Nation's doing, and I'm leading that brigade, hoping that Wiggins snaps out of it. But, Stoney, I want to double back real quick. What would that handwriting on the wall read?
That he looks at the team and he says, you know what? This is where he can, I don't want to say get away with it, but two things can be equally true. This thing could be pretty much over, but you always want to win and you want to get better. And I mean, I just think he looks at this team and thinks they've gotten better on paper, but he's got to know it's not a title team. So I don't know where the Warriors go from here. I have no idea where they go from here. But I want to ask Warrior fans what they heard with the one that I thought was the interesting one, where it feels like he kind of threw up his hands and said, I don't know if we're going to be able to get the guy that we all want.
When you start these things, everyone thinks you have a grand plan. You kind of have multiple plans, right?
Right, sure.
Some things throw you for a loop. I mean, has been chronicled. We're going after a couple different people, big additions, and there are three ways to get better in this league, right? One is to draft, building through the draft. Another's free agency, and the final one is trades. And trades are the hardest. Very, very hard to pull off trades because everyone wants to prove how these GMs how smart they are, and it's true, and they want to impress their owners. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. But here's the problem. It's just people, I think if I could share anything with many of the fans out there, and I read everything, I read what people say and the criticisms and the positive things, they don't understand how hard it is and how illogical some of the parties on the other side are sometimes. Maybe we're illogical too to some extent. But my point is it's just really, really hard to pull these things off. And everyone writes all this stuff and they have no idea what the other side's asking for in some of these things.
Illogical. That's the word of the day, Stocky.
Yeah, wow. It is. It is the word of the day.
Like this mother.
Well, I think it's Ainge too. I think it's Danny Ainge too. I don't think it's just Ballmer, and I'm sure it includes other GMs and owners also. I mean, and I wonder, and I don't know if anybody's got the answer to it. I'm just asking a question out loud. I do know owners have long memories, and I do know that the light years comment back in the day didn't go over well with a lot of the old guard, if you will. They were saying, I think there's some owners out there that still look at Joe Lacob and say, don't you ever forget, Steph Curry was there before you.
And they're in year one or year two of loving and just reveling and watching him not squirm, but do what everybody else has had to do forever.
Exactly.
Hurt.
Exactly.
Man.
And listen, if you want to be super harsh, or not harsh, but if you want to be completely rigid, I mean, Joe Lacob, in a way, his biggest time is coming. His biggest time is coming because he's got to figure out how to navigate the end of Steph Curry into the post-Steph Curry era. And that's, if you look at any team, in the history of any team, when you lose a big boy like that, most of the time, you plummet. You just plummet.
So there's a crowd of NBA players, but GMs, owners, that are saying, hey, let's see you test that light years now.
Yeah, exactly. I would. Wouldn't you?
Oh, I would be.
Wouldn't you?
I would have my popcorn.
Mickey Arison in Miami, one of the most respected owners. And here comes Joe Lacob 2 years into his tenure, or 3 years, or whatever it was. Must have had to be after the first title.
Like
so
if
maybe
you
it was
were on with Sal right now, and Sal just KTVU, shout out, and said, why did the NBA implement these new rules? What would your answer be? Mine would be because people got tired of Joe Lacob winning.
Maybe, but I think it's broader than that. I think it's the small market teams. The small market teams don't have the money to throw around that the Lakers do, that the Warriors do, the Celtics do, that the Heat do if they need to. So this is going to be a fascinating few years for the Golden State Warriors, and the question's going to be like, can they figure out a way, I was going to say, to stay on top?
But it starts with a player.
But they're not
named Steph.
They're not on top right now. I mean, I'm more interested in seeing, can they remain competitive, which they have been the last 2 years? And can they not only remain competitive next year, can they take a step up next year and win 48, 50 games and get into the playoffs?
Man.
But I don't think
that's a must.
And Joe Lacob's a great salesman, but I don't even think he can talk himself into this being a championship team. So 888-957-9570 is the number. Joe Lacob, he hasn't talked for months. And he did yesterday, and the sound is coming out today. How do you feel about some of the things that Joe Lacob has said about the future, about balancing Steph Curry's present with the Warriors' future, about how hard it is to make trades in this league? Did anything alarm you in the sound we played? 888-957-9570. I'll get to some calls on the other side for sure. And don't forget, at 4 o'clock coming up, Cleared to Play segment with Dr. Nirav Pandya. And download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. That segment was also sponsored by LifeSource Water Systems.
Now back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. Filling in for Willard and Dibs. Here's Matt Steinmetz and Daryl the Guru Johnson.
All righty, good afternoon. That's right, it is the afternoon.
I like that dude's voice.
3:30.
3:32.
And we're still here.
3:34.
How'd the first day yesterday go? How you
Steiny,
feeling?
no traffic. The logistics of my life have, oh my gosh. I just don't like being done at 6.
Yeah, I don't either.
But we ain't went to you know where with the late shift.
Yeah. I think the best shift I ever had at this station was the 10 to 12
I was
shift.
with you, buddy.
2 hour, 2-hour show.
And we still made it to the cafeteria. Oh, boy. Yeah, that was
half a paycheck, too.
Yeah, don't talk about that.
All right, we're talking about the Warriors' future. Let's go to Rom and Orinda. Let Rom get us started. What's up, Rom? How you doing, man?
Doing well, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I actually think Lacob's comments are somewhat refreshing. Like, for the first time, it's not all bravado. There's a realization that this is hard and that maybe this is over. Like, you talk a lot, Signy, about the end of dynasties and how hard they are and how hard it's going to be to lose your most iconic player. And sometimes after that, the best thing to do is just to go around the Monopoly board a few times. Pass go, collect $200, and actually use your draft picks wisely and get the rent on your houses and your hotels and let your young guys grow. And I think that's probably the best way. And I think he's finally realizing that, you know, whether you get a Mark Cannon or not, like, the jig is up.
What do you do with Steph? What do you do? I like what you're talking. What do you do with Steph? Just ride it out?
I think you gotta. You know what? Steph has earned so much credit in this organization and across the NBA. He's the icon of the NBA of our times with LeBron and KD. Sit down with Steph and ask him what he freaking wants to do right by him.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a problem with that. Thanks, Rom. Appreciate it.
Man, I just hate the thought, but wow.
See, I differentiate between these two things and what you theoretically owe Steph or what you don't owe Steph. I don't owe Steph moves to sacrifice any part of the future after he leaves. I don't owe him that. However, what I do think I owe him is to keep an open dialogue with us, and there's a basic understanding there that Joe Lacob talked about. He, at least, it seems to me like Steph Curry, he used the word cognizant.
Okay.
Steph is cognizant of the position they're in.
He's aware.
Exactly. And so Joe Lacob thinks this team assembled right now is better than last year's team. So he says to Steph, look, we won 46 games last year. The Dallas Mavericks got to the finals as a 5th seed. If we could push this to 50, 51 wins, when we get in there, we could make some hay. That's what I believe in this team. And I'm sure Steph's like, no, that's cool. You know, that's cool. I get that. But let's keep an open dialogue. And if anything goes askew or goes awry and you feel like there's no future here for you or there's no opportunity to win a ring, then we'll talk to you and we'll try to send you wherever you want to get that elusive 5th ring.
So we'll do right by you.
I think so. I mean, they owe him that. They owe him to do right by him, as any organization should do with their superstar. And I'm certain they will. They're not going to trade him without asking him. They're not going to trade him out of the blue.
Stotty, this definitely would be worst case scenario. Because the jumps will not have been made this year. I think it would take them not to make the playoffs, and that's where I think cooler heads prevail and they sit down and have that conversation.
Well, what did you say?
Something's got to go wrong for the Warriors to get to that place.
You said worst case scenario.
No doubt.
Well, just for the sake of argument here, I actually think there are Warrior fans out there that don't think it's the worst case scenario to trade Steph Curry. And I'm one of them. I don't think that's the worst case scenario.
Are you serious?
Yes, the worst case scenario for me if I were a Warrior fan, would be that we have put all our stock into Steph Curry, and what if his play declines in a way that at halfway through the year we know that he can't lead this team anymore, this particular team right now. Okay, then what? Well, let's try to move him and get what we can for him.
Right, but Steiny, you don't have that emotional connection, but you understand that that's out there, regardless if it's right or wrong. You understand that 80% of the fan base, that's going to be a day they...
You think it's 80?
Oh, I would really want to say 90. Carter, your thoughts?
Well, hold on. Before we get...
Yeah, this dude's built this.
Go ahead, Carter.
I think it's closer to 92.
Yeah, Steiny, it might be higher than that. Not Steph Curry fans over the Warriors, but the gratitude we all owe this man, including the Warriors.
We're talking about two different things. Because Matt Steinmetz, sure, I get it. Why everybody wants Steph to retire a Warrior.
All right, that's all I was saying.
But what do you want him to retire a Warrior missing the playoffs his last 3 years? No. Okay, and I think that's a possibility because of his age.
So, okay, and I get
I'm not counting on it. I'm not counting on it, but I must plan for it.
No doubt. But what about the part where I say the Warriors, what if, after listening to Lake Up, what if the title of the jam is he doesn't slip as rapidly as they strike out trying to put something around him? So there's a scenario to where the Warriors could have failed Steph in the late years where he's still pretty good, Steiny.
Well, let me ask you this. Did they fail him? Did they fail Steph Curry this offseason?
Thus far, I'm saying yes. And I'm not telling you it's off the board that they can make the playoffs. And they showed us as much. If you believe what we read, they went after Paul George.
Yeah, but they're not going to get him.
They went after marketing.
Right, but they didn't get him because Joe Lacob says the other guys basically don't want to do a deal with him or they want too much. And I think what Joe Lacob is saying is that the two deals they had or they talked about for Paul George
they're not
and for marketing, they're not. I get the sense they're not even close. They're not even close. And under the circumstances, I get it. The LA Clippers, looking at it now, were not going to take anybody back. Nobody. They had to get under the second apron. So I don't really think they were prepared to take anybody, even Kuminga, because they would have had to pay Kuminga this offseason. Now, his money wouldn't have kicked in for another year, but they didn't want to pay Kuminga. They didn't want to pay Paul George.
Wow, man.
They probably didn't want to pay Moody even.
You think?
Yes, absolutely. And then the next move is Danny Ainge. And Danny Ainge is sitting in Utah with a player, Lauri Markkanen, that I'm sure he thinks, yeah, Lowry's pretty good. Yeah. He is pretty good. He can help. But what if Danny Ainge is like, he's not a $35 million a year player? In his mind, Danny Ainge's mind. Well, then he's just going to milk somebody. He's going to absolutely...
and it happens all the time, every day.
Exactly. So 888-957-9570 is the number. What do you do? What do you do if you're the Warriors and Joe Lacob? And I think part of it is we're kind of seeing what they're going to do. I think for the next year, any possible player who wants out, we're going to talk about. We're going to talk. Oh, the Warriors are going to go after Zach LaVine. The Warriors are going to go after Vucevic. Giannis is unhappy. They're going to go after Giannis. Jimmy Butler in Miami. Yeah, Jimmy Butler. We'll go after Jimmy Butler. Jaylen Brown. We'll go after Jaylen Brown.
But you're going to run out of time, Steiny.
What do you mean?
My fear is if you keep kicking the can down the road and you can't land one of those guys, and you're sitting with Steph Curry, you got to ask yourself, well, is it the 13th, the 14th? Is the fight almost over to where is Curry still going to be Curry by the time you're able to get somebody?
Exactly.
And he may say, you know what, it's unrealistic, so now you got to flip me somewhere to where they got more ready and I can go help them as opposed to what we need. But it's just, I can't believe I'm thinking about it. But if you run a business and an organization like Joe Lacob does, listening to that podcast with Marcus and Aldridge and Lacob, Steiny, he's having those thoughts and he's probably having the conversations with Curry.
I'm sure he is. I'm absolutely sure.
How could that not be talked about right now as the state of the team?
Well, you wanted to know
and
how Clay
future.
couldn't talk to Lacob on the golf course. Maybe they don't.
See,
maybe Lacob's not a great communicator.
That puzzle. I thought they already knew it was a wrap.
Yeah, I guess so. But the one, like when you say kick the can down the road, like I don't think they're trying to kick the can down the road.
Me too, but you got how many more at bats do you have that before you're okay? You told me the trading deadline next year, and I hate everything about that. But okay, there's a pit stop. I feel like they would need if somebody was there, they covet, they go get them. But man, what if you strike out there again? Then you say, okay, the next off season's off season. At what point do we say, oh boy? Trades are hard, really hard.
Well, he just said it. He just said it. And I get it. Trades are hard. But he wasn't talking about how hard trades were at any other time during his tenure.
But he was never as desperate.
Exactly. So the writing's on the wall right now. And here's the other thing. It's not that there aren't guys they could go get right now. They don't want the guys who are available right now other than Markkanen. Like, you think they couldn't go get Zach LaVine?
No, and
of course they could.
But he's damaged goods.
Okay,
right.
So LaVine crossed off the list. What about Vucevic? Well, you know what?
I don't know if
he's not quite good enough.
Right,
okay. Jimmy, but
now the Butler one's done.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe Butler is going to be
Miami
one out.
would be asking for what Paul George they were at. You know what I mean? A king's ransom.
Yeah, everybody is, Goo. Everybody's going to want a king's ransom, and that's why the odds are. I think the odds are longer that they do get a star than don't.
And I like this is just like I'm breaking out, but I feel like the Warriors are closer to getting the king's ransom from dangling Curry than they are from using the assets they have to get that player that Curry would need to try to get number 5 or get close.
The one thing I do disagree with you on is that anything has to happen now. Because I actually think right now is the most likely time for nothing to happen. Because every team right now did 90% of their free agency work and they think, okay, this is a team we're going into training camp with.
Like
and
Joe feels that way.
Yeah. And then you know what? It's not going to go well for every team. It's just not. And it might not go well for the Warriors.
Like it did last year.
And so the minute things don't go well from another team, then we start looking at who may or may not be available. And that's what I think we're looking at right now. You know, you look at a team like, I don't know, the Knicks. Oh, well, the Knicks right now, they think they're going to be the best team in the Eastern Conference. What if they're not? And their payroll is is crazy. Well, then maybe OG Anunoby becomes available at some point. Or Toronto's a team. Maybe Scotty Barnes doesn't want to be there even though he just signed a contract. I mean, that's the game you have to play right now.
I got a random question for you because I'm just, Steiny, this is random. If Kawhi Leonard, who they just extended, were to say he's done with basketball and retire, what would that mean for the Clippers in regard to that apron in the month? How would that work? Would they be like, oh my God, they don't want Kawhi to retire, but the benefit to that, would they be like, oh my God, we can just wipe this off the slate?
I think it's prorated every year. In other words, if he retired right now,
I think there's a reality that's coming.
Well, but why would Kawhi Leonard retire?
Because he can't physically play.
Yeah, see, I think he would more likely
milk it.
Yes, of course. Absolutely.
But if he walked away, it would be prorated.
Well, I don't know. If he's making $50 million this year, he'd probably still be on their cap for $50.
Oh.
And then I think next year it's prorated. Our guy Rotzi will probably knows, but then I think the following year it's like half on the cap. But I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure the previous collective bargaining agreement, those years were prorated. Paulie's in San Francisco. What's up, Paulie? How you doing?
Hi.
Hey.
Hi. It's really good to talk to you. Thank you for taking my call.
Sure.
I wanted to say real quick that I want to make a couple of quick points. I do think we owe Steph. I've been a Warriors fan for decades, and we suffered. And he, you know, like we had our dream team that the number 1 seed is an 8. We had Run TMC, but for the most part, it's been really hard. And he brought us such joy. I really want to get him a 5th ring, and I think we got to. I think to your point about seeing how the season goes, I think it's going to be all about the trade deadline. But we got to get a serious number 2 option star. I would totally trade Kuminga. He's a 33% free throw shooter. He's a great dunker. He's great. There's great dunkers all over the league.
Yeah.
I think we got to pull the trigger at the trade deadline.
Appreciate the call, Paulie.
Yeah. Stein, I got a question for you.
What?
Carter, I can't wait to ask him this. If the Warriors were to trade Steph Curry, do you think in 5 years they'd be closer to a chip doing it that way?
Yeah.
Wow.
I do.
I don't.
Even if they got Markkanen?
I mean, they didn't make the playoffs this year.
That happened.
So I think in 5 years they could be a playoff team, which means they'd be better then. But I don't know. And you know, when we talk about what you owe Steph Curry, here's what you owe Steph Curry. To do the best you can. You cannot create a superstar.
Not saying the Warriors are. You can't give up, and that's why that call. Paul.
But let me tell you what scares me is when Joe Lacob talked about you don't have a plan, you have multiple plans. Like in a way, I don't like that.
Well, that's how you stay afloat. You got to have plan A, B, C.
Right. You know what it is? It's like, hey, we really like Paul George. Let's go try to get him.
But we can't fool ourselves to think that it's 100%.
We can't get Paul George. And then you're like,
let's go to Utah.
Yeah, that's not the way to do it. I don't think. You just don't go down the list and you'll take anybody. Okay, so eventually you're going to get to Zach LaVine. Then what?
Like or you draw the line somewhere and you don't. My point is you don't go back to the lab. You're in the lab and you come out with a bunch of proposals or portfolios of which option you want to go down if one thing doesn't work. I don't think oh my God, we couldn't do it. Now we got to go back.
What I'm saying is it feels to me like they're almost ready in a way, even though Lacob kind of didn't say this, is whoever the first guy is to become available, disgruntled or one out, they're going to try to get him.
Oh, see, I feel
regardless of kind of what tier he's.
I feel like they have a board on the tier.
Yeah, maybe.
I really do, man. I feel like they have a board. They know what time it is, what's being said, the realities of maybe getting those guys. And Markkanen was right after Paul George and who was available. And they tried. 0 for 2 right now.
Right. And I guess what I always ask is, why did everybody think they could? Like, why did
I'm mad at myself,
not everybody, but why did
still don't know
some
if Kuminga
fans
was involved in that or not?
I just don't understand.
Reports. I hear you.
You know, and this is what I mean about Lacob. He's been incredible, but he's not a magician. He cannot circumvent the salary cap, and they are up against some very real money issues.
Yeah, well, it's funny. When we talked about the second best player, he said Kuminga took a great jump, but Steiny, he wasn't ready to say he's the second best player.
Yeah.
And that's scary.
Well, he's not. He might be the second best scorer, but Draymond's a better player.
But he's your best prospect if you wanted to pawn off and get something back for right now.
Well, you know what the Warriors might be finding out also?
Well,
nobody's as high on Kuminga as they are.
No.
Like the one thing that I really believe, like, and I could be wrong.
If we can find that out.
But I bet you Danny Ainge does not want to pay Kuminga. He doesn't want to pay Kuminga $40 million.
Man.
If he doesn't like him. Now, again, it could go the other way.
But it would explain a lot if he was thinking that way.
I mean, well, it also could make sense if Danny Ainge is like, we got to get Kuminga at all costs. And the Warriors are saying, we'll do anything but Kuminga. And then that's where the Joe Lacob sound about we're not bankrupt in the next 10 years. Well, what does that mean? To me, it means Utah wants 3 future first-round picks and Kuminga for Markkanen. See you later. But I don't think that dynamic's going away. I don't. I think any future move they make is that team's going to take a pound of flesh. And the other thing that
Uncle Ludi saying no teams called for Kuminga. He doesn't believe.
I don't
never
know.
Looked at it like that.
I don't know. I'm not sure. I know that
Wiggins, I understand.
Well, listen, I certainly understand. Like, there's 29 other teams in the league. I mean, would they all like to have Kuminga? Sure. But do they all want Kuminga and him worth $38 million? There are definitely some owners that are like, yeah, we'll pass on that one. We like him. Yeah, we like him, but we don't like him $40 million worth.
And we're going to find out if the Warriors do.
Yeah, we are. And we're going to find that out this summer for sure. Coming up on the other side, we've got Dr. Nirav Pandya, and he is going to join us for the Cleared to Play segment. And I got some questions for him about some players around the Bay Area that are banged up. But I have a question about the Olympics I want to ask him, because remember last week he said he was a little worried about Steph Curry.
Man,
so
I hate him running up and down. I'm an American, Stoney, but you know what I mean.
And this may be true. 925, Danny Ainge would rather have Pajemski. Tells you everything about Kuminga's value.
If that's true.
Yeah. But
now you or I
believe
would, nor Carter, I would want Kuminga. Future
of those two?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm with you. But you know what? What about if Kuminga, do you like Kuminga more at $42 million and Pods at 11?
Okay, now you're talking.
Well, that's what the Warriors have to figure out. And the other thing that isn't a guarantee, even though I wouldn't be gung-ho about trading Kuminga, just like some people feel, well, if you get Markkanen in here, it really doesn't do a whole hell of a lot. I mean, what happens if you do pay Kuminga this offseason and he doesn't have a great year and the Warriors don't make the playoffs again? And now you got Kuminga under contract for 3 more years at crazy money, and some of your fears start to come true. Mm-hmm. All this is just a way to say that, yeah, the Warriors are in a really tricky spot, and that's why when I look at their offseason, I take it. I mean, I think there's a chance they got bet. Here was the goal. Get your salary structure in order and try to get a little better. And maybe they've done that. I don't know. On the other side, we've got Dr. Nirav Pandya, and it is the Cleared to Play segment on 95.7 The Game.
Now back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Filling in for Mark Willard and Dan Dibley, here's Steiny and Guru.
All righty. Matt Simons and Daryl the Guru Johnson with you from 2 to 6 this week. Hey, don't forget, we are giving away an autographed Klay Thompson jersey, and that's going to happen on Friday. Listen at 8:11 to Willard and Dibbs, 1:11 to Bonte and Shasky, and at 5:11 to Steiny and Guru for your chance to win. Klay Thompson autographed jersey. We're giving one away on Friday. Listen at 8:11, 1:11, and 5:11. Get it? He was 11.
Gotcha, baby.
Otherwise, and I'm sure it's a Warrior jersey, otherwise we probably do the calls at 8:31.
Right.
11:31 and 5:31.
John Sally.
Exactly. We're efforting Dr. Nirav Pandya, and he's part of our Cleared to Play segment. It's time for Cleared to Play, where we take you inside the tent and get you updated on the latest injuries in the Bay. Proud to partner with UCSF Health on this segment and bring in the professor of orthopedic surgery, Dr. Nirav Pandya. How you doing, Doctor?
Doc.
I'm doing good, guys. How are you doing with your new slot for the week?
We're hanging in, Doc. I am.
What does something like this do to the body clock? Is the body clock a real thing?
It absolutely is. You get the muscles will hurt more. You'll get hungry at different times. You can be more irritable. It throws everything off. Yeah.
Well, that's Guru right now. No, I'm just kidding. Hey, you know what? I was listening either last week or the week before, and you were being kind of funny, but you said, yeah, I'm a little worried about Steph Curry playing, 40 days, which is the start of the USA team to the end. And I guess I want to ask you this. Is there any way to predict, or is there any data out there that measures the players who play in the Olympics and whether or not it has a detrimental effect over the course of their regular season?
Yeah, there've been a couple kind of like random studies that have looked at this. And first of all, you look at, what's the risk of a traumatic injury playing in the Olympics? And obviously everyone remembers kind of like Paul George, with his tibia fracture, and Blake Griffin, I think, had an injury when he was training, a while back. But in general, you don't see those injuries in the Olympics, but particularly for older players, if you're looking at someone who's 35 and over, 34 and older, based on the number of games they play, the amount you're training, that can have an impact in your statistics the first half of the season. So potentially could we see Curry come in with a little bit of a slow start, even though he's had time off since April? I think there's definitely that possibility, and the fact that usually he's not playing this intensity of basketball during his off season, and he hasn't had that, since this is his first time in the Olympics. So you do worry, is that going to potentially throw off his normal rhythm in the off season and impact him in the early part of the regular season?
Yeah, I mean, would it be fair to say that let's say in mid-July and August he usually relaxes? Is that part of the body clock you're talking about? I mean, if he's playing in July and August and he hasn't done that in the past, is that something to keep an eye on?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, because and also you look at it, not even just the rest, but also all the things he does that he has to do from a rehab standpoint. He keeps his body in a certain condition, so he's not hurting his ankle, so he's ready for that regular season. And when you're playing and training, it's a different type of issue that you're exerting on the body. So just like Steve Kerr says, we haven't had time to practice. This will be a great day to practice. Well, Steph won't have that natural time to work on his body and condition and get ready because he's playing. So he's transitioning from rehab to doing, something that's going to exert on his body. So definitely there's an impact there.
Doc, the Giants are at the All-Star break resting up. Blake Snell, the big offseason acquisition, didn't have the best first half, but he was hurt. But he made his second start off the IL Sunday, was perfect through 6, made it through 7 innings, 80 pitches. And my question to you is, Doc, after this break, how big does the leash become in regard to pitch count?
I think it's going to probably be pretty minimal. And if you look at Snell's career, he's usually kind of, when he's had his full seasons, he usually averages around 6 innings per game. When you look at one of his big years, he pitched 180 innings in 30 games. So he's kind of right around that 5 to 6 inning mark. So I don't necessarily think they're going to limit him that much more. I mean, obviously you don't want to put together a couple of 7 to 8 inning games, but he's hitting kind of right where he's been in his entire career. So I think he's pretty much there. You can exert him a little bit more for a game or two here and there, but I think you're going to get him at full capacity coming back from the All-Star break.
Dr. Nirav Pandya joining us on 95.7 The Game. It's the Cleared to Play segment. The Warriors, they had Pajemski and Trace Jackson-Davis. They were playing in a couple games in the Summer League. They played 3, and then they shut them down. Is there any difference between, let's say, an injury risk for a player playing in Vegas in the summer, or the difference between a practice, a scrimmage, and a regular season game? Or do the injuries kind of spread out at the same percentage for all those instances?
I think you actually do see a little uptick kind of obviously at the playoffs because, everyone's kind of a little bit tired and you get more soft tissue injuries. But one of the things you do see in the preseason, you do see kind of an uptick in more of the traumatic injuries. Part of it is that you got a bunch of people playing together who haven't necessarily played. You have a lot of young players who are potentially playing more aggressive because they're trying to get a spot, trying to kind of potentially show up some of the veterans or kind of the players who are the first or second year in the league. So that is one injury risk that you're worried about. And the second thing, and you want to avoid kind of that sophomore slump with Pajemski and TJD, who played a lot of minutes in the regular season. I mean, this is a big jump from the college game for them. So part of the reason to shut them down as well, too, is, hey, we want you to recover and rest your body. You could play all summer, but then suddenly it's like 90 to 100 games where you've only played 30, 40 games in college. So it's both avoiding individuals who may cause that traumatic risk as well as preventing those overuse injuries heading into the next season.
Doc, I had the pleasure to see you and meet your son at the Summer League game. And that night, I believe you sent out a tweet. The Warriors made some acquisitions, and the one I'm most excited about is DeAnthony Melton. And Steiny's trying to slap me because I'm nervous, but he's 26 years old. He's athletic, but when I read a lumbar spinal issue, when you hear that, what comes to mind, and how worried should Warrior fans be?
I mean, I think it's something to watch closely, and I think when it was reported by the 76ers that it was a kind of a stress response, meaning that he had inflammation in the bone. So that's kind of one of the precursors of things becoming a stress fracture if you don't catch it early enough. So obviously he took a lot of time off. The good news is he'll be with Celebrini. He's got time to look, is this a mechanical issue? Is it the way he's running, his jumping, how his muscles are set up? So as long as he can get healthy, he's taken enough time off, I think there's a possibility that he'll be completely healthy. If you get someone who's 30, 32, 33 coming in with that kind of issue, you get a little bit more worried. So he definitely has some opportunity to get that corrected, and hopefully it's just a one-time thing that happened last season.
Let me ask you this. Larry Markkinen is a player that the Warriors are said to be interested in. He's played 7 years in the NBA. He's 26. He's never played more than 68 games in a year, and that was his rookie year. When you see something like that, what do you think about?
Yeah, I get concerned for two reasons. Number one, I know a lot of people who kind of are following Markkinen and his acquisition are saying, well, that's just because the team was trying to tank. So, right. So that's one possibility. But then you get worried about, he's never played more than 70 games dating back to 2017. So if he has never had a season where he's played more than 65, 70 games, even if he's completely healthy, how is he going to be in a playoff run when you get to game 85, game 90, when he's only played 55, 60 games? So you worry about, is his body going to hold up from that standpoint? And even if he was held out, are there some injuries, at his size that were lingering that were causing him to miss that amount of time? So I get concerned both about his endurance playing in a whole season, and also are there injuries that actually did cause him to kind of sit out, not just because the teams were tanking.
Doc, we'll get you out of here on this one. Any updates on Robbie Ray and Alex Cobb, who haven't touched the mound all year long as they get ready for the second half?
Yeah, I think good news for Robbie Ray. His surgery was back in April 2023. He's had some great starts. And usually when you look at individuals who come in off UCL surgery, they get back to normal right around 15 months, which is right where Robbie Ray is. So I think he's got a good chance to come back in, have a big workload, and do very well. For Alex Cobb, I get a little bit more worried just because he was progressing his rehab really well, then started developing those shoulder issues. But with these hip surgeries, it usually is 8 months as well, too. So even though everyone was thinking he was going to be back earlier, he's kind of coming around to the time point which you'd see someone come back from a hip surgery. But obviously there's a lot more force with the hip. You can get other things going on with other parts of the body. So I think Robbie Ray will be exciting. Alex Cobb, a little bit more tentative based on how he's looking based on the surgery.
Doctor, come on. I had hip surgery January 23rd. I was out on the golf course in 2 months. What's the issue with Cobb?
Those hip replacements get you back out there a lot quicker than those labral surgeries.
Oh, okay. So there's a difference between what I had and what he had. Okay. Yeah. Hey, Doctor, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it.
No problem. Take care, guys.
All right. That's Dr. Nirav Pandya. The preceding was sponsored by UCSF Health.
Markkinen, Steiny. His games missed. Not what I was looking to hear, like it's nothing.
What's funny is every question he kind of said, well, I'd be a little nervous. I'd be a little worried. It's something to keep an eye on.
But Melton,
Bill
the fact
Melton.
that DeAnthony,
Look at his numbers. They're pretty good.
26 years old, youth is on his side in regard to what he was dealing with. And it didn't turn into a stress fracture, so that's good.
Yeah. So there you go. There's some good news.
Giants may need another starter. I'm worried about Cobb after that. Ray will get back, but Cobb, Steiny.
Yeah. We'll see.
Speaking of which, I do know you random.
Oh.
That's what we do here, Carter.
Sure.
I do know you tip your mailman.
Yes.
Are you going to tip your surgeon? You've been perfect since you've Now, why would you have an answer ready, not even knowing I'm coming down, to even ask you that question?
Well, I got to believe that a postman makes about $112,000 a year.
All right.
And the good doctor who did my surgery probably makes about $900,000 a year.
Take home. It's about
it
they
is.
brought you back. You're golfing. You have no pain. Dude, you were hurting.
You know, it reminds me of the old joke where I'd have a hip surgery and I'll say, Doc, after the hip surgery, will I be able to dunk a basketball? Oh, yeah, absolutely. Oh, well, good, because I couldn't dunk before the hip surgery. We'll see. We'll see. The other big piece of news today, Brandon Aiyuk.
Boy.
He has formally requested a trade from the San Francisco 49ers. That was reported by the NFL Network. And 49er veterans slated to report next week. Aiyuk met with the front office 3 weeks ago. There's been no progress on his contract talks. We've seen this before with the Niners. So if you're a 49er fan, what's your concern level now about Brandon Aiyuk saying, get me out of here?
Well, let me first start off by telling you, Steiny, I don't know when the Niner window is going to close, but it's been open for a mighty long time. And I feel like they don't. But I honestly, the core of my heart, they should have had 2 rings by now. And no Greenlaw. Now we got the disease of me. And if you want to tell me the bottle stopped spinning on Aiyuk and he's not here, and Juwan Jennings now going to X talking about is what we deem, Aiyuk, what he's doing, and, his ego might be out of control. I'm telling you, this is the stuff they have not had to deal with in the past. I don't like any of it. Play the Troy Aikman drop. And I mean it, partner. This is why it's so, the essence of sports is cash in when you can. And we know it's difficult. But these are problems Kyle's never had to really, really play with. And now you're telling me you got to go give your quarterback, who I like, but there are some things about Purdy and the outside throws. And when Debo wasn't available for 3 games, what he looked like on Monday night against Minnesota, the Cleveland game, the Cincinnati game. I'm just saying this has the ingredients of a blow up, and we finally seeing the Niners maybe as a collective take a step back. I don't like any of this.
All right, can I play devil's advocate?
Yeah, no doubt. Al Pacino.
Well, they have dealt with this. They dealt with it with Debo Samuel. They dealt with it with Kittle. They dealt with it with Bosa. They kind of have a history of doing this.
But you got another, real quick, you got another Super Bowl loss that you didn't have when Debo was going through this, okay? So now you got that to deal with, and I'm not saying they can't, but Stotty, they're putting all their eggs in McCaffrey's basket. I understand it, but what I told you, Shasky and Bonte, we heard the coach say, I don't give a damn, basically, about the carries and the workload for McCaffrey. I look at things like, what if he were to go down? What if you then had to drop back and lean on Purdy in that passing game? And if you're telling me you're ready to do that with no Brandon Aiyuk, who I'm not going to tell you is Justin Jefferson, but he's a stud. And if you're telling me I don't want to act like $2 million if they offered him 26 and he wants 28, I don't want to say that's nothing, but you better be damn careful about this window shutting if you're going to make a decision thinking Pearsall, who all of a sudden is dealing with something mysterious today, can come in and replace Aiyuk. I know I gave you a lot.
Yeah, I mean, my question would be, my answer to that would be, hey, look, McCaffrey gets hurt, you're done anyway, with Aiyuk or without.
But you shouldn't be.
Oh, please.
But So, and I know
he's their best player.
Yeah, but what about Kittle, McCaffrey, and Debo?
I'm not saying you fall apart, but I don't think
Aiyuk, Kittle, and Debo. You never were excited about that trio. Remember, I used to tell you the Niner weaponry without McCaffrey, they've been to a Super Bowl.
That was a long time ago. Like without McCaffrey
Aiyuk,
when they were at the Super Bowl.
And Aiyuk.
I mean, again, and it's what's the word? Cavalier. But if McCaffrey gets hurt, I don't think you're a Super Bowl contender. I just don't. I think he's their best player, definitely on offense.
So you think Brock Purdy can still be the Brock Purdy he's been and is spectacular without Aiyuk in a year where you're going to decide how many millions you're going to give him?
I don't know.
Like, is he Joe Burrow or is he, and I'm not saying he's not, but like, that would just impede the progress, I think, for Brock Purdy, just losing Aiyuk, who is your best route runner, Steiny.
Well, I look at it the other way, too. And I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying that at all. But I am saying if you must get rid of Debo Samuel or Aiyuk at the end of the year, then you're going to pay Brock Purdy in the offseason, and essentially then he's going to quarterback a team that's different than he quarterbacked for 3 years.
And what if he ends up being different with his play?
Exactly.
So you're willing to roll that, take that chance, huh? Like, can't you make up the money in other positions or elsewhere?
They probably can for a year, but they just
cannot
can't
start with the Jets Monday night. Now Aiyuk's not a
Why not? Like, why not?
I don't think he would show up. And I know you're saying you don't think he has much leverage.
I don't.
And then he's staring the franchise tag for 2 years. They can apply that thing for, boy.
Exactly. I mean, and it's not it is not personal with Aiyuk. Any player in his spot, I don't think has a lot of leverage. I just don't.
Then why do you think he's being so boisterous in regard to pay me my
because he wants his money.
I don't want to share my food.
He wants his money.
Yeah.
He wants his money. And he sees he sees some other receivers have gotten it. The issue, there's a couple issues though. The 49ers already are paying a wide receiver a ton of money. And guess what? They run the football more than any other team.
But when you do
that's why they're paying. Why they're paying him.
But it's about when you throw, Steiny.
I mean, you can't pay everybody. You have to let me ask you a question. What's the difference between what went on with Klay Thompson and what's going on with Aiyuk?
Well, Klay is a future Hall of Famer and he's more proven. Okay. I'm starting to believe Kyle may think I can put Pearsall in there. Just think about that night of the draft. Who the hell knew what Pearsall was? But I think they were telling you we can do it without you, BA.
Okay. Well, then that's what they're saying.
But that comes with the risk, Donnie. If this passing game and Brock looks regular, that's a step. If Brock is average, that's a step down from what he's been. And that's scary in itself. The Rams
if they pay Aiyuk $28 or $30 million, that's a risk too. I really believe it is.
So, man?
Yes, because they're going to have to then make probably harder decisions next year on the team because they cannot pay Brock Purdy.
But wouldn't you want to do that playing meaningful football, knowing you paid Aiyuk and knowing what you're getting as opposed to something else? And that something else might be, who knows if you're 10-7.
I mean, I think the 49ers look at it this way. All right, we're paying Debo Samuel a ton of money. It's really hard to pay Aiyuk a ton of money. We got Juwan Jennings, and we got a rookie. If we have to let him go, it's not the end of the world. Okay. And we still think we're a Super Bowl contender.
I'm going to tell you this. I'm putting a big rat on the table, and I'm telling you I mean it. I did not recognize that Niner offense all playoff long. Stoddy, they could have lost at home against Green Bay. They were down 24-7 to Detroit in the first half. Super Bowl, I'll give it to them. You balled out, and I felt like they should have won. Stoddy, I think the field is closing the gap faster than we all think. And if you're going to go back out and try to extract revenge and get back to the Super Bowl, and your first move is saying night-night to Aiyuk.
Wasn't their first move. Their first move was extending their most important player.
Which I'm
Christian
not.
McCaffrey.
I get that.
And you know what else they did?
They drafted Pearsall.
They drafted Pearsall.
So
and also they paid Jawan Jennings. So that to me tells me they don't want him to leave, but they also don't want to pay him apparently the amount of money that he wants because they think they could probably get by without him.
All right.
And I just, if you want to go down this road, I will. And I think, you know what? Kyle Shanahan is just arrogant enough to think it.
See, wow,
and maybe he'll be proven right. Maybe Aiyuk doesn't show up, or they trade Aiyuk and they still make a Super Bowl run. I don't know. Let's go to Manny. Manny, what's going on, man? How you feeling about Brandon Aiyuk?
I'm here to try to get you guys' blood pressure to come down, Goo. Come down. Let me put it to you this way, Goo. Let me put it to you this way. How many rings do Tyreek Hill got after leaving the Chiefs to go to the Dolphins?
0.
Right. And how many rings do the Chiefs got after Tyreek left?
2.
There you go. So I'm not saying that this is the same situation. Look, I know what your concern is about what happened in Minnesota and Cleveland and Cincinnati, but the offense going flat is not solely all on just Purdy regressing because he didn't have his weapons. There was a lot more that happened in those games that contributed to them losses than just, he didn't have the people that he needed. Right? So I'm not too worried about if Brandon leaves, let Brandon leave. You know what's going to happen to Brandon if he leaves? He's going to be the next gen Le'Veon Bell. He's going to get a ton of money that he wants, and then he's going to bomb where he went. Because you know what? The grass is always greener on the other side, BA. Until you get to that side, then you go, what did I do? Ask anybody that left for greener pastures. They wanted to get out of them pastures and come back home, but, you make your bed, young man. So BA needs to be careful about mouthing off that he needs to be traded because you know what? If you get that wish and we move on and we hoist that trophy, you ain't got nobody else to blame but yourself. And it is possible, right? So long as number 23 is running around, we have a puncher's chance of winning any game, anytime, any bowl. That's all I'm saying, fellas. I take it back a notch.
All right. Thanks, Manny. Appreciate the call. You know what I think it's possible we could find out. And I know maybe something's been reported to the contrary. But I actually think there's a chance that the Niners might be giving Aiyuk the Klay Thompson treatment, where there isn't really an offer from the Niners, or the offer is something Aiyuk perceives as disrespectful. And the reason is because the 49ers have to make every bit as tough a decision in their own way as the Warriors had to make with Klay Thompson, and we cannot pay everybody, and as we prioritize our needs, it just so happens that Brandon Aiyuk is up for a possible contract extension this year. Now, we just can't give it to you because of where we're at and where we have to go with Brock Purdy in a year.
But I thought we were just giving the Niners front office praises for not putting money away for a rainy day, but always being ready for this day, knowing that Aiyuk.
Well, maybe this is their way of getting ready for the day. I mean, look, we were all under the impression that at some point, the 49ers, and probably at the end of this year, will not be able to keep Debo and Aiyuk. So maybe they're just doing what they have to do a year early. 888-957-9570 is the number. How we feeling about Brandon Aiyuk? He demanded a trade today or requested a trade, whatever word you want to use, but he wants to be traded from the San Francisco 49ers. What do you do with Brandon Aiyuk? Do you simply say, well, you got to pay the man what he wants? Or do you have to hold the line? 888-957-9570. That segment was brought to you by Safeway.
Now back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. Filling in for Willard and Dibs, here's Matt Steinmetz and Daryl the Guru Johnson.
All right, how's everybody doing out there at it's 4:30, Goo?
How you doing, more importantly?
I'm doing all right. You know what's going to happen. I'm going to get used to this.
Oh, I thought you were going to say
when we go
hit
back.
a wall.
No.
I hit one yesterday about 5:40.
We got some texts about that.
Please stop.
No.
5:40.
On the Xfinity mobile text line. 5:40, there was a slew. What happened to Goo?
Stop.
Text.
I'll tell you what. I know Bob Myers, our friend of the show, when I said on my bucket list I wanted to go to Tahoe and watch the celebrities, that golf tournament.
Right.
That's on my bucket list. It's going on right now.
Yeah.
And just another year I didn't make it happen.
Well, I got to tell you, usually bucket list stuff is saved for stuff that...
It's my list.
For stuff that are really hard to do. Like, just go up.
Laugh. He tried to use the computer to hide laughing.
Go up to Tahoe. That's all you got to do. It's a 3-hour drive. Now, you know, what
I want the VIP treatment of that.
But Goo, here's
talking to Barkley.
Here's the difference. All right. So, my bucket list item that I crossed off this summer was getting to play Pine Valley Golf Course.
Gotcha.
One of the most exclusive golf courses on planet Earth.
I hear you.
I was lucky enough to be. Thank you. I was lucky enough to be invited, and I went, and that's a bucket list.
I got Pebble Beach on mine too.
That's different. That's
not even playing, just being in that, staying in the hotel, the big town. He told me about the big hotel out there and the scenery.
Well, the only way you can play is if you stay overnight there.
Well, that's what I would plan on doing.
It's pretty expensive.
Well, I know people. Well, I used to.
What? No people with money?
Please, come on, Stoney. I'm just telling you, man. I want to be out there in Tahoe, chopping it up with the dudes, the guys, the gals.
Okay.
Have you done it? Have you been out?
Yes, I have. I've covered it, actually. Whoop. For the Contra Costa Times.
How'd that go?
It was great.
Who did you talk to?
Oh, God. I talked to Barkley. I talked to Ivan Lendl.
Oh, come on. Yvonne.
Yvonne.
Yeah.
I got into it with him. Swear to God.
He was a bad... Boris Becker's my guy, but go ahead. Over what?
Johnny Bench. Talked to Johnny Bench.
Nice.
I got into it with Lendl. This was about 15 years ago when... Remember at Wimbledon, they were having that debate about wearing all white or not.
I remember Serena.
Yeah, and of course, Yvonne Lendl, they must stay with just the whites. The whites. No colors. That's tradition. I said, Yvonne, what's it matter? What's it matter?
Well, why'd you care?
I didn't. I was just provoking.
Attended to.
But he was cool. He was, I was messing with him, and he just was, he's a old schooler. So he just figures if you're in white, that's the way it was. That's the way it should always be. Brandon Aiyuk, for those just joining us, has requested a trade from the San Francisco 49ers. That's being reported by the NFL Network.
And his teammate went to Twitter. You don't care. I don't feel like that's hit you.
Well, go ahead. And
Jawan Jennings is what Carter, help us out. Carter in for Evan. Yeah.
Give me a second to pull it up.
All right. Well, I got it.
Okay.
He went to Twitter basically saying he's perplexed that some guys think they do, think of themselves like they're doing it all by themselves.
Sure.
And to me, he was paraphrasing like Aiyuk, it's the team making you be like that. What you're doing now, you're acting like it's just you.
Oh, and so he mentioned Aiyuk?
No, you got to read between it. You got to have a Jedi.
Yeah. Do you know there's some very enthusiastic 49er fans who say, Goo, you can't make that leap.
Oh, no, it's out there.
Oh, it's out there, but...
Jawan Jennings was calling out Aiyuk, basically, for demanding the trade. Basically saying, you ain't all that by yourself, brother.
All right, here's Carter with the...
And then, Carter, tell me what you think of my assessment on that after you read it.
He say, on his Instagram today, Jawan Jennings wrote, you got to be a different type of person to act like you're doing everything by yourself, knowing dang well you're not.
Maybe he's talking about Lynch.
How does Carter's computer, how do you paraphrase that? Come on, let it rip.
I mean, he's definitely talking about Brandon Aiyuk.
Wow.
He put that right up, right after he requested the trade.
So now we got funk in the locker room, Steiny.
Here's where, as a former journalist, I would say it appears as if Jennings was responding to the Aiyuk situation. It appears.
You weren't born yesterday. I wish.
I'm just saying.
Come on now.
Until you know for sure.
But you did hit me and Carter when you said you don't speak on the next man's, chicken. But he wasn't. It was more like, Aiyuk, you ain't good as you think you are. There was a part of that too.
Yeah, I'm sure there is.
There's no way he's getting traded, Stoney. I gave you the dates, right? Kittle, Carter gave.
Well, then why are you so worried?
Because this is different. This is a week before camp.
So there's no way he gets traded, but this is different. You got all the bases covered.
No, he went on his tour spilling the beans, and he's still. So you think a number has not been, that?
I don't know.
That's interesting.
I don't know.
But we heard it was reported early at 26. I think he's a better receiver than you think, and a lot of others. And it might be his own ball club. Well, you put him in a system,
And you know what? I don't think he's as good. I think Kyle Shanahan doesn't think he's as good a receiver as you do.
What man? You might be on to something.
Dennis in San Francisco. What's up, Dennis? How you doing, man?
Good. How's it going, fellas? We got a new subject today, huh? No marketing talk?
You missed the marketing in about a couple hours.
Well, anyway, Shanahan drives me crazy, right? He for a guy who loves to run the ball as much as he does, why hasn't he drafted some offensive linemen? And if they do get rid of Aiyuk, draft picks would be good because they need offensive linemen. And so, I hate to see Aiyuk go, but, when I played football, I played line, and there's nothing better than be able to better than to be able to push your opponent down the field, and that's why you need those big boys up front to do that. And I think that that's one of the reasons why they lost the Super Bowls. You look at all the blocks they missed, all the mistakes they made, and they need some top-notch offensive linemen, and you push that other team down the field. That's my take on it. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, well, I can just ask this of anybody, and I get it. If you lose Aiyuk, on paper, you're not as good.
And that means on the field, you're not as good.
On paper. Well, hold on a sec. Joe Lacob said, on paper, we're better right now than we were last year. You kind of don't believe it.
There's no doubt.
Okay.
I love Joe. I don't need him to. He don't know that yet. He can feel it.
Okay.
And I felt what you felt when you was out here in the hallway with me, Raymond Ritter.
Whoa. I didn't feel it.
Well, I thought you did. You were faking. But you know what I'm saying?
No. I can look at Joe Lacob in the eye and say, what are you doing?
But she didn't say it then.
I was like, okay.
Yeah, right.
Okay, if you believe it.
But let's put another right on the table.
Yeah.
So what would you tell Brandon Aiyuk this offseason? Unlike Kittle, unlike Warner and Debo, when they were all up, they didn't watch their peers get broken off Benjamins like Aiyuk's watched this offseason. Guys that he thinks he's better than. Would you just say, tough luck, Brandon?
I would say.
I know that. Hey, good. That ain't got nothing to do with you here.
I would say everything to Brandon Aiyuk that the Warriors said to Klay Thompson. That's what I would say.
But we all established Klay as a ghost of what he was. Brandon's not even hit his prime yet.
According to your guy, Juwan Jennings, he stinks.
No, he's just
overrated.
He's saying he is overrating himself, saying basically the system is helping you out. But what about that part that we're not talking about?
Which part?
A young receiver like Brandon Aiyuk watching his peers get broken off, some that he thinks are better than.
Okay, and John Lynch would say, we're not in that situation. Like, every situation's different. You can't pay everybody. And I actually do think they might not be as bad as people. Well, first of all, it wouldn't be the craziest thing in the world if Aiyuk walks and they win the Super Bowl.
No, see, that's what I'm letting you know. There's no green law. Okay. That's a big deal. I feel like nobody's really talking about. And when he does come back, will he be what he was in the Super Bowl? Steiny, my fear for the Niners and Niner fans is things change. You've had two awesome chances, more than two, because we hadn't even talked about the championship game losses, but you think you're just going to say peace to Aiyuk over some what I deem chump change?
It's not chump change, though. It's not. It's not chump change, I don't think. no matter how you look at it. Because why, if it's chump change, why isn't it chump change through Aiyuk? In other words, we'll just sign it, Aiyuk, because it's just chump change.
What if he's so young and impressionable, and I believe,
sure he is.
I don't know him, but I know his wife. If you
what's her name?
This is his girlfriend on Twitter, and his brother. They seem like two type of individuals that their thoughts mean a lot to Aiyuk. And Dennis Quaid, great actor, was the old quarterback on Any Given Sunday, and his wife was like, and he lost the starting spot. Get out there by any means necessary. Dope up and do all that. I feel like Aiyuk's camp has that effect on him. So in a perfect world, if he wanted 28 and they were given 26, you could meet in the middle. But maybe he's playing hardball because he's got to go back and answer to them. Just a thought. But Steiny, be careful, man. If 11 is not in your offense and you're trying to get back to the Super Bowl and the Rams are coming, they've had a great draft. They're healthy. Kyler Murray is back. You may not get back. But if you're trying to get back without Aiyuk, just consider me stumped. Like, I am mind-boggled if you trade Aiyuk.
The finances trump the decision to bring him back at $28-30 million. What about this, Goo? From the 925 on the Xfinity mobile text line. The Chiefs won the year after Tyreek Hill left. And they were a weaker team on paper when he left.
They were not weaker at quarterback. I love what I'm seeing from Brock Purdy. That's not Patrick Mahomes, who also won a Super Bowl on a bum wheel. This dude, Patrick Mahomes, is right beneath Jesus. That's how great he is at his job. You can't put that on Brock Purdy.
So the bottom line is you don't have confidence in Brock Purdy without Aiyuk. That's the real thing. That's the rat on the table.
No, I don't have. When you try to roll out the Patrick Mahomes model comp and tell me Brock's ready for that, that's what I don't like. But for Brock Purdy, who's been stellar, Stoney, we saw what. Can you admit to me the 3-game losing streak last year? Brock looked human.
They were missing Trent Williams
and Debo. For 2.5 of those.
So in other words, Aiyuk.
Oh my gosh.
Aiyuk struggled.
No,
so Aiyuk's not a number one.
Somebody brought that up to me.
He's not a number one.
But
he wants to get paid like a number one, but he's not a number one. McCaffrey's your number one.
So you're.
I mean, what do you do? Okay, let me ask you this, just off the hypothetical. Who you kicking off the team if you give Aiyuk 28 and Purdy 50 next year?
Debo would be gone.
Well, who else?
Well, it would be it would start right there. That would suffice.
I think they have to give up way more if that's the salary route they're going.
I just think that the guy that is more valuable to this team right now, not 3 years ago, because Debo was it. I cannot hate on what Debo done in Dallas and Green Bay and the Rams when they lost. I just think his best days are behind him. Your best natural receiver is number 11 from Arizona State, Brandon Aiyuk. Be careful, 49ers. Clay is different. He had lost his, you know what I'm saying, the injury. This is like, I have to believe this is all posturing. They'll get something done. But they're a week away from report to camp.
Come on.
We'll be out there.
Yeah, we will.
Yeah, with the roast.
Aiyuk won't be. Ryan,
we don't know that yet.
He's not showing up. If he shows up, you know what?
They get a deal done before.
If he doesn't have a deal and he shows up, he's gutless.
Well, Debo,
because then that means he's talking a big game, but he really isn't going to push the envelope.
Podcast with Ryan Clark when he goes, he talked all that talk, and this just me, Sonny, and then he ended it with, "I want to be a Niner." No, you can't do all that, and then kiss at the end, dude.
The other thing is, you know what? And I know you never cut off your nose to spite your face, but maybe the Niners are turned off by what he's done this offseason. You know what?
Wow.
You know what? You want to play for Washington? You want to play for Pittsburgh? Well, why would we give you a long-term contract then? You don't even want to be here. You've made that clear. So since you don't want to be here, or since you think you're going to hold our feet to the fire, I tell you what, just come back and play on your $14 million and keep your mouth shut. And if you don't want to show up, we'll go down that avenue.
I'm being real.
Yeah.
I feel you on that, but I'm being real. In a game that is so crucial and physical like football, do you really think antics off the field, and I'm thinking of Terrell Owens, could really just kind of ruin a relation? He has done the...
I do, of course.
But does what he's done supersede what he's done on the field? That's the world I live in, Steiny.
You can't pay everybody. You just can't.
Even the ones that deserve it.
Well, who did? Okay, Purdy, Kittle,
I
Williams.
don't know about Brock, and we don't know if he's going to try to bring the house down. But the market is telling us
now you don't
he
know
could easily
about
get
Brock.
40 or 50. I like what I see, but if I'm about to get 60 and put that ring on, Steiny, this year is so important for Brock, but I would dare have him go start it by losing one of his weapons on the outside.
I think one of the things that we underestimate, too, is that I don't think the Niners look at it as, all or nothing this year. Why?
So you're saying show up and play? Because that's what Shasky was saying.
I kind of do. I kind of feel that way.
Bad.
Yeah.
But when you can get rolled up on a play and your season be over and maybe your career.
You know what would be what would be worse than that to me, honestly, is you break Aiyuk off. You go through this year, and you don't win it, but you're okay.
And he did.
Then you got to lose somebody because now you're paying Purdy. And I don't want to find out after I paid Brock Purdy that he is not the same quarterback if he doesn't have the weapons. I would like to find that out before I pay him. And maybe that's something that's going through the 49ers' mind.
But then,
I don't know.
That would be worst case scenarios. One, that you lost Aiyuk, and then two, the guy that you thought you had, the next Montana, wasn't
exactly.
I find it highly unlikely that Brock is going to mess up his money. But, there's got to be a way that the Niners can value Aiyuk to the point of what he's done on the field, even though they're the 32nd ranked passing team as far as how often.
Well, that's important.
No, but it's about when you get to third down.
So
it's
let me
about
get
when
this.
you need to pass it.
Okay.
Dude is a dude can ball.
Right. So you run more than any other team in football, but you're going to have among the two highest paid receivers on your team. Like, to me, that doesn't make a lot of sense. I'm not advocating one way or the other. I'm trying to look at it from all sides here. And I do think the Niners, and my feeling is, I think there's a part of Shanahan that might think, you know what? Aiyuk, Pearsall, we'll be fine either way.
Wow. So
maybe.
Before you go to call, if it is reported, if it's correct, they offered 26, he wants 28. Don't you find... I don't think that's a big gap.
Well, then he should take it. Like, why is it up to the Niners? Okay, whatever you want. And listen, I'm a players guy most of the time, but in this situation, I understand they don't have to do anything. And I understand. I understand why they might not want to do anything.
But he better not report then if they don't trade him.
And they'll deal with that when he doesn't report. Let's go to Ryan. Ryan's in St. Louis. Hey, Ryan, how you doing, man?
Hey, how y'all fellas doing today?
Doing well, thank you.
All right. Well, first thing I wanted to say, hey, Joe Lacob has 4 championship rings and Clay has 4 too. So their argument is almost nil because those guys went and won the ring, not go out there and become bronze champions. So that argument is totally different. Secondarily, the 49ers against the AFC don't score 29.8 points per game. We can look at those games and see how we only scored 19 to 17 points against the AFC. So if we expect to drop our guys down as far as lesser talent and expect to be more productive offensively, we got another thing coming. And not only to mention this, the injuries. We have one guy who has been available since he's been a 49er. One thing we can know about Debo, George Kittle, and other players is what? Injuries. And we all know the best thing is to be available to play for your team. That's one thing Brandon Aiyuk has been since he's been a 49er. Also, if you guys remember this past offseason, when that offense was out there clicking and the one and only Fred Warner was talking noise against one of the guys because he hit late, there was one dog in practice who said, hold up, we ain't about to do that. And he set the tone, and his name was what? Brandon Aiyuk. For several offseasons, we've heard him in the OTAs and in these training camps being one of the best players that they've seen out there. And so we go sit here and act as if this guy is not only instrumental on the field, but those Christian McCaffrey's long runs happen because his other offensive lineman is running down the field blocking, because we don't go out there and draft offensive linemen. So we got to also add that in there, because this young fella named Parcell is already injured. And y'all think he can not only learn the playbook as an X, but then also be physical at the point of attack against tackles and be a wonderful run block as well. So we got to look at this thing total picture, because last time I checked, we only scored 19 points per game in this one Super Bowl, and that's not enough. And so those are some of my thoughts about Brandon Aiyuk, and I just want to hear what you guys got to say.
I don't disagree with anything. Anything that
we hadn't even brought up his blocking, Stoddy. I know that's not why he's going to get paid, but he does it. He's your best wide receiver.
Let me just throw this at you. Why do you think the Niners haven't signed him yet or extended him?
We being real here?
Well, why not?
I think they're turned off. I think something changed.
Okay.
We heard John Lynch on draft night, and I still don't buy the fire emoji when Lynch was up there fumbling, dumbling the phone saying, "Oh, Brandon just texted." I felt like something else was at play, but I don't think they like the way that he's gone. Like, you ain't gonna punk us into it. But then you could say, "Goo, what about Debo? He requested a trade, scrubbed his socials, and he got his bread."
I think Aiyuk's taken it a step further than Debo ever did. I do. But again, I don't think they're not going to pay him because he's a pain or because of what he did this offseason. I just think they're looking at the books, and they've got to try to prioritize.
And he's odd man out?
Yes. Yeah. Just
even
like Clay Thompson.
Even if you're good, though. Like Clay, I get, Stoney, but we keep talking about Clay as if he was still Clay.
Well, maybe the 49ers... Well, first of all, Clay was still the fourth best player on the Warriors, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and that's what Aiyuk is on their offense. Purdy's better, McCaffrey's better, and Trent Williams is better.
That sounds all good until it's 3rd and 11, 3rd and 13, and you're behind the chains.
Right, and you know what third down is?
Hey, rookie.
Jawan Jennings time, not Aiyuk.
Do you really believe that, though?
I'm not into Aiyuk as much as you.
And I'll tell you this, nobody cares. I'm turned off on Jennings putting that tweet up. That's letting me know you might be happy with your boy getting traded.
Well, of course.
Like not my time to eat.
Of course.
You know? Like, why would you? You're right. You don't talk about stuff like that.
So, you don't think there's a chance the 49ers could not lose much if they have Jennings and Pearsall at that spot instead of Aiyuk?
Kyle's such a genius. I'm not even going to. I'm going to pull yours. I don't know.
888-957-9570 is the number. I see David, Keith, Coach. I'll get to you all on the other side. Where are you all at with Brandon Aiyuk? He's requested a trade from the San Francisco 49ers. That's been reported by the NFL Network. Download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer today. And don't forget, all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. That segment also sponsored by LifeSource Water Systems.
Dibs on 95.7 The Game. Filling in for Mark Willard and Dan Dibley, here's Steiny and Guru.
All righty, don't forget on Friday, we are giving away an autographed Klay Thompson jersey. Here's what you got to do. You got to listen at 8:11 with Willard and Dibs, 1:11 with Bonte and Shasky, and then at 5:11 with myself and Guru. That's your chance to win an autographed Klay Thompson jersey. So
go get
that's big news.
Yep.
That's big news. We're talking about Brandon Aiyuk and what's going on with Brandon Aiyuk. And he's requested a trade. And we'll take a listen to Mike Garofolo in a second, who explained this report. But before we do that, let's go to David in Denver. What's going on, David? How you doing?
Good, fellas. How's everything out in the Bay?
Pretty good. Thank you.
Good, man. I got to get a couple things off my chest here. I believe Brandon Aiyuk is our best wide receiver, hands down. We know that.
Okay.
I would venture to say that most people know he's also not the most valuable player on our team, right? That guy wears number 22, okay? And then it goes on from there. So the biggest, I want Aiyuk on our team. I love him, man. But I'm disappointed. He's doing too much, man. He's doing too damn much. And maybe this is a double standard because I know Debo did this stuff too. I feel like it's kind of normalized now that guys who want to get paid go on social media, all the new age stuff, and they start doing all this stuff. But it's still disappointed. And he's doing too much, man, putting out other team stuff, making all the comments, and it's like maybe they are soured on him. And, you know, like the leadership, you know, it's too much, man. And it's like, I love you, man. I want you on the team, but it's like, I don't know. And then another thing you made me think of, Steiny, was maybe there's something to people not having as much faith as in Brock. And that's the underlying thing here for some. There might be something to that he's got to have every possible weapon in his arsenal in order to do what he's doing. And I think that's kind of a weak take. I think that's a lack of faith in Brock, and that in some ways is him still needing to prove himself to people, as silly as that sounds for those who know football. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, it's a good call, David. Really appreciate it. I think I don't blame Aiyuk as much as I blame the NFL. The NFL invites this with the way the contracts are not guaranteed, with the way you're eligible for an extension, but you don't have to get one.
He's trying to get his.
I mean, Aiyuk's not doing that much different of anything that other wide receivers aren't trying to do.
But I do agree with the caller's point, and we appreciate the call, Stoney. He is doing a bit too much in regard to letting everybody know what's going on. The other day, we weren't together. He tweeted something with the Commanders logo on it. He had something like that on his IG. I'm not saying that's why they're in the position they are. I always thought talent supersedes. You'll get your money if you got the goods. And I feel like for this team, he's got the goods. We talked about Brock Purdy. Kruger just hit me on Twitter talking about Brock still getting better. Okay, I agree with that, but isn't Brandon still getting better, Steiny? He's not even in his prime. But they drafted. How stupid do we have to really be football fans to on draft night see the Niners, of all the needs that they have, spend their pick on Ricky Pearsall? We should all know something's Buffalo Springfield. Something's happening here.
Well,
this may be it.
Well, what could be happening is what the 49ers' initial plan was to draft Pearsall, pay Aiyuk, and then Debo down the line, they lose.
Gotcha.
But Aiyuk is being unreasonable. I'm saying according to the team, possibly. And if he's being unreasonable, or I should say if the team perceives that, then maybe the team... Look, we know that the 49ers have shopped both Debo and Aiyuk. So maybe they're coming to the realization that Debo's more of a team player than Aiyuk. And we think that we're going to have to lose one of them anyway if and when we pay Purdy. So we may as well not pay Aiyuk right now and see if we can get him to play on his last year at $14 million.
And B, how about this, Donnie? And Mimi, and how about be quiet?
Exactly.
Now, you always use the counter thing. Our 2 to 6 audience doesn't know. Would you go to the counter right now and bet that Brandon Aiyuk is in a 49er uniform Monday night hosting the New York Jets and Levi?
Yeah, probably.
I'm betting the other way.
Yeah,
I'm thinking he's gone.
I'm not there yet. I'm not there yet simply because if you look at the 49ers track record, this part's not unusual yet.
But the Jawan Jennings tweet, that means nothing to you. Because to me, it's
Not
letting
really.
me know it's getting funky amongst the players.
That doesn't mean anything to me.
To me, it does.
By the way, this week is all jacked up on 95.7, the game presented by Jack's Restaurant and Bar. And what that means is we've switched time slots for a week. This week, I'll be with Goo 2 to 6, Willard and Dibbs 6 to 10 in the morning, and then Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky will do 10 to 2. Mike Garafolo, he was the one who broke the story about Aiyuk's trade request, and then he went on NFL Network and explained it this way.
Tom, we talked about this all offseason, and there had been talk about him requesting a trade, and I made it clear at every stop along the way. There was no formal trade request from Brandon Aiyuk. Now, was he aware that other teams would be interested in trading for him if the 49ers actually opened the gates and let it happen? Yes. Was he stoking the fire by talking to his buddy Jaden Daniels on FaceTime and then putting it on his social media? Yes. But there was no official trade request until today. And the reason for it, from my understanding, is the 49ers did make a run at an extension for Aiyuk, but it was below what some of these other guys have been getting. And I'm not even talking about the Justin Jeffersons. I'm talking about the Jalen Waddles, the Devontae Smiths. And Aiyuk wanted to at least be in line with them. It was not in line with them. And this was back a couple of months ago. Now, you remember there was a recent conversation between the sides in which I'm told both sides got some things off of their chest to perhaps reset the table for another run at negotiations. Well, that didn't happen, and the Niners haven't made an offer, from my understanding, according to sources, until since May, And so Aiyuk at this point, with training camp about to start, feeling frustrated, says, you know what? I want to trade then. We had plenty of time to get something done. We're not getting it done. So here we are. Formally, a trade request from Brandon Aiyuk. We shall see if the Niners honor that. Like you mentioned, they've had these situations before and felt like they've been able to manage them to the point of getting something done in the end.
All right, so that's Mike Garafolo, NFL Network, and he mentioned Jalen Waddle. All right, he agreed to a 3-year, $84.75 million contract extension with the Dolphins, and the deal included $76 million guaranteed.
Damn.
So under that scenario, the 49ers have offered Aiyuk under $25 million a year, or 25 or less.
Yeah, but they haven't offered since May.
Exactly.
Wow, if that's not what I deem Stoney handwriting on the wall, I don't know what is.
Yeah, well, we'll see how it plays out.
He was a second-team All-Pro.
Yeah, on a run-heavy team. That's team runs.
He saved your season. I pointed that out about an hour ago.
Oh, saved it.
A Saturday night against the Jets at home in the playoffs. Against the Packers. Got that ball.
Let me.
Detroit game. Remember he did the acrobatic catch on a big. I mean, I don't know what a guy has to do to get paid.
You know what? Maybe one thing he has to do to get paid is not in the postseason have 3 catches for 33 yards, 3 catches for 68 yards, and 3 catches for 49 yards. Those are his numbers in the playoffs.
Okay, is that a byproduct of him or what?
Maybe,
we saw the offensive line get lost more than a few times.
And he didn't get open in time. I mean, I'm just saying this to
but you feel
present
like it's
another
get worked out.
I mean, if I had a bet, yeah.
I don't like this Jennings component to it.
No. Let's go to Larry. Larry's in San Francisco. What's going on, Larry? How you doing, man?
Hey, pretty good, guys, man. Good to hear you guys again.
Thanks.
Hey, man, I got to tell you something, man. I'm so tired of this player empowerment, and I got to take care of my family, and, $26 million a year is not enough for me to live. I'm so tired of it. I hope the 49ers play hardball and just say, you know what? We got you on your $14 million. We got you on a salary cap. And that's what it is, man. Because, to be honest, you ain't proved it to me that
that you are Justin Jefferson, because you are the fourth best player on our team. You're not Tyreek Hill. You know, you're not Jalen Waddle. You know, you're Brandon Aiyuk, who sometimes has a really great game. Most of the time, you're just really, really productive. I love the cat. I love his game, man. But to be honest, he doesn't have separation ability. You know, his byproduct of Christian McCaffrey, Jawan Jennings, Deebo Samuels, they don't know who to cover. And you see in the playoffs, all of a sudden, when it comes down to can you get separation, he can't. You know?
Goo?
Okay, this is how I hear you, and I know you feel it. Steiny, he's a top 12 receiver to me in the league today, right now.
Top what?
Brandon Aiyuk, top 12. I'll just put the 12. I don't know what I'm going on here. And shout out Ken Stabler, rest in peace. But, my goodness, his ability to get off the line is second to none. And getting by
does
guys.
He get separation or not?
Well, in the Super Bowl, if you're into PFF, they said that he didn't. Him and Deebo collectively didn't get it. But I'm my own PFF. So I'm just telling you, Steiny, he can get by you. And if you this is how I judge players. Yeah. If you put him in a system like a Detroit or Dallas, he would put up the same exact numbers as a CeeDee Lamb who's about to get broken off. And I believe
he's not.
No, he's not a Justin Jefferson. Those are, I'm going to just respect the game and say he's not that. But he's right there with the right quarterback that would to give him those opportunities. And that's why I believe Pittsburgh and other teams would be lobbying for his skills. And if you're offering him, and I got to be careful here, 26, and he wants 28, now I'm believing the 26 was never offered, because that you can fix that gap. I don't understand why the Niners think they're so good when now everybody knows you're going to try to run McCaffrey up the middle, left, right. And how many times is he on the ground after him getting hit? And you're like, oh, boy, is he getting up? And he's got the little gun, the therapeutic gun. Like, I'm telling you, you're going to need a plan B, and that's your passing game. And to think you can get by with putting Mr. Arizona State to replace the old Mr. Arizona State, oh, boy.
If Christian McCaffrey goes down, Brandon Aiyuk's not going to be able to make a difference and keep them as a Super Bowl.
Then what about Purdy? He's good, Steiny.
Who?
Purdy.
You can, to me, you can't lose your best offensive weapon if you're the Niners and think you're going to win anything.
When I'm sitting with a quarterback that's about to get 50, 60, I'll say what you want. Brock's a baller. Right. And I got Aiyuk and Deebo and Kittle.
You can't afford them all.
Kyle took the team to a Super Bowl with Elijah Mitchell.
Exactly.
A lot of people forget they didn't even have McCaffrey. Right. It was just Deebo. Deebo didn't even have Aiyuk. And they got there. So what about that stuff of designing what's around you? I'm not saying it wouldn't hurt, but don't tell me the season's over if McCaffrey gets hurt.
It is.
No.
Come on.
I don't buy that.
Oh, my gosh. Well, then why are you sweating bullets over Dre Greenlaw?
Because defensively with Greenlaw, they showed us for whatever reason, and we blamed it on the defensive coordinator Wilkes, that they couldn't stop the run. I feel like offenses have caught up. They've been so stout, the Niners D, for so long, sometimes things give. And we saw him rupture his thing in the Super Bowl. Now he's not there. Bosa, I didn't get to camp on time. Okay, is that really it? They played, how many guys did they bring in on the D-line? Gregory,
to me,
Chase Young. I'm just telling you.
All those things to me are irrelevant. We're talking about right here, right now with Brandon Aiyuk.
So you wouldn't pay him? It feels like you wouldn't.
I don't know the specifics of who they're going to have to lose in the next year if they pay Aiyuk and if they pay Brock Purdy. I've been saying all along, not that they want to do this or that it's the most, it's the best thing to do, but I do think the 49ers may want to get a look at Brock Purdy without a Brandon Aiyuk because they know that in a year or two, he must quarterback a team without as many weapons as he has now.
But what does that do for you in the meantime, just as a team?
Maybe you find out that without Aiyuk, but with Juwan Jennings and with Pearsall, you can stay at a very high level. And then what? Maybe in a year or two, you win the Super Bowl.
I can't
with
call
Purdy.
you crazy because they announced Pearsall on draft night. There was a reason behind that.
Exactly.
But we're
go ahead.
here. Yeah. My thing is, I don't think Pearsall can duplicate what Brandon Aiyuk can if you were to trade Aiyuk in year one. And if you're telling me somebody's not going to be paid or it's going to cost them their tenure with the Niners, I would rather it be somebody that is more replaceable than
who?
I guess it comes down to what I deem Brandon.
Exactly.
I think Brandon is special.
Okay, they don't. They don't think he's Justin Jefferson. Apparently, they don't even think he's Waddle.
Well,
so that's their assessment.
Like Waddle's badass, and I know Aiyuk not being Jefferson's no shade. There's but
maybe the 49ers think
specialists.
Right. Maybe the 49ers think he's not as good as Waddle, and we don't utilize receivers like other teams.
That should have been gone on draft night.
Well, they didn't like any deal. But then again, like what would be wrong with the Niners just saying, come in, play for $14 million.
You know what?
Have
That
a
might
good
be
year,
killer
and
mentality.
then you'll get your chicken.
Yeah. And I was going to say to that, and you're going to say he has no leverage. Besides, I wouldn't report. But you're going to be like, what are you shoot yourself? But
And
just
do
the principle, Smokey, like I would not report if they did that to me, man.
That's fine. And you know what? You think the 49ers haven't thought that out? Of course they have. And they're ready, maybe they're ready to say, go ahead, don't play. Or maybe they'll do the same thing with Aiyuk that they did with Debo, that they did with Kittle, that they did with Bosa, and they'll figure something out in a month.
But those guys didn't have to watch their peers in an offseason get wop.
That's irrelevant to the Niners.
No,
it's
but
irrelevant.
It's not to Aiyuk. I think he's a young, impressionable dude, and
But
that
that
means something.
To him.
Yeah.
But that's why he has no leverage, because it doesn't matter if he feels smitten. That's not the word. It doesn't matter if he feels hosed. The 49ers are saying, yeah, you know what? We can extend you, but we don't have to. We don't have to extend you.
Wow.
Honestly, the Warriors could very easily do that to Kuminga this offseason.
Right. I understand.
And what's he going to do? Hold out? Why? Come play at 7-7. We're not in a position to pay you right now. He is Kuminga, isn't he? I mean, he's better than Kuminga, all things considered, but they're both in their fourth or fifth years. They both are eligible for an extension a year before they have to get one.
But Kuminga's not made, and I know it's different sports, all anything, all potential. This dude is an all-pro second team.
I don't know that means anything to the Niners. They see him every day.
Fear. It should.
Well,
Kyle's,
it shouldn't.
Or Kyle's, what's the word you call them? You use for
arrogant.
Like, this is really showing, if you think Pearsall can, and like, I just got to get my popcorn and see if this does come to fruition. Did you think a rookie can hit the ground running? And
they have Juwan Jennings. Yep. Don't forget they have Juwan Jennings.
But they didn't think of Juwan, I don't believe, Stoney, on draft night when they said we're going to spend this pick on Pearsall.
Oh, really? Then why'd they pay him $15 million?
Yeah, now, 15 in the NFL, I feel like I'm not going to call it peanuts. That's a lot. But for them to draft, now you're telling me you think it's a combo of Jennings and the rookie together.
Yes. And I wouldn't rob the 49ers of a Super Bowl appearance just because Aiyuk walks maybe, or they trade Aiyuk, or he doesn't report, because they still have Jennings and let's see what Pearsall can do. And I'm just saying what I think maybe the Niners think.
If I asked you how many touchdowns Brandon had last year in totality, just a guess.
7.
You got
That's not a lot.
No, it's not.
Exactly.
But they throw it 32nd in the league, and McCaffrey gets everything.
Right. I think you're answering your own
he could
question.
score. He could have 15 in my estimation in a different system. Aiyuk.
That's right. And that's why the 49ers are saying, we're not paying you like Jefferson or Waddle because you're not in that kind of system. You were drafted by us, the 49ers. Let's go to Coach in Moraga. What's going on, Coach in Moraga? How you doing, man?
Hey, doing great, man. Long time listener, first time caller, Steiny.
Thank you, man.
Your boy TJ says hello.
All right.
Your boy TJ says hello out in Moraga.
Yeah, he's got to get me.
We got to play some golf with you and Dibs.
Yeah, he's got to get me out to that country club. You're right.
Hey, I'm here too, buddy.
I hear you.
We got to force him.
I do. Well, we got to get a fivesome, I guess.
I'm just
they don't
playing.
take fivesomes. Anyhow, I was listening, and with your jacked up thing, Dibs was talking about hoping Steiny's getting his golf game together, so that's good in the mornings. But I'll tell you, you guys are on the right track. I agree with Steiny. You know what? For one, morale with the team. If a guy wants to be traded, trade him. Find somebody that can stretch the field. He is a product of the play action, and it showed, like you said, in the playoffs, and late, he didn't really get separation, and I think they could do better putting that money to Purdy and somebody else.
Thanks a lot, Coach. Appreciate the call.
And again, Stein, I know it's old hat. Debo also he's been here. He also demanded a trade.
Yeah.
How'd that work out for him? But
he got a contract.
But there was no, I don't think when Debo did it, it was dire. The cabinets were bare if he were to leave. But now
I think Debo Samuel was more needed when he was signed to his extension than Aiyuk is now. And the reason is because of Christian McCaffrey. Here's the other thing I'm starting to think. I'm just going to, okay, you want to talk about Juwan Jennings? Let's talk about Juwan Jennings.
JJ.
Who apparently tweeted out.
Give it to us one more time.
If he's got it handy. So this is what Juwan Jennings had tweeted out. Go ahead, Carter.
Juwan Jennings said, "You got to be a different type of person to act like you're doing everything by yourself, knowing dang well you're not." On his Instagram.
That is saying you're not that good. So you're a byproduct of the offense.
You know who he sounds like?
We would have to. When I saw you and you said that about me, and you saw me in the, I'm being real, Steiny, the Union City would come out. You got to face me for saying that out loud. You call me or text me that, you got it. We're at the bar, you got it. But to go do that while I'm trying to get my chicken, you got to see me. What did Lo say?
Jennings will put him into a Boston crab so fast.
Well, when you type it, he must do something. Steiny, you can't just say, but he's saying he thinks Aiyuk is a byproduct of the system.
You know what else I'm hearing is, what if Brandon Aiyuk, as good as he is kind of like Klay Thompson was the last 2 years. Kind of a high maintenance dude. Was thinking more about his contract than playing. Maybe the 49ers are just not high on him as other people.
You could be right.
Yeah. Let's go to David.
Could be wrong too.
David in San Jose.
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
Hey, David.
Hey, I got a bone to pick with you, man.
What's going on? Pick it.
First of all, man, I agree with you, man. I agree with Aiyuk, and honestly, I don't agree with the callers bashing him just because he wanted to be traded. Like, let's not take away from dude's game. And you say top 12 receiver, he's probably number 1 out of those 12 in blocking, which always gets overshadowed. So, I'm going to agree with you there, big time. But you're acting like there's no salary cap, man. You're like, we got to keep Aiyuk 28, 30, whatever it is, pay him. But, okay, then tell me this, Goo, who are you going to cut?
It's not about
Somebody's got to go.
Real quick, and I want you to retort. It's about, are we sure Brock Purdy is going to get 50, 60 million? We don't know. What if that could be some of Aiyuk's money?
No, we're sure, Goo. We're sure. You see it. Even Derek Carr's getting 50 million. You don't think Purdy's going to get it? I'm not saying he's the quarterback or not. Obviously, we all want him to be the leader of our team and be the next, Montana and so forth. But I guarantee you he's going to get 50, probably more like 60, though. And so the question is, you want Aiyuk so bad, I get it. He's a baller. But who are you going to cut, man? Debo, Kittle, McCaffrey, your defense. You got to cut someone. It's a salary cap, man. There's only so much we can do.
Now, I am on record as saying Debo would be the one gone. If that had to, if I had to choose, it would be Debo. But that was next off season. I didn't know your boy was going to kick up dust before this season.
Oh, hey, how about this, Goo? How about this? Who was the last player that actually held out, and how that worked for him? The one I remember is Pittsburgh's running back.
Okay. Yeah.
No. The whole season from their team.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, he never recovered. Yeah, Bill.
Right. And so I have to think that's got to be in back of Aiyuk's mind. He's younger than him. He doesn't play running back. He's got a chance for 2 contracts, So at the end of the day, he's going to show up play under that $14 million.
I appreciate the call, brother. That wasn't that bad.
I get, I get, you could say 28, just, he wants 28,
Right.
30, just give it to him. How about, why don't you take 22?
Well, he ain't Jalen Brunson. Well, yeah. And Shasky this morning was saying, Stein, and I was like, it sounds so bad. He didn't mean it. When are guys going to live up to their contract? That day is over. Because but you feel like your boy BA don't have the leverage in this situation.
I know
even
people.
Stein, real quick, he wants to play ball. He don't want to take
know
it there.
that.
But my God, that's what I would go all guns blazing if I mean.
So does he want to play ball or not?
Yeah, but I want to get compensated.
Well, you're not gonna. Let's just say that. The 49ers have said you have two options. Don't report or play for $14 million this year.
And get hurt. What if I get hurt, Captain?
Well, hey, welcome to the NFL.
Remember, they did offer him 26. That report did come out.
Yeah, and but Garofolo seems to think that maybe that was a long time ago and that offer's not there anymore, maybe. Maybe they
said May.
Maybe they offered him 26 in May. He said no, and they were like, okay, hit the pike. 20, they were probably like, we'll give you, how about 26? Then he comes back with 28, and they go to 27.
Well,
but he didn't.
That's how it be.
But he didn't.
And now we don't know what they did. By all accounts, they could have rescinded the offer.
Exactly. Who was I listening to yesterday that said today's offer doesn't guarantee tomorrow's offer?
That's Bonte doing Fat Joe.
I like it. Well, I like it.
He'd use that all day today. Yesterday's price ain't today's price.
Exactly. Let's go to Gene. Gene's in Oakland.
The man.
Hey, Gene, how you doing?
Doing good, guys. It's my birthday.
Oh, happy birthday,
Gene.
Yes, sir.
Throw one back for your boy.
Absolutely. Yeah. Happy birthday, my man.
Thank you. I'm chronologically 78 and emotionally probably around 18.
You look good, brother. You look good.
Thank you. Hey, look, I think I agreed basically with both of you guys in different ways. First of all, Goo, I really do think he's invaluable. I think Aiyuk, I don't think he's so easily replaced. I don't care how well, what's his name, Pearsall is doing in training. I mean, he's still a rookie. Even if he's the next Jerry Rice, I mean, Jerry Rice wasn't all that great in the very beginning, if you remember, dropping balls all over the place. So, no, they really need it. I'd say he's irreplaceable. If we won the Super Bowl last year by a touchdown or two, I'd say, yeah, they could probably let him go. But they didn't, all right? They lost. They lost by a close amount. They need everybody on board for the best chance at winning a Super Bowl this coming year, all right? Now, but I also agree with you. Steiny, that I wouldn't give up on this. I think this is more Parag's negotiating style, right?
I agree.
Take it to the limit, right? Shout out to the Eagles.
Nice.
It's gamesmanship, and maybe you and I know that reference. I don't know how many others. But anyways, so it's gamesmanship, even brinksmanship. They did it with, they did it with Kittle, they did it with Debo, They did it with Warner, and they did it with Bosa. They didn't get those contracts done, as I recall, until late July or August.
Mm-hmm.
So, and if they're only $2 or $3 million apart, they'll come around. They're just trying to push it to the end. That's who Parag is. Well, he'll be on board, and he needs to be on board. Okay, so
appreciate it, Gene. Happy 55th, Gene. Happy 55th.
I thought it was 45.
Thanks a lot.
All righty. Hey,
yes.
Thanks, Gene. Appreciate the call as always, my man.
All right. Thank you.
Yep. Let's hear from Emmanuel Acho, FS1, talking about this situation. This is interesting. Take a listen.
So the Niners could have got out ahead of it, simply paid Brandon Aiyuk probably $27 million 3-4 months ago, and that would have been fine. But the problem is they grossly underestimated the explosion of the wide receiver market. And as a result, $26 million pales in comparison to the $30 million that Aiyuk deserves based upon his play comparatively to those that play the same position at the same level around him, a la Amon-Ra St. Brown. That is why we got here.
So there you go. Acho's basically saying, and it's from a player's perspective, there's a big difference between 30 and 26, and it might not just be money, it might be respect.
Yeah, and he's at that age, but I think it's more than that, Stoney. He feels like, I don't know what Acho, friend of the program, was saying in regard to, he ain't putting up Justin Jefferson type numbers. You know what I mean? That's the one thing he doesn't have, especially with just 7 touchdowns. But I'll say this. I just can't believe the Niners are arrogant enough to say bye-bye to this kid and trade him when Gene just said what I've been trying to tell you and the boss this morning. When you win the Super Bowl and get that ring that you've been trying and yearning for, you can make some decisions and they hit different, right or wrong. But the Niners have not won the Super Bowl. They've lost those championship games. It is Operation How Do We Get Back? And you're going to say night-night to a kid that you drafted?
But I think you could look at it the exact opposite way, which is, hey, Brandon, we win the Super Bowl last year. Yeah, we would have paid you, but we haven't won the Super Bowl with you. And so give it another try at $14 million.
Wow.
Be a number 1 receiver on a Super Bowl winning team, and we'll pay you. Maybe. Again, nobody really knows specifically what's going on.
Do you think that's still on the table for Brandon and his camp to show up and play on this last year for 15?
Yes.
It don't sound and look like it.
Okay. Well, then
but
test him.
Talk to me in 30 days.
You know what?
2 weeks.
I think try me. Try me, the
that
Niners
might
are
be
saying.
what we're watching right now.
Okay. Hey, let me ask you this. Isn't your boy CeeDee Lamb in the same situation?
Yeah, but they're playing hard. He ain't.
Okay.
He's about to hold out when they report next week, it looks like.
So the Cowboys are doing the same thing with their guy.
Who's put
and
up
they probably need
numbers.
They probably need CeeDee Lamb more.
No doubt.
So why do you think the Cowboys haven't paid CeeDee Lamb?
Well, to Gene's point, thank you, courtesy of our guy Carter. Kittle signed August 13th, 2020.
Okay.
Warner, July 21st, 2021. Debo, July 31st, 2022. And we all know Bosa last year, September 6th. So if you look at the calendar, shout out Maria, you still got time. There's nothing to see here, but he requested a trade.
Yeah. How about this from the 925 on the Xfinity Mobile text line? They don't want to run it back. They didn't win the Super Bowl.
But not because of Aiyuk, and I think he was mad about his production. You know, you said it like, hey, Goo, that was, what was he doing? Who's to know? He's not, maybe he don't like this system.
Sure he doesn't.
That it's McCaffrey-centric. Maybe that's what's really going on here, too.
I think that probably has something to do with it. I mean, listen, if I were Aiyuk's agent, I would want the money that he's asking for and saying you're penalizing the kid because you don't utilize him like the great receiver he is. But
and
he is a great receiver.
He's like, pay me like you know I can do it.
Exactly. And the Niners are saying, but you're not in the other system. We have players more important than you. Deal with it. Let's go to Lamont. Lamont's in Oakland. What's up, Lamont? How you doing, man?
Yeah. Good. What's up, fellas?
Hey.
So I just had something real quick, man. Y'all, they better pay Brandon. And this is why.
Mm-hmm.
Don't underestimate the other receivers' inability to get behind the defense. When you see Debo does not get behind the defense. Jennings is a third down receiver, makes some big plays over the middle, but Aiyuk averaged 18 yards a catch, 1,300 yards. Yeah, he only got 7 touchdowns, but he averaged 18 yards a catch. 18.
Yep.
And you see what happens when McCaffrey uses him too much. He gets hurt. He got hurt in the Super Bowl. Like when you look at that team, the way it's designed, if they don't have somebody to take the top off, they are not going to get behind defense. I'm going to tell you, they're not going to be able to do it. You saw what Kittle did in the Super Bowl. 5 yards on 2. Like, I'm telling you, Debo and Jennings and Kittle are possession players who catch passes, but they cannot get behind the defense. And if you think you're going to ride McCaffrey to the bowl, he's not going to last.
Wow.
He's going to get hurt like he always does. He's a great running back, but he's going to get hurt when you kill the workload. They better sign Brandon, man, because they're going to regret it. They're not going to have anyone to break the defense down in the secondary. You're going to be able to stay right, keep the defense right in front of them. They're not going to break penetration. They need Brandon. Mark my words.
That's a great call.
Thanks for the call. You know what I hate about the NFL? And I mean this from the bottom of my heart.
Yeah.
Aiyuk's been healthy for his career, right?
Yep.
He's been really durable. I think some teams hold that against the guy because they say he's been healthy for 5 years. There's no way he can stay healthy for another 4 years. The sport is so vicious.
Well, it's funny you bring that up because I was going to throw it back at you on McCaffrey. You always talk about Steph and his age, but Steiner, you just feel like, and we watched the Green Bay game where your boy McCaffrey had the gun. What's the gun that I got? I can't remember the
Gatling gun?
No, the gun that you use for your muscles and all the...
A musket?
Yeah, that don't sound like it, but the gun.
A Remington?
No. Dude, that's
you're
what I
talking
use.
about a Theragun.
The gun, a Theragun. Damn it, I got one.
Hey,
but you always talk about Steph and his age, but then when we talk about McCaffrey and his workload, you're like, nothing to see here. Dude is taking a pounding. Like that's scary.
Go. When the 49ers go in to halftime to talk, and Shanahan addresses the team.
Yeah.
When the team walks in to the locker room, there's a Theragun on every single player's seat.
Right. And he was using it against the Packers.
And the whole team was using them during halftime.
But no, my point is he's taking a pounding.
Yes, he is.
And
he's
I think
he's tough.
We're going to see growth.
Tough
How
players
do you relieve
only.
some of those hits? But you look at him, Steiny, what if you gotten the best out of him?
You know what?
What if he slowed down? Lo and behold, what if he got hurt? Well, I need my passing game.
That's over if he gets hurt.
Well, see, you keep playing.
I'm not playing.
Well, pay the man.
No, my point is, if you pay Aiyuk and McCaffrey gets hurt week 2 for the year, you ain't winning anyway.
Well, nobody wants that, but I'm talking about miss a game or two like Debo normally does, or 3.
No.
But just be careful what you wish for, Niner fans. If you want to run this dude out of town.
They're not wishing to run him out of town. But there are certain logistics here that may force the 49ers to make a decision they don't want to make. Like, it's possible that there are 2 bad decisions here in the Niners' mind, and that is him not showing up or eventually getting traded, or him getting paid more than they think he's worth.
And McCaffrey's 28. That's really 30 at his position.
Okay.
Still beasting. So if you're a coach and you know what's going on and you get the Carter tweet from Juwan Jennings, Steiny, it's like a wildfire. I think it's starting to grow. With that, are you really looking me in the face saying, Goo, that means nothing what Juwan Jennings did today on social media? That lets me know if I'm a fan, Niner fan, my team ain't on the same page. I don't like it.
Okay, well then get rid of him if he's a head case. But that particular thing does not matter to me at all, what Juwan Jennings posted. That's just me.
Yeah.
Maybe it does. All right, this week, as you've noticed, we're all jacked up. The time slots have changed, and that's been presented by Jack's Restaurant and Bar. And don't forget, all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. That segment brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
he's going to lose a year of eligibility for free agency. So it's not on his best interest to sit down. He might play disgruntled, but he knows that he's better play, at his best. He wants to get a decent contract from the 49ers or any other team. As far as trading him, I would say trade him only if you're going to get a top pick within the next 2 years. Other than that, you don't have to trade him either, okay? I know, he's been a good 49er. He's a good player, but his skill set is something that you can get with any other, receiver if you give him the time to develop.
He was an all-pro second teamer. He was all-pro second team. That don't come around a lot.
Okay, but listen. We keep taking for granted the fact, that he is really, really good because of himself. We're forgetting about all the other players that also block for him when he catches the ball. Okay, you got Debo blocking for him. You got Kittle blocking for him. You have your previous caller mentioning Kittle. Listen, Kittle was a man where he was asked to be the man as a receiver. Okay, I don't forget that play against the New Orleans Saints when he dragged about 4 dudes and he still wouldn't come down. He is still the same Kittle, okay? How do I know that? Because he plays with Dustin Marito when he's blocking. But now he's being asked to block. If they ask him, listen, we don't need you to block anymore. We need you to be that man again. I'm pretty sure that he can do it. And he's not going to be bitching, he's not going to be complaining like Aiyuk is. And all this business with Aiyuk, quite frankly, I trace all that back to his wife. I'm pretty sure his wife is on his ear.
Thanks, Jose. His girlfriend.
Appreciate
said Dennis Quaid at Any Given Sunday. His wife was like, get out there by any. She wanted him to just shoot needles, everything. I just feel like people in Aiyuk's camp, his girlfriend and brother, they're in his ear like, you need to get 30. Need to get 30.
What's new? There's players in everybody's ear.
And to bring up the New Orleans play, my daughter's in college now. She was in junior high. That play happened against the Saints. You remember he caught it on the sideline and ran over like 9 dudes in New Orleans. Yeah, Kittle.
Yeah. Aiyuk could never do that.
But
maybe that's why they're not paying him.
Give me something newer, man.
Maybe that's why they're not paying Aiyuk, because he could never do that. He doesn't break tackles.
Well, when I went to the
separation.
Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame ceremony with Bonte, we had the pleasure to talk to the great John Taylor, 49er receiver, and he was very adamant, said he had told Kyle this, I need 85 to be a bigger part of the passing game. And I do wonder, Kittle's a good soldier, he doesn't complain, but he could do what Kelsey does. I'm not saying he would be Kelsey. That's a byproduct of the Niners putting together, as good as they've been, a deficient offensive line. If you ask, where's my tight end? And he has to block. Johnny has to block. You got 5 dudes that are supposed to block. Let him go eat. That I'm just telling you, that was coming from, not like that, from John Taylor.
Oh, really?
He wants to see 85 involved more in the passing game.
Well, maybe Kyle Shanahan is going to use Kittle more in the passing game. Hence, you don't have to value Aiyuk that much.
Let's hope not.
So we didn't get to a lot of stuff today.
No.
What do you mean, yeah?
I'm just, that's good for tomorrow.
Hey, by the way, that's true.
My guy, man.
Hey, by the way, can I give a shout out to somebody?
You normally don't do this, so this is big.
Never. It's to Caitlin Clark. Dude.
You know I'm her biggest fan. Go ahead.
Yay! Do you know how the Fever started this year?
0-4. They were terrible.
They were 1-8.
Okay. Wow.
Right now they're 11-14.
They're balling.
They're 10-6 over their last 16. I think we got our rookie of the year.
Well, slow down.
Please, doubles are overrated, and you know it.
What do you like? Reese is out there getting doubles.
I like passing.
She set a record.
I like team players.
Come on, man. She ain't doing the Westbrook. I think it's a tie. Right now, honestly, it's good for the league.
I'd have to look inside the numbers.
But the Fever are balling, and Caitlin just had somebody dedicate something to her. There's a NASCAR race. They're going to make the car a Caitlin Clark car, his theme. I go, they going to really be mad. It's like Daytona 500. It's a race. They're doing the car. You like this, and you're jumping on the wagon. I was there first on the Clark wagon.
I'm not on her wagon.
You just gave her a shout out.
That's not
2 to 6 drive time.
I'm just saying, it's got nothing to do with her. It's got to do with they were 1-8. Now they're 11-14.
She's changed the culture.
Oh, please. You don't know that. You don't follow it that closely.
$34.99 WNBA League Pass. Do your research and get back to me.
Has been the most important player, yes.
Yeah.
And
it's a 5-on-5, Steiny.
And let's give their coach some credit.
I don't know the name.
Sides, I think. Or Sideline. Mary Sideline.
I'm a WNBA fan.
So you say. Let me guess, you're rewatching all those games.
No. I'm waiting on the Valkyries.
Are you going to go home and do the Kings and Warriors
Valkyries.
game again?
No.
Kings Warriors?
It's football time now, baby.
Yeah, you're right about that.
Finishing receiver tonight.
Finishing receiver.
Netflix
what do you mean?
doc.
This isn't COVID. You know what I'm saying?
I'm going to give you a 2.
I'm going to be honest with you.
Damn.
I'm going to be honest with you. And Evan's not here, but he plays into this too. It's not a topic. A TV show is not a topic. Now, it was during COVID because there were no sports. But if you think I'm coming in here tomorrow and doing a segment on the receivers,
you do it weekly. I saw something on water hoses.
No
it was a series on water hoses, and we got to sit here for 2 minutes, like
that's a mention,
acting like we're interested.
That's
Come on.
a mention,
dude. The Nolan Ryan doc that Joe Shasky recommended.
I don't like Nolan Ryan.
Why don't you like him?
Because I don't like Nolan Ryan.
You like dudes that are bullies or try to be bullies like you.
Nolan Ryan was the bully.
Yeah, but you don't like guys like that you think you're like. Why wouldn't you watch? Nolan Ryan is phenomenal. You said, I'm not watching. He wasn't a good guy.
I didn't say he wasn't a good guy. I just think he's a,
there it is.
I don't like Cowboys. Yeah, I mean, I'm not a big Cowboy fan.
But you love Billy Martin. I loved him.
Not necessarily.
I loved him.
Well, he wasn't a real cowboy anyway.
He was a maverick for real.
All right.
What is going on here?
I'll tell you what's going on here. We're calling it a show.
Yeah. That dude's pretty good back there.
Everybody, thanks for listening. We'll be back tomorrow, 2 to 6.
Yes,
Remember,
sir.
it's a jacked up weekend thanks to Jack's Restaurant and Bar. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Kick your ass!